Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 316, The Idiot in Yellow and the Half-Villain Quartet. When the elevator doors opened in front of Alex, a man in a bright yellow suit and matching hat stood inside. His face was hidden behind rimless glasses, and a neatly trimmed beard adorned his chin. He looked like a true gentleman from another era. But Alex immediately understood, this was no ordinary man. Or at least, not entirely human. And while the tone of his words was friendly, the phrase that they were going to the same place sounded more like a warning wrapped in a veil of politeness. Frowning, Alex disconnected the link to the Valkyries and Zhangya without hesitation. He didn't want them to see or hear anything that could drag them into something best left untouched. Even though they were protected by his power and their special connection, it wasn't enough to guarantee their safety if the conversation with this being went wrong. "Aren't you going to step in? Or are you waiting for the next one?" the man in yellow asked politely. Alex silently stepped into the elevator and stood beside him. Pressing the button for the upper floor, he maintained an outward calm, though he couldn't shake the growing sense of unease. It was clear to him, this gentleman hadn't shown up here by chance. Their ride upward was silent. The floor numbers on the display quickly climbed, soon surpassing 100, something impossible in any ordinary building. That only confirmed Alex's suspicion. The elevator no longer followed the laws of physics. Everything happening here was under the control of his mysterious companion. Alex glanced sideways at the man. He was watching Alex with a light, almost lazy smile. "What are you doing here, King in Yellow? Or should I say, Haster?" Alex asked coldly, narrowing his eyes. "Nothing unusual. Just a passing interest in your person," Haster replied with the same polite smile. "You've looked. Now leave. I don't care for your mind games. Don't think I don't know what you've done, and what you're still doing." Alex's voice turned icy, his gaze piercing. "Ha ha ha. So Norexo wasn't lying when he described you. You don't play nice with beings like us. But so what? I come and go as I please. Or do you really believe that with just a droplet of power you can feel safe? That your trophies will always be out of reach?" At the mention of Norexo's name, Alex suddenly smiled. A warm, calm smile lit up his face. Now it all made sense. If Haster knew about Norexo, then the other avatars were already beginning to realize that he was hunting them. It confirmed his suspicion. Norexo wasn't just one of them, he was likely the leader of all the avatars that Nyan had unleashed for her little game. And now she was watching it all unfold with great amusement, eager to see how her avatars flailed in desperation, trying to surpass her and take her place. Alex stifled a smirk. Haster had revealed too much, without even realizing it. He couldn't leave his domain in his true form and could only send avatars, meddling in the fates of worlds from the shadows. Alex also realized that not all outer gods were asleep, some were very much awake. And most importantly, he now knew that Haster was connected to Norexo. Most likely, Norexo had promised him something. And that something was most likely freedom. Haster probably wanted to leave the boundaries of his domain in his original form, but he could only do so when the appointed time came, or if someone helped break the cage that held him. When Haster saw the smile on Alex's face, even a being as wise as he, who had manipulated countless mortals, was momentarily thrown off. "Thanks. You've clarified a lot for me. You're like a pig on the wrong team," Alex said, grinning cheerfully at Haster. "What do you mean?" Haster frowned for the first time. "You've spent so much time among mortals, and yet you still don't understand the simplest things. We have a saying, a clever enemy is not as dangerous as an idiot ally. And guess what? You're that idiot. Thanks for the help, genius." Alex smirked and patted Haster on the cheek. Swatting Alex's hand away, Haster scowled, staring at the embodiment of destruction before him. According to Norexo, the being before him was intelligent, cautious, and never acted without a plan. Even if one plan failed, he always had a backup. That was precisely why Haster had dared to appear so suddenly and provoke him. But the fact that his ploy not only failed but actually amused the embodiment of destruction was something he hadn't anticipated. Alex, watching Haster's reaction, was only growing more amused. He had already figured out the purpose behind the provocation. Haster wanted Alex to come to his domain and destroy the seal restraining his true form, the very cage he so desperately wished to escape. Even if Haster and Norexo were working together for some unknown reason, Alex had one singular theory: they wanted to trigger the cycle earlier than scheduled. However, Alex had no intention of letting other outer gods interfere in his life, especially not the ones who were still sleeping. And the only idiot crazy enough to start waking them was Norexo, who had clearly gone completely off the leash. Alex wondered whether Nyan and Yog were even aware of what the avatars of this troublesome woman were up to. Then again, he suspected they simply didn't care. Even if someone managed to wake the other outer gods, they still wouldn't be able to escape their domains without special help. Looking at Hastur one last time, Alex mentally noted, this idiot had helped him piece together the situation far more than he likely realized. And if everything he'd figured out was right, then let Nyan and Yog handle it from here. He sent out a mental message, almost like a prayer. Your nephew, or whatever he is to you, is meddling in my business. And as if in reply, Nyan's enchanting voice echoed in Alex's mind. Only this time, it was far from kind, annoyed to the extreme. Oh, my darling, you actually decided to pray to me. How sweet. Pity it's over something so trivial. Don't you want to talk about something more interesting? And your first prayer is about this, reject. Aren't you curious how I'm doing? What I'm up to? Her voice softened slightly. I think about you, constantly. But don't worry, I'll take care of the one interfering with your little games. See you soon. Moi. Immediately after, a calm, cold voice entered Alex's mind, Yog's. His actions disrupt the balance and violate the pact. I will handle it. Alex involuntarily flinched. His eye twitched from Nyan's impatient chatter, and her barrage of questions made his face contort slightly. But deep down, he was glad the conversation had ended so quickly. Listening to her voice constantly in his head was a sure way to go insane. And most importantly, now he knew, Hastur's end was near. Not only would Nyan head into his domain, but Yog herself would join as well. Alex even felt a slight pang of sympathy for the idiot in front of him. With just a few careless words, he had given away far too much. Hastur was still frowning at the embodiment of destruction. What confused him the most was the ever-changing expression on his opponent's face. Why was this creature sympathizing with him? Well, I want to thank you, my new friend, Alex said with a grin. With just a few reckless phrases, you've completely ruined Nerexo's plans, and there's no undoing it now. You were promised freedom, but you got impatient and tried to provoke me into breaking your cage myself. Too bad, I'm not going to do that. Oh, and thank you for confirming that Nerexo really is trying to awaken the other outer gods and start the cycle ahead of schedule. And an even bigger thanks for making it clear that he's watching me. Maybe he's not the only one. A wide grin spread across Alex's face. And now, here's my farewell gift. This is going to hurt. The longer Alex spoke, the more Hastur's eyes narrowed. Now he understood why Nerexo had warned him about just how dangerous this being was. But when Alex mentioned pain, Hastur grew truly alert. He never got a chance to respond. Black chains wrapped in pale flames began to coil around his body. They instantly tightened, forcing him to his knees. The fire didn't burn the flesh, it burned the essence. And before you vanish, Alex said, aiming a revolver directly at Hastur's face, allow me to give you one last present. Not for you, but for your true form. He tilted his head slightly and smirked. Smile. There's going to be a flash. Hastur's eyes narrowed further as he stared down the barrel of the revolver. But what he felt coming from the weapon told him exactly what kind of gift Alex meant. The revolver was imbued with the power of destruction, and in the next instant, it fired. The head of Hastur's mortal vessel exploded, splattering blood across the walls. Alex smirked and holstered the revolver behind his back. And that was just the first gift, Hastur. He muttered quietly, as if speaking to the dead god. The second gift, he assumed, had already arrived in his domain. Alex still didn't understand why Nyan was so obsessed with him, or why Yog, who occasionally visited under the pretense of prophecy or wanting to befriend him, seemed to care. But it didn't matter. As long as they didn't interfere with his work, Alex didn't mind befriending these strange beings, if he could even call it that. After Hastur's vessel died, Alex glanced at the elevator's floor panel and realized that the lift had been standing still the entire time. Annoyed, he pressed the button for the top floor, and his sympathy for Hastur faded completely. On the contrary, now he hoped that Nyan and Yog would properly punish that bastard in yellow. Meanwhile, two beings invaded Hastur's domain, though walked in would be more accurate, as if they were returning home. The entire realm was barren and covered in yellow sand. Statues once worshipped by the people of this world lay broken, though every single one depicted the same figure, a tall man in a robe, his face hidden in shadow, with a crown on his head. Statues stood on both sides of the stone path leading to the massive temple, or perhaps a palace, at the heart of the dead city. Only this building remained intact amidst the ruin. Nyan had no intention of admiring the scenery. Straightforward and confident, she made her way toward the temple, her face reflecting furious anger, for someone had dared to interrupt her enjoyment of her beloved destruction. Yog, as always, walked leisurely, slowly nibbling on snacks as though she had come to a picnic rather than to confront an ancient horror. Any living being that found itself in this desolate world would have perished or gone mad from the mere proximity of the two. Each step Nyan took tore at the fabric of space itself, destroying the remnants of reality that had transformed this place into a prison for Haster. Like a storm, Nyan burst into the temple. At that moment, Haster lazily sat upon a massive throne. His body was cloaked in a yellow, tattered robe, and his eyes gleamed in the shadow cast by the fabric. His head was adorned with a crown, studded with jewels that glowed with the light of other worlds, brighter than any star. But even his robe couldn't conceal his terrifying form. His fingers were elongated and sharp, like tentacles, and the skin on his arms resembled the scales of a sea monster. Ancient legends from other worlds spoke of Haster as the blood brother of Cthulhu. Their appearances were indeed similar, but they loathed each other with a fury that bordered on obsession, each dreaming of the other's death. Haster's yellow eyes flared with irritation when he saw Nyan enter his sanctum uninvited. "What brings you to my domain, Nyarlathotep, Yog-Sothoth?" he drawled lazily, his voice thick and slow. "I think you already know, you yellow bastard. Or should I remind you who you sent your avatar to?" Nyan hissed, holding back her rage. "Well, I sent him. So what? Why should you care about this youngster, the embodiment of destruction? What he does shouldn't concern either you or you, Yog-Sothoth," Haster replied lazily, resting his cheek on his fist. "Don't play your games, Haster," Yog-Sothoth said calmly as she entered the temple. "Or should I remind you where your place is in our hierarchy? Keep your manipulations to this cosmic dust." Haster's eyes narrowed. Once, Nerexo had come to him and informed him that Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth were somehow connected to the young embodiment of destruction. Back then, Haster had laughed. He knew full well that those two did not interfere in anything, as long as Azathoth slept. Even when Nyarlathotep's avatars rose against their creator, she didn't intervene. Even when he, Haster, sent his mortal avatar to spread chaos in other worlds, they remained silent. But now, they were here. "Seems like you're not hearing me," Nyan said coldly. "Let me repeat, stay away from my destruction. Or you'll die before the cycle repeats." The space beside her flared, and vanished, turning into nothingness. Haster frowned as he looked at Nyarlathotep and the destruction that accompanied her arrival. Yog merely sighed wearily, watching as Nyan began to lose control of herself. The space, cracked under the pressure of her power, suddenly returned to normal. Yog didn't want to waste energy on words they hadn't come here to discuss but to beat. Her thoughts involuntarily jumped to Alex. Maybe she should collect payment from him later for having to keep an eye on this madwoman. "Oh, you've come to kill me, Nyarlathotep?" Haster sneered. "First, deal with your avatars that ran away from you. Who knows, maybe one of them will take your place someday." "It's not her who will kill you," Yog replied coldly. "It's him. If you don't stop interfering with his affairs. Or do you truly believe your plan to escape your cage will work? Him? Kill me." Haster laughed, his laughter echoing through the temple. "He hasn't even grown yet. What are you talking about? Or have you both, after centuries of imprisonment in chaos, developed a sense of humor?" "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter suddenly stopped. Blood shot from one of Haster's yellow eyes. With a crack, the eye burst right in its socket. Instead of laughter, an animalistic scream of pain erupted, shaking the temple. The entire planet trembled, and the temple, which seemed unshakable, began to collapse. Black blood stained his yellow robes. He writhed, unable to cope with the pain he had never felt before. "I told you so." Yog turned away, preparing to leave. "You think the embodiment of destruction is still growing. But he's already strong enough to destroy you. You wanted him to break your cage, but in the end, he'll destroy both it and you along with it. So, don't interfere with him existing. Or the consequences will be fatal. I promised him I'd teach you a lesson," Nyan added with a sneer. "And I'll keep my word to my beloved destruction. Also, I'll collect payment for interrupting my enjoyment of the spectacle." The space around Haster cracked, as if breaking under its own weight. Black tentacles erupted from the void, impaled his arm, and tore it off with a crunch. Where the torn space had been, furious eyes and gaping mouths full of sharp teeth appeared. His arm disappeared into the abyss, and the sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones echoed. Haster, distorted by pain and fury, stared at Nyan, but she only smirked. Her eyes briefly flared with colors that could not be described, and Haster's restored eye exploded once again, splashing his face with blood. Without saying another word, Nyan vanished, as if she had never been there, leaving Haster alone in the desolate world that had become his prison. While all of this was happening in another world, Alex was riding the elevator to the top floor, whistling cheerfully and bouncing to the beat. The encounter with Haster had helped him understand what to be prepared for. He knew that beings like this had ambitions inflated to madness. Even if Nyan and Yog had frightened him, it didn't mean that Haster wouldn't try to interfere again. Alex didn't yet know that the effect had been far stronger than he had anticipated. Haster had truly gone into hiding. He was quietly licking his wounds in his cage, realizing that Alex was not the young embodiment of destruction but a force capable of destroying him. Alex had managed to wound him, through the avatar that Hastur himself had sent to provoke him. Even if Alex found out that he had one more or fewer enemies, he would have just shrugged. One more, one less, what difference did it make? But now he knew something important. Nerexo commanded the other avatars of Nyarlathotep. Whistling and dancing a little, Alex was in a great mood, and it was almost impossible to ruin it now. The elevator stopped at the right floor, and without stopping his cheerful tune, Alex stepped forward, exiting the cabin. All that remained was to get the answers he needed from Weskier and then move on. In Alaska, more important matters awaited him, eliminating 2 idiots, the Minister of Monoliths and Davit. Following the pre-planned route, he confidently headed to the place where Weskier was supposed to be, intending to finish what he had started on this island and flatten everything to the ground. However, as soon as Alex turned the corner, a leg shot at him with a whistle, a direct strike to the face. Without losing an ounce of calm, Alex smoothly lifted Yamato and blocked the attack with its scabbard. With a gentle push, he sent the attacker back and finally saw the girl before him. It was Jill Valentine, in that very blue latex suit, just like in the game. Alex raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding, this was not just Jill, but her controlled version. That meant she must have the controller on her chest, the one Weskier had used to subjugate her. But there was no time to think. Jill attacked again. Fast, agile, precise, strikes came one after another, each of which Alex easily blocked with the scabbard of Yamato. She has no demonic power. Why, he muttered, dodging the next blow. She remained silent, attacking with unnatural precision. Her movements were as sharp as a doll's, able to fight without fatigue. Jill alternated close combat with shooting from mini-machine guns, but the bullets never touched Alex. When she returned to hand-to-hand combat, Alex, not being a pervert but rather curious, stepped forward, avoided her strike, and grabbed the girl's leg. With his free hand, he tugged at the zipper of her suit, just enough to confirm that, yes, the controller was indeed on her chest. Stretching, he tried to pull it out, but Jill skillfully twisted out of his grip and charged again. Didn't work the first time, it will work the second. Saving another person, no problem, Alex said calmly, dodging her next strike. Seizing the moment, Alex swiftly closed the distance, grabbed the controller, and effortlessly ripped it out. Jill immediately weakened and, like a puppet with severed strings, slumped and collapsed. Alex managed to catch her and gently leaned her against the wall. Confirming that she was unconscious, he touched her forehead with his fingers and activated healing energy. Jill's eyes fluttered, and within a couple of seconds, she regained consciousness, meeting Alex's smiling face. "Who are you?" "Where am I?" she asked, looking around. "Don't remember?" Alex asked, his face stone cold with barely contained amusement. "You attacked me, shouting that I had to marry you. And when I refused, you started attacking. I had to defend myself, and you passed out." Jill's eyes widened. It was as if a short circuit went off in her head, followed by a flood of memories. Everything became clearer with every passing second. Weskier. He had turned her into his puppet. She remembered how he had been watching some men, calling him the false savior. She didn't know who he had discussed this with, but now she clearly saw the face in front of her, and knew his name. "Looks like your memory's back. That's good. I was starting to think I had another wife," Alex said, his tone slightly exaggerated. "Very funny," Jill muttered sarcastically as she got up from the floor. Alex helped Jill up and still watched her carefully. While she fully regained her bearings, he lazily lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. "Well, Jill Valentine. How did you end up like this?" "Even Barry and his daughter Moira ended up in Weskier's hands," he said, looking at Jill over the cigarette. "Barry? Is he okay?" she asked, alarmed, remembering that she had ordered the capture of him and Moira while under Weskier's control. "Yeah, he's already been rescued. By the way, Rebecca's also in my group." "Quite the surprise, huh? I met 3 of stars, and I'm going to kill the 4th. Such an eventful life I lead," Alex replied with a smirk. Jill's eyes widened in surprise. Alex decided to fill her in on what had been happening so that she would understand what she had missed while under control. She nodded, sighing with relief. Although her memories were still fragmented, the image of the men in front of her was clearly familiar. She remembered that she had been tasked with capturing this man and his closest circle, but for some reason, the operation had been cancelled. "So, you're going after Weskier?" "I'll help. He has new allies now, and it's not going to be easy. They've gone through enhancements, they're not just fighters anymore, but real monsters," Jill said, reloading her mini-submachine guns. "Don't bother, I'll handle it on my own. You'd better head downstairs and get to the shore, my people will pick you up there." "I don't want to hurt your delicate woman's heart, but you'll just be in the way," Alex replied with a slight smirk. "Are you sure?" Jill squinted. "Absolutely. From here on out, I work alone." You'd be better off meeting up with your old friends, chatting, taking a shower, having a coffee. Judging by your face, you've got a migraine right now that could crumble walls, Alex added lazily, throwing his hands behind his head. I'd like to say it's not true, but yeah, coffee and a shower would definitely help right now, Jill said with a faint smile. Before you go, tell me, who's waiting for me up ahead? Alex asked, politely but with curiosity in his voice. Heihachi Mishima, grumpy old man, another one called Akuma. Then there's the Korean. I think his name is Han Chun-woo, they call him the Dragon of Nine Arts. And the last one, Heisenberg, the one who controls metal. Alex nodded and waited until Jill entered the elevator. After touching his communicator, he informed them that another person was headed to the beach. The response came back confirming everything was under control. While he was chatting with Haster, the aircraft carrier had already sailed away from the shore, as planned. Watching Jill leave, Alex refocused. He felt it, ahead were 4 people, their energy tainted with demonic power. And in the center of this darkness, pulsed the strongest aura, Weskier. It was obvious, he had decided to play the role of the final boss. Proceeding down the hallway, Alex reached the massive wooden doors. Deciding to act politely, he knocked on them with his foot. Knock knock, ladies. Here I am, he said lazily, kicking the door down. The doors flew across the room like projectiles. However, 2 of the 4 inside reacted instantly, and the splintered boards scattered, not reaching their target. Alex strolled in leisurely and surveyed the room. It looked more like the hall of a medieval castle than a laboratory. Why would anyone turn a laboratory into a Gothic reception hall? Some kind of fetish, he muttered to himself before shifting his gaze to the enemies. To the left stood Heihachi, just lowering his fist after a punch. Next to him was the silent Han Chun-woo. Behind him stood Akuma, eyeing Alex with a predatory gaze. And finally, Heisenberg. It was surprising that he was still alive. If he had once been Miranda's toy, now Weskier kept him on a leash. Wow, there are so many of you. It's like a party. Alex said, raising his eyebrows with feigned astonishment. The 4 enemies watched Alex carefully, trying to feel his strength, but they sensed nothing special. Alex, lazily placing his hands behind his head, calmly moved forward, mentally calculating which one of them he should deal with first. His gaze slid from one to another until it stopped in the center of the room, crossing his arms over his chest. Who's going first? Heihachi asked with a smirk, folding his arms. I don't want to dirty my hands with this kid, whose beard hasn't even grown yet. Pass, Chun-woo replied, indifferently looking away. Let this hat-wearing fool handle it. All he's done so far is talk, Akuma scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Heisenberg. You want to see what I'm capable of, bastard? Heisenberg growled, and metal objects began to rise behind him. Oh, girls, don't fight, Alex said mockingly. I'll handle all of you. I'm such a rare commodity. I'll take this bastard first, Heisenberg hissed, glaring at Akuma with rage. Then I'll deal with you. Akuma just grinned in response, clearly enjoying the moment. In the next second, a metal rod flew toward Alex at lightning speed, but he barely turned his head, letting the projectile whiz past and embed itself into the wall behind him. If you think throwing metal objects is fun, Alex smirked, I can play too. Without waiting for another attack, a dagger appeared in his hand, and with astonishing speed, he threw it. The blade embedded itself directly in Heisenberg's forehead. Heisenberg growled in irritation, yanking it out, but Alex was already stepping forward, parting his cloak, which was literally covered in daggers on the inside. You thought I had just one? Well, that's a shame. I have a whole shop of them, he said with a predatory grin. Without wasting any time, Alex started throwing them one after another. Heisenberg tried to stop them with the power of magnetism, but he overlooked 2 things, the force of the throws and the fact that each dagger had been forged by Alex himself, taking into account resistance to control. A few moments later, Heisenberg's body resembled a porcupine, shredded by steel. He didn't even realize when he died, his body collapsed limply onto its back, blood spreading across the floor. Alex looked skeptically at the corpse. Maybe I should have brought him to Alcina. Oh well. He'd be better off on the operating table as material, maybe that would have been useful. The other 3, Heihachi, Akuma, and Chun-woo, silently stared at the body. No hint of sympathy, there was no friendship or respect between them. One's gone, 3 remain, Alex said mockingly. And here I thought you'd be more of a challenge. You, kid, are getting too cocky, Akuma growled, if you think you've done something great by killing that trash. Then show me what you're worth, Alex spread into a wide, bloodthirsty grin. Prove that you're not just a mutt on a leash. All 3 scowled, and in that moment, for the first time, they felt a threat. Whereas before, Alex had seemed nothing special, now there was a palpable danger emanating from him. They charged forward at the same time. But Alex didn't flinch. He dropped into the royal guard stance, blocking the attacks from all three opponents simultaneously. The blows came one after another, each heavier than the last, but he absorbed them all, not stepping back a single inch. When the energy reached its peak, a grin appeared on his face. "Release," he murmured quietly. In the next instant, all the accumulated pressure exploded outward. Heihachi, Akuma, and Chunwoo were sent flying backward like rag dolls, crashing through walls. The craters left by their impacts with the stone loudly testified to the force of the blow. Alex straightened, dropping his stance and looking at the three scattered enemies. "Is that all?" he said mockingly. "I expected more." To be continued. Chapter 317, Battle Without Pause. While Alex was dealing with his first real obstacle in the form of the three half-villains, Heihachi, Akuma, and Chunwoo, along with the now-dead Heisenberg, who had become a rather original knife rack, Jill was descending in the elevator. A mild headache still lingered after her release from Weskier's control. Once in the lobby, the only way out of the facility, Jill quickly made her way outside. Alex's words were still fresh in her mind, his people were supposed to be waiting for her at the shore. Despite the lingering effects of Weskier's mental domination, she had no intention of letting it slow her down. Determined, Jill ran toward the shore, skillfully navigating debris and fallen trees. Along the way, she couldn't help but notice the state of the island, craters from explosions, charred trees, and bodies of mutants scattered everywhere. As she recalled, only Weskier had been able to control them. The whole scene looked like the aftermath of a full-scale war. She stopped briefly to scan the area, but quickly pushed forward. This wasn't the time for reflection. Nearing the shore, she spotted a group of soldiers in futuristic combat armor. Slowing her pace, she cautiously approached, unsure if they were friend or foe. Standing at the head of the group was Lem, who was looking straight at her. "You're the one supposed to pick me up?" Jill asked, stopping a short distance away. "Looks like it. Our great leader seems to have saved someone else we missed," Soap smirked. "All right, boys, enough chatter. I want off this island before Alex starts," Lem said with a shake of his head. The soldiers nodded in agreement. They'd seen Alex fight more than once and knew full well, after his warm-up, there wouldn't be much of the island left. Jill frowned in surprise. "And what exactly is he going to start?" "Trust me, you'll see soon enough." "Now hop in," I replied with a grin. Jill raised an eyebrow but climbed into the boat. The engine roared to life, and the vessel headed toward a carrier anchored 10 kilometers offshore. Jill sat silently, watching the receding coastline, still unable to believe she had been under Weskier's control, or that because of her, Barry and his daughter had ended up on this nightmare of an island. She had no idea how she'd ever be able to look Barry in the eye again. Soon, the boat reached the aircraft carrier. Inside the cargo bay, Jill took in her surroundings. "Jill. I'm so glad you're okay," Rebecca shouted, running up to her. Among those present, Jill saw Rebecca Chambers, Barry, his daughter Moira, and Claire, Chris's sister. A guilty smile formed on Jill's face, especially when her eyes met Barry's. Rebecca hugged her tightly, and Jill returned the embrace. She wanted to apologize to Barry. After all, it was she who, under Weskier's control, had captured him and his daughter. Barry could have blamed her, but instead, he just sighed heavily. He understood she hadn't been herself, and in the end, they were all safe. He and Moira were alive, and that was enough. Seeing that he didn't hold it against her, Jill let out a quiet breath of relief. "Rebecca, Claire, how did you end up here?" she asked after a brief chat with Barry. "That's a long story. We'll tell you on the way to the main deck." "Everyone's already gathered there," Rebecca replied, tugging Jill by the arm. "Why is everyone gathered there?" Jill asked, puzzled. "Well, we've got a strange new pastime, watching Alex fight. Some people are even placing bets," Claire added with a small smile, still getting used to the local traditions. "In what sense?" Jill asked, slightly stunned. Rebecca decided to tell Jill everything she knew. The more Jill listened, the more confused she became. Where exactly was she now, and who were these people? Everything she previously knew about Alex's group could be summed up as this: a tight-knit team that had survived unbelievable situations and endured numerous encounters with the undead. She wasn't wrong, there was certainly unity. However, this strange but powerful group also had a rather unusual form of entertainment. They loved watching Alex fight. When Jill stepped onto the main deck, everything finally made sense. Almost the entire team had gathered there, bringing snacks and drinks with them, as if they were preparing not to save the world, but to have a picnic or watch fireworks. For a moment, Jill even doubted whether the apocalypse was still raging outside. Everyone here looked far too relaxed, as if nothing serious was going on. Meanwhile, Alex's girls were getting acquainted with the newcomers. The center of attention was Anya, Alex's newly adopted daughter. She was surrounded by feminine care and attention. Each of the women wanted to hold her, play with her, or at least talk to her. Among them were Lucy, 02, and Alcina. To avoid incidents, especially given Alcina's personality, the girls soon relocated to the command bridge. Even there, Alcina kept to herself, staying on the sidelines to avoid accidentally hurting anyone over a careless comment. Brunhilde was trying to explain the basic rules of behavior to Lucy and 02, but her efforts were in vain. The girls ignored everything she said, running around the room and touching everything like two hyperactive kids. Anya, meanwhile, had comfortably settled into Shizuka's arms, resting her head against something incredibly soft and warm. Her eyes darted around curiously at each of the women, filled with genuine wonder. Scientists had been unable to determine what kind of abilities Anya might have and concluded she was just a normal child. However, she held one secret: Anya could hear the thoughts of those around her. Everyone except her new father, Alex. His mind remained a closed book to her, but she could hear everyone else loud and clear. Watching the women caring for her, her eyes lit up like stars. "So, how do you like our strange little family?" Shizuka asked with a smile, gently stroking Anya's head. "I love it. Everyone's so cool," the girl replied with delight. Anya's words brought smiles to all the women's faces. Even the stern Brunhilde allowed herself a slight smile. But her expression darkened the moment she saw Lucy and 02 heading toward Alex's workshop with curious interest. The others noticed too, and a wave of panic swept across their faces. They all knew that Alex often built things out of boredom, and no one could guarantee that there weren't dangerous inventions left inside the workshop. No one wanted to find out what those two might drag out of there. The girls rushed toward the workshop to stop Lucy and 02 from causing trouble. Moments later, screams and scuffling could be heard. The two were dragged out by force. "Feels like we suddenly have two problem children," Kiriko muttered, wiping sweat from her forehead. "Don't even joke about it. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if they grabbed one of Alex's insane creations," Yuriko said, slumping onto the couch. In front of her sat Lucy and 02 with pouty lips and offended expressions. All the girls sighed in unison, already dreaming of Alex returning soon to reign in his newly acquired protégés. Brunhilde could feel her headache growing stronger by the minute. She was definitely not ready to babysit two curious and uncontrollable rescues. "Why are you all so worked up?" "So they went in, big deal," Alcina said lazily, still sitting off to the side. "In short, it's Alex's workshop. And in there could be, literally anything," Yuriko replied with a heavy sigh, glancing at Alcina. The girls had already shared the news among themselves that Alex had revealed his identity to Alcina, so Yuriko no longer saw reason to hide some of his peculiar traits. Alcina only nodded silently, listening to Yuriko. The latter had decided to get to know their new companion better. After all, if Alcina was now part of their family, she shouldn't feel like an outsider, let alone a monster. At first, Alcina thought they would treat her like a freak. But after comparing herself to Alex, she realized, next to him, she wasn't all that scary. Especially after Yuriko casually mentioned that the very girl who had insulted Alcina earlier actually bore the blessing of a god. Another, the stern, silent one, turned out to be the legendary Valkyrie Brunhilde. And the last one, an apostle of the god of death from another world. In such company, even Alcina felt ordinary. Meanwhile, Alex had no idea what was happening on the aircraft carrier. He had just sent flying a trio of overly confident fighters, Heihachi, Chunwoo, and Akuma, who thought brute force would be enough to beat him. In the end, receiving all their inflicted damage back thanks to his royal guard stance and release ability, they scattered in different directions like bowling pins. Alex calmly waited for them to recover. He was 100% sure they'd be fine. Their bodies, strengthened by demonic energy, had become tougher, more resilient, and resistant to damage. He was right. Heihachi was the first to regain consciousness, having smashed through the second-floor railing and crashed into a wall. Jumping down, he rolled his shoulders, grinning. "Not a bad hit for a kid like you." "I actually felt that one." Alex raised an eyebrow, noting the old fighter's carefree attitude. His eyes lit up as he saw demonic energy rapidly restoring Heihachi's body, bones mended in seconds. Then he turned his gaze to the pile of rubble where Akuma had been buried. The energy vibrations confirmed he was okay. The rocks exploded outward, and Alex casually deflected those flying toward him with the back of his hand. From beneath the debris rose Akuma, shrouded in fiery red energy that pulsed like flame. Alex looked toward the breached wall, where Chunwoo appeared. Cracking his neck slowly, his voice was cold. "Nice hit. Haven't been thrown like that in a while. If you're still breathing, then round 2. Alex smirked, raising an eyebrow. "You sure are eager," Heihachi chuckled. "But are you certain you can handle it?" Alex grinned. The katana Yamato that he had held vanished from his hands, a sight that didn't surprise the trio. Their attention was fixed solely on him. Another katana instantly appeared at Alex's hip, Muramasa. He gripped the sheath with one hand, drawing the blade with the other. As soon as the steel met air, lightning surged along its edge. As for whether I can handle round 2, the only thing I know for real. There will be bloodshed. The only one left will ride upon the dragon's back, Alex said, flashing a wide, almost predatory grin. Well said, kid. Show me what you've got. If what you did earlier was your limit, then don't even dream of walking out of here alive, Heihachi laughed, charging into battle. Alex's eyes gleamed as he glanced at Heihachi. But it was Akuma who couldn't wait. He lunged forward, delivering a punch directly to Alex's face. Alex parried it with the hilt of his sword. The fist struck the metal and didn't budge an inch. Slightly pulling the hilt back, Alex suddenly pressed forward, striking Akuma in the nose. Akuma staggered but quickly regained his balance and, in one fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick. Alex grabbed his leg, trapping it in a hold, and, with a swift turn, threw his opponent with all his strength. Akuma skillfully flipped in the air, landing on the wall like a ninja. Seismic step, Chunwoo's voice rang out from above. Alex reacted just in time. He raised his sword over his head, and Chunwoo's foot slammed down onto the blade with a dull thud. The floor beneath Alex cracked from the pressure. At that moment, Heihachi appeared in front of him and delivered a punch to his chest. However, Alex's legs were already protected by Beowulf's greaves, and he kicked Heihachi's punch upward with powerful force. Gripping the hilt of Muramasa, Alex knocked Chunwoo back, whose technique was still in effect. Losing control, he slammed into the ceiling. While Heihachi was still recovering from his missed punch, Alex spun around and kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Akuma pushed off the wall and, twisting in the air, attempted to kick. Alex parried the strike with the scabbard of his sword. Akuma felt the attack stopped, and in that instant, noticed the blade rapidly approaching his neck, exuding a deadly aura. He pushed off the scabbard with his foot just in time to avoid decapitation, but the blade still left a deep scratch across his throat. From the ceiling, Chunwoo descended with accelerating speed, like a guillotine. Alex, his eyes blazing with light, quickly retreated, and Chunwoo's foot struck the floor, further shattering it. Alex sheathed Muramasa and, activating the mechanism, allowed the blade to shoot directly into his palm. Chunwoo tried to block the strike with his hand, but it was in vain. The sword easily severed his arm. Without missing a beat, Alex gripped the hilt with both hands and swung, aiming to decapitate his enemy. But sensing movement behind him, he quickly turned and attacked backward. Heihachi, who had tried to land a blow to his back, barely managed to pull back in time, but Muramasa still left a deep gash on his chest. Blood poured down his body. Repelling the attack, Alex glanced at Chunwoo, who had jumped back, clutching his stump. 1 without an arm, 2 wounded. Round 3. Alex asked with a smirk, scanning the trio. Not bad, kid. Way better than those scum I've dealt with, Akuma sneered, wiping blood from his neck. Just dogs like you, always attacking the weak. Too afraid to fight an old man like Hayato. If you had, you'd be in a hospital right now, all plastered up, Alex retorted with disdain. Akuma roared and charged into the attack. Alex kicked Chunwoo's severed arm, and it struck the chest of its owner like a projectile. At the same time, Alex intercepted Akuma's strike, grabbed his arm, and with a sharp kick to the elbow, broke it with a crunch. Wrapping his leg around the broken limb, Alex threw his leg over Akuma's neck and put him in a chokehold. Holding the broken arm with one hand, he delivered a powerful blow to the back of Akuma's head. His skull slammed into the floor, blood spraying in all directions, seeping into the cracks. Releasing his opponent, Alex dodged Heihachi's kick, intercepted it, and struck his knee with the hilt of his sword. A disgusting crunch sounded. Then, Alex slid beneath him, threw him over his shoulder, and slammed him into the floor. Without wasting a second, he stepped on Heihachi's back. The sound of his spine breaking echoed like a sinister period. 2 down. 1 left, Alex said coldly, aiming his blade at Chunwoo. Chunwoo's hand reattached itself. While he was recovering his limb, Heihachi and Akuma were already lying on the floor with broken bones. Chunwoo's gaze became sharp and cold. He clenched his fist, and Alex's eyes narrowed. He was trying to figure out what his opponent was planning. Chaotic Heaven's Destruction Strike, Chunwoo said, tightening his fist. He stepped back 3 paces, concentrating his ki, preparing to unleash the most powerful strike towards Alex. Alex recognized the technique. It was the greatest attack of the Black Sky and Earth School. He raised an eyebrow as he noticed how much energy was accumulating in Chunwoo's hand. Alex was about to rush forward, but something suddenly grabbed his leg. He looked down and saw Heihachi's bloodied face, grinning despite his gruesome wounds. This hesitation gave Chunwoo enough time to complete the preparation for his attack. In the next instant, he vanished and appeared directly in front of Alex, delivering the devastating strike. Alex, noticing the approaching attack, drew Muramasa's scabbard and thrust it forward, redirecting the strike into the ceiling. There was an explosion, and the concrete structure above them was completely pierced. Sunlight filtered through the hole. Alex sheathed the blade and activated the mechanism. With a loud click, the sword shot forward, and the hilt slammed into Chunwoo's chest. A crack resounded, his ribcage shattered. At the same time, Alex wrapped his legs around Heihachi's arm, which was still gripping his leg, and sharply pulled. A bone-snapping sound echoed, and blood sprayed onto the floor. The old man's arm was broken with such force, leaving an open fracture. Alex felt movement behind him and turned around. A fist, filled with ki, was speeding toward him. Akuma had decided to take advantage of the moment. Alex deflected it with the back of his hand, grabbed Akuma by the face, and slammed him into the ground with all his strength. This time, he didn't stop. His foot came crashing down on Akuma's head, crushing his skull like a watermelon. Blood, bone fragments, and brain matter splattered in all directions, and Akuma's body twitched one last time before going limp. 2 down. 2 left. Alex glanced at Heihachi, then at Chunwoo. Looks like your new power from Weskier didn't help you much. Heihachi and Chunwoo didn't respond. Their gazes burned with fury. Alex saw their bodies begin to distort, demonic energy burst out, subjugating their flesh. Heihachi's skin turned gray, and his bones healed before his eyes. Alex, unwilling to wait for yet another evolution, struck Heihachi sharply in the chest with his palm. His heart tore apart, thick black blood splattering from his mouth. He fell to his knees, choking on his own blood. Alex grabbed his head with both hands and twisted sharply. There was a crack, and Heihachi's head turned 180 degrees. Not letting go, Alex yanked upward, ripping it off with a sickening snap. He then casually tossed it aside, like a broken toy. Only you left, Alex said. He vanished, and in the next instant, appeared behind Chunwoo. The latter quickly turned, sensing the movement, but he didn't have time to react. Alex was already holding something in his hand, a heart. Chunwoo's still beating heart. With a light smirk, Alex clenched his fist, and the heart burst in his palm. Chunwoo collapsed to his knees, staring at him in shock and horror. You know, Chunwoo, you had potential. You could have become someone good. But you made one wrong step. Maybe it all started when the people from Mirima killed your master and started hunting you for the martial arts you possessed. Or maybe it all went wrong after Li Shirho died. She sacrificed herself to save you, Alex said, squatting down in front of Chunwoo. Who knows, maybe, the latter rasped, spitting blood. But who am I to judge you? I'm a killer too. I just kill idiots like you. Maybe if you had directed your vengeance only against those who were truly guilty, things would have turned out differently. Perhaps you'd have found a disciple. Who knows, maybe they would have kept you from the darkness. But you chose another path. The path where you became a traitor to humanity. Even if you're a descendant of my brother, even your father, Adam, would hardly have forgiven such an act from his children, Alex said calmly, looking him directly in the eyes. For a moment, Chunwoo's eyes widened, then a bitter, resigned smile appeared on his bloodied lips. He understood, neither he nor anyone else ever had a chance of winning. The being before him, this was no human. It was something else. At that moment, he saw in Alex's eyes not pity, not anger, not even disdain. Only a terrifying, cold calm. In the final seconds of his life, Chunwoo realized, before him stood someone beyond comprehension. Someone above all. Without changing his expression, Alex extended his arm, fingers forming the shape of a pistol, and aimed the barrel at Chunwoo's head. Bang, he said softly, as if pronouncing a verdict. In that instant, Chunwoo's head exploded. Alex slowly lowered his hand and sighed. He would be lying if he said Chunwoo disgusted him. No. The character was interesting, even worthy, but he chose the wrong side. If he had, as was intended, taken Li Shirwan as his disciple, perhaps everything would have been different. Maybe he would have fought on the side of good. But fate is a capricious and unforgiving thing. Mortals cannot change what is predestined. Alex pushed the philosophical thoughts aside and, turning around, headed in the direction where he felt Weskier's presence. Leaving the room, he confidently walked down the corridor. He didn't pay attention to the strange changes starting behind him. His goal was Weskier. As soon as Alex had walked far enough, flames erupted from the bodies of Heihachi, Akuma, Chunwoo, and Heisenberg, consuming their remains. Alex squinted slightly, glanced back, but didn't give it much thought. He would find out what it was later. Reaching the massive door, he kicked it with such force that it flew off its hinges. Weskier, I told you I was coming for you, Alex said as he entered the spacious room. Inside, he saw Weskier sitting in a chair, resting his cheek on his fist. His eyes glowed with a bright red light. The demonic energy in the room thickened noticeably. You got to me quickly, false savior, Weskier spoke without standing. Considering you've destroyed all those pathetic rats in my laboratory and even finished off my pawns, whom I personally selected. Oh, you're talking about those bastard scientists and their failed experiments. They asked for it, Alex replied indifferently, shrugging. Weskier smirked, baring his teeth, while Alex casually looked around, as if he didn't take the situation seriously. He was already thinking about how to make Weskier reveal information. Did he bring Davitt and his army into this world? The simplest way, provoke him. Tell me, Weskier, whose dog are you now? Alex began, lighting a cigarette. You used to run after Spencer, then the corporation. And now? Who holds your leash now? I'm nobody's dog, false savior, Weskier hissed, finally standing up. You have no idea what's really going on in this world. Those you're trying to save, they're just an illusion. Your entire struggle, futile. Oh, are you talking about those demons or the strange red obelisks? Since you're saying everything is doomed, maybe you'll share some details. Alex asked, exhaling smoke into his face. You can't even imagine the power of the one behind all this. Weskier said, continuing to play the mysterious figure. All right, enough with the riddles. Did you open the gates for the demons, or was it someone else? I don't have time for guessing games, Alex said tiredly. Weskier smirked. Yes, I did. All these demons, my work. I opened the gates for them. And since you know about them, that temple wasn't the only one. Nope. I just guessed. But thanks for confirming. And no, I wasn't in the temple, Alex smirked, shaking the ash off his cigarette. Weskier frowned, trying to figure out how Alex knew about the demons. But he could think about that later. Instantly drawing his gun, he aimed it at Alex and pulled the trigger. In response, Alex, without missing a second, drew his 2 pistols and opened fire. The bullets collided in midair, sparking. Weskier, like a shadow, darted from side to side, evading the shots. Alex stood motionless, like a rock, continuing to fire methodically, not giving his opponent a second to breathe. Gradually, the distance between them closed until the fight turned into close combat. Even when they clashed in hand-to-hand, they didn't stop shooting at each other up close. Alex seized the moment, delivering a sharp blow, then shot Weskier in the chin. The impact caused his head to snap back. Alex didn't miss the chance and unleashed a burst of bullets directly into his opponent's chest. Before Weskier's body hit the floor, Alex quickly grabbed his iconic pistol and tucked it into his inventory, adding to his collection. Weskier collapsed onto his back, blood spreading underneath him in a crimson pool. Hey, stop pretending. I know you're not dead yet, Alex smirked, holstering his weapon. Heh. I see you're not surprised by my power, Weskier sneered, like Dracula rising from his coffin. Disregarding the laws of gravity, he slowly rose, and all the spilled blood rushed back into his body. With a quiet clink, like raindrops, the bullets fell from his body onto the floor. Alex lazily rolled his eyes at the display. Impressive, of course. He muttered and, spinning around, kicked. At the moment of impact, the Beowulf greaves on his leg flashed. Weskier raised his arms to block the attack, but the force of the blow was too great, one of his arms was torn off with a loud crack. At the last second, Weskier leapt back, and a new arm instantly grew from his shoulder. I admit, I underestimated you, false savior. But that doesn't mean anything. No matter how many times you hurt me, I regenerate. My regeneration is absolute, Weskier smirked, showing off his new arm. You know, Weskier, you're not the first idiot with regeneration I've met. But you know what I like about you guys? Breaking toys like you is a real pleasure, Alex grinned ominously. In that same second, the energy around him flared like flames. The walls cracked, the floor was covered with a web of cracks, and even the ceiling began to crumble. Alex's power was tearing the building apart. Weskier charged. He vanished and reappeared, accelerating like a missile, until he was right in front of Alex. His arm, like a spear, aimed to pierce his enemy's chest. Alex deflected it with his elbow, then kicked Weskier in the chest, sending him flying upwards toward the ceiling. Alex jumped after him, reached him in midair, grabbed his legs, and began spinning like a whirlwind. Then, he abruptly released him. Weskier crashed into the floor, leaving a crater behind. Without giving him time to recover, Alex pushed off the ceiling and dove into Weskier's chest with a double knee strike, breaking through the floor and dragging him deeper and deeper. Coming to his senses after the impact, Weskier shoved Alex away and leaped to the side. Both ended up in a new room, locking eyes. Alex smirked and vanished. Weskier's eyes glowed brightly. He tried to sense Alex's presence, relying on his instincts. But in the next moment, a palm appeared right in front of his face. And now you're going to fly, Alex said with a grin, clenching Weskier's face. Turning, he threw Weskier with all his might through the wall. Weskier soared through the forest, breaking trees, until he slammed into the sandy shore, sinking into the ground. Alex walked up to the gaping hole in the wall and gazed into the distance, following the trail of destruction. There, on the shore, Weskier was partially buried in the sand. To be continued. Chapter 318, Battle against Weskier. After launching Weskier toward the beach, Alex calmly walked over to the gaping hole in the wall through which Weskier had just flown. Standing at the edge, Alex cast his gaze into the distance, toward the shoreline. Even from the distance, the destruction left behind by Weskier was clearly visible: broken trees, boulders scattered in all directions, and craters in the ground, until his body, like a missile, had embedded itself into the sand and vanished under its weight. However, Alex soon tore his gaze away from the sandbank and looked further, toward the horizon, where an aircraft carrier loomed. A crooked smirk tugged at his lips. On the deck stood a crowd of people watching the events unfold, as if it were some kind of show. Shaking his head, he stepped forward and, without hesitation, leapt down. Upon landing, Alex confidently followed the trail of destruction left by Weskier's body, and soon arrived at the beach. As he approached, the sand suddenly erupted. Weskier burst from his improvised grave. A grim scowl was etched on his face, and his neck cracked as he sharply twisted it from side to side. Alex wasn't surprised. He hadn't expected Weskier to fall that easily. That would have been far too boring. His enemy had to suffer, only then would death have meaning. Alex's gaze grew thoughtful. Again and again, he asked himself, why do these villains crave immortality? Why do they seek total control over the world? What's the point of all this struggle, just for ego? Don't they understand that to rule, you need more than power? You need motivation for others to follow you. An iron fist only brings fear and resistance. Rebellions become inevitable, and in the end, one side, or both, will be destroyed. As for immortality, what good is eternal life in a locked world with no escape? Even if Weskier and Spencer's plan succeeded, they still wouldn't escape death. Perhaps not in its usual form, but death nonetheless. Alex, having lived a second life, had come to understand many things, more than they could grasp in an eternity. Now I understand why they want you dead so badly, false savior, Weskier said, cracking his neck. Who exactly? The one holding your leash? Or the rest of the mutts like you? Alex replied indifferently. Weskier's eyes flared with rage. He wouldn't tolerate being called a dog. With a furious snarl, he dashed at Alex, zigzagging across the beach to confuse him. But Alex calmly tracked his every move. When Weskier finally appeared in front of him and struck, Alex simply sidestepped. Weskier's foot slammed into the ground, sending sand flying and leaving behind a crater. Alex took note. Weskier was far stronger than the 4 opponents he had previously faced. I admit, you're stronger than your pawns, Alex said, stepping aside. But still, who wants me dead so badly? Will you satisfy my curiosity? He lit a cigarette, lazily glancing at his opponent. Weskier didn't answer. He vanished again, darting around in a blur, trying to catch Alex off guard. Alex just rolled his eyes. Seriously? Again. He had no trouble tracking Weskier's every reappearance. Each dash left dents and destruction behind. Suddenly, Weskier appeared at his side in a crouch, ready to strike Alex's ribs with an open palm. Alex instantly grabbed his arm, stopping the attack. Yet even so, the impact was strong enough to crack the ground behind him. Weskier frowned. He tried to yank his arm free, in vain. Grit your teeth. This is gonna hurt, Alex warned, raising his hand to strike. Weskier frowned, but before he could do anything, Alex's fist slammed into his face with a dull, bone-crunching thud. The glasses on Weskier's face shattered, and his body was launched across the beach, bouncing off the sand several times before crashing into a rock formation. The blow had been so powerful that Weskier felt its force reverberate through every inch of his body. As he tried to get up, he suddenly realized one of his arms was missing. Scowling, he stared at the stump, which immediately began to regenerate with a quiet crackling sound, restoring itself into a full arm. Alex, who had been calmly standing in place the whole time, was holding the severed limb in his hands. Once he confirmed that the regeneration had worked, he casually tossed it aside. Interesting. Alex thought. If it were an entire body instead of just a limb, would a copy be created? Or does his regeneration merely restore, not duplicate? But what intrigued him even more was something else. Who exactly were they, and why were they hunting him? From Weskier's vague hints, it was clear this wasn't the work of a lone individual but an organization or a group of beings. Davith, as far as Alex was concerned, was out of the game for now. That narrowed the list of suspects. Still, before jumping to conclusions, it was worth drawing out more information. And the best way to do that was to prolong the fight. Alex took a step forward, and in the next instant, he was standing right in front of Weskier. The latter's eyes narrowed to slits as he realized he had missed the moment. Alex struck his palm into Weskier's chest, an invisible slash carved through Weskier's body, and the rock wall behind him shattered into countless fragments. Then, without giving him a chance to recover, Alex spun and kicked him square in the face, sending him flying deeper into the island. Weskier crashed through trees and smashed through stone, feeling every impact. But Alex didn't let him fall. He caught up midair, grabbed Weskier by the face, and drove him into the ground with such force that a deep crater was left in the earth. Raising his arm for another strike, he swung, but Weskier used his hands as leverage to kick Alex's arm away, deflecting the attack. Then he pushed off and leapt back, brushing the dirt from his shoulders. You blocked the strike. But will you handle the next one? Alex said calmly, locking eyes with his opponent. If this is all you've got, I'd suggest surrendering. This isn't over, Weskier growled through clenched teeth. He suddenly raised both palms, aiming them at Alex. A dense surge of demonic energy began forming rapidly in his hands. Alex arched an eyebrow, slightly surprised Weskier was capable of such a technique, but only for a moment. He vanished from his spot and reappeared at Weskier's side. In that same instant, Weskier's arms were severed, and the energy dissipated harmlessly into the air. Alex spun and delivered a brutal kick to Weskier's face. This time, he didn't go flying, but his lower jaw and tongue were completely obliterated, and thick black blood poured from his mangled mouth. Sensing danger, Weskier leapt backward. His body began to regenerate again with alarming speed. You know, regeneration is a curse, Alex said as he slowly approached. On one hand, you're hard to kill. On the other, you feel the pain of every strike, over and over. It doesn't fade. It builds. He waved a hand toward Weskier. Sensing something, Weskier quickly sidestepped, but the freshly regenerated arm was sliced off once more. It regrew again, and Weskier finally began to understand what Alex had meant. He felt every nerve, every millimeter of his reconstructed flesh. Now he was beginning to understand why regeneration truly was a curse. Alex stood calmly, waiting. He knew that sooner or later, Weskier would speak. He would give away what was needed. Well, are you sure you can continue the fight? Alex smirked, lighting a new cigarette. All right, I'll stick around a little longer. Until you bore me, or say what I want to hear. Don't get cocky, false savior. Weskier shouted, spreading his arms and arrogantly tilting his head back. The power I possess exceeds everything a human is capable of. I am immortal. I am almost a god. Alex's eye twitched. He found himself asking the same question again. Why did every idiot with a drop of power immediately develop a god complex? No sane person truly understands what it means to be a god or the burden that comes with such power. And even if a person does become a god, like Buddha, they can still be killed. Weskier had gained only a pitiful spark of power and already fancied himself omnipotent. Alex, why do all the people you fight act the same? Hlock said, materializing behind Alex in her spiritual form, crossing her arms over her chest. I get the feeling that as soon as they gain power from someone or something, their minds snap and they think they're gods. Honestly. No idea, Alex sighed tiredly, glancing at Weskier, who was basking in his own self-importance. Every time some melodramatic villain with inflated ambitions shows up, 5 minutes later they're convinced they're a god. Then just finish him off. Why waste time on this half-baked villain? What difference does it make who wants to kill you? None of them will succeed anyway, Alvitra intervened lazily, appearing behind Alex and resting her hands on his head. Alex paused for a moment, considering. Alvitra was right. No one in this world could harm him, and continuing the fight with Weskier might indeed be pointless. But Alex wanted to know who those idiots were who considered him a threat. His performance, stretching from the very beginning, was nearing its climax. With each step, he revealed more of his power, luring out those who were pulling strings from the shadows. Why not just read his memories, like you usually do? Or do you, have a fetish for beating the answers out of people? Guy Rolol asked with mild irritation, appearing with a frown. Alex opened his mouth to retort but quickly realized she was right. He did prefer pulling answers through force, even when he could simply look into someone's mind. Of course, he wasn't going to admit that. However, the 3 Valkyries had already given him mocking looks, hearing everything, being spiritually connected to him and reading his thoughts like an open book. With a grimace, Alex turned away as the Valkyries laughed at him. He muttered something about the unfairness of the world and decided that all of his irritation would be poured out on Weskier. Meanwhile, Weskier, still smirking, stared at Alex, but suddenly noticed 3 female figures behind him, calmly conversing. His eyes narrowed. He had clearly seen something he shouldn't have. The Valkyries felt his gaze and responded with identical mocking smirks. Hlock even flipped him off before disappearing into Alex's spiritual space with a satisfied grin. Alex understood where Weskier was looking but wasn't surprised in the slightest. So, are you finally going to tell me who really wants me dead? He asked with an arched eyebrow. The truth won't change your fate. They fear the birth of another monster, one that even hell trembled at. Your death is their attempt to prevent the horror from repeating, Weskier replied, squinting and looking at Alex with arrogance. So, they fear the rise of the new Doomslayer. Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. That really narrows down the list of suspects. Let me think for a moment, and don't interrupt. Weskier's eyes narrowed even further. He realized that the men before him knew much more than he let on. Perhaps he even knew the name of the very monster that the priests feared to speak aloud. A smile tugged at Alex's lips. He understood everything. The answer was clear: the three treacherous priests who had personally imprisoned the Doomslayer and his brothers in hell. There, they fought without rest, slaughtering legions of demons until only one remained, the Slayer. One against all of hell. The correct answer is, the priests of the underworld. The ones who fear the birth of the new Doomslayer. What else can you expect from treacherous scum? Alex said with a smirk, shrugging. Who are you? Weskier asked grimly. Alex's smile widened, his teeth gleaming in anticipation. You didn't know. You and your buddies call me the false savior. Well, here's a little revelation for you. Alex vanished from his spot and, in the next instant, appeared right in front of Weskier. His hand pierced through the man's chest with terrifying precision, going straight through the flesh. Weskier's back was punctured by Alex's arm, which gripped a black heart, slowly pulsing and releasing dark blood. I'm much worse than you could ever imagine. I'm scarier than the one who gave you this power. So, Weskier, show me what the power you traded your freedom for is really capable of, Alex said, yanking his hand out of Weskier's body. He squeezed the heart, crushing it in his palm, and at that very moment, the demonic power inside Weskier's body spiraled out of control. A stream of foul energy erupted from him, growing into a black storm. The explosion of demonic power was far stronger than Alex had anticipated. The shockwave obliterated everything within a few kilometers. The ground trembled, and the part of the island where they stood turned into a pile of debris and craters. At the very center of the destruction, in the epicenter of the massive crater, stood Weskier, letting out a piercing, inhuman scream. He writhed in pain as his body contorted, breaking under the onslaught of foreign power. Alex leaped back and stood at the edge of the crater, watching his opponent undergo a transformation. Let's see what you become when you lose the last remnants of your humanity, he muttered, crossing his arms. The dark energy coalesced around Weskier, forming a black dome that engulfed him. The dome began to expand, cracking like a shell unable to contain the monster inside. Alex calmly sat on the edge, propping his cheek with his hand, waiting for the resolution. Soon, the dome shattered into fragments, and a pillar of demonic energy shot into the sky, even more powerful than before. Alex looked up, watching as the sky turned blood red, covered by swirling crimson clouds. Curious influence, don't you think, Zhangya, he remarked lazily, glancing sideways. Zhangya sat next to him, softly leaning her head on his shoulder. She silently nodded and closed her eyes, resting her head on his shoulder. Alex looked back at the sky, inhaling the metallic scent of blood and despair that filled the air. I wonder if it will rain blood, he said thoughtfully. There was no reply. Zhangya remained silent, as if lulled by the quiet before the storm. Meanwhile, the pillar of energy began to fade, but the consequences of the catastrophe were far from gone. Alex glanced around, assessing the scale of the destruction. The radius of the damage exceeded his expectations. When the last wave of energy dissipated, and the dust settled, Alex lowered his gaze to the crater. There, standing, was the new Weskier. He was taller, his hair had turned white, curved horns had grown from his head, and wings and a tail sprouted from his back. His demonic form was complete. His eyes were closed but suddenly snapped open, and he let out a furious roar that shook the ground once more. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching with interest. Hey! Are you still Weskier? Or just a dumb monster now, he shouted with a smirk. Weskier's eyes blazed with a fiery light as he glared at Alex, who was calmly sitting next to Zhangya. In the next moment, Weskier launched himself at them, crashing toward them with a deafening roar, destroying everything around the spot where he had just been. Zhangya, still leaning on Alex's shoulder, opened her eyes. They burned with grim malice. When Weskier came within striking distance, her hair, as if alive, shot forward and pierced his body. Zhangya's eyes, filled with bloodlust, never left Weskier. He growled as dozens of sharp strands pierced his body. With one swift motion, she tore him in half. However, Weskier's body immediately began to regenerate as though no damage had been done. Flapping his wings, he soared into the sky. Alex looked up and sighed. He wasn't about to let Weskier go. He kissed Zhangya on the cheek. The ghostly girl looked at him, nodded, and vanished into the air. Alex stood up, crouched slightly, and with a powerful leap, shot up after Weskier. In the sky, he caught up with him, grabbed his leg, and yanked him downward. Weskier, like a meteor, plummeted to the ground, crashing through the upper floors of the complex and crashing into the laboratories on the lower levels. Alex followed him, flying straight into the breach. He landed on Weskier with such force that the island trembled from the shockwave. The complex, already riddled with damage, began to collapse. Weskier rose. In his hand appeared a blade, woven from demonic energy, as if it had grown out of his flesh. Alex noticed this and quickly jumped back. Weskier lunged at him, swinging the blade, but Alex gracefully vaulted over it, dodging the strike. Cleaving, Alex said calmly, raising 2 fingers. Weskier's body was instantly covered with numerous cuts. Strikes left marks on the walls behind him, and black blood poured from his wounds. But once again, the wounds quickly healed. Alex smirked, taking a step to the side, and used cleaving again. However, the wounds vanished almost immediately, as if they had never been there. He understood, Weskier's regeneration depended on his demonic energy. The more wounds he had, the faster his reserves would burn out. Weskier roared, and his tail shattered the floor beneath Alex's feet. Alex found himself in free fall. Sensing danger behind him, Alex twisted in midair and extended his arms to block the incoming blow. Weskier struck with such force that Alex was sent flying upward, crashing through the floors like a cannonball. "Well, now on the projectile," muttered Alex, flipping in the air and slowing himself down to avoid flying out of the building. He grabbed the ceiling and stopped his flight. At that moment, he noticed Weskier charging toward him. Alex pushed off and flew toward him. Dodging the blade, he grabbed Weskier by the face and, with fury, carried him back down. As they tore through the destroyed floors, Alex slammed Weskier into the ground again and again, each blow causing underground tremors. The complex groaned under the pressure. Lifting Weskier by the head, Alex continued to use his body as a battering ram, smashing walls and destroying what was left of the laboratory. He wasn't planning to stop until everything was reduced to rubble. Finally, Alex spun around and hurled Weskier into the air with great force. Weskier flew out of the ruins of the complex, and with a flap of his wings, he stopped midair. Alex followed, hovering in front of him. "Resilient, I'll give you that," Alex said with a cold smirk, staring directly into Weskier's eyes. But Weskier only growled in response, and with a flap of his wings, he appeared right in front of Alex, raising the demonic blade to strike. Alex's eyes flashed, and, dodging the attack, he struck Weskier in the face with his foot, sending him flying again. In the next moment, Alex disappeared from his position and reappeared behind Weskier, punching him in the spine. Weskier, unfazed, spun midair, flapped his wings, and charged at Alex. A fierce battle ensued at incredible speeds, their silhouettes appearing and disappearing in the sky, accompanied by deafening shockwaves. Even from the deck of the aircraft carrier, where the entire group had gathered, the force of their clashes could be felt. Some of the more observant members were already using binoculars or drones to keep track of the fight. "I'm starting to doubt we're dealing with a zombie apocalypse," said R, watching the sky where Alex and Weskier were furiously battling. "Why?" asked Lem, turning his head toward him and releasing a cloud of cigarette smoke. "Why? I'm not the only one seeing Alex fighting the damn demon. In the sky. This isn't giant zombies or mutants made from piles of bodies. It's a demon with wings." R replied, pointing a finger at the sky. His logic was hard to refute. But everything they had seen in the underground laboratory made them question whether the being in front of them was truly a demon. If it hadn't been for the creatures in the capsules filled with liquid, they might have already believed R's version. Though the blood-red sky still suggested something supernatural. "I have a theory as to why Alex is fighting an opponent that resembles a demon," said Akasame, stroking his mustache. "Well, spill it, genius," muttered Sujetsu, taking a sip from his bottle. "I dare to suggest that this is the result of a virus affecting people skilled in martial arts. Many of those saved from the laboratory are somehow connected to this world. Therefore, this is the final stage of mutation. Remember Diego, he already resembled what Alex is fighting now," Akasame reasoned, voicing his conclusions. His words helped clarify things a bit, especially for those who had doubts about who Alex was truly fighting. Alex's girls exchanged glances as they watched the battle. They were secretly relieved that no one had figured out the demonic nature of the situation and were attributing everything to the virus. They all understood that revealing the truth could cause panic and distrust within the group. "It's good that Master Akasame is so wise and observant," sighed Mio. "You're right. But, Mio, the more observant ones tend to get to the truth first," Coco reminded, glancing at her friend. "Good thing Alex threw in that story about the virus and the apocalypse," Ray smirked, nodding. "Definitely. Such a talent for convincing lies, it's an art," Ada said with a sarcastic grin. "Oh, you'd know about that," Becca rolled her eyes. "You could convince anyone with a story and not even blink." Ada only smirked and turned her gaze back to the sky, where the battle still raged. There were lively conversations on the deck, but the newcomers, who had just been rescued from the underground laboratory, were in the greatest shock. Especially irritated was Yuri, who kept pestering Chun-Li, demanding either to share her husband or at least get a taste of him. Chun-Li's nerves finally gave way, and she lunged at Yuri. Yuri, in turn, didn't hold back, a scuffle broke out between them. But no one paid much attention to the fighting girls. Meanwhile, the kids on the deck were cheering for Alex even louder. Anya and Alice had already gotten acquainted, and Alice quickly pulled the new girl into her group, which also included Malka and Anoka. A strong friendship quickly formed between them. Alex continued to beat Weskier in the sky. Each of his strikes sent the opponent flying in different directions, like a rag doll. Gradually, Weskier's regeneration began to slow down, his body was no longer healing as quickly as before. Alex was starting to grow tired of the brawl. It was starting to feel like beating a piñata, from which instead of sweets, blood and bones were spilling out. He had long lost count of how many bones he had broken in Weskier's body and how many times the man had almost reassembled himself from a pile of pulp. If not for the fear of scaring off a more dangerous enemy too soon, Alex would have finished Weskier off the moment they arrived on the island. But now, he had decided not to waste any more time. Clenching his fist, Alex turned toward Weskier and struck. "Evening Elephant," he said. The first blow hit Weskier like a hurricane's gust. A powerful wave of compressed air slammed into him, and before he was sent flying back, Alex teleported behind him and struck again. Then came 3 more blows, one after another, each with compressed air. Weskier found himself trapped, each strike prevented him from escaping the confining pressure of the air. Alex pushed off from the air and soared higher into the sky, breaking through the clouds with his body. At that moment, Brunhilde, standing on the deck, realized what he was about to do. "Everyone hold on," she screamed, warning the others. Her voice snapped everyone out of their stupor. People immediately started grabbing onto anything they could find to keep from being blown off the deck. Chunli and Yuri, who had been fighting up until then, stopped. Yuri looked around in confusion, but seeing Chunli grabbing the support beams, she understood, the shout wasn't just panic. The group of children was shielded by the martial arts masters. Apachai and Zangief stood in front of them, exchanged a look, and without words, understood each other. They used their bodies as living shields, protecting the children from the impending shockwave. Clasping each other's hands as a sign of newfound friendship, they braced themselves for the power Alex was about to unleash. Those who had trained with Alex in chakra control began using it, concentrating it in their feet to grip the deck. The first to do this was one of Alex's girls, the rest who knew the technique followed suit. Those who didn't control chakra simply clung as tightly as they could to the railings and ropes. "Goddamn. Not again. Last time I almost flew overboard." Itami muttered in panic, looking around. "Itami, what's going on?" Aoi asked, noticing everyone preparing for something. "Get ready for an impact. Come here so you don't get blown away," he said, pulling Aoi toward him and securing her to his harness with a carabiner. Aoi still didn't understand what was happening but decided to trust Itami. She pressed close to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, trying not to interfere with his movements. Rebecca Chambers and Claire didn't stay out of it either, they followed the others' lead and grabbed onto something firmly. Barry, Moira, and Jill looked bewildered. "Jill, Barry, Moira, what are you doing, frozen in place? Or do you want to get blown away by the wind?" Claire shouted, securing herself to the railing with a carabiner. "What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly grabbing onto anything that isn't nailed down?" Moira asked in confusion. "Remember I told you we have our own entertainment, watching Alex fight? Well, it usually ends with a huge shockwave. And if you don't want to be thrown overboard, you'd better hold on tight," Rebecca explained, securing the carabiner next to Jill. The trio exchanged glances and, without asking any unnecessary questions, followed Rebecca and Claire's advice. They all looked up at the sky. A dull rumble sounded through the air, as if the sky itself were cracking. The clouds parted with a roar, splitting apart as if in fear. Through the rift in the heavens, a crimson dragon fell, like a meteor, shining, majestic, and terrifying. Its target was clear, Weskier. "What the hell?" Moira swore, looking up in disbelief and horror. "This is the final." "Hold on tight," Claire replied, gripping the support. Alex, surrounded by an aura of crimson flames, was at the very center of the dragon. Reaching the highest point in the sky, he pushed off the air and rapidly descended, using the night moth technique. The air screamed with speed. Energy swirled around him, taking the form of the familiar dragon. Extending his foot forward, Alex fell like celestial retribution. Weskier looked up and roared, unwilling to accept the inevitable. The space around him distorted, the air compressed, reality cracked. In a split second, Alex's foot slammed into him, crushing flesh and bone, driving him into the ground. The blow was so powerful that Weskier was sent plummeting downward, but Alex increased the pressure, twisting his foot slightly, as if deliberately squeezing the last remnants of resistance out of his opponent. The next moment marked the end. Their bodies crashed into the island with a deafening noise. An explosion followed, so powerful that its echo seemed to roll across the entire ocean. The ground shattered into pieces. Debris from the island shot up into the sky before falling back into the sea, creating enormous waves. The ocean raged. Water surged over the aircraft carrier, drenching those still on the deck. The first wave hit them with cold, salty water. The second soaked them to the bone. The deck turned into one massive waterfall. People clung to whatever they could in panic. Some cursed, others laughed, but the children, protected by the heroes, laughed loudly, as if enjoying a water park. When the storm finally settled and the water drained overboard, only a peaceful, empty stretch of ocean remained where the island had once stood. "God damn, he destroyed the whole damn island," Moira whispered in disbelief. "Moira, watch your language," Barry muttered, shooting a stern look at his daughter. She just rolled her eyes, gazing at the spot where the grim island, once her prison, had been. Conversations buzzed around her, some with irritation, some with relief. But almost all of them circled around one thing: we got drenched again because of this crazy psychopath. The girls stood in silence. Wet hair clung to their faces and bodies, and their clothes stuck to their skin. Their gazes were empty, filled with exhaustion. This time, Alex's battle didn't impress them at all. Especially because the final act had turned into a cold shower for them. They exchanged a silent glance. The decision was made without words. This time, Alex wouldn't receive hugs and kisses for his victory, but a well-deserved, collective retribution. To be continued. Chapter 319, The End of Weskier. And once again, on the road. At the very moment when Weskier, consumed by maddened fury, had completely lost himself to his demonic nature, his mind became a blazing chaos, craving only blood and destruction. He had become a monster, capable only of killing. However, in the final moments, when Alex's foot was already flying straight toward him, Weskier suddenly regained consciousness. His mind cleared, and he regained control over himself. But it was too late. He couldn't move, his body was bound by currents of compressed air, anchoring him in place. From above, like a meteor, Alex descended upon him, surrounded by the flaming image of a red dragon, the embodiment of the night moth technique. Weskier roared in despair, unwilling to die. Everything around slowed, like the final scene of a tragedy. He looked up, directly into the eyes of his inevitable doom. The blow struck him squarely in the chest. Weskier's body cracked, bones shattered, only to regenerate and break again under the unrelenting power of the strike. He realized that his cursed gift of regeneration had become a prison, each second turned into unending agony. He remembered, regeneration is not just a blessing, but a curse. They crashed into the island, and Weskier felt the ground beneath him shatter. In an instant, the island was destroyed down to its foundation. Everything on it sank to the bottom, along with Weskier. He was drowning, feeling life slipping away and his strength evaporating like mist. And in that moment, he understood why the priests wished for Alex's death and called him a false savior. Alex wasn't human. He was a monster capable of obliterating everything in his path. Weskier's only regret was that he never achieved his goal, to become immortal. "Do you think death will free you from your chains, Weskier?" a voice echoed nearby. "Don't get your hopes up. You'll still be useful to our master. Your soul will serve a greater purpose." A crimson portal opened behind Weskier and swallowed him whole. Alex, standing atop the water where the island once was, watched it happen. He clearly saw Weskier being dragged into the portal, but didn't move. He was curious, why would anyone want a dying, drained Weskier? He remembered, he had felt this sensation before, when fighting the half-villains. The spatial distortions were the same. That meant Weskier, like the other four, might return. But next time, they wouldn't be the same enemies. It would be something else. Something far more dangerous. For a brief moment, Alex paused in thought, and felt another thread deep within his consciousness snap. He frowned. The red marker. He whispered. Another one had been destroyed. This time, in Europe. Alex sighed heavily. The demons of Davith and the necromorphs of the monolith were no longer holding back. A full-scale battle for territory had begun. It had once been subtle, but now the war had ignited in full force. And this was only the beginning. Everything Alex had faced until now was merely preparation. A warm-up. He still hadn't found any trace of those truly responsible. The red markers, the demons, the necromorphs, they were nothing more than a pathetic sideshow before the arrival of the real villains. Stopping the flood of thoughts, Alex turned toward the aircraft carrier and began walking across the water, step by step, contemplating what lay ahead. After arriving in Alaska, he would need to focus on building a settlement, establishing radio contact with survivors. The main goal, clearing out the surrounding area. He had everything necessary to handle it. Reaching the aircraft carrier, Alex lightly pushed off the water's surface and leapt onto the deck in a single bound. And immediately noticed, everyone left was soaked to the bone. And they were all staring at him, not kindly. Very not kindly. However, the tense atmosphere was instantly diffused by Anya's voice. She ran up to him and skillfully climbed up his leg into his arms. Alex smiled, looking at the soaked, wide-eyed girl glowing with excitement. "Daddy, you were so cool." Anya exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Haha, thanks. But, why are you all so wet? Alex asked with an innocent smile, glancing up. You still have to ask. Coco snapped. You destroyed the entire island. The waves from the debris soaked us from head to toe. Alex laughed, but deep down, he felt this was only a short break before the next storm. He gave an embarrassed smile as he looked at everyone nodding in agreement with Coco's words. But the way the girls were staring at him began to worry him. He squinted in response to their looks and instantly understood, they were planning something. And whatever it was, it probably wouldn't be pleasant for him. The others on the deck began dispersing, eager to change out of their wet clothes. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed a woman still staring toward the former island. Her face seemed familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall who she was. Not giving it much thought, he looked away and turned back to the girls who continued to stare at him intently. So, what are you waiting for? Don't you want your fair share of hugs and kisses for the victory? Ada said sarcastically. You know. I think I'll pass this time. I need to help Anya change, she's all wet. She might catch a cold, Alex said politely and with exaggerated care. The girls narrowed their eyes. Their expressions promised nothing good, and Alex knew it. He pretended not to notice the looming threat and, using concern for his daughter as a shield, headed toward the command bridge. But the moment he took his first step, someone blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Saya asked with a smirk, holding out her arm. You really think your little tricks will work? We've known you too long for that. Alex's eye twitched. He looked at the girls, then squinted again, as if trying to read their wicked plan. But none of them seemed ready to back off. Thoughts swirled in his head, what were they planning? What kind of payback awaited him for the cold shower they got because of him? Behind him, he felt mocking gazes. Turning, he noticed a group of guys who were happily watching the scene unfold like it was a comedy skit. He shot them a warning glare, as if to say, don't push your luck, but they only grinned and stayed put. Alex mentally promised to deal with them later, if he made it out of this trap alive. He turned back to the girls. Don't make me use my secret weapon, he said, narrowing his eyes. Oh, go on, try it, Rika said with a smirk. You forced my hand. Look. It's Superman. Alex suddenly shouted, pointing to the sky. The reaction was instant. All the girls turned their heads at once in the direction he pointed. In that same second, Alex scooped up Alice, grabbed Anya, and bolted, fleeing with both girls in his arms. By the time the others realized they'd been tricked, the sky above was shining a clear blue, with clouds lazily drifting across it. So where's Superman? I was expecting to see a flying hero in underwear over his pants, Shizuka said, squinting at the sky in confusion. Shizuka, we just got played. Alex ran off, Saya sighed in frustration, rubbing her forehead. He really did, Shizuka muttered as she turned and saw that Alex had vanished like a ghost. The girls exchanged glances and unanimously decided, Alex's punishment just got upgraded. Meanwhile, Alex rushed into the captain's bridge, carrying Alice and Anya in his arms. The first thing he saw was Alcina and Yuriko calmly sitting at the table with teacups, chatting about something. Both women turned toward him, noticing the expression on his face as he barged in. Alex gave them a light smile and gently placed Alice and Anya on the couch. Then he pulled out a towel from his inventory and began drying the wet hair of both girls. Looking up, he noticed that Lucy and 02 were still sleeping, curled up on the nearby couch. He immediately understood why they hadn't been seen earlier. After being in hibernation for so long, they were still recovering, and Alex didn't want to wake them. As he continued carefully drying their hair, he felt small bumps on Anya's head under his fingers. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 tiny horns. Barely touching them, he heard the soft giggle of the girl, apparently, it tickled her. Alex smiled. Lucy and 02 also had horns, just more noticeable. He decided not to tease Anya and left her little horns alone. Alcina and Yuriko watched this scene with interest. Yuriko smiled softly as she watched Alex tenderly take care of the girls, while Alcina reconsidered her opinion of him. Why are Anya and Alice so wet? And why did you burst in like demons were chasing you? Yuriko asked with a half-smile. Well, when I was fighting Weskier, I accidentally destroyed the island. And, well, everyone got soaked when the debris fell into the water, Alex replied awkwardly with a grin. Anya and Alice immediately began excitedly recounting everything they had seen, how Alex fought, how the huge red dragon had fallen onto the island, destroying it. They eagerly praised his bravery and strength. Yuriko listened with a gentle smile, but the question that still nagged her was, who exactly was Alex running from? After hearing the question, Alex confessed that he suspected the girls were plotting revenge, since they were drenched because of him. Yuriko simply shook her head and calmly said, "You're to blame." Alex rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. Instantly, Anya and Alice's clothes dried. Looking around, he noticed that the trio, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, were nowhere to be found. However, in the corner, Wolf was quietly snoring, in sleep mode. After thinking for a moment, Alex concluded that the vengeful girls had probably dragged them into the shower with them. To check this, he sent out a mana pulse, and, as expected, he was right. Great. I've bought myself some time to come up with a counterplan, Alex thought, already planning how to hide in the workshop until the hostile phase was over. The plan was good: safe shelter and an iron door. Don't even think about hiding, Yuriko said calmly, noticing how he was slowly backing toward the door. How did you know? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Trust me, I've managed corporations for many years. Not only Brunhild can read your mind, Yuriko replied with a sweet, yet knowing smile. Alex sighed heavily, realizing that he wouldn't be able to escape. There was only one thing left to do: accept his fate and face the anger of the girls head-on. At that moment, his clothes began to glow, and he appeared in his usual black shorts and t-shirt. Seeing this, Anya's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Alice was still trying to get used to the fact that her brother was actually who he was. When she first learned that Alex was the Demon King, she didn't believe it, but now she was starting to realize the magnitude of it. Alcina, who had been watching the scene, finally couldn't hold back any longer. How do your abilities even work? If you're talking about the clothes, it's simple, Alex replied, snapping his fingers and changing his outfit once more. I created a spatial inventory some time ago and just changed my clothes with a single movement. With those words, he returned to his usual appearance, preparing for the upcoming confrontation with the angry female coalition. Alex realized that Alcina had even more questions, and fortunately, he had a little time to answer them. Especially considering that Anya and Alice were bombarding him with questions about what he was capable of, constantly asking him to show them another trick. He chatted with Alcina and Yuriko while entertaining the girls with simple magical tricks, like creating glowing figurines, levitating objects, and small illusions. Alcina just sighed heavily, feeling like she was in the company of truly strange individuals, where even the most insane displays of magic were seen as something mundane. Oh, right, almost forgot, Alex suddenly said, as if remembering an important detail. That idiot Heisenberg became a knife stand. Alcina narrowed her eyes and stared at him. You said he'd go under the knife for experiments. How did he end up becoming a knife stand? Well. Alex scratched the back of his head and shrugged slightly. It turned out that Weskier took control of him. Heisenberg got in my way. Well, now he's lying under the knives. Literally. He died faster than I expected. I probably should have brought him to you so you could deal with him yourself. Shame, I didn't make it in time. Alcina looked at him with a blank expression. Inside, she still burned with the desire to tear Heisenberg apart for everything he had done to her daughters. They were a family. The only ones she truly loved. Yuriko, who had been observing her, had come to understand Alcina a little more in recent time and couldn't help but feel sympathy for the woman. Yes, she had once been on the other side, yes, she had a dark past, but that didn't change the fact that she had lost her family. Alex sighed, sensing the change in her mood. He wasn't about to justify her actions. Alcina and her daughters had indeed committed many horrors, feeding on human blood. But if you looked at it from another angle, there were plenty of people in this world who had killed far more. Everyone had their own opinions, and he wasn't going to impose his own. He climbed onto the couch, laid his head on the pillow, and closed his eyes. Anya and Alice, not far behind, snuggled up on his chest and closed their eyes as well. Alex thought about the long journey to Alaska. It would be a long one, and once they arrived, there would be much to do. The girls, who had just returned from a hot shower to wash off the salt and sea water, were now in a fighting mood as they headed to the captain's bridge, to get revenge on Alex for the cold water surprise. However, when they entered, they found a peaceful scene. Alex was asleep, and Anya and Alice were peacefully dozing on his chest. The girls exchanged glances. Now was clearly not the time for revenge. Lowering their weapons, in both the literal and figurative sense, they decided to postpone the payback for later. Lucy and 02, drawn by the warmth, joined Alex, settling in next to him. Even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch climbed onto the couch, making themselves comfortable beside him. As usual, Alex found himself surrounded on all sides. The girls decided not to disturb him and went about their own business while he slept. The route to Alaska had already been plotted, so the final stop was ahead. They chatted among themselves, glancing now and then at the peacefully sleeping Alex and those cuddled up to him. For some reason, I also feel like sleeping, even though it's only midday. Shizuka yawned, covering her mouth. I've already decided. I'm going to sleep, Rory said, climbing onto the couch and settling next to Alex. Becca lazily pulled off her clothes and followed suit. The other girls exchanged glances, fatigue and drowsiness were taking over. In the end, they decided that a short afternoon nap wouldn't hurt anyone. Only Yuriko, Kiriko, and Namio stayed awake. They decided to keep Alcina company so she wouldn't be lonely while the others slept. Alcina didn't mind. She was beginning to get used to this strange but surprisingly warm company. Even Anya and Alice didn't feel fear toward her, and it allowed her to finally feel relaxed for the first time in a long while. Waking up in the evening, Alex wearily opened his eyes, feeling that his rest hadn't been quite complete. Rubbing his face, he sat up on the couch, and then noticed that the girls were looking at him and giggling. Even Lucy and 02, barely holding back laughter, were watching him with obvious interest. Alcina also looked at him strangely, as if unsure whether to laugh or feel sorry for him. Alex, confused, shook his head, continuing to rub his face, trying to shake off the last bits of drowsiness, and then he noticed something was off. His palms were stained with ink. He sighed and understood everything, revenge. Very funny, he mumbled, trying to wipe the artwork off his face. A little payback from our side, Coco smirked. For making us soak through. Realizing he wouldn't be able to get rid of the ink quickly on his own, Alex turned to White. Can you help? The android girl approached, licked her finger, and carefully began to wipe the ink off his face. Alex just sighed. Yes, it was strange, but still better than if she had just licked his cheek. Although, that's exactly what she did once she was done. Alex let out a heavy breath and looked around. What time is it? Almost dinner, Namio replied, carefully setting the plates. You woke up just in time. And where are Anya and Alice? He asked, noticing the two young girls were missing from the bridge. Those two already had dinner and ran off to play, dragging along three strange, little creatures, 02 lazily said, shoving her hand into a bag of sweets. Alex smirked and walked over to her to grab a candy. But as soon as his hand returned with the treat, 02 instantly bit his finger and immediately ate the candy. You're a greedy sweet tooth, Alex joked, pinching her nose and taking a new candy. Sitting at the table, he noticed Alcina. She had joined them for dinner, but her head was almost touching the ceiling. Only then did Alex realize how uncomfortable she must be. He snapped his fingers, the ceiling of the captain's bridge slowly rose, increasing the height. More space became available, and Alcina could relax. More magic, she asked, looking up. Something like that. By the way, can you even eat regular food? Alex asked, surprised. What, do you think I'm some kind of monster? Alcina smirked, narrowing her eyes. Well, you have pale skin, lived in a castle, and drank blood. Everything points to one thing, you're a vampire, Shizuka interjected, nodding sagely. The other girls nodded in agreement. Alcina rolled her eyes, picked up a piece of roasted meat from her plate, and dramatically put it in her mouth. Happy now, she asked, chewing. Now I am. I was starting to wonder where I'd get blood for you. Or if I'd have to change your physiology, Alex muttered. What do you mean by that? Alcina narrowed her eyes. If you couldn't eat regular food, would you be my experiment? Alex grinned. It would have been much simpler, he smirked. I'd just change your race. Just like that, he said, and his body gently began to glow with internal magic. When Alex's body glowed, the girls stared at him with curiosity. The light faded, and before them stood Alex with a pair of cat ears on his head and a tail slowly swishing behind him. Several of the girls literally lit up with excitement. He didn't even manage to say a word before they swarmed him, touching his ears and tail. So soft. Shizuka murmured, pressing her cheek against his ears. And the tail feels so real. Chiquita said in admiration, pulling on it. Hey, careful. The tail's real. And so are the ears, Alex grimaced, pulling Chiquita's hand away and flicking his tail in annoyance. So who are you now? A half-cat? A demon cat? Or, what should we call you? Saya asked, examining his new body parts. I think Nikomata works, Alex replied, lazily swishing his tail from side to side. The girls watched, mesmerized, as Alex's tail swayed, almost hypnotizing them. Meanwhile, Alcina was deep in thought. She had finally received an answer. Alex really could not only change his own race but, apparently, others as well. This triggered a new barrage of questions. The girls eagerly began asking what else he could transform into, and whether he could change their races. Smiling, Alex decided to entertain their curiosity. His body was once again enveloped in soft light, and when it faded, he had a pair of fox ears on his head, and 9 fluffy tails swaying behind him. Shizuka was the first to lose control. She squealed in delight and buried her face in Alex's tails. Now you're a kitsune. Ray asked, settling between the tails as if it were a nest. Girls, first dinner, then tails, Namio said firmly, serving food onto the plates. Reluctantly, everyone returned to their meal, but they kept throwing interested glances at Alex. Red and White, in particular, were watching intently. Their attention wasn't just out of curiosity, they were meticulously recording every action and transformation of Alex, adding the data to their databases for future analysis. This information could be useful to better assist him in critical situations. Alex could feel their fiery gazes but remained calm, finishing his dinner. He was about to get up and take a walk, but the girls had other plans. Before he could even push back his chair, they piled on him, starting to fuss with his ears and tails. He felt more like a soft toy than a person. Brunhilde, sitting opposite him, just gave him a look that said, "You brought this on yourself. Don't complain." Realizing that the girly siege wouldn't be loosening anytime soon, Alex resigned himself to his fate. He was trapped in a ring of women's hands and happy faces. After some time, he finally managed to break free. He returned to his usual form, which immediately triggered a chorus of discontent. "Hey! We're not done playing. Why so quick? Bring back the tails." Alex regretted ever showing this ability. Ignoring their complaints, he decided to do something useful. But 02 had other plans. Without saying a word, she climbed onto his back and made herself comfortable there. Leaving the captain's bridge behind, Alex, carrying 02, made his way to the game room to visit Anya and Alice. "Listen, 02, he began, turning his head, do your horns, do they grow? Or do they stay the same size?" "They grow," she answered grimly, chewing on a candy. "They need to be trimmed. But those bastards in lab coats, they just broke them." Her voice was cold and controlled, but Alex could hear the anger in it. He simply nodded, saying nothing, and continued down the corridor lit by the soft glow of the ship. Alex sighed and gently placed his hand on 02's head, stroking her between the horns. "Then I'll trim them myself, so you'll be more comfortable," he said with a warm smile. 02 responded with the same gentle smile, pressing her cheek against his and softly rubbing against him, purring in pleasure. Alex could feel her emotions, gratitude, warmth, joy, but beneath the mask, there was still pain. He knew what she and Lucy had gone through in the labs, how much suffering and hatred they had endured. And although both girls were behaving calmly now, he understood that their inner wounds were still fresh. Perhaps that was why they hadn't gone up to the main deck to watch his fight with Weskier. They didn't want to face cruelty and violence again, or perhaps, they simply didn't want to disappoint him. But now a new task lay before him, to teach 02 and Lucy how to behave properly in society so they wouldn't accidentally cause trouble. Alex decided to entrust this responsibility to the most reliable girls, Brunhilde, Yuriko, Kiriko, and Nemio. He was sure they would handle it much better than he could. On the way to the game room, Alex chatted with 02 about various topics. The girl was especially interested in sweets, just like her original from another universe. When she ran out of candy, Alex pulled another pack from his pocket and handed it to her. 02's eyes immediately lit up, now she knew exactly where the sweets were kept. Opening the door to the game room, Alex immediately spotted his new daughter, Anya. It had only been half a day, and already, he was a father. And strangely enough, this didn't scare him at all. Quite the opposite. However, now it was time for him to start putting his plan into action on how to ward off all the potential suitors in the future. "Nobuena, I see you're interrupting the children's game again," Alex said, seating 02 on a bench. "Wasn't last time enough for you?" "Humph. What do you mean interrupting? I'm helping them make these boring games more interesting." Nobuena huffed with feigned indignation. "Katsui, Nagahide, greetings to you as well," Alex said, ignoring her and nodding to the two girls. Katsui and Nagahide waved lazily at him, smiling tiredly. Meanwhile, 02 had become interested in a board game, while Anya, comfortably settled on Alex's lap, continued participating in the game, leaning against him. Once again, Alex noticed that Alice, Anoka, Malka, Nobukatsu, and Garcia were all on the same team. As usual, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, Alice's eternal companions, had attached themselves to them. A sudden noise caught his attention. Among the children, he noticed Apachai and Zangief, who seemed to have started a competition between themselves. "What's going on there?" Alex asked, pointing at the two wrestlers. "Ah, those two." For some reason, they decided to compete for the children's attention. "They're fighting in games, showing off tricks, and whoever does better will be the kid's favorite," Nagahide said, covering her mouth with a fan and hiding a smile. "Well, they really do love children. In essence, those two are like caring older brothers," Alex nodded. "And who's this? Your new girlfriend?" Nobuena suddenly asked, pointing at 02. "And why does she have horns?" Alex decided to reveal a bit more. He explained that 02 had been the subject of cruel experiments until she was rescued. And Anya was his adopted daughter. "You've quickly become a father. Want another one?" Nobuena asked with a mischievous grin. Do you want to be my daughter? Alex replied, smirking. Of course, you're cute, but you're a bit too grown up for that. Nobuna was momentarily taken aback by Alex's response, while Nagahide and Katsui couldn't hold back their smiles and chuckled quietly. Nobukatsu laughed the loudest, but his joy was short-lived. His sister immediately rewarded him with a sharp slap to the head. Anya, snuggling up to Alex, narrowed her eyes suspiciously at Nobuna. She heard her thoughts, and there wasn't a hint of wanting to become Alex's daughter. Quite the opposite. Alex, catching Anya's gaze, nodded. He understood. It seemed Nobuna was more likely aiming for the role of another mother, not a daughter. Anya was about to say aloud what she had heard, but when she saw her dad smiling, she realized, he already knew. Who wants to be your daughter? I'm talking about something else, Nobuna mumbled, blushing. I know, I just wanted to joke around a bit, Alex replied with a smile. But really, a date is a good way to start. Even if the apocalypse is outside, it doesn't mean we should forget about romance. Don't you think so too? Then it's settled. A date it is. Just don't make me wait too long, I'm not patient, Nobuna said with a smirk. Alex smiled and nodded. Alice, Anoka, and Malka, sitting nearby, all gave him a thumbs up in sync, clearly approving of how things were progressing. Alex just shook his head with a light grin. Things were always fun with those three. Meanwhile, Nobukatsu looked like he had just seen a ray of light at the end of the tunnel. His gaze showed hope that Alex would save him from the demon known as Nobuna. Alex looked at him with sympathy. The guy was clearly hoping that if his sister focused on her personal life, he'd get to live a little longer. Meanwhile, 02, who had been watching the conversation with interest, turned to Alex with a question. Alex, what's a date, and why is it needed? Understanding that this topic required an explanation, Alex decided to stay and enlighten 02. Besides, there were girls nearby who could help him, at least, theoretically. In practice, it quickly became clear that the only one who could help with romantic matters was Nagahide. As for Nobuna and Katsui, they were more suited to the definition of a musclehead when it came to feelings. To be continued. Chapter 320, A Day in the Training Room. After the destruction of the island, including the secret facility and the subsequent killing of Weskier, life aboard the aircraft carrier once again returned to its dull routine, heading toward the next destination, which happened to be Alaska. Realizing how long the journey would take, Alex once again regretted not turning the entire carrier into a flying island. And as if fate wanted to mess with him further, the already long route got even longer due to a sudden deterioration in weather. A storm forced the ship to slow down and wait it out. During this time, Alex spent most of his days with his family, giving special attention to his new daughter, Anya. He had grown so attached to the girl that he barely let her out of his sight. Even when locking himself away in his workshop, Alex would always bring Anya with him. To keep her entertained, he created a cozy play corner for her, where she could play with Alice while the storm raged outside. The girls watched this growing bond with interest, some with fondness, others with a touch of envy. They, too, wanted to spoil Anya and shower her with affection. For many of them, it was their first taste of motherhood, and the sweet little girl stirred their most tender emotions. Meanwhile, 02 and Lucy were placed under the care of Brunhild, Nemio, Kiriko, and Yuriko, in an attempt to teach them the basic rules of social behavior. However, as often happens, those plans quickly fell apart. 02 and Lucy absolutely refused to learn anything and used every opportunity to ditch their lessons. Even when Brunhild forcibly dragged them to class, both girls would immediately look for a way to escape, and almost always ended up hiding in Alex's workshop to spend time with him. Brunhild increasingly complained that 02 and Lucy couldn't be as reasonable and obedient as Anya. In response, she got nothing but lazy glances and complete indifference. Saya, declaring herself a genius, attempted to teach them at least arithmetic, so they wouldn't be tricked in the future. But her efforts ended in failure, and to make matters worse, she became the target of Rebecca's teasing. This led to a quarrel, and during the commotion, 02 and Lucy managed to sneak off to Alex once again. The incident with Alice had taught Alex to keep a strict watch over Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. He had already gone through one disaster when Alice accidentally became a devotee of their strange faith in the Imperium, and it took a miracle to talk her out of joining the Sisters of Battle. Now, both Alex and the girls made sure Anya wouldn't fall under the trio's influence either. While the storm kept them from going up on deck, Alcina was gradually integrating into the group, mostly bonding with Yuriko, Kiriko, and Nemio. Meanwhile, Siko spent a little time each day with her father, rebuilding their family bond. Alex accompanied her on visits to Michikatsubu Sujima, hoping for a simple, pleasant interaction, but he was quickly proven wrong. Michikatsu turned out to be the embodiment of an overprotective father. The moment Siko stepped out to brew some tea, Alex became the target of a barrage of threats. If you ever make my daughter cry, I'll grind you into mincemeat. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me, he said, disturbingly calm. Alex barely managed to hold back from reminding him who had won their last fight. But apparently, Michikatsu had completely ignored that fact. As soon as Siko returned with a tray in hand, her father's face instantly transformed into a warm, friendly smile. At that moment, Alex seriously began to question the man's mental stability. Maybe he had made a mistake when he separated Michikatsu's human and demonic sides. Leaving his cabin, Alex could literally feel the burning, hostile stare on his back. Of course, he could have dealt with Michikatsu easily, but he understood, this wasn't about strength. This wasn't a fight, it was a family drama. Returning to the captain's bridge, Alex told the girls about the visit. Instead of support, he was met with collective laughter. They were already used to the fact that nearly every relative Alex encountered reacted the same way, with threats and crazy eyes. When the storm finally calmed and the sky cleared, everyone who could rushed to the main deck. After spending several days locked in their cabins due to the storm, everyone was eager for fresh air and at least some movement. Alex was no exception. In fact, he even managed to arrange an improvised date with Nobuona. The date was spontaneous and, in some sense, surprising even for Nobuona herself. As soon as the weather settled and Anya and Alice left the bridge to meet their friends, Alex decided to go check on his daughter. But the moment he stepped onto the deck, Nobuona instantly caught him and dragged him away, not accepting any protests. When he briefly looked back, the last thing he saw were the faces of Katsui and Nagahide. Their relieved smiles clearly showed that the past few days spent cooped up with Nobuona had been a real ordeal. Despite the strangeness of the situation, the date turned out to be surprisingly warm. Of course, a romantic outing on an aircraft carrier drifting in the middle of the ocean was far from ideal. But Alex made it work the best he could and spent the whole day with Nobuona. From time to time, other girls would come up, some just curious about what he was doing, others quietly approaching to kiss him on the cheek or lips before walking away with a smile. Each was busy with her own thing, some with work, others with hobbies. Even the lazy Rebecca was tinkering with her weapons. No one objected to Alex spending time with one of them, they all accepted it with ease and understanding. As the evening sky turned shades of orange and pink, the date came to an end. Alex walked Nobuona to her cabin, and before parting, she kissed him on the cheek and softly said that she had enjoyed everything, even the unusual setting. Returning to the captain's bridge, Alex was immediately bombarded with curious questions. The girls wanted to know how his time with Nobuona had gone. He told them without hiding any details, and so another day on the aircraft carrier came to an end. The next day, it was the turn of another group of girls, those interested in martial arts. They had decided to monopolize Alex for the entire day. He barely finished breakfast before he was literally pulled from the bridge and dragged to the training room. It had been specially designated for those who practiced combat discipline so they wouldn't disturb the others. And judging by the enthusiasm with which they hauled him in, Alex suspected he wasn't being brought in to train, but rather to be sacrificed. Once inside, the girls immediately began warming up, while Alex lazily settled in a corner, watching their movements with interest. The curves of Chun-Li, Cammy, Mio, and Renka didn't escape his gaze, and noticing his look, they even slowed down their stretches to let him admire them more fully. "We're done warming up. Get up, I want to see what you're capable of now," Chun-Li said, tugging him by the leg toward the improvised ring. "Do I have to? I'm feeling kind of lazy." "I'd rather just lie here and watch," Alex replied with a lazy smile, not resisting but also not moving. "Nope." Renka jumped in, pulling his other leg. "I want to see how much I've progressed in training." Alex could feel them trying to pull him up, but a primal laziness suddenly awakened within him. He had no intention of moving a single step. However, under the pressure of the persistent girls who refused to give up, he eventually had to get to his feet and stretch his stiff joints. "You're all against me now, huh?" he chuckled as he saw the girls already standing in the ring. "Of course. Maybe this time we'll actually manage to take you down," Mio said, the fire of battle burning in her eyes. "All right, same rules as always. If you manage to move me from my spot, you win, and I'll grant any one of your wishes." "Sound fair," he offered, looking at them. "Perfect. If I win, you're making me a new weapon," Renge said with a smug grin. Alex nodded. He would have done anything for them anyway, but he knew the girls wanted to earn their victories fair and square. Taking his stance, he prepared to defend. The girls launched their attack. Renge was the first to leap forward, unable to hold back. Alex shifted into his Royal Guard stance, easily blocking her strike. Her claws met his chest with no effect whatsoever. That was the signal. The rest of the girls joined the fray. Alex had no intention of retaliating with stored damage, he simply stood firm, observing their efforts. He saw their passion, their drive, but he also knew that raw willpower alone wasn't enough to overcome someone who had survived a galactic explosion and remained standing in the epicenter. After several minutes, the girls were gasping for breath, having thrown everything they had into each strike. "That's the first time I've seen a stance like that," Cammy panted, stepping back. "It's called the Royal Guard stance. It's built purely for defense and can reflect stored damage back to the attacker," Alex explained. So, you could have reflected all that damage back at us? Mio asked, wide-eyed. Something like that. And I can also store it and release it all at once, he said casually, rubbing his neck. The girls slumped to the floor, exhausted and breathless from the training. Their sighs of defeat and fatigue echoed through the room. Like a caring husband, Alex didn't leave them hanging, he helped them relax, giving each of them a massage as they rested. Moving from one girl to another, he combined his massage with subtle magical reinforcement of their bodies, knowing just how crucial recovery was after intense exertion. The girls were used to this kind of care by now and knew Alex didn't just give massages, he was quietly enhancing their bodies with magic, laying the groundwork for even better future training. That was the real reason they dragged him here, because with him, their progress was doubled. Can we learn that stance too? Cammy asked, squinting in bliss as Alex massaged her back. Unfortunately, no. That fighting style is only suited for demons, if we put it simply, he replied softly, just loud enough for them to hear. Intrigued, the girls leaned in closer. Alex smirked and began explaining. The style was used by a demon hunter who, ironically, was half-demon himself. The story quickly drew the girls in. Alex told them about Dante, a hunter always drowning in debt, so broke he couldn't even pay his electric bills. Every job he took ended in more destruction, and the bills he racked up for his friends were long past the point of ridiculous. Expecting an epic tale of heroism, the girls instead got the story of a carefree wrecking ball who caused more chaos than he prevented. Alex couldn't help but laugh at their reactions, first confusion, then laughter. But he still made sure they understood just how powerful Dante really was, so they'd see that behind the carefree exterior lay something far greater. Soon, Alex also told them about Dante's brother, Virgil. The story of the two brothers, full of contradictions, captivated the girls so much that they completely forgot why they had come to the training room in the first place. Chun-Li settled down on Alex's lap, listening intently as he spoke of fate and choices, of pride and pain. Wait. Cammy suddenly spoke up, catching a detail. Are you saying your outfit and katana are Virgil's weapons? No, they're mine. I didn't steal anything, Alex snorted, rolling his eyes. They were given to me by my father, at the start of my journey. Sorry, we just thought you might have stolen them again. Well, you did borrow Hades' spear and Poseidon's trident from their rightful owners, Mio said, a little embarrassed. First of all, I didn't steal anything. Those are military trophies, Alex corrected her, lightly tugging on her cheek. And secondly, I actually resurrected those too. So I have every right to ask for payment for my services. Call it whatever you want, but the fact remains, the weapons are now yours, Chun-Li said, laughing uncontrollably. The girls laughed, remembering Alex's passion for cold weapons. They knew how vast his collection was, though they had no idea just how extensive it actually was. After they finished laughing, they almost in unison demanded that Alex continue the story about Dante and Virgil, eager to know how it all ended. The training and testing of abilities took a back seat, Alex was sharing stories from other worlds. What are you all doing here? A woman's voice came from the entrance of the training room. Alex and the girls turned their heads and saw Yuri, Jin Kazama, and other rescued fighters. Upon seeing Alex, they thanked him again for saving them. But he waved them off, not wanting to accept their gratitude. If not for his own desire to deal with Weskier, he might never have ended up on this island in the first place. For a moment, they exchanged silent glances. Alex and the girls moved aside, making space in the room. We're resting after training. Did you come to train too? Renka asked with a light smile. Pretty much. What else is there to do on this aircraft carrier during the voyage? Laura shrugged, sitting down into a split. Either lie in the cabin or train. True. So, guys, who wants to fight? Ryu said with a grin, cracking his knuckles. I do. I want to fight first. Sean Matsuda immediately volunteered. Ryu grinned and accepted Sean's challenge, giving him a chance to show what he could do. Alex and the girls decided to just watch the fight from the sidelines. He remembered that Sean was Laura's brother and Ken's student. Alex already knew how it would end, but it was still interesting to see how long the guy would last against Ryu, Ken's longtime rival and friend. Sean wanted to test his strength, and that earned Alex's respect. The fight ended pretty quickly. Within a couple of minutes, Sean was already lying on the ring, breathing heavily, with a purple bruise on his cheek. Laura, who had been watching the fight, just shook her head and pulled her hopeless brother off the ring. Who's next? Maybe you want to try, Alex? Ryu asked with a grin, looking at him. Didn't you have enough of the fist of love last time? Want some more? Alex raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Those who didn't know the story behind the fist of love were initially confused. But once they heard the tale, they couldn't hold back their laughter, especially toward Ryu and Ken, the victims of that very fist. Alex, noticing that Ryu wasn't ready to give up, decided to punish him again so that he would remember the outcome of their last fight. Chun-Li, who had been comfortably settled on his lap, lifted her head and lightly nudged Alex. He sighed, climbed into the ring, and stood opposite Ryu, flashing him a playful grin. Ryu tensed, sensing something was wrong, and before he could even take a step, his head slammed into the ring floor with a deafening crash. Alex happily shook his fist, as if to demonstrate his victory. "I told you, if you can't handle the fist of love, you've still got a lot of training to do," he said with a smirk. "Damn it, Alex. My head almost exploded again," Ryu groaned, holding his head. "Don't worry. I know how to hold back. If I had hit you with full force, you'd be a squashed watermelon by now," Alex replied lazily. Ryu rolled his eyes and got up, ignoring Alex's sarcastic words, because he knew Alex was right. If he hadn't held back, there would only be dust left of him. The image of the destroyed island and the red dragon was still fresh in his mind. Before Alex could even get off the ring, Ken jumped in, eager for his share of the fist of love. Unlike Ryu, Ken didn't wait, he immediately charged at Alex. But Alex easily dodged his kick and, as expected, rewarded him. Another fist of love drove Ken's head into the ring with a loud thud. "You tried, and that's what matters. But if you like getting hit, that's not really my problem," Alex grinned, tossing Ken out of the ring. Ken, rubbing the bump on his head, muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Alex scanned the room, wondering if anyone else would dare challenge him, and then, Asuka Kazama jumped onto the ring. "Do you want to fight?" Alex asked in surprise. "Yeah. I want to see what the one who saved us is really capable of," she said with a sly smile. Alex shrugged and took a stance in the 8 trigrams position. Asuka clenched her fists and immediately went on the attack. Alex confidently blocked her strikes, maintaining his balance. He knew she wouldn't be able to win, but he respected her determination. Asuka wasn't giving up, and that earned his respect. Alex either dodged or blocked her blows, sometimes touching her pressure points with his fingers to show her he wasn't just defending, but could counterattack at any moment. "Where's the fairness? He knocked us out with one hit, but he's fighting Asuka fairly." Ken grumbled, rubbing his bump. "Stop whining like a child. You're an adult," Chun-Li snorted, giving him a light smack on the back of the head. Ken muttered but said nothing. He remembered too well how his last attempt to challenge Chun-Li had ended. She had beaten him so easily that he hadn't even had time to react properly. Meanwhile, Alex continued to watch Asuka, who was tensely trying to find a gap in his defense. He intentionally left an opening. He wanted to see if she would take the bait. Those watching the fight immediately noticed the trick. Alex hadn't accidentally opened his defense. "Asuka, be careful. It's a trap," Jean shouted, warning his cousin. Asuka heard him, but it was too late. Thinking she had broken through his defense, she attacked, and fell right into the trap. Alex caught her fist and, despite her attempt to twist away, gently and easily threw her over his shoulder. With a dull thud, she hit the floor on her back, staring at the ceiling, clearly not understanding what had just happened. "You held your ground well," Alex said, walking over and offering her his hand. "What was that?" Asuka asked, accepting his help. "Chi-Yu," he replied with a smile. "I've never heard of that," she admitted, smiling slightly in response. "It's a martial art practiced by the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. Right now, besides me, only Renka knows it." He nodded toward the girl standing by the ring. Asuka nodded, looking over at Renka with interest. Perhaps she'd ask her for a joint training session soon. She jumped off the ring, and Alex began to hope there would be no more challenges. How wrong he was. "Now it's my turn, handsome. You don't want to disappoint me, do you?" Yuri said with a smirk, easily jumping onto the ring. "Maybe we should postpone it." Alex replied with a crooked smile. "Nope," she responded playfully, swinging her leg toward his head. Alex sighed and smoothly tilted his head, dodging the strike. Yuri only smiled wider and, spinning around, launched another attack with a twist. Dodging her strikes, Alex noted to himself, despite her playful exterior, Yuri was a master of taekwondo, dangerous and skillful. He understood why the debate between her and Chun-Li about who was stronger hadn't been settled yet. Yuri's strikes were not only precise but also powerful. She jumped into the air and began spinning, attacking with a series of kicks. Alex calmly dodged, watching every move she made. At some point, he noticed she had started channeling ki into her strikes. Smirking slightly, Alex stepped closer, entering her attack range. Skillfully dodging her lunge, he swept Yuri's leg, and she lost her balance, falling but gracefully supporting herself on her hands and bouncing back. "Using ki, that's cheating." "I'm not even using anything," Alex said with a playful grin. "I'm such a fragile girl, and you're so strong." "It's all fair," Yuri replied, stretching provocatively like a cat. Alex silently watched as she arched her body with cat-like grace, her eyes never leaving his, fully aware of what she was doing and the effect it had. He knew this was a provocation. Her smirk was far too satisfied. Chun-Li, noticing everything, rolled her eyes. Stop staring. Just slap that restless cat already, she said, grabbing his attention. Don't be jealous, Chun-Li. Maybe he just likes flexible girls, Yuri teased, demonstratively raising her leg high, almost as if showing off her flexibility. Alex stood with an unreadable expression, contemplating that now, this was his perfect chance to slip away. He knew all too well how trying to intervene in a fight between two women usually ended. Sparks literally flew between Chun-Li and Yuri whenever their gazes met. Amidst the commotion, Alex tried to quietly step off the ring and rest, but didn't manage to. Right in front of his face, a heel flashed suddenly. He instinctively stepped back, and the kick passed by him. Where do you think you're going, handsome? We're not done yet, Yuri said, licking her lips with a predatory grin. Alex sighed heavily. Well, if that's how it is, let her attack. Yuri swiftly closed the distance and, spinning around, tried to kick him in the stomach. Alex stepped back into the side, dodging, then turned and swung his leg, his foot stopped just a centimeter from Yuri's face. She instantly jumped back. Well, that's it. Victory's mine, Alex said lazily. What do you mean? Yuri squinted, raising an eyebrow. In the literal sense. If I hadn't stopped, you'd already be on the floor, he said, jumping off the ring. Yuri stayed in place, a little confused. But she didn't have much time to think. Chun-Li jumped onto the ring and attacked without warning. Yuri instantly perked up. Against Chun-Li, she didn't have to hold back. Alex tried to remind them not to go too far, but his words were lost in the noise of their battle. He sighed deeply and sat down next to Cammy, Mio, and Renka, who were watching the fight with interest. Later, Jaini and Seal approached. As soon as Jaini's gaze fell on Renka, a new challenge hung in the air. Jaini had lost last time, and since then, she hadn't missed an opportunity to get her revenge. Renka didn't refuse the duel this time either, and the fight began. Seal moved closer, sat down beside Alex and Mio, and smiled warmly at them. When did they get so friendly? Alex asked, glancing at Mio in surprise. I think it was back when Jaini first fought Renka. Though, Jaini lost pretty badly back then, Mio replied with a smile. Badly? Alex raised an eyebrow. Sadly, yes. She couldn't do anything against her. Ever since then, every time they meet, Jaini wants to fight her again, Seal confirmed, still smiling. Alex nodded, not particularly surprised. He knew Renka had the advantage, her fighting style was rare and almost unknown to others. Meanwhile, the other fighters, tired of just watching, started their own training and challenges. The training room became noisy and lively. Mio was chatting with Seal about everyday topics, and Alex, not wanting to interrupt, moved closer to Cammy. She had comfortably settled between his legs, leaning her back against him, while observing the fight between Chun-Li and Yuri. Alex hoped the scuffle wouldn't escalate into something more, especially not a royal battle. He wrapped his arm around Cammy's waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and closed his eyes, enjoying the moment of peace. But it didn't last long. There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere, Nobuna's voice rang out as she entered the room. Alex opened his eyes and smiled at the familiar voice. Mio waved at Nobuna, Seal nodded politely, and Cammy greeted her with a friendly smile. Alex had already told the girls about his recent date with Nobuna, and how it ended. Nobuna walked up to them with wide steps and sat down beside them. Why were you looking for me, princess? Alex asked with a smile. Isn't it just fine for me to look for you? Nobuna squinted, feigning seriousness. Alex smiled softly and took her hand, ensuring she wouldn't overthink his words. Nobuna just huffed and tightened her grip on his hand, showing a hint of irritation. Alex was about to ask why she came, but quickly realized Nobuna was probably bored of board games and decided to find him instead. Although Alex suspected that, more likely than not, Nobuna had ruined the game for the kids again, and as a result, they had teamed up and kicked her out in shame. However, he didn't expose her and decided to change the topic, just chatting aimlessly instead. Tired of watching the fights, he stretched and said, anyone want to take a walk? Nope, I'll pass. I'll wait until Chun-Li finishes her sparring, and then I'll start my training again, Cammy replied with a smile. I'll keep Seal company so she won't get bored, Mio said softly. I'm out. It's too noisy in here, Nobuna declared, standing up. Alex nodded, glad that he'd have company. Since Nobuna had come to find him, there was no reason to refuse. Before leaving, he kissed Cammy and Mio without distracting Renka and Chun-Li from their fight, and then left the training room with Nobuna. As soon as they were in the hallway, Nobuna, with a satisfied smile, took his hand again. Alex decided not to waste time and led her off in search of adventure. Their path soon brought them straight to Takashi and Kota. Yo, Kota, Takashi, Alex said, noticing the guys. Yo, Alex, Kota replied, waving his hand in greeting. Alex grinned, gave Kota a high five, and slapped Takashi on the back of the head. Hey! What was that for? Takashi grumbled, rubbing his neck. For skipping out on training, Alex rolled his eyes. Kota laughed, and immediately attempted to kick Takashi. Dodging it, he smirked, while Takashi just sighed, realizing he couldn't reach him. Alex decided to chat a bit and find out how things were going with the others. He was particularly curious about where Jonah had disappeared to. It turned out that he was looking after his younger brother, who had caught a cold. Being the older sibling, Jonah took on the responsibility, even though Malka insisted she could handle it on her own. Alex nodded approvingly and turned back to Takashi. You're still slacking off, just wandering around with no purpose, Alex commented. And what about you? Takashi grumbled. I just came from the training room. And don't worry, Takashi. When I'm done with my work, you'll have your own little adventure waiting. In another world, Alex whispered into his ear. Takashi immediately turned pale. The thought of some adventure didn't sit well with him, and he started thinking of ways to refuse. Little did he know, refusing wasn't an option, not even Gloria and Namiya would be able to help him. Seeing the expression on Takashi's face, Alex grinned with satisfaction and, with Nobuna, walked away. What did you say to him that almost made him go gray? Nobuna asked, tugging on his arm. Nothing special. Just reminded him of a little family talk. He didn't quite enjoy the last one, Alex said innocently with a smile. Family talk? Nobuna asked, intrigued. Alex didn't bother hiding the details and explained what had happened. After hearing the story, Nobuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alex smiled as well. Now, he decided to visit the other girls who were busy with various tasks around the aircraft carrier. Nobuna, of course, eagerly agreed to keep him company. To be continued. Chapter 321, a simple fishing trip that turned into a party. The journey to Alaska was anything but short, especially with the storm raging across the ocean, delaying their arrival by several days. Still, life on the aircraft carrier went on, some spent time with family, others goofed off with friends, and some leisurely sipped alcohol on the deck, admiring the sunset. Alex barely paid attention to the minor arguments that occasionally flared up among the crew. Nothing could be perfect, and as long as no one was killing each other, things were under control. The martial arts masters had come up with a rather original way to relieve tension. Whenever a disagreement arose that couldn't be settled with words, the participants simply headed to the training room to calmly beat the crap out of each other. This came in especially handy after the storm, when everyone had been cooped up in their cabins and nerves were fraying. But once the first pair of daredevils stepped into the ring and threw down, most of the others immediately lost the urge to argue. To Alex, the journey to Alaska felt insanely boring. So boring, in fact, that he started annoying the girls with his constant presence. Each had their own duties, and Alex popping in right in the middle of their work only slowed them down and distracted them. As a result, he got shooed away more than once. Even the kind and always patient Shizuka asked him not to get in the way in the medical bay. The only ones who could keep him company were the similarly idle girls who had nothing else to do. But once they were free, they happily spent time with Alex, going on little improvised dates right on the carrier. Even the stern Reveille, who always tried to look tough, didn't mind spending a quiet evening with him. Meanwhile, Lucy, 02, and Anya were going through what they called their daily torture, also known as lessons. Anya, being the classic daddy's girl, diligently attended every class. She was joined by Alice, Anoka, and Malka. But only Alex knew that his sweet little daughter had a cheat. Anya could read the thoughts of those around her. She used this ability both in class and during board games, expertly misleading everyone. 02 and Lucy, seeing Anya praised, were initially fired up to surpass her. But within an hour, their enthusiasm fizzled out, and both quietly gave up. Alex understood that this education wasn't just for fun. He was preparing the girls for life in another world, one he would one day take them to. That meant they needed to learn patience, discernment, and most importantly, not to kill everyone who tried to deceive them. Alex stood at the bow of the carrier, staring into the distance. Alaska was close now, and soon it would be time to get to work. His top priority was to build a home for his family, only then would he focus on everything else. He sighed, there was so much ahead of him. And at that very moment, someone tugged at his cheeks. He looked down to see Anya sitting in his lap, having apparently noticed his sigh and deciding to fix his mood. Alex smiled at her and gently patted her head. He just shook his head. Anya had once again copied her homework by skillfully reading everyone else's thoughts. Meanwhile, Lucy and 02 were still locked in the study room with the other girls. His adopted daughter was receiving endless praise, and no one but Alex knew what a clever little fox hid behind that sweet face. When he first caught on to her trick, Anya just flashed him a smug grin, as if to say, "You'll never prove it, Daddy." "Well, well, my little con artist," Alex said, pinching her nose. "How long do you plan on fooling everyone?" I don't know what you're talking about, Anya replied innocently, puffing out her lips. If you say so, sweetheart. But remember, when Mama Brunhilde finds out about this, and she will, you're in for a couple of well-deserved spankings, Alex said, squishing her cheeks and smirking. Anya froze for a second. She knew perfectly well just how special the bond between her mom Brunhilde and her dad Alex was. Thanks to that bond, Brunhilde could read Alex's thoughts and always knew what he was planning. Anya had already learned that her mother, while strict, was a fair woman. And if she found out her daughter had been cheating, spankings were inevitable. Alex watched with amusement as his daughter slipped into a daze from the realization. Of course, he slyly omitted the fact that, despite her strictness, Brunhilde loved children deeply and most likely wouldn't actually punish her. More likely, she'd have a heart-to-heart talk. A long one. A very long one. Anya turned her head toward her father, her eyes welling with tears as she silently pleaded for protection. With a gentle smile, Alex ruffled her hair, noticing how worried she was about her possible fate. Don't worry, he said softly. Your mom Brunhilde won't spank you. She'll just talk. In detail. Anya gave in. She could only hope her cheating would go unnoticed. Alex, for his part, had no intention of giving her away. He understood that Anya's abilities were part of who she was. And the way she used them only confirmed that she was doing just fine. After all, if a shortcut exists, why not use it? Anya tugged on Alex's sleeve and pointed to the water. He followed her gaze and spotted a school of large fish slowly swimming beside the ship. Holding his daughter close, he stepped up to the railing to get a better look. Dad, is that fish tasty? Anya asked, nearly drooling at the sight of the massive creature. You're craving fish? Alex asked with a smile. Anya nodded enthusiastically, giving him a classic puppy dog look. Alex sighed. There it was, the universal feminine technique that worked since childhood. Even Alice, his younger sister, used to give him that exact same look. And him being soft-hearted, he rarely said no to anyone. If Anya wanted to try fish, who was he to refuse her? But first, he needed someone to watch her while he handled the catching part. After all, fishing with a rod was definitely not Alex's style. He had his own, far more, dynamic method. Hey, Alex. We came to visit you, came a familiar voice behind him. Alex turned and saw Nobunaga, Katsui, and Nagahide walking toward him. Over the past few days, he'd grown much closer to Nobunaga. She used every excuse she could to spend time with him. Even her friends sometimes just happened to join them. Alex grinned. There it was, the solution. A person, no, a whole team, to keep an eye on Anya. Perfect timing, he said, hugging his daughter close. What are you up to this time? Nobunaga asked, raising an eyebrow. Anya wants to try some fish. And as the most devoted father in the world, I simply must make her happy. Only thing is, I need someone to watch her while I go chasing it in the ocean. And lo and behold, here you three come, Alex said with a smile. The three girls simultaneously looked at Anya, who nodded rapidly, confirming that she really did want the fish. Without hesitation, Alex gently handed his daughter over to Nobunaga. She looked slightly startled to suddenly find herself holding a child, but before she could say a word, Alex had already turned and was briskly heading toward the command bridge. He stormed into the room like a hurricane, grabbed Poseidon's trident, and vanished just as quickly, without explaining a single thing. The girls on the bridge exchanged confused glances. They knew Alex had been spending time with Anya, but they couldn't understand why he returned without her, and why he took such a formidable weapon. He had no time for explanations. Returning to the deck, Alex saw that Anya was now in Nagahide's arms. She was smiling gently, holding the girl close, while Nobunaga and Katsui stood nearby, clearly waiting for his return. And how exactly are you planning to catch fish? Nobunaga squinted, noticing the trident in his hands. Planning to throw that thing at them. You'll see soon enough. But for now, hold this, Alex said, taking off his t-shirt, remaining in just his shorts. Nobunaga didn't miss the chance to admire his bare torso, nodding with a satisfied smile. Nagahide also gave his sculpted body an appreciative look, blushing slightly but not averting her gaze. Katsui covered her eyes with her hands, though, of course, peeked between her fingers, cheeks burning red. Anya noticed their reactions and snuggled proudly into Nagahide's shoulder. After all, that was her dad. On Alex's back was a tattoo, strange symbols intertwined with flames. You're seriously going to jump after the fish? Nagahide asked, still staring at him. Exactly. And don't go far, we're having fresh fish for dinner, Alex said with a smile and a thumbs up. So, we're invited too? Katsui asked timidly, eyes cast downward in slight embarrassment. Of course. I'm thinking grilled fish over a campfire, he said, already turning away. With that, Alex made a swift leap overboard, disappearing into the water. Beneath the surface, he already knew how this would end. What started as simple fishing would quickly turn into a lively party. He even regretted not bringing a large net, knowing that once the smell of grilled fish spread across the deck, freeloaders would swarm. But Alex was good at improvising. Using magic, he instantly conjured a net and swam deeper to catch as many fish as possible. After all, he knew perfectly well, when it comes to food, especially delicious food, people gather fast. Meanwhile, Anya was still nestled in Nagahide's arms, who gently rocked her with a warm smile. The girls stood nearby, chatting, still not fully understanding how exactly Alex planned to catch fish using a trident, and from an aircraft carrier, no less. But Alex's actions hadn't gone unnoticed. His dramatic jump with the trident drew plenty of curious onlookers on deck. Back on the bridge, the crew was still trying to figure out why he even took that legendary weapon with him. While everyone discussed the scene, two girls, 02 and Lucy, decided to ditch their boring lessons. Sneaking out onto the deck, they began tracking Alex by his scent. But he was nowhere to be seen. Instead, they spotted Anya in the company of three familiar women. Approaching, Lucy asked, "Anya, where's Alex? We've been looking for him." "He went to catch fish," Nobiuna replied, still holding Alex's shirt. Daddy promised me delicious fish." Anya beamed, nodding eagerly with a wide smile. Lucy and 02 nodded as well. Now they wanted to try some too. A little while later, more girls began to arrive, curious about where Alex had gone and why he needed a trident. When they found out he went fishing simply because Anya wanted it, they just smirked. Alex, as always, was willing to do anything for his daughter. Some of the girls started joking, recalling how Alex used to make grand, Napoleonic plans to scare off any future suitors for his daughters. While waiting for his return, they stayed to chat with Nobiuna, Nagahide, and Katsui. By now, Nobiuna could already be considered part of their strange family. All that remained was to settle the last formalities in her relationship with Alex and tell her the whole truth so she could truly become one of them. Meanwhile, Alex was already on his way back, dragging behind him a net filled to the brim with all sorts of seafood delicacies. He wanted Anya to try as many new sea treats as possible, and at the same time, be prepared for the inevitable arrival of freeloaders. The catch was enormous, so much so that he slowed down for a moment, glancing at the net full of wriggling sea creatures. He didn't catch dolphins, they were far too cute to kill. Sharks, too, were ignored, as he knew well their meat reeked of ammonia. "I may have overdone it a little," he muttered, eyeing the size of his haul. "You think so, doting daddy?" Gyrolol said sarcastically, appearing beside him in her spiritual form. "Hey, don't judge me. Anya's never had anything like this, and it's my duty to spoil my daughter," Alex replied with a righteous tone. "Darling, are you sure she can handle all this?" "She's still so little," Gondal asked gently, wrapping her arms around his neck. "She's growing, and she needs to eat a lot." "Alex is doing the right thing," Thrud chimed in, crossing her arms. "Exactly, Anya's still growing," Alex confirmed with a confident nod. "If you say so, Daddy dearest," Gyrolol huffed and disappeared back into his spiritual space. The other Valkyries also shared their thoughts, one by one, before returning to Alex's spiritual space. Gondal was the last to leave, but not before giving him a long, passionate kiss. Once the Valkyries fell silent, Alex thought for a moment, would the catch be enough for everyone? Judging by the size, it should be. And if not, he'd tap into his reserves. Spotting the aircraft carrier, Alex confidently swam toward it, still dragging the net behind him. Upon reaching the ship, he created a sturdy rope so he wouldn't have to haul the entire catch at once. Clutching the rope in his hand, Alex surfaced and, with a powerful leap, landed on the deck. No sooner had he landed than the girls approached him. "And where's your legendary catch? Don't tell me you didn't catch anything," Revei said, crossing her arms and eyeing his empty hands. "Yep, I left it all underwater." "It's easier that way," Alex replied with a smile, waving the rope in his hand. "How much did you catch?" Valmet asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Let's not talk about that," Alex coughed, clearly trying to dodge the question. "Oh no, you're not getting away with it." "Spill it, how much?" Coco poked him in the chest with her finger. "Well, Anya wanted fish, and I thought, there's a lot of us. Plus, I wanted Anya, 02, and Lucy to try things they've never eaten before. Maybe I went a little overboard," he said seriously, though without a hint of regret. "How overboard are we talking?" Brunhild asked calmly but firmly, staring straight into his eyes. Alex let out a heavy sigh and began pulling the rope. The girls watched him with interest, and some already had the suspicion that, once again, he had overdone it. Their suspicions were confirmed when a massive net emerged from the ocean, packed to the brim with all kinds of sea life. Brunhild let out a weary sigh. Nami began to wonder how long it would take to prepare all that food, and Kariko was mentally calculating the same. Meanwhile, Anya's eyes were practically glowing. To her, the whole catch looked like an underwater zoo. Damn, you practically emptied the whole ocean. And you call this slightly overdoing it? Alex, for heaven's sake. Reveille scolded, giving him a piercing glare. No, girls, you're missing the point. Rebecca cut in with a wide grin. This is the perfect excuse. An excuse? An excuse to reek of fish for a month. Saya raised a skeptical eyebrow. No. An excuse for a party, Rika laughed, catching on to Rebecca's idea. Now that's a plan. Our husband caught enough to feed us for a week. The weather's great, and we're already going stir-crazy on this carrier. I'm in, Chun-Li agreed enthusiastically. The others paused to consider, then one by one nodded in agreement. While they started discussing plans for the upcoming party, Alex was busy trying to wrestle 02 and Lucy away from the fish. Both were acting like excited kids, trying to eat the catch raw. 02 struggled, attempting to drag away a fish, while Lucy used her translucent and dangerous vector arms. Scientists might have thought it was telekinesis, but Alex knew better. It was something else entirely. Trying to hold them both back at once proved more difficult than expected. The moment he turned his attention to one, the other snatched another fish, or even a crab. Finally fed up, Alex picked them up like sacks of potatoes and hoisted them onto his shoulders. But before he could take more than a few steps, he heard a distinct crunch. Turning his head, he saw 02 casually chewing a live crab, shell and all. Oh gods! Alex groaned. I don't even know whether to laugh or cry. So, what did you decide? He asked, still holding his hunters in place. We're good with the party, but we'll need to haul everything up and get started, Rory replied, amused by his exhausted face. Then one sec. Jair. Alex shouted, calling for his assistant. The girls winced at the sudden yell and began swatting him in protest. Within a minute, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch came racing onto the deck at full speed. They saluted sharply upon reaching Alex. He smirked. We're throwing a party. So get ready, everything needs to be unloaded and cooked. At the word party, the trio turned their eyes toward the massive net behind Alex, and their eyes lit up with excitement. Sharing a round of high fives, they dashed off to begin preparations. Alex joined the discussion with the girls about what should be cooked. Everyone got to work, and he, still not releasing 02 and Lucy, went off to fetch more ingredients. Darling, how long are you going to carry me like this? 02 drawled lazily from his shoulder. Until everything's ready. You two are a walking threat to culinary order. You even ate a crab, shell and all. So what? It wasn't that hard to bite through, she replied smugly, flashing her teeth. I promise not to eat anything until it's cooked. I'm not like her. Lucy tried to defend herself. Lucy, sweetheart, if I believed you, I'd have let you go. That innocent look won't save you. So just hang in there, Alex said with a grin. 02 started teasing Lucy, accusing her of always pretending to be a delicate flower in need of care, even though she was no different. Lucy responded with a sarcastic glare, but quickly reverted to her usual sweet and innocent face. Upon reaching the supply storage on the aircraft carrier, Alex and his assistants, including 02 and Lucy, whom he had forced to help, began gathering everything they needed to grill the fish. Hey, Alex, what are you guys doing, having a picnic on the deck? Kamar's voice as he spotted them near the storage area. Something like that. I caught way too many seafood critters, and the girls decided to throw a party, Alex replied with a slight smile. Did someone say party? Count me in, I'm down. Nathan Drake suddenly popped out from around the corner, having overheard the conversation. Me too. Casper showed up right after him. Alex just rolled his eyes at the two troublemakers. He wasn't even surprised, the moment free food was involved, those two were always the first to show up. Seeing his nod, Nathan and Casper took off with big grins on their faces. Bring your crew too, there's more than enough food for everyone, Alex said, turning to our haha. We'd show up either way. Where else would we get free, delicious food? Our laughed, slapping Alex on the shoulder. Smiling, Alex caught up with the rest, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Lucy, and 02, who had gone ahead, not interested in waiting for him to finish chatting. The rumor about a deck party spread across the aircraft carrier in minutes, thanks to Casper and Nathan, who wasted no time firing up the grapevine for the sake of fun and good food. People quickly jumped on the idea, there wasn't much to do anyway, and now they had a reason to celebrate. Alex didn't yet realize that what was supposed to be a simple barbecue party would soon grow into a full-scale event for the entire crew. When he returned to the main deck, the girls were already getting ready for the celebration. His attention was drawn to Alcina's figure. To his surprise, she had left the command bridge. Now that's unexpected, Alex said, raising a brow. I thought you wouldn't come out. The girls insisted, Alcina sighed tiredly. They said I was turning into Dracula again, locking myself up in my castle. Well, they're not entirely wrong. You've barely left the bridge since we got here. Honestly, no one cares any more about who you are or how, statuesque you are. We've seen weirder, Alex smirked as he unpacked a grill. Was that supposed to be an insult or a compliment? Alcina narrowed her eyes, one of her claws extending into a sharp blade. A compliment, of course, Alex replied innocently. I said, statuesque. That's a good thing, right? You're too weird to be a demon, Alcina shook her head. Don't forget, I'm not just a demon. I'm the first. The rest are cheap imitations, he said with a grin, setting up a second grill. And how does that even work, she asked curiously, watching him. Well, let me put it simply, my brother Adam was the first human, my other brother Lucifer, the first angel. And me? I'm the first demon. Fun little family, huh? Alex replied with a smirk as he continued working. Alcina tiredly placed her palm on her forehead. The more she learned about the men in front of her, the more she questioned the reality of what was happening. But the facts stubbornly proved, everything she had heard and seen was real. Alex noticed with a faint smile how her expression grew pensive again. Once more, she was trying to process what she'd just heard. While Alex continued fiddling with the grill and chatting with her, Anya came over to help. Alex smiled warmly and didn't refuse his little daughter. Alcina had already noticed more than once how gently he treated the child, and it never failed to genuinely surprise her. Aren't people like you supposed to be evil? She asked with doubt. When it comes to good and evil, it's all pretty relative, Alex replied, stroking his chin. Why? Anya asked, looking up at him. It's quite simple, my little hobbit. Everyone has their own understanding of good and evil. One person might see an action as evil, another might see it as the right thing to do. It all depends on perspective. Most of the time, our ideas about good and evil are shaped by upbringing, by what our parents and society teach us. Some think killing animals for food is evil, some see it as normal, and others say it's just part of the natural life cycle. As many living beings as there are, that's how many opinions exist. Don't get too caught up in what others say. Follow your heart and your own beliefs, he finished, raising a finger like he was offering some deep life advice. Oh my God, Alex, are you working or philosophizing? Came Coco's voice from behind him. A bit of both. Just answering Anya's question, Alex replied, gently stroking his daughter's hair. If you say so. Coco huffed, rolling her eyes. Alex chuckled and got back to setting up tables for the party. Chatting with Anya and Alcina helped pass the time while the other girls were busy preparing the huge pile of seafood he'd caught. Everyone was working, some were prepping ingredients, others passing things along, and someone had gone to fetch what Alex forgot to bring, including alcohol. Lucy and 02 were getting in the way, trying to snatch raw fish until they were finally chased away from the table. Noticing that Anya looked tired, Alex asked her to take a little break. She looked around, unsure where to sit, then walked up to Alcina. What is it, child? Alcina asked gently, looking at the girl. Anya smiled and quietly settled on her lap. Alcina was a bit taken aback, that hardly ever happened to her. Her own daughters had never truly been children, they were adopted after Miranda's experiment. She had taken in the 3 girls as her own daughters after that. Back then, there was no room for affection, especially under Miranda's influence. Anya, sensing a trace of sadness in Alcina's thoughts, instinctively tried to comfort her. The woman couldn't help but stroke the child's head. Didn't expect to see such a soft side of you, Lady Dimitrescu, Alex remarked with a faint smirk. And what exactly do you think I am? Alcina narrowed her eyes. You already know the answer. But fine, I'll say it again. You're the female version of Dracula, you've got a castle, you drink blood. The only thing missing is phasing through walls like Nosferatu. But hey, you can't have everything, Alex said, gesturing dramatically. What makes you think vampires can walk through walls? Although, what am I saying, you supposedly know everything, she muttered sarcastically. Wrong. I only know what I know, Alex grinned. Alcina rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him for now. Meanwhile, Alex had finished most of the preparations when people began to gather on the main deck. From their conversations, he immediately realized, this was once again the work of Nathan and Casper. They couldn't resist and had spread the word about the upcoming party. Alex didn't mind. The more people, the more fun. Seeing that there might not be enough seats, he quickly asked a few guys to bring additional tables and benches. While Alex and the others moved the furniture, the deck gradually filled with people ready to relax and forget all the bad things for a while. Alcina felt a little out of place, she was sure her appearance would make her stand out too much. But her worries turned out to be unfounded. Everyone already knew about the tall woman rescued from the lab, so her appearance didn't particularly surprise anyone. Well, except for a few guys who were immediately scolded by their girlfriends for staring a little too obviously in her direction. Once everything was ready, Alex loudly announced the start of the party. Everyone cheered in response. People laughed, chatted, and enjoyed the moment. If only for the evening, they managed to forget that a nightmare still raged outside the aircraft carrier. To be continued. Chapter 322, finally, Alaska. Guys, on the advice of an idiot friend, I decided to upload my fanfic to Scribble Hub. So, throw me some likes. After the grand party held on the deck of the aircraft carrier, it had all started with something simple. Alex had caught way too many seafood just to make his daughter, Anya, happy. As is often the case with spontaneous celebrations, it began quietly, almost modestly, and then quickly turned into total chaos. The party aboard the aircraft carrier drifting in the middle of the ocean turned into a loud, vibrant event that didn't settle down until late into the night. Everyone enjoyed themselves in their own way, some danced, others sang, and a few even organized an impromptu arm wrestling tournament. That tournament ended in a cheerful brawl, as the competitors tried to prove that arm wrestling wins didn't equate to real strength. Naturally, this was followed by a second tournament, this time in martial arts, even more spontaneous and absurd. What amused Alex most was how, under the influence of alcohol, most participants instinctively adopted drunken fist styles. The result wasn't a real fight but a chaotic and wildly entertaining drunken brawl between martial arts masters. Of course, no good party goes without ridiculous incidents. And as usual, Kensei stood out. Losing the last traces of fear toward his wife in his drunken haze, he decided to return to his old habits, sneaking photos up girls' skirts. Unfortunately for him, he picked the absolute worst possible target, Alcina. At that moment, Alcina was sitting aside with Yuriko, Namio, and Kiriko, enjoying wine and conversation. When Kensei tried to discreetly snap a photo of her underwear, he almost got sent straight to the afterlife. The only thing that saved him was his daughter, Renka, who promptly kicked him in the face and sent him flying right into the arms of her furious mother. The moment Kensei found himself in the grasp of his enraged wife, he knew there would be no more mercy. Just a second later, the sound of heavy blows and muffled cries for help filled the air. Alcina took the incident with ironic amusement. Had Kensei actually succeeded, his body would have long been neatly chopped into pieces. No one tried to help him, they just laughed loudly at his miserable situation and went on partying. Alex took most of the responsibilities on himself. Since he couldn't get drunk, he made sure nobody ended up falling overboard during their drunken rampages. In addition to cooking for his girls, little sister, and daughter, he also had to stop two overly hungry girls from snatching half-cooked fish straight off the grill. The most pleasant part of the night for Alex was how the girls took turns spending time with him, keeping him company. But as the alcohol started hitting harder, things became less restrained. The girls openly flirted with Alex, demanding attention, and some went as far as making bold advances. Alex smiled and gave each of them as much time as they wanted. They left satisfied, making room for the next ones. But the more they drank, the less shy they became. Some began to grope Alex quite blatantly, completely ignoring everyone around. Thankfully, Anya was always nearby, never straying far from her father, but even her presence didn't stop the girls, who insisted that, since he's our husband, we can grope him all we want. Eventually, even those not in a relationship with Alex gave into the atmosphere and joined in. Alex stopped counting how many hands had touched him. At some point, he felt like an animal in a petting zoo. The party raged on deep into the night. Those with partners were literally dragged away by their significant others. Only the single ones remained on the deck, partying until they collapsed from exhaustion and alcohol. By the end, the deck had turned into a full-blown drunken sleepover, with bodies sprawled everywhere. Alex carried Anya and Alice to their cabin and tucked them into bed. Alcina, due to her unique physiology, was supposed to stay sober, but apparently, Rebecca had once again brought out the special alcohol from Valhalla. As a result, even Alcina was a bit tipsy. Alex moved all the girls to the command bridge, helped them change, and laid them down to sleep. Glancing at the bodies still sprawled across the deck, he decided not to touch them, let them figure it out on their own. He used magic to quickly clean everything up. The only ones left on the deck were the snoring casualties. Returning to the command bridge, Alex found that he couldn't even claim a corner of the sofa. The girls had already occupied every inch of it. Sighing, he headed to his workshop, hoping to at least get some rest there. He lay down on a narrow couch, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep. But a few minutes later, he felt something pressing down on his body. Peeking through half-closed eyes, he saw white hair and two pairs of blue eyes. Red and white had come to keep him company. Patting the android girls on the head, Alex closed his eyes again. And just like that, this eventful day came to an end. The party was over, and that meant only one thing: everything went back to normal. The boring voyage toward the shores of Alaska resumed. A couple of days later, the aircraft carrier reached the coastline of the islands. As it sailed along the shore, an almost oppressive silence filled the air. Not a single soul had been seen this whole time, and no distress signals had been received. Alex, eyes fixed on the shore, hoped to spot at least someone who needed help. But unfortunately, it was all too quiet, eerily quiet. No sounds, no movement, as if life itself had abandoned these lands. He could only sigh deeply, feeling a growing unease. By noon, the carrier had reached the shores of Unimak Island. However, a new task now lay ahead, finding a suitable place to establish a new settlement. Ladies, what do you think is the best spot to settle? Alex asked, deciding to get the girls' opinions. Move over, let me see the map, Saya muttered, pushing him aside. Alex stepped back, allowing the girls to study the map. The decision to land on Unimak had already been made, but now they had to choose the most strategic location for starting a new life. The discussion quickly turned lively. The ones leading it were Brunhild, Yuriko, Coco, and Saya, the unofficial think tank of their peculiar family. Even Anya and Alice were throwing in suggestions and earning well-deserved praise. While everyone debated, Alex moved over to the window and lazily gazed at the calm landscape outside. The island looked peaceful, but he didn't know what lurked within that silence. In moments like this, silence could be more dangerous than any noise. I think we should enter Otter Bay and settle near a Akaton, Saya proposed, pointing to a specific spot on the map. Why there? Yuriko asked, glancing at her daughter. It's simple, Mom. There's a road between the main part of the island and the settlement of Akaton that connects them. Essentially, that's the only way anyone can approach us. All we need to do is build a wall or a barricade, and we'll be protected from any surprise horde. Plus, there's an open area nearby where we can construct buildings and set up fields for crops. When you put it all together, it's our best option, Saya explained confidently. What do you think, Alex? Brunhild turned to him. The final word still rested with him. Solid choice. The bay's nearby, we can fish. The ground's flat, so building the settlement won't be a problem. And that narrow stretch, it's perfect for defense. I can build a wall there, and even if a horde comes at us, it'll be enough to hold them back, Alex said, agreeing with the plan. Then it's settled. GIR, set course for Otter Bay, Brunhild commanded. GIR saluted and began turning the aircraft carrier in the desired direction. The girls also started getting ready, they needed to pack their things before disembarking. There was a lot of work ahead. Alex didn't waste time either, he quickly tossed most of the luggage into his inventory to save time. At the girls' request, he even took their enormous couch, including the one Alcina had been sleeping on these past few days. While preparations were underway, Alex turned on the radio and announced to everyone that the ship had reached its final destination and it was time to get ready for landing. Upon reaching the bay, he and the girls went down to the lower deck. Alex carried Anya in his arms as they descended. Once the aircraft carrier docked at a convenient spot, everyone was ready to disembark. Itami, take your people and scout the area. We need to use that road connecting the islands as a checkpoint, just in case, Alex ordered. Understood. All right, guys, you heard Alex. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can rest, Itami said, turning to his team and heading toward the shore. Lem, Price, take your squads and check the nearest settlements. We need to know for sure whether they're abandoned or if anyone's still there, Alex added, addressing the two men. Lem and Price nodded, then hopped into a Humvee and headed off to recon the nearby villages. Alex continued giving orders, aiming to have at least part of the necessary work done by evening. The others began unloading specialized equipment, everything needed for leveling the ground and beginning construction. Having chosen the spot where the new settlement would be built, Alex felt confident they had made the right choice. There were no major cities nearby that could be infested with undead, and there were no signs of demonic nests. Everything looked calm, and the place was truly suitable for building a new life. Ugh, I was starting to rot on that carrier. Never thought I'd end up in the middle of nowhere. Though, you know, it's not a bad spot for future retirement. I kinda like it, said Casper as he stood next to Alex and took a deep breath of the cool air. Stop staring at the scenery and get to work, slacker. Coco barked and kicked Casper in the rear. Casper grumbled something under his breath but didn't argue, he grabbed the necessary tools and joined the others. Saya, come here for a minute, Alex called out to his favorite genius girl. Something wrong, she asked as she approached, adjusting her glasses. Take the girls and figure out the best spot to set up the greenhouses. Once you've decided, mark the area so we can put it on the map. No problem, we'll take care of it, Saya nodded with a faint smile. She gathered Ray, Siko, Mio, Renka, and Beatrix, and they headed off to look for a good place to set up the greenhouses. As usual, Saya approached the task with full responsibility. No one could accuse her of laziness or negligence, she had worked hard to absorb all the wisdom from Brunhilde and Yuriko, determined to be worthy of their teachings. Without letting the girls slack off, Saya practically dragged them along. Meanwhile, Alex inspected the surroundings, the nearest village was just a short distance away. However, the condition of the houses left much to be desired, many were dilapidated and in need of repairs. Calling over the foreman in charge of the construction crew, Alex gave an order. Gather the guys and start restoring these houses. We need them ready for temporary housing until we build new ones. The foreman nodded, gathered the workers, explained the plan of action, and headed out with them to inspect the buildings to figure out where to start and which materials would be needed first. Alex, where should we set up the clinic? Shizuka asked seriously, holding a portable medical capsule. It's a new place, the climate is cool. We can't rule out that someone might catch a cold. It's better to prepare in advance than to treat complications later. Have you already found a suitable place, or will we have to improvise? Alex asked, smiling at her. I think we can use the local clinic, if there is one, of course. Even the smallest village should have some kind of infirmary, Rebecca Chambers said as she approached with Claire. You can take it without a problem. No one will mind, Alex nodded affirmatively. Shizuka gave him a warm smile, kissed him on the lips, and left with Rebecca and Claire to inspect the building. Alex looked around, the other girls weren't sitting idle either. Valmet, Chiquita, Rebecca, and Rika went on a reconnaissance mission to help assess the surrounding area. Brunhilde and Yuriko were overseeing the whole process, clearly giving orders and ensuring that everyone knew what to do. Alex even felt a bit redundant, everything was running smoothly without his intervention. Dad, are we going to build our house here? Anya asked, gently taking his hand. Anya, dear, as your mom Hestia says, a home is where your family is. Wherever you are, as long as the people who love you are there, that is your true home, Alex said, lifting the little girl into his arms. My mom Hestia? Who is that? Anya asked, tilting her head in surprise. Just between us, all right. Alex winked. Your mom Hestia is a goddess. She's the protector of the home and family. Right now, she's in another world, but as soon as I'm done with work, I'll make sure you meet her. He gently stroked his daughter's hair, continuing to watch as their new life gradually began to take shape around them. Anya eagerly nodded after hearing about her other mom. She didn't know yet that Hestia wasn't the only goddess in her life. She still had 3 more moms, each of whom was also a goddess. And where do you want to build the house? Ada asked, standing next to Alex and playfully pinching Anya's cheek. We can look around and find a suitable spot. As soon as we find it, we'll get started on the work, Alex suggested, taking Ada's hand. I'm in. The plan's already ready, we just need to build it, Coco confirmed with a satisfied smile. I haven't even seen your plan, and you're already talking about construction. I can only imagine what you've come up with, Alex chuckled. I promise, you'll like it, Coco replied with a mischievous grin. Alex shook his head and, along with Ada and Coco, headed to find a place for their future home. 02 and Lucy, having nothing to do, joined them. Upon reaching the nearest village, they saw that work was already underway, the construction crew was repairing the first house so it could be temporarily inhabited. Shizuka, Rebecca Chambers, and Claire, along with a team of doctors and scientists, were setting up the local clinic, tidying up and checking the equipment. Watching the scientists move equipment, Alex remembered that they were all working on creating a virus capable of repelling or killing demons. He decided to check on their progress later, but for now, he focused on finding a spot for the house. After inspecting the area, Alex, Ada, and Coco came to a consensus, it would be best to build near the village to avoid complicating logistics. Alex found a stick and planted it in the ground, marking the spot where their future home would stand. Dad, is it hard to build a house? Anya asked, tugging on his cheeks. It depends on who you ask, sweetie. For your dad, it's easy. But the others will have to work hard, Ada laughed, gently rubbing the girl's cheeks. I see you're already getting into the role of being a mom, Alex said with a smile, watching them. Hey, I never thought I'd become a mom with my kind of job. Especially with Anya, I missed all the stages with diapers and sleepless nights. And that's something I'm glad about, Ada replied with slight indignation. But that's coming your way, anyway. Or are you planning not to have kids? Coco smirked, raising an eyebrow. If it's coming for me, it's coming for you too. Or do you think you'll magically avoid it? Ada retorted, shooting her a glance. Alex sighed heavily, leaving the girls to argue about children and diapers, and led 02 and Lucy with him. They watched the argument with interest, but soon Anya, sitting in his arms, turned around as well to watch her mom's bickering. Alex, noticing her gaze, softly ran his hand through her hair. Can we, well, get pregnant by you? Lucy suddenly asked, first pointing to herself and then to 02. Lucy, dear. You and 02 need to first understand what love is. In time, you'll feel it. We are family, and we will always be together. There's no need to worry, Alex answered, gently stroking Lucy's cheek. Isn't it the same thing? Since we're family, it's fine if we have a child, 02 said nonchalantly, chewing on a candy. Alex wanted to explain, but quickly realized it was pointless. As he had already noticed, Lucy and 02 acted primarily on instinct, later adding emotional meaning to it. After he saved them, they recognized him as trustworthy and made him part of their family. So, in their eyes, they were a couple. After thinking it over, Alex decided not to interfere. Let everything unfold in its own time. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lucy and 02 exchanged satisfied grins. They understood they had convinced him. Despite their sometimes strange and even wild behavior, they were far from foolish. They understood everything perfectly. Once, during inhumane experiments, scientists conducted numerous tests on them that allowed Lucy and 02 to understand what feelings were and what they entailed, until the scientists pushed things to extremes. At that point, Lucy and 02 caused a massacre in the lab, and as a result, they were placed in hibernation capsules. Alex looked at them and felt a strange sensation, as though they were deceiving him. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but decided to put his doubts aside for now. Right now, it was more important to focus on the construction. Have you found a good spot for the house yet? Brunhilde asked, noticing Alex's return. Sort of. Where's your plan? Let's get started, he replied with a slight smile. Here you go, darling, Yuriko said, pulling a rolled-up blueprint out of her backpack. Alex unrolled the blueprint and raised an eyebrow, carefully studying it. Anya, Lucy, and 02 peeked over his shoulder, but they understood nothing from it. Alex immediately noted that he would need to use magic, especially for the workshop. Though, to be honest, he could get by with just a small closet, since he had an entire portable workshop the size of a football field. Dad, can I help build the house? Anya asked hopefully, looking him in the eyes. I want to help too. I don't know how, but I can try. 02 added with a smirk. I don't want to stay out of it either, Lucy said quietly, smiling. Of course, girls. Any help is welcome. Lucy, 02, start gathering wood. We'll need a lot of it, Alex said, smiling. Break it and cut it. That's my favorite thing, 02 grinned predatorily, showing her teeth. Alex, darling, don't forget about comfort. We'll need a carpet, insulation. A fireplace wouldn't hurt either. And all sorts of little things, so the house doesn't feel empty, Yuriko reminded him. Don't worry. After Shiva's resurrection, the gods from the Hindu pantheon literally showered me with gifts. Especially carpets. I have so many treasures now that I think I'm richer than any emperor, Alex said, raising a finger. Brunhilde nodded approvingly. She still remembered how, in Valhalla, Alex set up a new system to unite the gods and humans, thus preventing a new Ragnarok. Gods from different pantheons came to express their gratitude and strengthen the alliance, gifting him artifacts, resources, and treasures. Considering that Alex had once threatened to erase all the gods from the face of the earth for Adam's death, this was quite a powerful turn of events. Hearing the confirmation, Yuriko smiled and kissed Alex. And what did you bring back from Valhalla? Chunli asked, having overheard the conversation. Oh, a lot of things. I don't even remember half of it. My inventory is so full that I could open a market. Or a museum, Alex said, stroking his chin. It's like I hit the jackpot. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, I'd have a rich, strong, and influential husband? A dream for any girl, Cammy said flirtatiously, pretending to be an innocent maiden. Don't overdo it, Alex laughed, shaking his head. After laughing with the girls, Alex decided not to waste any more time and went off to find his 3 assistants. He spotted them nearby. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were using the wolf as a sled to transport crates of supplies from the aircraft carrier. Whistling, Alex called them over and briefly explained the upcoming task. Everyone nodded in understanding. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately pulled out construction helmets from their bags and put them on. Even the wolf got one, which they placed on his snout. Then they took out pickaxes and shovels, fully ready for construction. Since my assistants are ready, we're heading out. If you want to add or change anything in the house plan, speak now. It will be too late later, Alex warned the girls. Everything's fine, nothing needs to change, Yuriko replied with a slight smile. You said yourself, once you deal with those 2 bastards, we'll leave this world. So, a house like this will do for now. I agree. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy a bit of comfort while we're here, Alex smirked. Everyone supported his idea. Comfort is never unnecessary, even if the house is temporary. With his team, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, the wolf, Anya, Lucy, and 02, Alex headed to the chosen construction site. He glanced around briefly but didn't see Ada and Coco. He decided they were probably tired of the arguments and had moved on to other things. Taking out a stand, Alex secured the blueprint for the house on it. Everything needed to be clear before they began. Catching the mood of his trio of assistants, he also put on a construction helmet and then handed helmets to Anya, Lucy, and 02 so they could feel like part of the team. Along with GIR and MIMI, Alex began marking the territory for the foundation. Remembering that the dug-up earth would need to be hauled away, he asked Anya to saddle the wolf and go get a wheelbarrow. Anya nodded happily, jumped onto the wolf, and took off. While she was gone, Alex assigned Lucy and 02 the task of chopping down trees. He clearly explained which trees they needed, so they wouldn't start felling everything in sight. After receiving the instructions, the girls immediately rushed into the forest. Once everything was ready, it was time to dig the foundation. And now, let's sing so it's not boring. I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, Alex began cheerfully humming. Diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole. GIR, MIMI, and Stitch joined in, digging the earth in time with the song. Alex dug with a smile, enjoying the moment. His loyal helpers picked up the song, and the work was going along merrily. Soon, Anya returned, riding the wolf. Attached to him was a cart, which the wolf was dragging with his tail. Hearing her father's song, Anya joined the chorus, happily humming along with everyone. Thanks to the teamwork, GIR, MIMI, and Stitch hauling the earth, and Anya's help, the work was progressing smoothly. The hole was ready faster than Alex expected. He knew he could have done it instantly using his powers, but then he wouldn't have had that feeling of real work and team participation. Once they finished digging, Alex used an earth reinforcement jutsu, just in case. Now, they needed supports for the foundation. He knew that his family could start a fight, whether joking or serious, so the house needed to be strong. Dad, you're amazing. Here's some water, drink up, Anya said with a beaming smile, offering him a flask. Thank you, sweetheart. Your love heals me, Alex said, lifting his daughter into his arms. Anya giggled happily, hugging him around the neck and resting her cheek against his. Alex was incredibly happy to have such a caring and sweet daughter. He was eagerly awaiting the moment he could introduce her to her other mothers. After drinking the water, Alex began to think about where to find stone supports. Looking around, he pondered. Dad, a mountain. Stitch suddenly exclaimed, tugging at his pant leg. Right, we can carve the columns right out of the rock. All right, my little helpers, time to get back to our roots, and become real dwarves. Alex said with a smile. Hooray! GIR, MIMI, and Stitch cheered in unison, raising their pickaxes above their heads. Alex smirked and headed towards the nearest mountain. After seating Anya back on the wolf, he, along with his team of helpers, set off to gather stone columns. Reaching the slope, Alex began to carefully assess the area, trying to find a suitable spot to carve the supports. Sighing, he thought, if only there were a proper mountain before him, he could build an entire Gondor, or even recreate the legendary kingdom of Erebor, becoming the king under the mountain. He even momentarily distracted himself from the task at hand, imagining how he could travel with his family to other worlds. Why not visit the real Erebor? Maybe even save Thorin and, in exchange, get some treasures for his loved ones. What are you thinking about, Dad? Anya asked, noticing how he was staring thoughtfully at the mountain. There's a wonderful place I've always wanted to show you, Alex answered with a slight smile, brushing his daughter's hair. It's Erebor, the kingdom under the mountain. It's inhabited by dwarves. Dwarves? Are they those bearded, short uncles? Anya asked with curiosity, mimicking a beard with her hands. That's exactly right, Alex nodded, holding back a laugh. Just try not to call them short. Dwarves don't like that. Can I come with you? I want to see the bearded dwarves too. Anya asked hopefully, giving him a puppy dog look. Of course you can. We'll take GIR, MIMI, Stitch, and, of course, the wolf, Alex said, smiling even wider. Upon hearing their names and the upcoming adventure, GIR, MIMI, and Stitch eagerly nodded their heads, expressing their joy and anticipation. While Alex was telling Anya an exciting story about Erebor and its inhabitants, he was also getting to work. Touching the stone wall, he used his abilities to effortlessly start carving columns directly from the rock mass. GIR, MIMI, and Stitch helped stack the columns and tie them together so they could be transported safely. Alex took a rope, and his helpers, along with Anya and the wolf, settled comfortably right on top of the columns. Dragging the stone structure behind him, Alex continued telling Anya stories, entertaining her along the way. The girl's eyes literally sparkled with excitement, especially when the conversation turned to the dragon that had taken over the dwarven home. With a serious expression, she asked her father to defeat the evil dragon, if such an opportunity arose. Alex smiled and promised that he would definitely do it for her. No one was particularly surprised to see Alex dragging the stone columns by himself, everyone had long since gotten used to his unusual abilities. However, no one would dare attempt his feat arriving at the construction site. Alex carefully set down the columns, brushed himself off, and sat down on a log. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and, enjoying the brief moment of rest, continued chatting with Anya, who still had many questions about dwarves, their treasures, and life under the mountain. To be continued. Chapter 323, First Day in Alaska. After Alex had acquired the sturdy stone from which he carved the columns for the foundation of the future house, he returned with Anya and his helpers. Having brought back enough columns, Alex allowed himself a short smoke break, a moment to rest and be a little lazy. During the break, he kept telling Anya stories about Middle-earth. Her genuine enthusiasm made him smile, and he thought that once he finished his work in this world and took a vacation, he'd definitely drop by the lands of the dwarves, bringing Anya and his restless helpers along. Besides, helping the dwarves might earn him a few valuable treasures, just the thing for gifting the girls in his family. Flicking away the cigarette butt, Alex stepped up to the board with the house plan. It was time to study the blueprint carefully to avoid any mistakes. Until now, he hadn't really looked into the project, leaving it up to the girls. But now that construction was beginning, it was time to examine everything himself. Stroking his chin, he carefully studied the layout. The first floor included a spacious living room, a kitchen, a dining room, a bathroom, and an armory. Alex immediately crossed out the last part. He had a mobile workshop the size of several football fields where he could both make and test weapons. Instead, he decided that the training room, which was originally planned for the basement, should also be moved there, freeing up space for something more useful. Most importantly, he couldn't forget the kitchen. His family was large, and there would be a lot of cooking to do. Alex picked up a pencil and began making changes. He also had to adjust the height of doorways and ceilings. Considering Alcina's height, the house needed to be comfortable for her too. He was absolutely certain that the Countess, in her Dracula-like form, would be living with the rest of the girls. And at Anya's insistent request, along with Gir's, Mimi's, and Stitch's, he had to add a playroom on the first floor. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave him alone. The second floor was intended for bedrooms. However, it turned out the girls flat out refused to sleep apart from Alex. A unanimous decision was made to create one big bedroom. Alcina was planning to join them too, so Alex just shook his head with a small smile. For Anya, Alice, and Mimi, he set aside a separate room. All three were girls, even if one of them was an android. Gir and Stitch got a shared room, and to Alex's surprise, they didn't mind. In their house in Horario, they had their own rooms, but times had changed. Once Alex made sure everyone was happy, he nodded and finalized the plan. Work began from that moment. Approaching a column, he effortlessly lifted it with one hand and began pressing it into the ground, making sure it stood firmly and securely. As he went to retrieve the next one, he noticed three familiar faces heading his way: Takashi, Jonah, and Kota. "Man, is there anything you can't do?" Kota asked, watching as Alex calmly installed the column. "Hey, guys. Skipping work, are we?" Alex smirked, walking off toward the next column. "We're done already. Searched everything within a 5-kilometer radius and came back," Jonah replied with a slight smile. "So, did you find anyone? Or at least anything interesting?" Alex asked, eyeing the guys thoughtfully. "Only a cemetery. But trust me, there's definitely nothing living there." "We checked," Kota snorted. "You know, I wouldn't even be surprised if the dead started crawling out of their graves. These days, nothing shocks anyone anymore," Takashi said with a chuckle, shaking his head. Alex wanted to know how safe the area around the intended settlement was. Takashi reported that they hadn't found anything unusual, just traces of former inhabitants who had fled their homes in a hurry. Alex wasn't particularly surprised by this. In a world collapsing, people tend to follow herd instinct, rushing to where the most people are, hoping for salvation. But those same big cities were the first to fall victim to hordes of undead and demons. Without coordinated governments, without a unified line of defense, survival was impossible. And instead of protecting everyone, the governments saved only themselves and the rich, useless parasites. As he continued laying the foundation, Alex shared his thoughts with the guys, explaining why everything had gone sideways. Neither Takashi, Jonah, nor Kota could argue back. They had seen it with their own eyes, especially in South Korea, where everything had ended in disaster. While they talked, Alex managed to finish the entire foundation and was already starting to raise the first floor. Around that time, Lucy and 02 returned, dragging behind them a whole pile of chopped-down trees. Alex handed the task of sawing them into planks to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. The girls went off to rest, while Alex decided not to slack off and jumped into work himself. "Maybe you could help us build a house too?" Takashi asked with a smirk, watching Alex effortlessly split a log into perfect planks. "Because watching you, I know I'm never gonna pull this off." "Sorry, kid." Alex grinned, "We've been over this." Kota and Jonah exchanged glances and chuckled, looking at Takashi, whose face instantly fell. Alex noticed his expression and laughed. He kept stacking the finished boards to the side, while he neatly loaded the sawdust into a cart. It might come in handy later as fertilizer for the soil. Alex, ignoring Takashi's gloomy face, continued his work. "Can't help you, unfortunately," he said, pulling a book from the inside pocket of his coat. "But I can give you this." He placed the book in Takashi's hands. The three guys, Takashi, Jonah, and Kota, looked at the cover and simultaneously raised their eyebrows. Takashi's eye started twitching when he read the title, "How to Build a House If You're an Idiot." Kota burst out laughing but quickly fell silent when Alex reminded him. "Don't forget, Kota, you'll have to build your house using this too." Kota went quiet, acknowledging Alex's point. Meanwhile, Lucy, having rested a bit, decided to help out as well. Using her vector hands, she started turning the trees into boards just as quickly as Alex. Seeing that, he smiled and patted her on the head. While the three guys read the book, despite its silly title, they began to realize that it actually contained detailed, easy-to-follow instructions that even a child could understand. "If you don't want to stress too much over construction, I can offer you an alternative," Alex suddenly said, glancing at them. "Alternative? Are you saying we'll be living in tents?" Jonah asked doubtfully, looking up from the book. "No," Alex replied. "Look around. See how many hills are around here. And what does that suggest?" Takashi, Kota, and Jonah began scanning their surroundings, trying to guess what Alex meant. He gave them time to think and returned to work. He needed to finish the house as quickly as possible. There was still a lot to be done before the settlement could function properly and receive survivors who might decide to come here. Even before arriving in Alaska, Alex had recorded a message and started broadcasting it over radio channels so survivors could hear it. Once he arrived, he updated the message, specifying that the safe zone was located on Unimak Island, near Ikaten. He understood perfectly well, if survivors managed to reach this place, then sooner or later, those who wanted to rob them would come too. But such fools would meet resistance, and there would be no mercy. "I think I got it," Kota exclaimed. "You want to build houses like hobbits, right?" "Correct," Alex confirmed. "Alaska is a cold place. We might not have enough insulation for everyone. So homes dug into hills are the best solution." "You seriously think it's that easy? Dig a hole and, boom. Hobbit house." Takashi scoffed. "You're stupid." "Papa has everything," Anya said, pulling a grumpy face. "Takashi, your little sister's right," Alex rolled his eyes. "You really are stupid." Takashi just sighed. He had already come to terms with the fact that he now had a little sister and had no intention of arguing with a child. Alex wiped his hands and walked over to the trio. From his inner coat pocket, he started pulling out more books. "Here's the first one, How to Build a House and Become a Hobbit," he said. "Second, How to Wire Electricity into a Hole. Third, How to Be a Carpenter When Your Hands Are Made of SH, well, you get the idea." The guys burst out laughing at the titles. But after flipping through the pages, they realized the books contained the same kind of detailed, foolproof instructions as the first one. "What else you hiding in those magic pockets of yours?" Jonah grinned. "Oh, plenty," Alex replied. "But for now, go study and choose a place for your homes. And don't forget to consider your family's opinions. Especially you, Kota. You've got more than one girlfriend, so it's going to be toughest on you." He turned to Takashi. "And a word of advice. Talk to Yuki. Ask her what kind of home she wants, normal or a hobbit hole. Otherwise, you'll be sleeping alone, hugging your own arm for a long time." "Now that's some wise dad talk." Kota laughed. "Listen to him, Takashi. Your dad doesn't talk nonsense." "Shut up, fatty." "I don't need your advice," Takashi snapped and kicked Kota in the leg. After sending the three guys off to handle their tasks, Alex returned to constructing the house. Most of the materials were already prepared, all that remained was to begin the actual building. Unnoticed by the others, Alex was pulling everything he needed from his inventory, including insulation for the walls. Sure, he could have made the process easier with magic, and then resumed his usual nonsense, but the manual labor helped distract him from bouts of laziness and idleness. "Why did Takashi come by?" Namio asked as she approached Alex. "Mama." Anya shouted happily, climbing into her arms. Namio smiled warmly and hugged Anya close. All the girls adored the sweet, kind little one. Especially Namio, Kiriko, and Yuriko, being around Anya awakened their maternal instincts and a strong desire to care for her. However, when Alex was nearby, Anya was almost always by his side, which often confused the girls. They had even started wondering if, once they had children of their own with Alex, those kids would also constantly cling to their father, demanding his attention. Seeing the warm smile on Namio's face, Alex smiled as well. He didn't like comparing the girls, but he did so subconsciously. He couldn't help but note how lucky Takashi was with his family. In his past life, his mother had been Gloria, a kind, caring woman who did everything she could to give her son a decent life. In this life, his mother was Nemio, just as kind and empathetic. Nothing special. He and the guys returned from scouting and dropped by to chat while I worked, Alex replied, continuing construction. I see you're moving fast. Are you using your powers? Nemio asked carefully. Nope. Well, maybe a little. Or would you rather I finish everything in 5 minutes and go back to annoying all of you while you're busy, he teased, glancing at her. Don't you start, Nemio laughed, came closer, and kissed him on the lips. Alex responded to the kiss with a warm smile. Anya, watching this, puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and resolutely pushed her parents' faces apart with her hands. Feeling their daughter's insistence, Alex and Nemio couldn't hold back and laughed. Then Alex told Nemio about his conversation with Takashi and which book he had given him. She nodded approvingly, agreeing with his actions. Nemio had already met Yuki, Takashi's girlfriend, and she really liked her. She was genuinely happy for her son, who had found such a good match. Now, Takashi had to prove to Yuki that he could take care of her and their future home. Girls, aren't you hungry? Nemio asked, turning to Lucy and 02. I'm not, Lucy shook her head. Me neither. 02 popped a candy into her mouth. And you, Anya? Want a snack? You're helping your daddy too, Nemio said, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Anya shook her head, signaling that she wasn't hungry. However, Nemio still insisted that Anya eat on time, for her health. Alex noticed how Nemio switched into mom mode and smiled. He himself wasn't hungry, and if anything, he always had food ready in his inventory. If Anya got hungry, he would definitely feed her. After hearing Alex out, Nemio nodded, and before leaving, she reminded them that if anyone got hungry, they could take a break. When she left, Alex returned to work. With the help of GIR, Mimi, Stitch, Lucy, and 02, the work was progressing quickly. By his calculations, they were nearing the completion of the first floor's construction. Alex also knew that soon they would need to lay the wiring for the electrical supply. Fortunately, in his inventory, there was a miniature arc generator that could serve as a temporary power source. For now, everyone would have to make do with gas generators, but Alex planned to build a full-fledged generator capable of powering the entire settlement. Realizing he had forgotten some important details for the house's construction, Alex, along with Stitch, started digging the ground for the pipeline. He knew well how much the girls loved hot baths, so bringing in water supply was a necessity. While they were digging, Alex was planning how to connect everything to the central system. Fortunately, even in such rundown villages, there was still a pipeline. Once the preparations were done, Alex and Stitch went to get the pipes. While Alex was laying them in the trench, Stitch was securing the connections, carefully checking to make sure there were no leaks. Are you a plumber now? Ryu asked with a smirk as he approached Alex. I didn't carry the title of best husband for nothing, Alex replied with a grin, not looking up from his work. And what about you? Why are you just standing around? Or is waving your fists the limit of your abilities? Hey, don't rub it in. Next to you, we do look like kids, Ken grumbled, pointing a finger at Alex. Alright, enough of that. If you're bored, go find Saya. She should have finished marking the greenhouse spots by now. Maybe she'll find you something to do. Sounds like a plan. Let's go find your girl, Ryu nodded. If she doesn't have anything for you, get started on logging. The logs will be useful not only for houses. Of course, we've gathered a lot of materials, but no one knows if it'll be enough. And you should think about where to live, either with the other guys or solo. We're only on our first day here, and you're already thinking about the future, Ken muttered as he walked off. Alex watched them go and returned to his work. After finishing with the pipeline, he checked everything carefully to ensure there were no problems. Even something as simple as laying pipes and digging took over an hour. And he still had many other things to do. After covering the trench to make sure no one would accidentally damage the pipes, Alex and Stitch returned to the house. Alex was starting to realize how tedious construction could be. He hoped to at least finish the first floor by evening. He really didn't want to sleep in a tent or back on the aircraft carrier again. While GIR, Mimi, Lucy, and 02 continued assembling the house's frame, Alex, Stitch, and Wolf focused on laying the cables. After setting up the mini generator under the house, he pulled out a long cable from his inventory, enough for the first floor and future electrical wiring. The girls weren't slacking off either. Yuriko, Brunhilde, and Coco were coordinating the actions of the survivors, overseeing the completion of tasks. Although they had already returned from one reconnaissance mission, they decided to head out again soon, taking more people and gear. Valmet, Chiquita, Revei, Rebecca, Ada, and Rika ventured deeper into the peninsula to search for possible demon nests or other threats. Meanwhile, Saya, Mayu, Renka, Siko, Rei, and Beatrix were marking out spots for the greenhouses near the future settlement. Those who hadn't found tasks of their own, inspired by Ryu and Ken's words, decided to check if Saya needed any help. Saya, Alex said you might need help with the greenhouses, Ryu said to her. Actually, yes. We need to move the prepared materials over there, she pointed to the marked areas. Easy. We'll get it done quickly, Zangief promised, flexing his muscles playfully. Just don't forget to cover the materials so they don't get ruined if the weather turns, Saya reminded them before they left. And where do we get these materials? Jean asked, logically. Ask my mom. She's in charge of resource distribution. She should be at the aircraft carrier now, overseeing the unloading of supplies, Saya explained, pointing in the direction. Showing that they could handle it, the group of helpers headed to Yuriko to begin their work. Upon seeing the people sent by Saya, Yuriko immediately pointed to the place where the prepared materials were stored. Brunhilde was overseeing the progress in the settlement. On the first day after arrival, there was no time to waste, everything had to be prepared for the next stages of construction. People needed to have at least a roof over their heads for the time being, while more comfortable homes were being built. Upon hearing the discussion about hobbit houses, Brunhilde became intrigued. This was definitely Alex's idea. Reconnecting spiritually with him, she understood the essence of it. Houses built directly into the hills would provide natural insulation and protection from long-lasting cold, making them especially cozy. Meanwhile, Alex, Stitch, and Wolf were laying the wiring on the partially completed first floor. Thanks to working together, construction was moving much faster. Alex was happy that Lucy and 02 were learning quickly. Even though they were naturally lazy, they were taking the construction of their own home seriously. Anya was helping too, handing over light materials, and if something was missing, Alex either took it out of his inventory or created it from scratch. Alex, Namio asked me to bring you some snacks. Take a break from work and eat a bit, Rory's voice called out from outside. Alex looked at the partially finished living room and decided it was time for a short break. There wasn't much left to do, just the bathroom and the kitchen. Setting aside his tools, he went outside with the others. Rory was standing in front of them with containers full of food. She stomped her foot on the ground, creating a stone table and several chairs, and immediately spread the food out. Alex sat Anya at the table and placed a plate in front of her first. 02 and Stitch pounced on the food as if they hadn't eaten in days. Lucy, as usual, opened her container carefully and began eating small bites, mostly sticking to salad. How's the construction going? Rory asked, settling on Alex's lap. The first floor is almost done. We just need to finish the bathroom and kitchen, then we can focus on furnishing, Alex replied while chewing. You're making good progress, Rory remarked, surprised. I have an excellent team, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, 02, Lucy, Wolf, and of course, Anya. If I were working alone, my patience would have run out by now, and I'd just create the house using creation magic, Alex answered cheerfully. I helped. Anya proudly declared, raising her fork. Alex and Rory smiled as they watched the little girl boast about her accomplishments. While Alex continued eating, Rory suddenly got bored and decided to feed him herself. She took the fork from his hand and started feeding him with a smile. Alex looked into her sly eyes and merely grunted, allowing her to continue. At that moment, 02 and Lucy joined in the fun, and soon even Anya wanted to feed her father. As a result, Alex's mouth was stuffed to the brim with food, making it difficult to chew. But after some effort, he managed to finish eating and was able to return to work. When dinner came to an end, Rory began collecting the containers, preparing to leave. Don't want to come in and see how the construction's going? Alex asked, looking at her. Nope. I'd rather see it all when it's finished, Rory replied, kissing him on the lips. Alex watched her leave and shook his head slightly, still amazed by how different she could be. One moment, kind and caring, the next, a true beast or even a bloodthirsty apostle. But no matter what, he still thought she was incredibly cute, even if Rory tended to go a bit overboard during battles. Deciding to take a short break, Alex pulled out a cigarette and lit it, watching his helper sprawled out across the area, full and unwilling to get up. Only when he finished smoking did the team begin to stir, slowly but surely getting back on their feet. After lunch, they resumed work. The kitchen plumbing had to be completed. Once that was done, the group moved on to the bathroom. Taking in the rather cramped space, Alex decided not to hold back and used magic to expand the room to the size of a decent bathhouse. Then, why not, he went a step further and used the same magic to create a full-blown sauna from scratch. Looking at the result, he nodded in satisfaction. Wow, the bathroom's so big. That's awesome, darling. 02 hugged Alex from behind, nuzzling into his neck. There's definitely enough room for all of us here. Not like those tiny stalls on that boring ship, Lucy added with a smile, looking around the space. Ah, I can already tell you're all going to get spoiled being around me, Alex sighed, gently patting Lucy on the head. And what's wrong with that, darling? You said it yourself, we're family. 02 pressed her cheek against his. I'm not complaining, Alex smirked, feeling 02 affectionately rub her cheek against his face. With the work on the first floor completed, all that was left was to decorate the space, and finally, they could rest. Alex knew exactly what the girls wanted, so he got right to it, pulling various decorative items from his inventory, arranging furniture, and creating a cozy atmosphere. He didn't know how much longer he would stay in this world, but he wanted his companions to feel comfortable for as long as they remained here. While Alex and his team worked on decorating, his thoughts wandered. It was time to speed up his plans. From Weskier, he had learned that Davith hadn't yet arrived in this world, or rather, he had arrived, but had sent his pawns ahead of him. Alex didn't yet know where Davith himself was, but he was certain the men had loyal followers here. 3 priests. And if he could track them down, he might be able to lure out the main target. Those 3 loved flaunting their superiority and were most likely hiding in areas teeming with demons. Finding such zones wouldn't be difficult. And after that, it would be simple. After finishing the setup of the first floor, Alex didn't forget to hide his portable workshop in the storage room. After waiting a few seconds, he opened the door to make sure everything had worked. Wow. What is this place, Daddy? Anya asked, peeking inside with curiosity. This is my workshop. This is what it really looks like. It has everything I need, Alex replied with a smile, lifting his daughter into his arms. It's so big, and the sky, and clouds. Anya's eyes sparkled with amazement. Lucy and 02, who were sitting on the couch, became interested in her words and came closer. Squeezing past Alex, they peeked inside too, stunned by the scale. Hey, what are you all crowding around for? Came Rika's voice from behind. Alex, Anya, 02, and Lucy turned their heads at the sound of footsteps. The rest of the girls had finally arrived to check out the completed first floor. Alex let them look around in peace before they started pitching their ideas for decoration. Alcina, as usual, was preparing to duck through the doorway, but to her surprise, she found that Alex had accounted for her height. As she entered the house, she stood to her full height and breathed a sigh of relief, no more straining her neck by constantly bending down. Alex patiently watched as the girls inspected every corner, waiting for the moment they would start decorating the house to their own tastes. Naomi and Kariko headed straight for the kitchen. They were mainly the ones in charge of cooking. The others went to the bathroom and, upon seeing its size, exchanged surprised glances. Alex quickly explained that he had expanded the space with magic, but the girls were only delighted. You did such an amazing job, Alex. It's like a dream come true. I can finally relax in a hot bath. Mwah. Shizuka said with a smile, giving him a firm kiss on the cheek. Unfortunately, we've only finished the first floor today. But the plumbing and electricity are already in place, so the hardest part is behind us, Alex replied with a slight smile. Even so, we can already rest comfortably while the others sleep in tents, on the carrier, or in half-ruined houses, Coco noted in a satisfied tone. I don't want to ruin your dream, Hekmatyar, but there isn't even space to put a couch in here, Ada remarked, pointing out an important detail. She's right. Where are we going to sleep? Beatrix frowned, trying to imagine where they could even fit a single large bed. Don't worry, for now, we'll live in my workshop, Alex said calmly. The girls exchanged glances, not quite understanding what he meant, but Rebecca caught on immediately. Without saying anything more, Alex gestured for them to follow him, opened the storage room, and stepped inside. The girls followed him, and froze, stunned. Before them stretched a massive space filled with weapon racks and equipped with a full-fledged testing range. You call this a workshop? Saya said in amazement. Not exactly. This is the portable version. The main one is still back in Orario. This place has everything I might need, or have already needed. There are 3 main zones. The first is for Rebecca and her crazy inventions, the second is the testing range, and the third is mine. Just a warning, don't touch anything without asking. Especially if it looks suspicious, or too harmless, he added with a smirk. I'm almost afraid to imagine what you've got hidden in here. Valmont shook her head. Trust me, plenty of interesting stuff. Now then. I say we have a late-night snack and watch a movie. Who's in? Alex suggested, smiling. Why not? I'm dead tired today. A bit of rest wouldn't hurt. But first, hot bath. Rika declared and immediately ran off. Wait for me. Shizuka shouted, dashing after her. The other girls, not wanting to be left behind, rushed after them as well. Brynhild took Anya from Alex's arms and followed the others to wash away the lingering fatigue of the day. Alex watched the girls disappear down the hall and simply shook his head with a soft smile. While they enjoyed the hot bath, he decided to prepare for a cozy family evening. There was still plenty of work to do tomorrow, but for today, it was well-earned rest. To be continued. Chapter 324, the second day in Alaska and time to start executing plans to lure out the idiots. After the girls had hurried off toward the hot bath, Alex decided to prepare everything for a movie night so each of them could unwind after a long, exhausting day in Alaska. Ever since their arrival, no one had had a moment of rest. Some were unloading supplies and equipment from the aircraft carrier, others were scouting the area and setting up the future settlement. Though it was only the first day, tension was already hanging in the air. Lost in thought and planning for tomorrow, Alex absent-mindedly continued slicing snacks and distributing sweets into bowls. His hands moved automatically while his mind drifted. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted him. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Who could it be at this hour? Opening the door, he found 4 unexpected visitors: Nobuna, Nagahide, Katsui, and Nobukatsu. "Why are you looking at us like that? Not happy to see us?" Nobuna asked with a cheeky smirk. "On the contrary, I'm just surprised. Haven't seen you all day, that's all," Alex replied, shaking his head. "Well, now you have. So let us in already. It's cold out here, in case you haven't noticed," Nobuna said as she shoved past him without waiting for an invitation. Alex let out a heavy sigh. He was already used to her blunt ways. Katsui and Nagahide gave him apologetic glances, but he waved it off, showing he wasn't upset. When Nobukatsu entered, Alex gently patted his head, noting how much the boy had changed. Once a spoiled little prince, he now behaved like a normal kid. Meanwhile, the 3 girls were curiously inspecting the house like kids entering a new playroom. Nobuna immediately grabbed a handful of popcorn from a bowl and casually looked around the living room while chewing. "Gotta admit, you did a pretty good job here." "Where are the other girls?" she asked, flopping onto the couch and sprawling out lazily. Alex gave a reserved smile. He knew there was no point hiding the truth any longer. His relationship with Nobuna, though unofficial, was definitely heading in that direction. And knowing her temperament, if he told her the girls were taking a hot bath, she'd rush there in an instant, and might accidentally discover his workshop in the process. That would raise a whole different set of questions. To avoid any surprises, Alex decided it was time to explain everything. He sat down on the nearest stool, crossed his arms, and looked at her. "Before I tell you where the girls are, I have one question. Nobuna, how do you see our relationship?" "What kind of dumb question is that?" she muttered, blushing. "You're the future husband of this princess, isn't it obvious?" "I'm glad to hear that. Because, as the man you see as your future husband, I need to tell you something. The truth is going to come out soon anyway," he said with a faint smile. Katsui blushed instantly and covered her face with her hands. Nagahide, hiding her mouth behind a fan, squinted slightly, clearly suspecting Alex was about to reveal something big. He stood up and motioned for everyone to follow him. He figured they should see it first, then hear the rest. Nobuna was the first to rise from the couch, followed by the others. Alex approached the storage room, opened the door, and stepped inside. The others followed, and froze in shock. Behind what seemed like an ordinary door stretched a massive space with a high sky, where clouds drifted lazily above. Along the walls stood weapon racks, and in the distance was a full-fledged testing range. All of this, inside what looked like a normal house. With their mouths hanging open, they stared at the space, unable to believe their eyes. Nobuna even pinched her brother's arm, he yelped, and she realized, this wasn't a dream. "What is this? How can all this fit inside your house?" she asked in a stunned voice. Alex slowly turned to look at them. "This is part of the truth I was going to tell you, since you admitted I'm your future husband. You see, the truth is, I'm the Demon King," he said calmly, watching their reactions. Katsui couldn't handle the surge of emotions, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Alex managed to catch her before she hit her head on the floor. He gently held her in his arms while Nagahide narrowed her eyes, observing him, and Nobuna stood there, stunned, trying to process what she had just heard. But suddenly, understanding appeared on her face, followed by acceptance, and finally, excitement. She was now absolutely certain that she had chosen an extraordinary future husband. Nobuna couldn't help but praise her own sharp intuition. Still a bit stunned himself, Alex laid Katsui down on the couch. It was the first time someone had fainted after he revealed his true identity. He returned to his seat and braced himself for the barrage of questions. Nobuna and Nagahide sat across from him on the couch, their eyes locked on him. Alex noticed the way Nobukatsu's eyes were shining. The boy looked at him with genuine admiration. "So, you're the Demon King. Why are you here?" Nagahide was the first to speak, skipping pleasantries. "It's related to my work," Alex replied calmly with a faint smile. "And before you start bombarding me with questions, let me say this, explaining everything would take too long. You're better off asking the girls. They know the details." "Then where are they?" Nobuna asked impatiently, clearly eager for answers. "They're in the hot bath right now." I think you'll still have time to join them, said Alex, pointing toward the bathroom door. The moment she heard a bath, Nobuna didn't hesitate, she vaulted over the back of the couch and dashed straight for it. As a true princess, she detested taking showers in cramped stalls and always dreamed of a luxurious bath. Nagahide gave Alex a knowing, slightly amused look before following her friend at a more relaxed pace. Alex glanced at Katsui, who was still unconscious, and couldn't quite figure out why his revelation had struck her so hard. Sighing, he ruffled Nobukatsu's hair and returned to his interrupted work. Since he now had a helper, why not put him to good use? Alex called Nobukatsu over, and the two of them continued preparing for the evening movie screening. Along the way, Nobukatsu couldn't help but fire off question after question, and Alex smiled as he began telling the boy about his adventures and encounters with legendary Japanese swordsmen. Nobukatsu's eyes sparkled even brighter with excitement. Meanwhile, Nobuna burst into the bathroom, casually wrapped in a towel. The girls, who were relaxing in the steaming water and chatting about random things, looked up in surprise at the sudden visitor. A few seconds later, Nagahide entered too, also wrapped in a towel. She gazed around the luxurious bathhouse in amazement, marble tiles, carved columns shaped like statues, and a massive bath that looked more like a swimming pool. Hey, why are you staring like that? You act like you've never seen a big bath before. Rebecca called out loudly, looking at Nobuna and Nagahide. Snapping out of their amazement, both women entered the water and settled in beside the others. They exchanged curious glances until Siko noticed someone was missing. Where's Katsui? She's always with you, Siko asked, looking around. She fainted when Alex said he was the Demon King, Nobuna replied casually with a nod. The girls' eyes widened in shock, then burst into laughter. None of them expected anyone to react so dramatically to Alex's identity, and it only made the situation funnier. Well, now that you're here, I guess it's safe to say Alex, as usual, dumped all the explaining on us, Ray chuckled, wiping away a tear. Exactly. All he said was that his presence is related to his job and told us to ask you for the rest, Nagahide confirmed. There he goes again. Well, fine, ask whatever you want, Brunhild said, rubbing her forehead. What job? What is he capable of? Where did he come from? Nobuna immediately started firing off questions like a machine gun. From Nobuna's intense questioning, the girls couldn't help but wince. They all silently agreed that Brunhild would be the one to answer, while the rest preferred to back away. Brunhild, noticing how everyone had scattered to different corners, twitched her cheek in mild annoyance. She gestured for Nobuna and Nagahide to come closer so she wouldn't have to shout across the entire bath. Others soon joined the conversation as well, Alcina, 02, Lucy, all of them eager to learn more about Alex. Even Anya and Alice curiously leaned in to hear more stories. But the moment Brunhild mentioned that Alex was from another world, Nobuna became unstoppable. Her rapid-fire questions overwhelmed even Brunhild herself. And when Nobuna found out that Alex could travel between worlds, her face lit up. No one craved adventure more than she did. That meant she could one day see incredible places and experience extraordinary events by his side. Nagahide, meanwhile, grew even more impressed with Alex. Despite his immense power, he hadn't become an arrogant tyrant, he had saved 3 whole worlds. That was no small feat. Anya and Alice listened wide-eyed, barely containing their amazement. While the girls soaked in every word, Alex was in the kitchen preparing snacks for the evening movie screening, casually performing magic tricks for Nobukatsu. Big brother, can you train me too? The boy asked hopefully, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I can. But I'll warn you now, it won't be easy. You'll need to ignite the fire of youth to truly burn, Alex said, flashing a toothy grin and giving a thumbs up. Nobukatsu nodded eagerly, clearly ready. Alex chuckled softly, if only the kid knew how brutal the training would actually be. Once everything was ready, Alex sat on the couch, pulled out his phone, and began thinking over his next steps. He gently rested Katsui's head on his lap so that when she woke up, she wouldn't be startled. He didn't want her to panic or have a breakdown. With one hand, he scrolled through his phone, while the other softly stroked her hair, his mind drifting to the priests of the underworld. He knew that the 3 bastards were keeping the portals open so that demons could continue pouring into this world. If he could take out even one of them, it would significantly weaken the invasion. Big brother, what are you doing right now? Nobukatsu peeked over his shoulder. Remember I said I'm here on a job? Right now, I'm hunting down 3 losers who let demons into our world, Alex replied, pointing to a map on the screen. So, you're like a hero from a manga or comic book? Nobukatsu asked, eyes sparkling with admiration. Don't call me a hero. I work for pay, Alex grumbled, making a face. Nobukatsu seemed a bit taken aback by how firmly Alex rejected the idea of being a selfless savior. But Alex had no intention of explaining further to the boy. Instead, he went back to his search. He needed to figure out where the underworld priests might be hiding. If he could find even one, it would lead him to the rest. Right now, the top priority was to track down at least one of those bastards, and beat the spirit out of him. Just then, Katsui's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Alex's focused face, absorbed in something on his phone. At first, she was confused, realizing she was lying on his lap, but then it hit her. Like a speeding train, the last thing she remembered before passing out came rushing back, Alex's confession that he was the Demon King. She jolted as she felt his hand gently stroking her hair. Alex, absorbed in his search, noticed the movement and turned his gaze toward her. She flinched again when their eyes met. A slight ironic smile appeared on Alex's face. "I see you're awake. How do you feel?" he asked, continuing to stroke her hair. I'm fine." Katsui mumbled, her voice trembling. Her cheeks turned slightly red. "That's good. You surprised me a bit. I never thought anyone would faint just from finding out my true identity. Usually, people react more or less calmly, then bombard me with questions. But you surpassed them all, you just passed out," Alex said with a smile. Katsui blushed even more and quickly removed her head from his lap. Looking around, she tried to find Nobunaga and Nagahide but couldn't see them in the living room. Alex noticed her searching glance and immediately understood who she was looking for. "Nobunaga and Nagahide went to take a bath while you were unconscious," he said, pointing toward the bathroom. Katsui nodded, but her gaze still lingered on Alex. Like any normal person, upon realizing that a demon was sitting next to her, she began to examine him carefully. She wanted to spot some demonic traits: horns, a tail, hooves. First, she looked at his head, then his legs. But nothing unusual. Alex noticed out of the corner of his eye how she was studying him and felt a twitch in his eye. He was already tired of every girl, upon learning about his race, trying to find horns or hooves on him. So, he simply ignored her actions. While Katsui silently and cautiously examined Alex, Red and White came out of the bathroom. Both android girls were already dressed in casual clothes and walked up to Alex. He waved at them kindly, and they sat down on either side of him, leaning against his shoulders. Alex wasn't surprised. Red and White had long been mimicking the behavior of normal girls to become more human-like. And although they still sometimes acted like rational AIs, it didn't stop them from showing affection toward him. He lowered his phone a bit and, with a different perspective, looked at the bodies of the androids. He was pleasantly surprised to see that the previously faint fragment of their creator's soul had begun to grow. In the future, Red and White might develop their own souls. Perhaps this fragment was what made them gradually become more human. A few minutes later, the other girls started emerging from the bathroom, looking relaxed and content. "Did you wash off all the tiredness?" Alex asked, putting his phone in his pocket. "Oh, yes. Never thought I'd be so happy for a hot bath." "It's something else," Cammy said, drying her hair with a towel. "That's true. But we forgot something important," Rika said with a mischievous grin. "And what did we forget?" Valmet asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "After a hot bath, you need to drink cold beer," Shizuka cheerfully declared, already holding a can of frothy beer in her hands. The grown-up girls glanced at Shizuka, who was holding a can of cold beer. Their throats involuntarily dried up. Without much hesitation, the others also made their way to the fridge and grabbed a can for themselves. They scattered to various places, some to the armchair, some to the couch, settling in more comfortably. Alex watched this with mild surprise, but said nothing. "Ah, this is the life. What else could you want during a zombie apocalypse?" Coco lazily leaned back in her armchair, happily sipping her beer. "I wouldn't mind something salty to go with the beer," Chiquita said, opening her can. "Ladies, the snacks are already on the table, if you haven't noticed," Alex pointed out, gesturing to the table. "And who will serve them? By the way, I don't want to move anymore." "I'm tired," Rebecca mumbled, sprawled out in the armchair. Alex sighed, waved his hand, and the snacks lifted into the air, gently landing in the girls' hands. They responded with air kisses but still had no intention of getting up. He simply smirked, watching the girls relax. His gaze slid toward Alcina and Yuriko, who were leisurely sipping wine. He wasn't surprised, those two got along well and often had long conversations. Suddenly, Alex felt a piercing gaze on him. He turned and met Nobunaga's eyes, her impatience almost palpable. "What's up, Nobunaga? Do you want to ask something?" He raised an eyebrow. "When are you going to finish your work and leave this world?" she asked sharply, not hiding her irritation. "As soon as I deal with the two idiots. Then I'll go home." "What's the rush?" he answered calmly. "Can't you do it any faster?" she insisted, not letting up. "Since you know who they are, just kill them and be done with it." "I'd like to, but I haven't found them yet." "Only some leads," he shrugged. "But you have a plan, right, Alex?" Saya interrupted, adjusting her glasses. "Right. I have some ideas." I think I can lure one out first, and the other will show up, he nodded. Then, my dear Alex, do share your plans with your family, Yuriko said, gracefully swirling her wine in her glass. We need to know what to expect. All right, listen up. First, Weskier. He's the one who opened the portal for the demons. The idiot blabbed while I was fighting him that behind the rumors of the false savior, that's me, are those who fear the appearance of another monster. It's easier for them to kill me before it's too late. Wait. Ada frowned, propping up her chin. You're saying Weskier opened the portal, demons came here, and now their commanders are calling you a false savior and are afraid you're going to become something else? I'm a little confused. It's simple. The main one who commands the demons hasn't arrived yet. Well, he has arrived, but he has other priorities right now. The demons are temporarily being led by 3 hell priests. They're the ones who want me dead. And the monster they're afraid of? Brunhilde asked. That is a separate conversation. Let's put that aside for now. The point is, these 3 are keeping the portal open. If we kill them, we can lure out their so-called Dark Overlord. And after him, the one who started all this zombie apocalypse nonsense will appear, the one who dreams of turning the entire planet into biomass. And when do you plan to act? Valmet asked seriously. I've already found one of them. He's in Africa. That's where most of the demons and demon worshippers are right now. This territory used to be controlled by Weskier before he ran off to his island. Now, one of the priests is in charge, Alex said, showing them the map on his phone. The girls silently nodded, listening to his words. Alex decided not to drag it out and share the rest of the picture with them. He explained that the truce between Davith and the Minister of the Monoliths was falling apart. The demons had started attacking the red markers, reclaiming territories from the necromorphs. But in places where they couldn't destroy the marker, the demons themselves became food for giant creatures. Since the demons and necromorphs are at war, maybe there's a chance for the humans to regroup. Nagahide said thoughtfully. Temporarily, yes. But it won't last long, Coco replied, opening a new can of beer. One side will win, and then it will all be over, for everyone. But it's still a chance for unity, Brunhilde added, crossing her arms over her chest. Maybe. But that's not the main thing right now, Alex said, waving his hand. Enough brainstorming before bed. Once we catch the first priest, we'll figure out the next steps. These problems can wait until tomorrow. For now, rest. Alex is right, Kiriko agreed. Let's rest now, and think with a fresh mind. The girls had no choice but to relax and take a break. They decided to spend the evening watching a movie, but the hardest part awaited them, choosing what to watch. Alex knew this process might take a while, so he decided not to interfere and instead played a board game with Alice, Anya, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Nobukatsu. He left the movie selection to the girls. Sitting down at the table with the children, Alex placed Anya on his lap and looked at the cards and chips spread out on the table with interest. The game was a mix of card play and turn-based strategy, designed for multiple players. Quickly understanding the rules, he decided not to interfere and instead helped Anya. When the girls finally made their choice, they noticed how engrossed Alex was in playing with the children and decided not to disturb him. They simply turned on the movie and got comfortable. Hearing the familiar sounds from the speakers, Alex turned his head, saw that the movie had already started, and gently placed Anya on the floor before heading to the couch. Without warning, he scooped Saya into his arms and sat her on his lap. She rolled her eyes at his sudden move, and in retaliation, shoved a handful of popcorn into his mouth. In response, Alex kissed her cheek, leaving a light taste of salt and butter on her skin. The next morning, the girls woke up in Alex's workshop. However, he was nowhere to be found, even though he had slept with them the previous night. Not wanting to waste time searching, Brunhilde simply restored their spiritual connection with him and immediately realized that Alex was in his personal section of the workshop. Confirming that he was fine, the girls went to wash up and have breakfast. At that moment, Alex was sitting at his desk, making some preparations for unforeseen circumstances. Upon learning that the girls had woken up, he temporarily set his work aside and went to join them. He found them already having breakfast. "Good morning," he said as he entered the dining room. "Did you not sleep all night?" Chiquita asked, giving him a morning kiss. "We woke up, and you were already gone." "Of course I slept, just woke up early. I have a lot to do today, so I decided to start planning early," Alex replied, sitting down at the table. "And what are my husband's plans for today?" Kiriko asked, placing a mug of coffee in front of him and kissing him on the cheek. "Actually, not as much as it seemed. First, we need to build a wall at the entrance to this peninsula. Then, finish the second floor of the house. After that, I plan to go hunting for the first priest," Alex explained calmly. "The day has just started, and there's already a lot to do," Valmet remarked, sipping her coffee. "I think we girls should head further into the peninsula to scout the area." Don't rush with the excursions, Brunhilde intervened, her voice calm and confident. First, we need to settle the village. Only then should we focus on scouting. The girls nodded, accepting Brunhilde's words. While Alex finished his breakfast, he asked Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf to find the others. They needed to gather everyone for a conversation. Without wasting a second, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch shoved the last bites of food into their mouths, jumped onto Wolf, and sped off, leaving only dust behind. Alex, shaking his head with a light smile, decided not to rush. He finished his coffee and chatted a little with the girls. He hadn't fully decided on the day's plan yet, and there was no need to hurry, time was on his side. In the worst case, he could leave the second-floor construction to Gir, Mimi, Stitch, along with Red and White, and focus on more important matters. Once breakfast was over, Alex and the girls headed to the meeting spot. They left the house and walked along the main road of the settlement. From a distance, Alex noticed a large tent with a canopy set up in the center, where the rest of the group had already gathered. As they approached the tent, he nodded to everyone in greeting and waited for silence. "Good morning, everyone," he began with a slight smile. "Our organization, Zombieland, has finally reached a safe place. But, as usual, this is just the beginning. We still have a lot of work ahead, from building the settlement to preparing for the possible arrival of survivors who will seek refuge here." "Why such thoughts?" Balalaika huffed, exhaling cigarette smoke. "I don't want to disappoint you, Sasha, but we're in the middle of nowhere. I don't think the survivors can find us, if they're even still around. I've already started sending signals through the radio channels. I'm letting them know there's a safe place here. Whether they come or not, I don't know. But if they do, we need to be ready. Now, to more important matters, the situation in the world has changed. And I can't say whether this is good or bad. But we must accept it as a fact." Alex lit a cigarette, and a slight shadow of irritation crossed his face, reflecting his feelings about the state of the world. "What happened?" Svetlana frowned. "Did we miss something while we were on our way to Alaska? As you know, there are two types of infected. The first are necromorphs. These creatures resemble humans turned inside out and usually gather around red markers. The second are the undead, similar to demons. And for some reason, they've started fighting each other. The reasons are unknown to me, but as long as they're busy with each other, humans have some time to rest." The girls exchanged looks, fully understanding that Alex wasn't telling them everything. He was speaking the truth, but he deliberately left out the reasons behind the war between the demons and necromorphs. To clarify the situation for those who didn't quite understand what necromorphs were, Alex showed satellite images of the red markers and footage of battles between the demon and necromorph hordes. Some frames captured real battles for cities. Never would have thought that was possible. So, we're now the third party in this conflict. Unfortunately, the weakest one, Price said, putting away his cigar. We've already killed both of them. So their conflict just makes our task easier, Ghost remarked, crossing his arms over his chest. Ghost is right. Now, to the main point. I've gathered you here to ask you to start reaching out to your old contacts. Price, you should still have some connections in the military. It's time to find out who's still alive and capable of acting. This applies to everyone. I'll repeat it again, if humanity doesn't unite, we're facing complete extinction. I'll contact mine. One of them should be at the base in Anchorage, Price nodded, smirking. Great. In the meantime, let's focus on fortifying the settlement. No expeditions for now. First, let's make our new home truly safe, and then we'll move forward. The discussion continued for about an hour. Afterward, Alex handed over the management of the current tasks to Brunhilde, Coco, and Yuriko, and headed back to the house. He already knew exactly what he was going to start with. To be continued. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, The Priest's Invitation to Tea and the Death of Another Cockroach. After a brief meeting where the survivors assigned responsibilities, Alex decided it was time to begin implementing his own plans. He had no hesitation in leaving leadership of the group in the hands of Yuriko, Brunhilde, and Coco. Those three could handle things just fine, so there was no need for him to interfere. He had 3 objectives for the day: finish building the second floor of his house, construct a wall on the path connecting Unimak Island to the peninsula where the group was currently based, and finally, travel to Africa to capture one of the priests of the underworld and interrogate him. It didn't sound like much, but Alex knew the day would fly by. Thinking through his upcoming tasks, he found himself already standing in front of his house. He sat down on the porch, lit a cigarette, leaned his cheek against his hand, and stared blankly into the distance. He still hadn't decided where to start, though a rough sequence of actions was beginning to form in his mind. "What are you doing just sitting here? Don't you have things to do today?" came Alcina's voice as she stepped out of the house. "I do," Alex replied without turning his head. "Just thinking about where to start." "Why aren't you with the other girls?" Or are you turning into a recluse again, never leaving your castle? And how much longer are these Dracula jokes going to go on? Or have you already run out of material, she said with a smirk, leaning against a wooden post. Who knows, Alex chuckled. But you're not the first moocher I've had under my roof. Really? And who was before me, I wonder? Alcina asked with an amused glance. The goddess of darkness and night, Nyx. In my first world, I accidentally got involved with a group of evil gods who called themselves the Evilous. Nyx was one of them. In the end, Hestia beat her up, and then she stayed at my place and basically freeloaded off me. If she was so bad, why did you let her live and even take her in? Alcina asked in surprise. She's not actually evil. Just stupid. Her own brother, Erebus, tricked her. Want me to tell you the story? Have a seat, Alex offered, patting the spot beside him. Alcina was intrigued. To her, gods had always been the stuff of ancient legend, and hearing such a story from someone who had lived it was incredibly tempting. She sat down beside him, crossed her legs, and looked at Alex with interest. He didn't go into deep detail, there was no point wasting time, but he recounted the main events, how he killed a strange monster in a dungeon that shouldn't have existed, and how that led to his conflict with the Evilous. Alcina listened silently, becoming more engrossed in the tale as it went on. She was especially curious about what the gods were trying to achieve and why they had done what they did. When she finally learned the truth, she simply shook her head. As the conversation turned to Nyx, she began to understand why Alex called her an idiot. It was hard to believe that a god who thought of herself as dark and evil could actually be more benevolent than malevolent. And Nyx's actions were difficult to classify as truly evil at all. Alex, of course, didn't mention that it was partly his fault Nyx nearly set foot on a dark path, getting involved in his dangerous affairs. Truth be told, he never minded having her in his home, one extra mouth to feed wasn't a big deal to him. Never would have thought gods could be so. Alcina trailed off, not sure what word to use. Childish. Yeah, most of them are just spoiled brats. All-powerful, constantly bragging about their strength. Their egos are the size of a galaxy. Basically, grown-up children, Alex said, stroking his chin. Maybe you're right. I've never met a god, so I suppose I shouldn't judge, Alcina said, holding her cigarette holder elegantly between her fingers. If you want, you can come with us to my home world. You'll be able to see them with your own eyes, Alex offered with a shrug. You're inviting me to leave with you, she asked, exhaling smoke. What's keeping you here? When this is over, what are you going to do? Wander around until someone decides you're a monster and tries to kill you. This world belongs to humans. Even if they accept you, eventually it'll all repeat. People fear what's different. They're my brother's children, but every last one of them is selfish. If I stay, one day they'll decide it's time to overthrow me. It's inevitable. A world where everyone's happy is impossible. There will always be someone who wants more. So, when I finish what I came here to do, I'll leave. And I won't come back, Alex said calmly, gazing up at the sky. So you'll just walk away. Then what was the point of all this? Saving people, organizing a group? Alcina asked, turning to him, her voice laced with doubt. Just a selfish desire. I didn't have to do any of it. I could have just completed the mission. I could have walked away and let them die. But I don't regret it. It was my choice, he replied with a casual wave of his hand. I think I'll accept your offer. You're right, I've got nothing left here. My daughters are dead, my castle is gone. Everything I had is lost. And you're right, this world doesn't need me anymore, Alcina said, a quiet sadness in her voice. Alex let out a heavy sigh and nodded. No matter what people said about Alcina, that she was a monster, a bloodsucker, a beast, he knew she had truly loved her 3 adopted daughters. They sat on the porch in silence, saying nothing after the conversation. After a while, Alex decided it was time to start executing his plans for the day. Bidding Alcina farewell, he headed toward the aircraft carrier. He was planning to pick up his motorcycle and begin the hunt for the first priest. With his hands behind his head, Alex walked steadily toward the massive silhouette of the ship. Once he reached the boarding ramp, he climbed into the cargo bay, found his bike, started the engine, and rode back toward the house. Along the way, he thought that maybe he should bring his 3 little helpers with him, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. They'd definitely throw a fit if they found out he left without them. When he pulled up to the house, Alcina was nowhere to be seen. He figured she had simply gone back inside to think things over in peace. Parking the bike, Alex walked toward the entrance to call for his helpers. But before he could open the door, it swung open, and out onto the porch stepped Alice, Anya, Nobukatsu, followed by Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf. Anya was the first to notice Alex. With a joyful cry, she ran up to him and jumped straight into his arms. Smiling, Alex caught the girl and hugged her tightly. Daddy, are you leaving? Anya asked, pressing herself against him. Something like that. I think your moms can manage without me. And where were you all headed? He asked, playfully pinching her cheek. Big brother, we were going to help build the greenhouses. Alice replied with a beaming smile. Good job, Alex praised, nodding approvingly. And where are you going, big brother? Nobukatsu asked, curiously eyeing the motorcycle. It's time to get to work. Time to hunt some bad guys. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, what are you standing around for? Gear up, we're going demon hunting, Alex said with a broad grin. The trio's eyes lit up with excitement. Without wasting a second, they dashed back inside to change into their armor. While they got ready, Alex chatted with the kids and gave them advice on building greenhouses. However, realizing that words weren't enough, he decided to give them a detailed guide. He sat Anya on the motorcycle, pulled some gardening and greenhouse construction books from his inventory, and handed them to Alice. He explained that it would be best to give them to Saya, she was in charge of the greenhouse project. Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu all nodded seriously, showing they would treat the task with great responsibility. Alex gave them a warm smile and praised them for their dedication. A few minutes later, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch came running out of the house, armored, armed, and ready for battle. Well then, my assistants are ready. As for you three, no mischief and listen to the adults. Because if you get scolded, I'm not stepping in to save you, Alex warned with a smile. Okay, the children replied in unison. He ruffled their hair one last time, and they ran off laughing toward the greenhouses. Alex knew other kids would likely follow their lead, inspired by the example. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had already mounted Wolf and were ready to move out. Alex started his motorcycle, cast one last glance at the house, and set off. Before opening a portal to Africa and starting the hunt for the first priest, he decided to ride past the edge of the settlement. As he drove through the streets, he headed toward the road connecting the peninsula to Unimak Island. Upon reaching the area, he slowed down slightly when he noticed Tommy's group. They looked exhausted. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Hey, guys, why do you all look so worn out? He asked, stopping his bike. You're asking us? We spent the whole damn night out here, on this cursed road, while you were warming yourself by the fire. I was about to freeze to death. Shino snapped, pointing a finger at him in outrage. You could have made a fire and kept warm, Alex replied calmly. I swear I'm gonna. Shino yelled, lunging forward with every intention of attacking him. Fuming with rage, Shino charged at Alex, ready to beat him. She simply couldn't hold back the anger built up from a freezing night on a foreign road. Alex calmly extended a hand and placed it on Shino's head, holding her at bay so she couldn't reach him. He listened to her furious yelling with a stoic expression, keeping his hand in place. He had no interest in getting punched by an enraged girl. A minute later, Shino was out of breath. Her chest rose and fell heavily, and a flicker of unspent fury still danced in her eyes. Alex didn't even want to imagine what they had gone through during the night, judging by the others' expressions. Itami, for instance, sported a fresh black eye, and you didn't have to be a genius to guess he'd said something stupid again and earned Shino's wrath. Where are you headed, Alex? Mari asked, giving him a curious look. My little ones and I are going hunting, Alex said with a slight smile. There and back again, so to speak. Judging by your little ones, you're not going hunting, you're staging a full-scale slaughter, Mari replied with a sly glint in her eyes. You know, Mari, has anyone ever told you that being too clever is bad for your health? Alex smirked and teasingly tugged her nose. Mari laughed and slapped his hand playfully. After exchanging a few more words with the others, Alex started the engine and sped off. His only concern now was capturing the first priest and learning the location of the others. He was certain, if he started breaking the spine of the demon invasion, then David, the one responsible for all this chaos, would eventually show his face. And when David fell, the Minister of Monoliths would inevitably crawl out of his hole, clapping as if it were a performance. That's when Alex would squash him too. Once he was far enough from the settlement, Alex summoned Yamato and, unsheathing the blade, made 2 swift slashes. A portal opened before him. Without delay, he rode his motorcycle through it, followed by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch on the back of Wolf. On the other side, a grim scene greeted them. A red sky, the thick stench of blood in the air, and a bone-deep sense of despair. Where the hell are we? I was trying to open the portal closer to the priest's location, Alex muttered, scanning the area. Creator, we're at the border of Congo and the Central African Republic, Wolf replied. So the priest is somewhere nearby. Which direction do we go? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Dad, that way. Stitch shouted, pointing a clawed paw toward one of the hills. And why exactly that way? Alex raised an eyebrow. Because it stinks, Stitch grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Alex shrugged and revved the bike, heading in the direction Stitch had pointed. As they got closer, he quickly realized what Stitch meant. The air grew heavier with the scent of blood and demonic presence. Waves of negative emotion grew stronger by the second, as if the very air was saturated with fear and pain. Reaching the top of the hill, Alex stopped and squinted. Before him stretched a vision of hell on earth. A city lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. At its center stood a massive black citadel, from which a powerful energy beam shot into the sky. Alex followed the flow with his eyes and frowned. "They're processing souls on the spot, turning them into argent energy and sending it to Jekad," he muttered, staring at the swirling stream. "We need to cleanse the city of demonic filth and filthy heretics. We must purge the unclean," Gir declared, jumping off Wolf. "But first." Alex narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, forming an energy dome over the city that blocked teleportation. "Let's seal this cesspool so our cowardly priest can't run." "He cannot hide from the light of the Imperium," Mimi said proudly, her eyes locked on the citadel. Alex nodded and turned his gaze away from the massive beam of energy piercing the sky. He already understood, the souls of captured people were being instantly processed into argent energy. The stream of power was being funneled through a portal hidden in the dense clouds above. Jumping off his motorcycle, Alex opened the weapon compartment and pulled out a power axe. With a casual flick of his wrist, electric arcs crackled along the double-edged blade. Mimi and Stitch leapt off Wolf's back, also ready for battle. Stowing the motorcycle in his inventory, Alex began a slow descent down the hill toward the city overrun by demons and their cultist servants. Gradually picking up speed, he and his companions broke into a run. As soon as they neared the ruins of the city, a deafening demonic roar echoed through the streets. Mancubus and mecha-spiders appeared on the rooftops of shattered buildings, opening fire with plasma blasts. But Alex, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf had no intention of dodging. They charged straight ahead, ignoring the incoming fire. A Hell Knight appeared in Alex's path, trying to block the way. Without breaking stride, Alex grabbed it by the face and used the demon's body as a battering ram, smashing through a city wall. The group was now deep inside enemy territory, in the heart of the occupied city. "We need to reach the center. Push through. Destroy anything in our way," Alex said, quickly scanning their surroundings. He, Slaughter," Stitch giggled maniacally, cocking his shotgun. The exchange lasted only a few seconds, but the streets and buildings were already swarming with demons. Cracking his neck, Alex was the first to launch into the fight. His goal was the citadel, and anyone in his way had to die. Swinging the power axe, he tore through enemies, sending blood spraying, limbs flying, gunshots booming, and explosions rocking the battlefield, all amidst the halls of demons. Plowing through the endless horde, Alex finally spotted the entrance to the citadel. Dodging an attack from a Hell Baron trying to gore him with its horns, Alex grabbed it by the back of the head and slammed its face into the asphalt. Crushing the skull, he raised his axe high and brought it down hard into the ground. The resulting shockwave blasted enemies in all directions. Clearing a path, Alex kicked open the citadel gates and stepped inside. "Now we need to get to the top," he said, glancing around. "Creator, I suggest we locate a mechanism to assist us," Wolf replied. "Brilliant. Now go find it," Gir grumbled, shaking demon blood off his warhammer. Alex ignored their bickering and moved deeper inside. If they couldn't find an elevator, he'd punch his way up, as usual. Passing through eerie halls, he stiffened when he heard a gunshot. Instantly raising his axe, he deflected the projectile, metal clanged against metal. Turning toward the source, he saw a group of armed soldiers. Demon cultists. Possessed fanatics. Filthy heretics. "How dare you strike so cowardly?" Gir roared and charged. He was the first to reach them, scattering the enemy with a single swing. Alex almost pitied them, but in a matter of seconds, there was nothing left to pity. The walls were painted with gore. Gir wasn't done, shouting purging slogans as he continued smashing bodies. Not in the mood to listen to his ranting, Alex pressed onward. They needed to find a lift, or at least something that resembled one. But it was as if the darkness itself was mocking them. Every hall turned out to be a breeding ground for filth. Alex was starting to think they'd slain just as many demons inside the citadel as they had on the way there. Their bodies were drenched in blood from head to toe, and he was certain it would take a week to get clean without purification magic. Damn it, how many of them are there? I'm sick of pushing through these corridors. We wipe out one horde, another takes its place. Clear one hall, the next one's even worse. Alex snapped, wiping blood from his face. Darling, you were the one who insisted on going up the traditional way, Gondal replied with a slight smirk, appearing beside him in her spirit form. Yeah, your husband's fault. Maybe help him out, huh? Alex said, glancing at her with a playful look. No thanks. The stench of blood and despair is so strong here, I'm getting dizzy even in spirit form, Gondal snorted, stuck out her tongue, and vanished back into Alex's spiritual space. Shaking his head, Alex turned around at the sound of a long, mournful howl. His gaze settled on Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf as they methodically quartered a Hell Baron. They did it slowly and coldly, seemingly intent on making the demon feel every second of agony. Weary, Alex lit a cigarette. He was no longer surprised by how brutal his companions could be. Stitch was made for destruction, cute and fluffy only on the outside. Deep down, he still reveled in explosions and chaos just like Rebecca. As for Gir, Mimi, and Wolf, they were built as combat assistants and protectors from the start, so brutality was part of their programming. Especially since Gir and Mimi were devout believers in the Emperor, and fanatics were rarely gentle. He watched as the demon's limbs were slowly torn from its body, stretching until a wet crunch of joints and a rip of flesh broke the tension. The Hell Baron was torn apart. Its body parts scattered across the hall, and what remained was left bleeding on the floor. There's one last room we haven't checked. If there's no elevator in there, screw it, I'm punching through the ceiling, Alex muttered, tossing away his cigarette. Yeah, Stitch nodded, slamming the Baron's own severed leg into its head with a squelch. All right, quit messing with the bastard. Let him rot, maybe his kin will think he's a snack, Alex said, turning away. The Hell Baron let out a weak growl. Stitch growled back, then methodically began slapping the demon in the face with its own leg until its head turned to pulp. Alex glanced back just as Stitch finished the job. Yeah, he definitely needs a break after this, Alex thought. The little guy's getting too into it. Things only got worse when Stitch, still holding the demon's bloody leg, took a selfie in front of the mutilated corpse. All right, enough posing. We still need to catch the priest for questioning, Alex muttered in a tired voice. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately stopped messing around and ran over to Alex. He shook his head again and headed toward the next door. Kicking it open, he expected to face more demons or cultists, but instead, he found himself in a spacious, empty hall. Alex raised an eyebrow. This time, everything was suspiciously quiet. But what pleased him the most was the platform rising from the center of the room, a lift leading upward. Letting out a sigh of relief, Alex and his companions approached the mechanism. Who in their right mind comes up with this kind of design, he started grumbling. What was so hard about regular buttons or a lever? No, gotta slap a skull on it like some villain from a trash horror flick. Looks creepy, Mimi remarked, shaking her head. My point exactly, Alex nodded. The platform beneath their feet jerked and began to ascend. Alex quietly hummed to himself, trying not to focus on the stench of blood that had followed them since entering the citadel. All he wanted now was to catch the priest and go home. Take a long, hot bath and wash off all this demonic filth. He glanced at his clothes, they'd been beyond saving for a while now. It'd be easier to burn them than try to clean them with magic or anything else. Eventually, the platform reached the top of the citadel and came to a halt. Alex and his team found themselves in yet another hall. The architecture hadn't changed, skulls instead of lanterns, bloody inscriptions on the walls, the usual decor around here. Wasting no time, Alex walked up to a massive set of doors and kicked them clean off their hinges with a spin. Good evening, motherfucker, he said as he entered the room. The doors crashed into the opposite wall with a loud bang, leaving deep dents in the stone. The priest inside flinched at the sudden noise, looking up at Alex as he stepped in. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the figure standing before him. Deeg Nylox, Alex said with a cold smirk. Treacherous scum. I knew we'd meet again. The priest took a nervous step back, his voice trembling with tension. You shouldn't be here, false savior. You're supposed to be on the other side of the world, he nearly shouted, his composure breaking. Alex chuckled, continuing his slow approach. Why so nervous, Deeg? Did you really think I wouldn't come for you? Bad news, your buddy Weskier couldn't keep his mouth shut. And you'll be even worse. Every answer I need, I'll get it, with or without your permission. Before the priest could utter another word, Alex grabbed him by the throat and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Nylox thrashed in the air, desperately trying to break free, but Alex's grip was like a steel noose, unyielding and brutal. Help me. Kill the false savior. That's an order. Deeg choked out, turning his head as if expecting backup. Yeah. A man's voice replied from the same direction. If I'd known you were such a pathetic mutt, I would have never teamed up with you. Alex frowned, turned, and froze as he saw the man approaching. Tall, with wavy red hair, thick black brows, and eyes that looked like they were filled with blood. An athletic build, broad shoulders, and strangely lean but strong legs. Alex squinted. He knew that face. Yujiro Hanma. He muttered, the shock momentarily eclipsing his fury. During the fight with Weskier, Alex had managed to pull some surface-level memories. He knew Davith had been gathering hounds from conquered worlds. Yujiro was likely one of them, or something even worse. Although, according to Weskier's memories, most of these so-called chosen ones had been killed by the dumb guy. Alex released the priest, who immediately collapsed to the floor, coughing. His gaze was now fixed on Yujiro. "Don't let the coward run," he told his companions. "I'll deal with this idiot. Kill me." Yujiro sneered, baring his teeth in a predatory grin. "Funny. These priests call you the false savior, but to me, you're just a weakling. Why do people like you always crawl out of the woodwork like cockroaches?" Alex said calmly, but his voice carried sharp disdain. "No matter. I've gotten used to crushing types like you. You're not the first, and you sure as hell won't be the last, Yujiro Hanma." He stepped forward, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Maybe you were the strongest in your world. Then you became Davithe's lapdog. But here. You're nothing. A pathetic speck in the void. No matter how much power they gave you, in my eyes, you're just another dumb bastard who thinks he's invincible." Yujiro laughed, eyeing Alex with interest. "I like you. You're entertaining. Then show me what you've got. Show me why these priests are afraid of you." "So be it," Alex replied coldly. Yujiro grinned and lunged at Alex. In an instant, he was in front of him, throwing a devastating punch. But Alex didn't even flinch, he effortlessly blocked the blow. Before Yujiro could react, he felt a steel grip clamp down on his face. Alex seized his head and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash. Without a word, he climbed on top of him and began to pound his fists into Yujiro's face, methodically, mercilessly. Each blow sounded like a hammer striking stone. Yujiro couldn't even twitch, his entire body was racked with pain. Alex wasn't using any technique, no finesse, just pure rage and unrelenting brutality. Yujiro's face quickly turned into a bloody pulp. When Alex grew tired of punching, he grabbed Yujiro's head and began smashing the back of it into the stone floor. Cracks spread through the tiles with each impact. Then he flipped Yujiro onto his stomach, grabbed him by the hair, and started all over again, this time slamming his face into the ground. The priest watching the scene unfold felt fear seize his heart. There was no stopping it now. A monster had already entered this world, and its name was Alex. When Yujiro finally went limp and collapsed face first onto the floor with a dull thud, Alex released his grip. Not a single sign of life remained. But he wasn't finished yet. Grabbing Yujiro's head with both hands, he gave a sharp jerk, and with a wet, sickening crack, tore it clean off his body. Ignoring the gushing blood, Alex tossed the head aside and turned his gaze toward the priest. "That's it. That was the so-called chosen one your master picked," he scoffed, slowly walking forward. Even the fight with Weskier was 100 times more fun than this empty shell. It can't be." The priest whispered, still unable to believe what he had just seen. Alex leaned in close, his eyes flaring with darkness. "You feared the birth of a new Doomslayer. But here's the irony. I'll let you in on a little secret. I was born where monsters die. I died where monsters are born." Deeg Nilox's eyes went wide with terror. He saw a bottomless darkness before him. From within it, rainbow-colored, unblinking eyes stared back, and beneath them stretched a wide, toothy, inhuman grin. Alex grinned wider, feeling the fear seep into every fiber of the priest's soul. "Rip off his limbs and shove him in a sack. He'll be our guest, 4T, he said, straightening up. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf grabbed the priest by his arms and legs simultaneously, then pulled in opposite directions. A disgusting crack echoed out as his limbs were barbarically torn off. To keep him from dying too quickly, the wounds were instantly cauterized. The air filled with the stench of burnt flesh and agonized screams. But Alex didn't even flinch. He knew the priest would die anyway, it was just a question of whose hands would end him, his or the Doomslayer's. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch quickly stuffed the mutilated body into a sack and tied it tight. Wolf slung it over his back, ready to move out. Seeing everything was done, Alex turned toward the exit as well. To be continued. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, The Relentless Ghost Girl and the Conclusion of the Priest Capture Mission. Alex stood in the shadows of the chamber where he had captured the first priest, calmly watching as his companions, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, brutally quartered the priest of the underworld known as Deeg Nilox, following his command. His gaze remained cold and impassive, as if he were simply observing a mechanical process unworthy of even a shred of sympathy. The screams of agony erupting from the priest's throat didn't stir the slightest reaction in him. Alex knew, this bastard had betrayed his people and sold out the Night Sentinels, luring many of them over to Davithe's side. His death, slow as it was, had been well earned. No longer paying attention to Deeg, whose bloodied body was now being shoved into a sack, Alex turned his gaze toward the lifeless corpse of the beheaded Yujiro Hanma. At first, he had been certain that the Doomslayer had wiped out all of Davithe's so-called chosen. But clearly, not all of them. The savage execution only confirmed it, Yujiro didn't belong in this world. which meant there were others. And he'd likely have to face more of these chosen again. Alex wondered, what criteria did Davith use to select his champions? What qualities did they have to possess? Deeg Nilox had the answers. And the priest would provide them, either willingly or under torture. But first, he'd need to suffer a little. "We're ready," Mimi said, tugging at Alex's pant leg. "Got our guest packed up already?" he asked, turning to the others. "Yup," Stitch replied, giving a thumbs up. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at the sack tied to Wolf's back. Blood dripped from it in scarlet drops, splattering against the stone floor. He hoped his companions had been careful enough to keep Deeg alive until they made it back to Alaska. But for now, it was too soon to leave. There was still work to be done in the city. The citadel still stood, and demons continued to roam the streets. Alex pondered how to wipe out the entire horde and free the souls being processed into Argent energy. The simplest solution seemed to be dropping a meteorite, quick, efficient, and absolute. But the moment he considered it, the voices of the Valkyries rose in unison in his mind, protesting. Their tone was filled with concern. That would cause a catastrophe. It would disrupt the balance. It would tear at the very fabric of this world. Alex nearly rolled his eyes in irritation. "Oh, shut up already," he muttered under his breath and, sighing in disappointment, walked over to the citadel's wall. With a powerful kick, he broke open a path to the outside and stepped to the edge, looking down at the city. The scene was grim. The streets were swarming with demons like an anthill after rain. There were even more than before. Alex realized immediately, there were multiple demonic nests in the city, portals through which these hellspawn kept entering this world. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf came up beside him. They too stared down in silence, as if waiting for a command. Janya, Alex said lazily, watching the chaos below. "Feel like having some fun?" The moment he spoke the words, his shadow began to distort. From it, an elegant feminine figure slowly emerged. A pale hand with black nails wrapped gently around Alex's neck. Janya, his silent companion, had arrived as always without a sound, like death itself. She floated behind him, staring down at the demonic chaos with a blank expression. Their eyes met, and Alex saw in hers a crimson fire of fury, hidden behind a veil of cold detachment. He gently touched her hand, still resting on his shoulder, and she gave a barely noticeable nod. Smiling, Alex took a step back, then stepped forward, and without hesitation, jumped from the top of the citadel. He landed squarely on the head of a massive arachnotron. The demon's skull shattered with a loud crack, and its body collapsed like a sack of bones. Moments later, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf hit the ground, each of them landing directly on the heads of other demons, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Janya still floated silently behind Alex, her arms around his neck, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the demons ahead. She slowly released her embrace, her eyes locked on the horde before her. Janya hovered above the ground. Her bare feet descended slowly, gently touching the earth. Sensing an impending threat, the demons began to growl, hesitating. Those who dared to charge forward were instantly torn apart by her hair, transformed into formless, fleshy clumps. Blood streamed beneath her feet, pooling into a crimson puddle that spread wider with every second. The demons instinctively backed away, overcome with dread as the blood stain rapidly expanded into a lake. But it was too late to escape. The blood spilled into the streets, flooding the city. Alex glanced down and was struck with surprise. This wasn't just a lake created by Janya. No, it was something far more sinister. Reflected in the blood was an inverted, grotesque version of the city, entirely made of flesh and gore, pulsing like a living nightmare. Alex knew that in her world, Janya had managed to subjugate part of this blood city using her power. But he hadn't expected the scale to be so overwhelming. He turned his gaze to the demons now fleeing in panic. They were no longer hunters, but prey. It was as if the monsters were not them, but Janya herself had become a far greater nightmare. She stepped forward, and ripples spread across the lake. At that moment, the reflection of the city in the blood stirred to life. Screams echoed from its depths, pain, fear, rage, and despair. With Janya's presence, the air became harder to breathe. Her energy suppressed everything, even the demonic. The scent of blood grew stronger, thick and suffocating. She took another step. More ripples. The screams grew deafening. In that instant, all the demons trying to flee suddenly froze, as if pinned in place. They snarled and struggled, but could not move. "Never thought the quiet ghost girl would be this dangerous," said Gyralul, appearing in her spirit form with arms crossed over her chest. "In her world, she was called the strongest ghost," Alex replied, scratching his chin. "They said her power was equal to that of a demonic god. But now she's even stronger, because she gained your shadow," added Regan Leaf, adjusting her glasses as she watched Janya closely. Alex nodded, eyes fixed on her back. He wondered why Zhangya hadn't already destroyed the demons, but then he understood, she wanted to kill them slowly. And he was right. With another step, the ripples intensified. When the waves reached the edges of the blood lake, hands began to rise from the crimson depths. They grabbed demons by the legs, the arms, the bodies, and slowly, methodically tore away chunks of flesh, piece by piece, prolonging the agony. Zhangya's red eyes burned as she watched them being ripped apart. "Alex, I don't mean to sound rude, but I think she's enjoying this," Regan Leaf noted, glancing at him. "She is," he replied calmly. "Don't forget, Zhangya is a red ghost. Those are born only from unjust deaths consumed by rage. She may look gentle and beautiful, but she's devoured hundreds of ghosts. Tore them apart before absorbing them. Her entire being is soaked in hatred, pain, and despair." The Valkyrie sighed silently, remembering the horrors Zhangya had gone through before becoming who she was now. Alex felt sorry for her. He knew her pain and was glad that, by his side, she could at least live a half-normal life, and maybe, over time, be freed from the darkness within. Zhangya slowly turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes, bright red, stared straight into his soul. Seeing her gaze, Alex raised his hands above his head, forming a heart shape. Her cruelty didn't scare him. He was too attached to this ghostly girl. Zhangya saw the gesture, and some of the rage in her eyes faded, though the blood-soaked hands continued to tear demons apart. The screams began to die down. One by one, the demons vanished until the last one was slowly ripped apart and absorbed into the lake, becoming part of the Red City. Alex silently watched as the demons became eternal prisoners. He knew that this was far worse than death. They would suffer forever, in a world of flesh and pain. Gradually, the bloody lake receded, retreating to Zhangya's feet until it disappeared entirely. She turned and slowly walked toward Alex. He smiled and spread his arms, hoping to hug her, but Zhangya passed right through him and vanished into his shadow. "And there goes all the love," Alex complained, theatrically throwing up his hands. "I wanted to hug you, kiss you, and you just poof, hid." A ripple ran through his shadow, and it took the shape of Zhangya. Drops of blood rose and formed words. Later. Tired. Alex chuckled. That was just like her, his red ghost. He sighed heavily and didn't press further. All the demons and their followers had been wiped out by Zhangya, now all that remained was to destroy the citadel. Reaching into his inventory, he began looking for a bomb powerful enough to wipe the entire city and fortress off the face of the earth. Finally, he pulled out a black cube, the bomb. He turned it over in his hands, searching for the marking. Seeing the engraved number 1S, he nodded, exactly what he needed. Activating the cube, he tossed it over his shoulder and gestured for his team to follow. Alex, along with Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, slowly walked down the now empty streets. Just moments ago, the city had been teeming with demons, but now it felt completely dead. They crossed the city limits and climbed a hill. From up there, they could see the dark citadel standing in the center. Alex lit a cigarette. The moment his lighter sparked, the center of the city erupted in a flash of light. The light rapidly spread, consuming streets, buildings, and towers. When the dome reached the entire city, it suddenly contracted and vanished in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a barren wasteland. Not a single trace remained, as if the city had never existed. Soon, other changes followed. The smell of blood vanished, along with the oppressive feeling of despair that had hung in the air. The blood-red sky cleared of black clouds, and for the first time in ages, the evening sky appeared, with clouds gently drifting overhead. The portal through which the citadel had sent Argent energy to Jeked began to slowly close. "Looks like we're done." "The priest's been caught," Alex said, looking up at the sky. "Caught," Stitch confirmed, nudging the sack with the priest in it. "The citadel's been destroyed," Alex noted, glancing at the ruins. "Destroyed," Mimi nodded. "And all the demons are dead," Alex added, flicking away his cigarette. "Dead," Gir confirmed. "Then I guess we're done here," Alex said, looking at his blood-soaked clothes. "Now all that's left is a friendly chat with our guest, but first, a hot bath and laundry. We're all covered in gore from head to toe." He took a motorcycle from his inventory, also grabbing a rope, with which he securely tied the bag containing the priest. Tying the other end to the luggage rack, he started the engine. While riding, he summoned Yamato, and with a few swings, opened a portal. Crossing it, the team returned to Alaska, to Unimak Island. Upon reaching familiar ground, Alex slammed on the brakes and took a deep breath of the cool, fresh air. The freshness filled his lungs, dissolving the last remnants of tension. Taking out his phone, he realized the entire operation had taken just over an hour, the priest was captured, and the citadel destroyed. Taking another deep breath to rid himself of the smell of blood, Alex started the engine again and drove on. The bag with the priest thudded with every bump and rock. Alex hummed softly, while Gir, Mimi, and Stitch cheerfully sang along, riding on top of Wolf. In the distance, the road connecting the island to the peninsula appeared, and Alex accelerated. He noticed a group. Judging by the looks of it, Melnick's team had replaced Tommy's patrol. Melnick and his fighters had been on guard since morning. They had been told there might be survivors, so they decided to post permanent security. Seeing the approaching figure, they didn't immediately recognize who it was. Anya looked through the sniper scope and saw a blood-soaked person racing toward them. He's all covered in blood, she quickly explained, and the team tensed up. Melnick raised his hand, signaling them to get ready. Hold on. Who are you, and why are you here? He shouted loudly, aiming his rifle at the approaching motorcyclist. Hey, Melnick. What's wrong with you? It's me. Alex replied, tiredly smirking, without slowing down. Melnick squinted, peering at the figure on the motorcycle, all drenched in blood, and finally recognized Alex. The rest of the team also quickly identified him. It was impossible not to notice his rainbow-colored eyes, which no one else had. Damn, Sasha. We didn't recognize you right away. You look like you've bathed in a lake of blood, Demir exhaled, lowering his rifle. You're putting it mildly, Alex said with a crooked smile. And where have you come back from in this state? Anya asked, sizing Alex up from head to toe. Same as usual. We went hunting, and as usual, everything went to hell, he replied, lighting a cigarette. Well, it shows. And I assume your trophy is in the bag. Igor added, pointing at the bag tied to the motorcycle. Haha, something like that. Anything happen while I was gone? Did anyone come by? Maybe survivors reached our settlement. Alex asked, shaking the ash off his cigarette. Nope. After the shift with Tommy, we haven't seen any new faces. It's been quiet. Not even any undead around, Melnick reported, saluting. Got it. Then I'm heading home. Need to wash off all this blood and get some rest. Stay alert, Alex said, revving the engine. I think you'll need more than just a shower. You'll need a long, hot bath to scrub all this off, Igor smirked. Alex laughed, waved goodbye, and headed toward the settlement. His blood-soaked appearance, like that of his companions, immediately attracted the attention of those working on construction and repairs. He didn't stop, although he could feel dozens of eyes on him. I should have probably cleaned up with magic, he thought to himself. But now it's too late. What's done is done. As he approached his house, he spotted Mio and Renka chatting with Seol and Jiny. Alex. What happened to you? Renka exclaimed as she noticed him, while Alex was hoping he would just pass by unnoticed. Sighing, Alex realized he had failed to stay inconspicuous. He stopped the motorcycle and nodded to his companions, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, to head home and take the guest with them. They nodded, grabbed the bag, and headed toward the workshop. While Alex was giving orders, the girls watched him in surprise. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his face and hair looked like he had just crawled out of a slaughterhouse. So, what's the deal? You gonna tell us where you've been for an entire hour? And why do you look like the hero of a horror movie? Mio asked sternly. I was hunting. Things, got a bit out of control, he replied lazily. What kind of hunt ends with you looking like you fell into an underground lake of blood? Jiny quipped. You can put it that way. But I'm better off heading home. I desperately need a bath, and I think my clothes are gonna have to be burned, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Mio and Renka exchanged a look. They remembered that Alex was planning to track down the priest who was maintaining the portal through which the demons were arriving. Apparently, he was the one in the bag. And Alex's appearance indicated that the fight had been tough. After saying goodbye to the girls, Alex made his way to the house. He didn't have the energy to answer the same questions again. Stopping at the porch, he parked the motorcycle and went inside. In the living room, Chiquita, Valmet, and Coco were sitting on the couch. Looks like the hunt was successful, Chiquita remarked, glancing toward the workshop. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch just carried the bag in there. That's right. Caught one of them. 2 more left, Alex nodded. And what happened with you guys that you came back looking like this? Valmet asked, raising an eyebrow. Long story. But first, hot bath. And then, we'll have to give our guest a warm welcome, Alex said with a light smile, heading toward the workshop. The 3 girls exchanged curious glances, clearly intrigued by the mysterious guest, and without saying a word, they followed Alex into the workshop. They couldn't wait to see the demonic priest he had mentioned. Following Alex inside, they saw that his 4 helpers had already taken the bag with the prisoner all the way to the testing range. Alex approached them and took out from his inventory an item that held special memories for him, a worn wooden chair covered in strange symbols. The very same one he had used to torture gods back in Orario. What is this strange chair with the incomprehensible inscriptions? Coco asked with interest, leaning over the item. This is a special torture chair, Alex replied calmly as he placed it on the floor. I used it on gods in Horario. And how did you torture gods, on an ordinary chair? Chiquita asked, curiously walking around it. It's not exactly ordinary. It's embedded with a complex combination of runes that destroy both body and soul, only to then restore them. An endless cycle of pain and healing. Anyone who sits in this chair will experience agony over and over, until I turn it off. And what happened to those gods who went through it? Valmont asked, narrowing her eyes and crossing her arms over her chest. They turned into spineless, drooling idiots, Alex replied, unflinchingly. Before pulling the priest out of the bag, Alex cast a sleep spell on him so he wouldn't start shouting or rambling. He shoved his hands into the bag, firmly grabbed the priest by the neck, and, without ceremony, pulled him out. The girls tensed, waiting, but once they saw the prisoner, they exchanged confused glances. The priest didn't look like a fearsome demon at all. Instead, he resembled a dried-up mummy, no arms, no legs, with withered skin and empty eyes. Alex seated him in the chair and, just in case, tied him down securely. Turning to the girls, he noticed the clear confusion on their faces. Something wrong, he asked, tilting his head slightly. Coco answered first. Is this really the demonic priest? I, for one, expected to see a demon with claws, horns, eyes burning with hatred. Not this, dried-up leather doll. I don't even know what to say to that. Alex admitted, scratching the back of his head. On that note, I think I'll go take a bath. Want me to help? Chiquita immediately responded with a flirtatious smile. I wouldn't mind. Especially a good massage, Alex grinned, nodding. Chiquita smirked and, grabbing Alex by the hand, dragged him toward the bathroom. Mimi, and Stitch quickly followed suit, eager to wash off the dried demon blood. Coco and Valmont exchanged a glance and followed behind. Chiquita was the first to drag Alex into the bathroom and began undressing, shedding her clothes with a light, playful smile. Alex quickly followed suit, pulling off his blood-soaked clothes and wrapping himself in a towel. Even under his t-shirt, his body was covered in demon blood, it had soaked through the fabric, leaving dark stains. Taking his hand, Chiquita led Alex to the spacious bathroom with a massive stone tub filled with hot water. Dipping his head into the water, Alex felt all the tension begin to melt away, the warmth spreading across his skin and soothing his weary mind. Breaking the surface, Alex saw that Coco and Valmont had joined them. The girls slowly entered the water and sat down next to him, surrounding Alex on three sides. While they carefully washed the dried blood off him, Alex talked about his trip to Africa and the hunt for the priest. He also mentioned meeting one of the so-called chosen that David was gathering for his army from the conquered worlds. When all the traces of the battle were finally gone from Alex's body, the group briefly climbed out of the water to sit on the edge of the massive tub and dry off a bit before returning to the hot water. How strong is this chosen one? Coco asked, settling on Alex's lap and leaning her back against him. Not much more than useless trash. Not even worth mentioning, Alex replied lazily, wrapping his arm around her waist under the water. Maybe he's trash to you, oh great demon king, but for someone else, meeting him would have been the last thing they'd do, Valmont commented, resting her head on Alex's shoulder. Valmont's right, Alex. Who knows how many more of these chosen have slipped into this world with the priests, Chiquita added, settling on the other shoulder. Not many. Most of them are already dead. Doomslayer killed almost all of them. Only the pathetic remains are left, Alex said indifferently. Who, sorry? Doom who? Coco asked, turning her head to him in confusion. Doomslayer. That's what demons call one man, Alex began to explain. Priests used to serve King Argent Newer, but they betrayed him, tempted by immortality. Doomslayer was one of the Night Wardens, elite protectors of their world. He and the others were thrown into hell to be torn apart by demons. Only he survived. And he began slaughtering them one by one. Day after day, year after year. No sleep, no mercy, driven only by rage. Demons started to fear him, telling their children about him as a bedtime story. He became their nightmare. Night Wardens. You've mentioned them before. When we were in the Evil Corporation's lab in Hong Kong. 2 demons appeared near the red marker, and you called them traitors. Were they Night Wardens too? Valmont asked, lifting her head. Yes. Some of them switched sides to the demons. The rest stayed true to their duty. But in the end, they were betrayed and left to die in hell, Alex confirmed. The story of Doomslayer is just insane. It's like something from the movies. I'd love to see what he looks like, Coco said, stretching and pressing herself closer to Alex. The armor that Stitch and Rebecca wear is modeled after his gear, Alex said, lowering his chin to her head. They chatted for a little longer before Alex decided it was time to get out. After climbing out of the water and drying off, the group headed to the changing room. Alex's clothes were beyond repair after his encounter with the priest, so he simply burned them, not wanting to waste time cleaning them. After putting on a fresh set of clothes, he helped the girls get dressed, and soon they all left the bathroom. But instead of getting straight to work, Alex decided to relax a bit. The sleep spell was still keeping the priest unconscious. He wouldn't wake up until Alex decided to wake him up. Besides, the second floor needed finishing, and a wall had to be built around the settlement. There was a lot to do. But that could wait. Both Gir and Mimi, as well as Stitch, needed rest too. Falling face down onto the couch, Alex froze, intending not to move for at least an hour, or maybe even longer. A few moments later, he felt someone settle on his back. He immediately recognized Coco by the light touches. She began gently massaging his shoulders. He didn't feel physically tired, only mentally drained, but he had no intention of refusing his wife's massage. Her soft, warm fingers gently kneaded his muscles, and Alex began to drift into a pleasant drowsiness. "I see you're relaxing here," came the familiar voice of Chun-Li at the door. Chun-Li, Cammy, and Shigure had returned. The first thing they saw was Alex sprawled on the couch, with Coco sitting on his back, massaging his shoulders. He didn't even lift his head. He could immediately tell who had entered by their auras and presence. "Looks like it. Why are you back so early?" he muttered, not opening his eyes. "We don't need our services for now. So we came back. They say the whole settlement is talking about your return, like a bloody monster just came back from a hunt," Cammy said with a grin, stepping closer. Alex just hummed under his breath, not lifting his head. He wasn't at all surprised that rumors about his appearance were already circulating through the settlement. He would have been more surprised if no one had talked about it. He felt another set of hands join the massage. Shigure had decided to join in, smoothly working on his shoulders. "Well, did you catch the priest, or did he slip away?" Chun-Li asked, squatting down next to him and peering into his face. "Yeah. He's tied up in the workshop, and I doubt he'll be able to escape," Alex answered, turning his head to Chun-Li and lazily smiling. "Why won't he escape?" Cammy asked with interest, settling into a nearby chair. "Because without arms and legs, he won't be able to get far," Chiquita remarked calmly, without even turning around. Alex nodded briefly, confirming her words. Chun-Li and Cammy exchanged a glance, then began eagerly asking Alex about how the hunt had gone. He began recounting the same story he'd just told Coco, Chiquita, and Valmet, making sure to mention how ruthlessly and efficiently Zhang Ye had dealt with all the demons in the city. The girls couldn't help but glance at Alex's shadow, where the mysterious ghostly girl resided. Hearing about her actions, they were amazed. Taking out all the demons in a big city alone was quite an achievement. But Zhang Ye remained closed off and silent. She didn't seek attention, preferring to stay in the shadows, and as always, she hadn't shown herself. Meanwhile, Coco and Shigure continued to massage Alex, and he relaxed, enjoying the peace before the duties of the new day fell upon him. To be continued. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, A Long Day in the Settlement. After Alex recounted how he and his 4 companions captured the priest, and how Zhang Ye wiped out all the demons in the city, the girls listened with interest to his story about the strange citadel where the priest had been hiding. Alex explained that the place served as a kind of energy transfer station to another world. He used the term Argent Energy, but the girls didn't understand. Why would demons send some kind of energy back to hell? So Alex explained, Argent Energy is extracted from souls subjected to inhuman torment. The more suffering, the more powerful the energy. Upon hearing this, the girls were truly horrified. Coco, as usual, spoke bluntly but to the point. She suggested that the citadel was not just an energy relay station to Jekad, but also a kind of farm for producing that energy. To calm the girls a little, Alex added that after the citadel's destruction, all the souls imprisoned there had been set free. Perhaps they were already on their way to reincarnation. He couldn't help but wonder, after the battle with Davith and the Minister of Monoliths, if this universe's limbo became filled with millions of souls, what would happen then? Meanwhile, as the girls shared their thoughts and Alex dropped yet another bomb on them, Coco and Shigure's hands continued gently massaging his back. He squinted in pleasure. The sound of voices in the background, the warm touch of their hands, and his growing exhaustion, it all lulled him like a soft lullaby. Closing his eyes, Alex almost instantly slipped into a sweet sleep. The girls kept chatting, not even noticing when Alex dozed off. But no one tried to wake him. On the contrary, they quickly agreed among themselves, let Alex handle the big picture, they'd help however they could. "Looks like he fell asleep," Cammy said quietly, pointing to Alex lying there. "He really did. We just woke up a couple of hours ago, and he's already out again," Coco said, leaning over to look at his face. "Maybe he's just tired," Valmet whispered. "Not physically. It's emotional exhaustion," Shigure said calmly. The girls fell into thought. Yes, Shigure was right. While they were simply trying to survive, Alex was carrying a much heavier burden. He kept track of the big picture, made strategic decisions, and held everything in his head, from military operations to the future of their world. And he did it constantly. Deciding to let him rest, Chun-Li and Cammy went to check on the captured priest. They were curious to see what Hell's servants looked like. However, like Coco, Valmet, and Chiquita before them, they ended up disappointed. The priest looked like a dried-up mummy, a pathetic, unremarkable creature. Losing interest, they decided to train until their help was needed in the settlement. Coco went to help Yuriko and Brunhild with chores so she wouldn't disturb Alex. Chiquita and Valmet didn't remain idle. Soon Rika showed up and informed them they were heading out on a scouting mission to the peninsula. After grabbing their gear, the girls silently left the house, not letting Rika wake Alex. While Alex slept, he had no idea he was alone. Time passed unnoticed for him, while for everyone else it moved slowly. Work in the settlement was in full swing. Everyone who was free was busy. The girls took turns returning home to grab something they needed, and when they saw Alex asleep, they'd quietly walk over, kiss him on the lips, and leave without disturbing his rest. No one waited for him to wake up. All questions were handled through Brunhild or the other girls. During this time, Alex was still lost in slumber, but soon he began to stir. A strange, soft sensation on his face slowly pulled him from his dreams. He opened his eyes slightly, and saw Nobuna's face in front of him, her cheeks noticeably flushed. Her body was pleasantly pressed against his. "And what do you think you're doing?" he asked hoarsely, fully waking up. "What else would I be doing?" Nobuna replied innocently with a smile. "Kissing my future husband while he sleeps." Alex squinted with a slight smile and tugged Nobuna gently by the cheek. As he got up, he carefully scooped her into his arms and sat her down on his lap, wrapping an arm gently around her waist. Feeling his movements and realizing she was now in his embrace, Nobuna beamed, leaned her back against his chest, and kicked her legs playfully. With his free hand, Alex rubbed his eyes, still not fully awake, and suddenly noticed Nagahide sitting in a nearby chair, watching them with interest. He gave her a reproachful look for not stopping Nobuna when she kissed him in his sleep, as if he were some sleeping princess waiting for a prince's kiss to wake him. Nagahide met his gaze with a mischievous smile, which she quickly hid behind her fan. Alex rolled his eyes, fully aware that she had deliberately let Nobuna have her fun. "So, what are you two doing here with nothing to do?" he asked, still holding Nobuna close. "There's no work at the moment, so we came back home," she replied with a carefree wave. "So basically, you got in the way and were sent back." Alex raised an eyebrow. "I did not get in anyone's way." Nobuna huffed and grabbed his face, pulling his cheeks in opposite directions. Alex let out a quiet chuckle and looked at Nagahide again, clearly expecting confirmation. She gave a slight nod, confirming his suspicion. He turned his attention back to the angry Nobuna, who continued tugging on his face with mock fury. Amused, he gently took her hands off his cheeks and kissed them. Nobuna blushed slightly but grinned in return, wrapped her arms around his neck, and nuzzled her nose against his. Feeling the light tickle, Alex stroked her hair gently. "So, what exactly did you do, if you weren't sent away?" he asked with a smirk. "I didn't do anything. And I wasn't sent away. I left on my own," she snorted. "The princess tried to help build the greenhouses, but in the end, nothing worked out," Nagahide said, squinting and smiling playfully. "Nagahide, you..." Nobuna protested, glaring at her angrily. Alex chuckled quietly. He hadn't really expected Nobuna to handle such routine and tiring work. Patience clearly wasn't her strong suit. Deciding to catch up on what had been going on while he was asleep, he turned his attention to Nagahide, hoping to hear more about the settlement's current state. Although it was only their second day in Alaska, it was important to him to know how things were going and whether people were satisfied with their new home. Cold as it was still much safer than the cities constantly at risk of being overrun by demons and the undead. Nagahide began to explain, and Alex listened attentively. For now, the main focus was cutting down trees and gathering building materials. No permanent housing was being built yet, the priority was greenhouses and basic shelters. When she finished, Alex nodded and reached for a cigarette, but quickly remembered he was indoors and the girls didn't like it when he smoked inside. Sighing, he pulled out a candy instead and popped it into his mouth. Catching Nobuna's gaze, he offered her one too, and she happily accepted the treat. After sitting a bit longer and fully waking up, Alex decided it was time to get to work. He still needed to finish the second floor of the house, begin construction on the settlement's defensive wall, and, most importantly, extract information from the priest, the locations of the other two anchors keeping the portals open. He gently lifted Nobuna off his lap and placed her on the couch. Stretching and letting out a slight yawn, Alex decided to start with the wall. After explaining his plans to the girls, he waved goodbye and stepped outside. Sleepiness still tugged at him, but Alex stubbornly made his way toward the edge of the settlement to mark the boundaries. The wall wasn't just a necessary defense against potential undead hordes, it was also a form of psychological safety for people who felt vulnerable in the open. Upon reaching the designated spot, he snapped off a sturdy branch and began outlining the area. "So lazy," he muttered wistfully. Stop acting like a child. All you have to do is walk around the settlement, came the voice of Locke, floating behind him in her spirit form. Alex rolled his eyes and lazily dragged the branch behind him, pressing it lightly into the ground to leave a trail. He was intentionally marking the borders of future expansion, aware that sooner or later, more people would arrive, and they'd need more homes. Their group was already starting to grow. Trudging along, barely suppressing a yawn from the dull and repetitive task, Alex continued marking the perimeter. He reached the road that connected the island to the peninsula, where Melnick's group was stationed in case any survivors appeared. Waving briefly at the patrol, he didn't stop, dragging the branch onward. Along the way, he passed some of the residents, nodding or offering short greetings, but he never lingered. Any delay would only make the boring work take longer. Nearly 20 minutes later, the circle was complete. Spotting his original marker, Alex tossed the branch aside with satisfaction. It was time to begin construction on the settlement's outer wall. Lighting a cigarette, he allowed himself a brief rest before moving on to the next task, building the second floor of his house. "I didn't think you were that bored, you're literally drawing circles with a stick," came a familiar voice from behind. Alex raised an eyebrow and turned around. Shino and Mari were walking toward him. He briefly wondered why they weren't still asleep after their night shift in the cold. "I thought you two would be out cold after pulling a night watch," he said, genuinely surprised. "We've rested enough. What about you? What are you up to?" Mari asked with a smile. "Don't tell me you ran out of things to do and decided to walk in circles around your domain, oh mighty leader," Shino added mockingly. "You got it, Shino," Alex said dramatically, lifting his chin and gazing at the sky. "I got so bored I regressed into childhood. Imagined myself as a king in his kingdom, claiming the lands where my loyal subjects dwell." "Pfft. Some king you are," Shino scoffed with a smirk. "But aren't you the one aiming for the position of one of my queens?" Alex said innocently, throwing her a sly look. "Who the hell wants to be your queen, you bastard?" Shino snapped and lunged at him. Alex burst into laughter, fending off her fists. To tease her further, he grabbed her nose after every punch, which only fueled her rage. Soon, she began channeling chakra into her hits, trying to actually land one, but Alex just kept laughing, expertly dodging, and playfully poking at her nose and cheeks. Mari watched the scene with an amused smile. She knew that only Alex could pull Shino out of her usual calm. With others, she'd either snap or just punch them without warning. But with Alex, she acted differently. Even his jab about being a queen made her cheeks light up, something she tried to hide by doubling down on her attack. Alex continued to laugh, fending off her attacks, until, at one point, he caught her fist, sharply spun her around, and pulled her into an embrace, locking both of her arms. Before Shino could process what was happening, she found herself in his arms, pressed against his chest. "Let go of me. I'm not done with you yet," she yelled, her face flushed with both anger and embarrassment. "Nope. You'll just charge at me again." "Let my embrace cool your fiery temper," Alex said with a smirk, not releasing her. Shino blushed even harder, feeling Alex's grip tightening around her. The embarrassment reached its peak. She channeled chakra into her foot and delivered a sharp kick to his leg. Cracks ran through the ground. "All right, Shino, enough with the excuses," Mari said with a smile. "You like it when Alex hugs you. You even said you wanted him to hold you." "Mari." Shino growled, glaring at her. "I told you to keep that a secret." "Oh, so you wanted cuddles. Why didn't you just say so?" "I'd have hugged you this morning, just like now," Alex said with a satisfied grin, looking at her. "Who needs your hugs, you idiot?" Shino snapped, stomping on Alex's foot. Alex burst into laughter and released her. Shino jerked free from his grip and glared at him as if preparing to strike again. Alex grinned, clearly hinting that he was ready for another hit. Shino kept growling but didn't make another move. She knew she'd end up back in his embrace. "And you, Mari, don't you want a bit of warmth?" Alex asked, holding his arms out to her. "Thanks, but I'll pass for now," she laughed. "Shino's making noises that are ruining the whole vibe." "Player," Shino muttered, narrowing her eyes. "Ow, that hurts, right in the heart," Alex exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. "Stop acting like a fool. Just tell me why you walked around the whole settlement with a stick in your hand, drawing that silly circle," Shino grumbled, rolling her eyes. "For this," Alex replied simply, stomping his foot. The ground began to tremble, and a stone wall slowly rose from beneath the earth, encircling the entire settlement. The only exit from the stone circle was an archway. Alex turned to the girls. "Instead of wasting time and resources on building a wooden wall, I've made a stone one. Stronger, more reliable, and more durable. In case we have problems in the future." He slapped his palm against the stone, reinforcing its strength, then turned to Shino and Mari. "Shall we walk along it? I want to make sure everything's in order." Both girls agreed. Alex wrapped his arms around their waists and, with a single light jump, found himself on top of the wall with them. He set the girls down on their feet and surveyed the other side of the wall. For a moment, he thought about a moat, but quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it unnecessary. They walked along the wall, observing the settlement. The people were working, paying little attention to the stone reinforcement. The group had already grown accustomed to Alex's unusual actions, so the new wall didn't cause much of a stir. It was just another trick from their leader. As they passed by the command center, set up in a tent at the center of the camp, Alex noticed his girls. He waved at them, and in return, he received smiles and an air kiss. He smiled back, continuing on his way, but then Chino struck him in the side again. "Are you jealous?" he asked with a smirk, rolling his eyes. "Hey, don't you need to form seals?" Mari asked, trying to mimic the familiar hand gestures. "You usually do that when you're pulling off your ninja tricks." "I've already explained," Alex began. "Hand seals are for those with weak chakra control. They help direct it properly and understand which technique you're using. But if you have good control over your chakra, seals become unnecessary." Yeah, you're the coolest here." Chino trailed off, blushing again and trying not to look at him directly. Alex laughed, and they continued their walk along the wall, observing the life of the settlement as it went on as usual. Mari nodded, accepting Alex's explanation. The trio, Alex, Chino, and Mari, continued their patrol along the wall, engaging in a casual conversation about various topics. Alex was most interested in the current relationship between Itami and his ex-wife, Aoi. He wanted to pass the time with some fresh gossip, and Mari didn't disappoint. Though she didn't know much, she still shared that Itami and Aoi were living together, and Itami was taking care of her. "They're just two otaku coexisting," Chino commented carelessly. "Well, for starters, they were married. That means there was once love between them. I describe their story as a real romance set against a zombie apocalypse. He's a soldier, she's a regular homebody. They got divorced, but in the end of the world, they found each other again. Rekindled feelings, shared hardships, dangers, it all brought them back together," Alex said with a philosophical tone, nodding affirmatively. "You should make movies. Romantic ones. With your imagination," Mari smirked. "Haha, maybe. But if they're back together, I'm happy for them. If you disregard Itami's weird personality, he's a pretty pleasant guy. I understand why Aoi agreed to marry him," Alex said, leaning against the stone railing. "Isn't there already a movie like that? Where the guy is a zombie, and the girl is a survivor?" Mari raised an eyebrow, looking at Alex with interest. "Didn't expect you to watch stuff like that, Mari," Alex smirked. "Well, I'm a girl. And I like romance too," Mari said, spreading her hands with exaggerated seriousness. They exchanged glances and laughed. Chino joined in, not expecting such confessions from Mari. After chatting a bit more, Alex decided to get back to work. It was time to start building the second floor of the house. He was tired of them all cramming into the workshop. He wanted a proper home with rooms for everyone. Jumping off the wall with Chino and Mari, Alex waved warmly at the girls and headed toward his house. When he got there, he glanced at the temporary roof and frowned. There was still a lot of work ahead. He'd probably need to use magic to expand some rooms. There were many girls, and they weren't in a hurry to part with their clothes and belongings, even in the midst of the apocalypse. After estimating the number of rooms needed, Alex counted 4, one for himself and the girls, one for Alcina, a third for Alice, Mimi, and Anya, and a fourth for Gir, Stitch, and Nobukatsu. With the calculations complete, he went inside the house to call his little helpers. Inside, he saw Alcina calmly sitting in an armchair with a book. Ever since his return after capturing the priest, she had been nowhere to be seen. And now, here she was, reading as if nothing had happened. Hearing the door creak, Alcina looked up and met Alex's gaze. "What you been up to?" he asked as he stepped inside. "Nothing special. Just helping your Eco and Brunhild," she replied, placing the book on the table. "That's good. Fresh air is healthy," Alex nodded. "Perhaps. But tell me, what's with the mummy in your workshop?" she asked, nodding toward the door leading to it. "Oh, that's the priest. After we said goodbye this morning, I went out hunting and caught one. He's in there now, waiting for our chat," Alex said with a light smile. Alcina nodded, taking in the information without much surprise. In turn, Alex asked if she had seen Gir, Mimi, or Stitch. Alcina shook her head. "Since I returned, there's been no one here except your mummy." Thanking her, Alex went off to look for the trio. He assumed they might be helping Coco, Yuriko, or Brunhild and headed toward the center of the settlement, where the command tent was located. Once there, he asked the women if they'd seen the 3 little troublemakers. Everyone shook their heads. "Try checking near the cows. Maybe they wandered off there," Brunhild suggested, pointing in the direction. Alex nodded and made his way toward the construction site where the greenhouses were being built. As he walked through the settlement, he nodded in greeting to people busy with their work. From afar, he already caught sounds of cheerful laughter and some shouting. Looking closer, he saw Stitch running with something in his paws, being chased by an enraged Saya. "Stop running. Give me back my glasses," she shouted, almost catching the little rascal. "My glasses!" Stitch screamed back, weaving between crates. "You little thief!" Saya shouted angrily, nearly grabbing his tail. "You're the thief!" Stitch shot back and deftly dodged her. Alex stopped and watched the scene with interest. While Saya tried to catch the elusive hooligan, the workers nearby chuckled, enjoying the improvised chase. Noticing Alex, Stitch abruptly changed direction, sprinted up to him, and nimbly climbed onto his shoulder, where he began taunting Saya by waving her glasses in front of her face. "Alex!" Saya said with mock pleading, giving him puppy eyes. Alex's heart softened. He took Stitch off his shoulder, snatched the glasses from him, and returned them to the girl. As for the guilty party, he handed him a different pair, specially made for his face. Stitch pouted but put them on anyway. "Thanks. And you little rascal, you're gonna get it. I'm telling Mom, no snacks for you." Saya narrowed her eyes, wagging a finger at him. "My snacks. Not your snacks." Stitch grumbled, crossing his arms and sticking out his tongue. Before Saya could fully explode, Alex placed a hand on her head and gently patted it. The girl took a deep breath, trying to calm her irritation. At the same time, Alex glanced toward the greenhouses, where Anya, 02, and Lucy were working diligently. "So, why did you come here anyway?" Saya asked, a bit calmer now. "To collect Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. It's time to finish the second floor." "We can't sleep in my workshop forever," Alex replied with a light smile. "Take all three of them. They're just getting in the way." Saya huffed. "You're the one in the way." Stitch muttered, jabbing a claw in her direction. "Why you?" Saya hissed, but Alex stepped in. "All right, you two, that's enough." Saya shot Stitch a murderous glare and, flipping her braid, turned to walk away. But Stitch kept pulling faces at her from behind. Alex sighed and gave him a pat on the head, then walked over to the others. He praised Anya and Alice for their hard work, thanked them, and, scooping up Gir and Mimi in his arms, said his goodbyes and headed back toward the house. From a distance, he spotted Red and White standing at the entrance. "What's wrong, girls?" Alex asked as he approached the androids. "We came to help with the house construction," White replied calmly. "To increase efficiency, more resources should be allocated," Red added with a serious nod. Alex smiled warmly at the two android girls, he didn't mind their help at all. Showing them the blueprint for the second floor, he and the rest of the team got to work gathering the necessary materials. Upon entering the house, Alex briefly informed Alcina that the construction would soon begin and then went back outside. After setting up the ladder, he began dismantling the temporary roof and hauling materials up to the top. Once everything was in place, he and White started installing the columns and support beams, while Gir, Mimi, and Stitch quickly secured them so nothing would collapse. Once the framework was complete, they began building the walls. All the materials had been prepared in advance, so the work progressed quickly and smoothly. Alex and his team worked tirelessly, erecting the walls for each room. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were especially enthusiastic. The promise of having their own rooms gave them an extra burst of energy. Once the walls were finished, it was time to install the ceiling and roof. It took only a few hours to fully construct the second floor. After removing the boards covering the future staircase, Alex and his helpers headed downstairs. He lazily flopped onto the couch, resting his head on Red's lap, while Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, like real tired workers, sat down in the armchairs, holding mugs in their paws. "You finished the second floor rather quickly," Alcina remarked, glancing at Alex over the top of her book. "Maybe. Though if I weren't so lazy, I'd have just used more magic, we would have finished even faster. Also, I expanded a few rooms from the inside. So don't be surprised if yours turns out bigger on the inside than it looks from the outside," he replied with a faint smile, cracking one eye open. Alcina just hummed under her breath and returned to her reading. After lying there for a couple more minutes, Alex got up from the couch. It was time to check on the prisoner, the priest of the underworld. He might have the answers Alex had been seeking for a long time. Rising to his feet, he headed toward the workshop, with Red and White following close behind. When they reached the storage room where the captured priest had been left, Alex paused for a moment, debating whether to interrogate him using torture or just rip everything out of his mind at once and dispose of him afterward. Question. "Who or what is that?" Red asked calmly, pointing at the prisoner. "That's a priest of the underworld. He's got answers I need. And I intend to get them," Alex said, not wanting to waste any more time. Placing his hand on the priest's head, he began extracting his memories. The priest's body trembled, blood poured from his eye sockets, and Alex, with cold focus, sifted through the memories, discarding the useless ones and keeping only what mattered. He was already well practiced in this technique, filtering through a mind wasn't difficult. What interested him most was the location of Davith and the two remaining priests. Unfortunately, there was no information about Davith. However, Alex did learn that one of the priests was currently in Europe, and the other in America. Based on the memories, both operated much like the late Deeg Nilox. There was very little information about Davith's chosen, except that each priest had their own bodyguard. Nilox's had been Yujiro Hanma, while the others had their own. Having extracted everything he could, Alex didn't bother keeping the prisoner alive. With a single motion, he reduced him to ash. He knew, now that Nilox was dead and his citadel destroyed, the remaining priests might grow wary. Alex decided not to act just yet. The time would come. To be continued. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, some on the brink of madness, others rejoicing in small victories. After Alex extracted the memories from the priest's mind, he managed to get answers to some of the questions that had long tormented him. Despite the memories being fragmented and disjointed, Alex was able to grasp the most important part. Davith turned out to be far stronger than his counterpart from the game. What he saw surprised him. The Davith he glimpsed in the priest's memory was not just powerful, he was truly terrifying and dangerous. In his crusade, he had destroyed countless universes, spreading death and chaos. Alex also discovered the principle by which Davith chose his chosen. He only paid attention to those who proved themselves worthy, those who challenged him and survived. That's how Doomslayer caught his eye, one of the few who met these criteria. Although Doomslayer hadn't yet fought Davith directly, Davith had already noticed him. The priests tried to sway him to Davith's side, offering him a chance to kneel. That's what cost them their lives. Enraged, Davith sent his chosen to hunt down Doomslayer, but most of them were torn to pieces by him. The three priests who betrayed him and their brothers fled in panic before he could reach them. However, Doomslayer's world was still under attack by demons. And in this world, the cause was an idiot named Weskier, who opened a portal into this realm, right where the Minister of Monoliths was playing his cruel game. Thanks to Weskier, Davith became involved in the game, which complicated the situation even further. Unfortunately, Deeg Nilox didn't know where exactly Davith was now or what he was doing. The entire invasion was being coordinated by three priests, or rather, now two, since Deeg Nilox had turned into a pile of ash. What intrigued Alex was that Davith was acting on multiple fronts simultaneously. In addition to this universe, there was a full-scale invasion taking place in Doomslayer's world, though the current situation there remained unknown. Since the priests fled, there had been no contact with Doomslayer, and the chosen who survived their encounter with him now served the priests as bodyguards. Alex finally understood why every enemy he had encountered kept repeating the same thing: kneel, become a dog. Davith knew how special this universe was. He hoped to add new warriors to his army, but Alex began interfering with his plans, destroying the chosen one by one. That was why the demons had named him the False Savior, a name that sounded like a cruel mockery. Upon hearing it, Alex just laughed, shook his head, and mentally noted how absurd fate's irony could be. Originally, his only target had been the Minister of Monoliths. But now there was also Davith, with ambitions no less grand than the avatars of Nyan who dreamed of overthrowing the original and taking her place. Calming himself, Alex understood, no matter how things played out, he had no choice. He would have to fight, one enemy or two, it didn't matter. He already had a plan. First, take out Davith, who was interfering with the minister's enjoyment of his own theatrical play. Then, once Davith fell, the Minister of Monoliths would surely step onto the stage himself, with a pompous speech, trying to convince Alex that all his efforts were in vain and that the real enemy had remained in the shadows all along. Alex already had a surprise ready for him. So even if that fool appeared in the finale with the villain's monologue, his plans would be ruined, and he'd be beaten and sent straight to hell. After that, Alex intended to return to his home world. Disconnecting from Deeg Nilox's memories, Alex sighed and opened his eyes. Red and White were waiting nearby, patiently standing by while he finished the memory dive. Alex briefly told them what he had learned so the android girls could analyze the information. After that, the trio left the workshop. As he stepped into the living room, Alex lazily dropped onto the couch, waiting for the other girls to return so he could share the information he had uncovered. Alcina, who had been reading a book, looked up at him, clearly expecting an explanation, but Alex, without opening his eyes, simply mumbled that he would wait until everyone had gathered. She nodded and returned to her reading. Alex thought to himself that he would need to capture another priest of the underworld to gain more information. However, after Deeg's death, the remaining two would surely be on high alert. For now, he decided to stay away from the second priest, who, according to his information, was hiding somewhere in Central Europe. Several hours passed. The girls began to return. Those who hadn't seen the priest of the underworld with their own eyes expressed disappointment and even irritation that Alex had killed him before they arrived. The frustration toward him was building. Alex patiently waited for everyone to calm down. But first, dinner. Only after the meal, when the children had gone off to their rooms, leaving the adults to handle adult matters, they gathered again in the living room. Alex began to share what he had learned from the priest's memories. The girls listened, sighing heavily as they slowly grasped the scale of the threat. They started to understand, this whole nightmare was far bigger than they had ever imagined. Before meeting Alex, none of them had suspected that other worlds existed, or that there were beings so powerful that entire universes were nothing more than dust beneath their feet. Yeah. Who would have thought everything would change like this? You've already said that this Dark Lord is dangerous, but realizing that he destroyed entire universes before even coming here. Ada sighed deeply, leaning back in her chair. No kidding. The universe isn't nearly as bright as it seems at first glance, said Chun-Li, shaking her head. But at least we have a powerful husband who can handle all of this, Shizuka said with a smile. Exactly, Ray agreed. Saving universes is Alex's job. We'll take care of all the losers. Alex just rolled his eyes at the girl's words, saying that this was his job and that he could handle it on his own. Though he didn't object, on the contrary, he was glad the girls still decided to help however they could. He preferred to tackle these kinds of tasks alone. Alex wasn't the type of hero to drag his family into everything, only to accidentally put them in danger. If he could handle something on his own and keep his loved ones safe in the process, he'd do it without hesitation. Still, even a little help from the girls warmed his heart. He was genuinely grateful for it. He had never intended to involve them in danger without proper preparation. Alex had always wanted each member of his family to do what they truly loved. He never asked, and never would ask, them to save the world with him. That burden was his, and his alone. He smiled as he watched the girls discussing their next steps and how best to proceed to keep everything on track. Leaning back on the couch, he listened to their conversation with a satisfied look. It had already been a full week since the family council, where the girls unanimously decided to leave the upcoming problems in Alex's hands. During that time, the settlement had grown rapidly thanks to coordinated work and efficient resource management. Although Alex had declared that he wouldn't help, saying it was time others learned not to rely on him for everything, as often happened with him, what he said and what he did were two very different things. The very next day, he noticed that the improvement work was going too slowly and, without hesitation, decided to get involved. Alex was a man with golden hands. Together with his 3 assistants, he began helping with the construction of houses, building them to withstand the harsh climate conditions that could strike the settlement at any moment. In addition to standard homes, Alex also began constructing dwellings that resembled hobbit houses built into hills. The books he gave to Takashi, Kota, and Jonah quickly made their rounds. Some guys even tried to impress their girlfriends by proving they were handy and capable. But reality, as it often does, had its own plans. In the end, blueprints for all the buildings, both regular and hobbit style, were posted publicly so that everyone would understand what and how things needed to be done. Still, the bulk of the work was carried out by Alex, his 3 assistants, and the construction crew. In addition to the houses, Alex took on the task of creating a new generator for the settlement, so people wouldn't have to rely on candlelight and fireplace warmth. In truth, he did everything he could to ensure others' comfort, despite his bold claims to the contrary. He also introduced the locals to things like basements and food preservation, explaining why such practices were important. Even with electricity, it didn't mean they should haul in dozens of refrigerators. Those machines couldn't guarantee food freshness for long anyway. He entrusted the greenhouse project to Saya. The girl eagerly agreed and, having taken it on from the very first day, was determined to see it through. Thanks to her efforts, the greenhouses were built quickly, and by the end of the week, the first crops could be planted. However, without fresh water, that was impossible. A special trench had to be dug to store it. Each day was filled with work from morning till night. And when the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone would gather around a large campfire, simply to sit together, talk, and relax. These evening gatherings quickly became a beloved tradition. Those who didn't know how to help would go hunting deeper into the peninsula or on Unimak Island itself. There were no problems with food, aside from the supplies they brought. Successful hunting and fishing provided plenty of provisions. Morning hunts or fishing trips became part of the routine, a good way to start the day before work. The martial artists in the group, of which there were quite a few, were especially active. These guys couldn't sit still, and their competitive spirit was triggered by just about anything. Chopping down trees, digging holes for hobbit homes, everything turned into a competition and, at the same time, a workout. But Alex always won. After a few confident victories, no one wanted to compete with him anymore, something the girls often teased him about. Alex spent his days in their company, sometimes going out on hunts with Chiquita and Valmont. Rebecca, however, was no longer allowed to hunt because of her impatient nature. Once she caught prey, there was barely anything left of it. So hunting was officially off limits for her. While some managed the domestic side of things, a group of experienced soldiers was in charge of the settlement's defense. Building walls, setting traps and turrets, all of it was overseen by professionals like Price, Lem, and Melnick. They did an outstanding job, efficiently delegating tasks among their teams. For Alex's group, it had been a tense and eventful week. They worked until sunset every day, steadily moving toward their goal. But for one man, this week had become a living hell. Caleb Williams, the head of the Corporation of Evil's analytics department. From the very moment Alex appeared on their radar, Caleb had deemed him the greatest threat. For Caleb, the week hadn't just been a nightmare, his downfall had started even earlier, from the moment the world began to shift. His carefully constructed chess game had started to collapse, the pieces falling one by one like dominoes, and he was steadily losing control over the board. Like a snowball rolling downhill, the catastrophe grew. An unknown virus had infiltrated the corporation's systems, and branches across the world were losing contact one after another. Some were attacked by out-of-control undead, others were overtaken by traitors who had founded a cult worshipping the marker. Realizing everything was collapsing, Caleb tried to regain control. He sought to uncover the source of the disaster, why the branches were falling, why the leaders were betraying their cause. And when he discovered that the marker and religious fanaticism were behind it all, Caleb resolved to get to the bottom of it. He devoured all available data, scoured archives, and studied forbidden research. But the deeper he dug, the more he realized how terrifying and consuming the abyss of knowledge could be. He no longer noticed when days and nights blurred together. Sleep vanished from his life. The line between reason and madness grew ever thinner. Each answer gave birth to dozens of new questions. In desperation, Caleb used a backdoor in the system to gain access to the servers of the cult-controlled branches. He searched for answers but only found more questions, and increasingly disturbing anomalies. He stopped monitoring the current world situation and no longer showed up at briefings. The abyss of the marker was consuming him. He was teetering on the edge between researcher and fanatic, between control and obsession. His inner compass wavered, and Caleb himself began to suspect he was going insane. It began with a faint whisper, like a breeze in a sealed room. Then came vague, fleeting images that vanished the moment he tried to focus on them. The nightmares followed. He would wake in a cold sweat, unable to remember what he dreamed, but with his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He ignored the warning signs and kept digging. He rarely left his quarters anymore and was almost never seen in the command center. When someone did catch a glimpse of him, there was nothing left of the man Caleb used to be. Once sharp, neat, and commanding respect with his very presence, now he looked disheveled, unshaven, with a lifeless stare. He was barely recognizable. But Caleb didn't care. He needed answers, and he was willing to pay any price. The visions grew clearer, the whisper louder. The nightmares never ceased. As an analyst, Caleb knew this was the cost of his obsession. The answers he so desperately sought were now consuming him from the inside. He began seeing the marker's symbols on the walls and ceiling. Even with his eyes closed, they haunted his mind. In sleep, he saw a distant, shadowy planet, so alien and terrifying he could not find words to describe it. Its image was burned into his memory, and each awakening brought a fresh wave of panic. One day, he tried to draw it on paper. He didn't know what planet it was or why its image tormented him so, but he saw it every night. Symbols, silhouettes, incomprehensible writings, and nightmares became Caleb's daily reality. And then, on one of those mornings, he awoke from another nightmare. And saw something he was never meant to see. A figure. A silhouette. At first, he thought it was a lingering dream. A hallucination. A figment of his exhausted mind. But the silhouette didn't vanish. It kept returning, and each time, it was closer. It followed him. Watched him. Spoke to him. And the closer it came, the clearer Caleb could hear its voice. A voice he once knew. A voice he had tried to forget. The gestures, the walk, the tone, everything about this person felt painfully familiar. And the voice kept whispering. You wanted the truth, Caleb. Then see it through to the end. Caleb Williams, a man known by all. Second only to the enigmatic director, a figure once striving to bend the world to his will, now sat in the half-darkness of his own quarters. His office was buried beneath sheets of paper depicting a planet and strange symbols that covered the black marker, ancient script whose meaning had been lost in the abyss of centuries. Caleb's face bore an expression of deep exhaustion, bordering on madness. He no longer remembered the last time he had truly slept. Only a few weeks had passed since he began seeking the truth, yet to him they had stretched into an eternity. His skin had grown pale, his eyes bloodshot from insomnia, a thick stubble coated his face, and his hair had become messy and unkempt, losing its former precision. The once elegant leader had become a man on the edge. He sat at his desk, clutching his head in his hands. His inflamed eyes were fixed on one particular drawing, an image of the planet, and upon its surface, a towering obelisk. But this obelisk was unlike the others. It stood on 4 massive legs, reminiscent of crab-like claws, wrapped in coarse, armored shell plating. And just beneath its peak glowed a sinister orange eye with 3 blades. The longer Caleb stared at the image, the harder it became to look away. He hadn't even realized when he had drawn it, it had emerged during a half-conscious trance after yet another nightmare. "Caleb, my dear, you need to rest. The answers will come when the time is right," a woman's voice spoke gently from somewhere behind him. Caleb didn't move. He didn't turn his head, not just because the drawing held him in a hypnotic grip, but because he didn't want to see the one who spoke. When he first began noticing the silhouette of this woman, he had thought it was nothing more than a figment of his imagination, brought on by sleepless nights. But the shadow grew clearer, closer. At first, just a flicker of shape glimpsed beyond corners. Then, lips moving as if trying to say something. Every time he approached, she vanished. Yet each time she returned, she became more distinct. And each time, her voice grew clearer. The silhouette belonged to Elizabeth Williams, his late wife, killed in a car accident. Now her image haunted him, whispering riddles and promises. "Caleb, my love, you need to rest. These drawings aren't worth your time. Accept what you must do." Elizabeth's voice whispered behind him. He could feel her touch, cold, almost real. But he knew it wasn't her. Ever since she had come to him, she'd kept saying the same thing, about what he must do, and that he had to accept it with all his soul. "Caleb, don't you want to be with me again? Make the choice, and we'll be together forever. Years, centuries, millennia will pass, but we will remain side by side. There will be no more pain, no more suffering, no more separation. Isn't that why you started all of this? You wanted humanity to ascend. So let it happen. Just accept your purpose. Make us whole." Elizabeth whispered, like a devil murmuring sins into his ear. "Shut up." Caleb whispered. "Just do it, Caleb. I said shut up. Get out. Disappear. You don't exist. You're dead. And you're not coming back. Enough of this nonsense. You're not Elizabeth. You're a fake," he roared, hurling her away from him. "Caleb, my love. How can you say that? It's me, Elizabeth. You swore to be with me forever. Accept your fate, and we'll never be apart again. We'll become part of something greater, where even death holds no power over us. No one will fear loss ever again. All it takes is to do what has been destined. Stop talking about fate. The day that crash happened, I stopped believing in it. In fate, in gods, in higher powers. No matter what you say, I won't follow that path. I'll find the truth. I'll open the gates and uncover everything. To hell with fate, and to hell with you. Because you are not my wife," he shouted, grabbing the letter opener and pointing it at the apparition. Elizabeth didn't flinch. A gentle smile spread across her face, sending a chill down his spine. "This is your destiny, Caleb. To make us whole. The day of convergence is near. And you, my love, you are the main actor in this story. You will become humanity's savior. You will ascend, become a god. People will revere you as the one who gave them salvation from death itself." She looked at him with adoration, as if gazing upon a messiah. And Caleb. Caleb trembled on the edge. In his hands, a knife. In his mind, madness. In his heart, pain and rage. Caleb stood with a grim expression, still holding the letter opener pointed at the woman who wore the face of his dead wife, Elizabeth. Every word she spoke, every gesture, echoed painfully in his mind, like claws scraping glass. The headache that had tormented him for days now intensified, building into a throbbing pulse in his temples. He clung desperately to what remained of his sanity, refusing to surrender to the sweet-talking voice of his dead wife. He could feel it, behind her words was a lie. A deep, ancient lie that had already deceived many. And her talk of fate, of purpose, it carried far more weight than she pretended. Caleb knew, this wasn't a hallucination, not a product of his exhausted mind. It was something else. Her phrase, "make us whole," had appeared in the recordings of marker cultists, always spoken before their madness, before their fall. He didn't know what exactly lay behind those words, but he felt it, the truth was close. And despite everything, he had to reach it while he still had the ability to think. He looked into Elizabeth's eyes again. There was no life in them, only emptiness, as if he were staring into the pupils of a puppet, mercilessly controlled by someone from the shadows. Yes, her voice and gestures were eerily similar to the real Elizabeth, but he knew, it wasn't her. This being had never been his wife. Even her soft, gentle voice no longer touched the heart that had hardened in cold determination. He lowered the knife. The burst of rage had cleared his mind slightly. Caleb took a deep breath and turned back to what truly mattered, the search for the truth. Trying to ignore the whispering in his ears and the flickering of mysterious symbols before his eyes, he began collecting the drawings scattered across the floor. His fingers trembled, but he kept working, stubbornly returning to his notes, ignoring the ghostly voice behind him. And at that very moment, beyond Caleb's understanding, the gears of the final act began to spin faster. The one Alex had thought was merely a pawn in a chess game between two powerful beings turned out to be a key player, one on whom the outcome of the grand game, orchestrated by the Minister of Monoliths, depended. But even if Alex had known that, he still wouldn't have wavered. He had already prepared his moves, set his traps, calculated every step ahead to prevent the Minister from bringing his plan to completion. For the Minister wasn't merely seeking victory, he craved an ending in which all of humanity would collapse into despair, realizing their struggle had been nothing but a farce. While one man, Caleb, slowly lost his mind fighting for fragments of truth, others reveled in small victories of their new life. A week had passed. The work in the settlement was progressing well, houses had been built, greenhouses sown, and the first sprouts had already begun to emerge. People were tending to the crops, caring for the first domesticated animals capable of providing them with meat, milk, and eggs. Alex and the others were inside a newly constructed building designated as the Council, a place where pressing matters were discussed and decisions made. Thus, the first organized governing body was established to coordinate settlement life and wisely distribute resources and responsibilities. They didn't yet know that the end was drawing near. And the mysterious act that the Minister of Monoliths had been striving for was about to begin. Alex stood with a lazy expression near a round table, upon which a map of the peninsula they had settled on was being projected. Over the past week, numerous expeditions had been carried out into the surrounding area to explore the land. Thanks to these scouting efforts, they had discovered livestock for breeding and reserves of grain suitable for planting and consumption. In essence, a colossal amount of work had been accomplished in just a week, resources and time had been wisely distributed, the settlement built, and daily life organized. Only minor tasks remained now, which could be completed gradually, without any rush. "Hard to believe it's already been a week since we got here," Price said with a cheerful smirk, holding a cigar in his hand. "All I can say is, we've done a damn fine job. How many times do I have to tell you, don't smoke indoors, old man?" "You're not alone here," Saya grumbled, covering her nose from the smoke. "Sorry, little girl," Price chuckled, putting out the cigar. "I just never thought my life would bring me here." "Price is right," Yuriko said gently, stroking Saya's hair. "One way or another, we've achieved a lot. People have a roof over their heads, food, and most importantly, a safe place where they can live without fear. Sure, the other survivors haven't joined us yet, but we're ready for that too." "And what about you, our great leader who worked harder than anyone?" Lem asked with a smirk, looking over at Alex. Alex calmly scanned the faces of everyone present. "I think everyone did great. Each of you contributed. Most of the heavy lifting is done, now we just need to polish the details. But we have a new task ahead of us. Over this week, we've explored the peninsula thoroughly. Everything that could be found, we've found. Now that the settlement is in order, it's time to move forward." He turned his gaze to Price. "Price, were you able to get in touch with your friend at the military base in Anchorage?" "Unfortunately, no," Price replied, crossing his arms. "Still no signal. I tried reaching him through the old military channels, nothing. But knowing that stubborn bastard, I'm sure he's fine. He's tough as a cockroach, doesn't die easy. Most likely, he organized an evacuation in the early days and holed up at the base. So there's nothing to worry about just yet." "That's good to hear," Alex nodded. "In that case, I suggest we shift our focus to Unimac Island. There are bound to be abandoned military facilities there. We might find supplies, maybe even weapons and ammo. We've got enough for now, but my reserves aren't endless. Plus, there's a chance we'll find other survivors. Maybe we'll even get lucky," Coco added, leaning on the table. "And meet people who took shelter at the bases. Odds are decent." Alex and the others nodded in agreement. The discussion continued, and before long, a decision was made to begin moving inland toward Anchorage in the coming days. Planning took several hours. Once everything had been decided, Alex headed home with the girls. Those who found the discussions boring had left earlier, leaving all the responsibilities on Alex's shoulders, and on those who could endure such exhausting conversations. They walked through the newly rebuilt settlement, which was gradually turning into a proper small town. Streetlights glowed, children laughed and ran about. It felt as if the zombie apocalypse had completely bypassed this place, and that was exactly the kind of world Alex was striving for. A world where people didn't live in fear of every rustle in the dark. Brunhild held onto Alex's arm, walking beside him step by step. On his other side, Yuriko held his hand, her face glowing with a calm, peaceful smile. The air was chilly, so everyone had thrown on warm clothes. Once home, they took off their outerwear and headed to the table, to have dinner and discuss plans for the next day with the rest of the girls. To be continued. Chapter 329, Sudden Problems That Were Solved Very Quickly. After returning home, Alex, Yuriko, Coco, Brunhilde, and Saya joined the rest of the girls at the table to share the results of their brief meeting. When it was revealed that the boring and exhausting task of building the settlement was finally complete, joyful smiles appeared on the girls' faces. Rebecca looked especially relieved. That kind of routine was a real nightmare for her. She never enjoyed building anything except her own weapons, and she had no patience for monotonous, meticulous work. Every time her nerves gave out, she either broke something or started swearing loudly, cursing everything and everyone around her. Upon hearing the plans for the future, the girls began listening more attentively to what Alex had in mind. When dinner came to an end and the dishes were cleared and washed, everyone moved to the living room, while the kids, as usual, ran upstairs to play. Alex briefly glanced as Anya, Alice, Nobukatsu, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch headed to the second floor, carrying a new board game invented by Gir and Mimi. Leaning back on the sofa, Alex fell into thought for a moment. His knees were already occupied by Rebecca and Rory, who shamelessly tried to push each other off in an effort to be the only one sitting on him. "So, when are you planning to catch the second priest?" asked Kiriko, sipping coffee from her mug. "It's been a week, and you still haven't gone after that second mummy." "Haven't decided yet," Alex replied calmly, resting his chin on Rory's head. "After Deeg's death, the remaining two are surely on alert now. Of course, I could teleport right behind him, but that would speed things up, and that's the last thing I need right now. Some of my plans aren't ready yet." "So you're not going after him because you're afraid of messing up your own plans?" Siko asked, sitting cross-legged. "Not messing up, speeding up." "That's different," Saya corrected, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "What's the damn difference?" Ray scoffed, rolling her eyes. "The meaning's the same." "There's a huge difference," Saya replied sternly, glaring at Ray. Another argument flared up between Saya and Ray, which the others watched with mild amusement. These kinds of quarrels had long since become part of their daily family life. Someone stealing someone else's snacks or alcohol, nothing unusual. Alex still remembered how Coco once tried to take Shizuka's alcohol and nearly got smothered by her massive chest. That day, Coco realized she could never defeat Shizuka. But another girl nearby mocked her. So Coco redirected all her rage at Ada. Meanwhile, the argument between Saya and Ray about Alex's plans continued, but thankfully, the girls were quickly separated and calmed down. After discussing minor details for the future, everyone decided to watch a movie before bed. It had become a tradition to end the day with something light. When the movie ended, the girls went to wash up and then headed to bed. Acting as a caring father and older brother, Alex took Alice and Anya to the bathroom to make sure they brushed their teeth properly. After tucking the girls into bed, he returned to his women, who were already preparing for sleep and dividing up sleeping spots. Alex still didn't understand how this rotation system worked, but tonight he was supposed to sleep next to 02 and Lucy. Settling between them, he immediately felt how his chest became a shared resource. Rebecca and Rory cozily nestled against him. Alex wanted to pat their heads, but both his arms were pinned down by 02 and Lucy's hugs. Unable to move, he accepted his role as a living pillow and closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep. The night passed peacefully. There were no fires, no quarrels, or incidents in the settlement. With the first rays of the sun, those who had tasks to attend to woke up. Brunhilde, Yuriko, Coco, and Saya. They had organizational tasks related to managing the settlement. Chunli, Kami, Renka, Mio, Shigeru, Siko, Beatrix, and Ray headed out for their morning training. Chiquita, Rika, Revi, and Valmet also got up early. Each had their own work. Red and White followed Brunhilde and the others to help. Namio and Kiriko, responsible for food, also woke up early. They had to prepare breakfast for the whole family. Alex and the other girls didn't rush to get up, contentedly dozing, clearly not wanting to part with the soft pillows. However, the music didn't play for long. Brunhilde herself came to wake up the lazy girls, who would have preferred to stay in bed. Rebecca, Rory, Shizuka, Ada, Nobuena, 02, and Lucy reluctantly got off the sofa, groaning sleepily as they went to wash up and have breakfast. They wanted to just lie next to Alex, especially now that the settlement had become calmer and there was less work to do. But Brunhilde was not one to accept excuses. One look from her was enough to stop any protests. Only Alex remained on the sofa, still sweetly asleep, completely unresponsive even to the argument between the girls who didn't want to leave their warm spot. No matter how much Alex wanted to continue sleeping, the girls had other plans. The responsibility for waking him up fell to his daughter, Anya. Before sending the girl to wake her father, the mothers had reminded her, Alex sometimes had a slightly frightening look when he first woke up. Anya nodded seriously, jumped off the chair, and hurried upstairs, straight to the room where her dad and moms were sleeping. Carefully opening the door, she looked around, walked over to the sofa, and quietly climbed onto it. Sneaking up to her father, Anya climbed onto his chest and started remembering what her moms had told her. First wake him up, then pinch his cheek so dad won't look scary, and then say someone is calling him, she whispered to herself, nodding seriously, convinced that this sequence was correct. Or, maybe pinch first and then wake him up, she mumbled, a bit confused. Anya was trying to remember the right order of actions, but not being able to figure it out, she decided to do everything at once, wake him up and pinch his face so he wouldn't look scary when he opened his eyes. Nodding as if she had confirmed her plan, the girl grabbed Alex's cheeks and started rubbing them with her small palms while also trying to wake him up. Alex, in a half-dream state, felt strange sensations on his face and didn't immediately realize that the girls had come up with something again. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Anya's face in front of him, who was pulling on his cheeks with complete seriousness, as if performing a very important and responsible mission. "Anya, sweetheart, what are you doing?" he asked, fully opening his eyes. "Mom Namio said you have a scary look when you wake up. And Mom Yuriko told me to massage your face so you won't be a scary dad," Anya explained with full confidence, continuing to rub his cheeks. "Thank you, little one. But let me do it myself, or I feel like my face is changing shape," Alex said with a light laugh, sitting up. He gently sat Anya on his lap and started massaging his face, getting rid of the lingering effects of sleep. Sighing, a little disappointed that he had been woken up, Alex kissed Anya on the cheek and thanked his caring daughter. She giggled happily when he hugged her and rubbed his cheek against hers. Getting up from the sofa and picking Anya up in his arms, Alex headed downstairs to the dining room. When he entered, he noticed that most of the girls had already gone about their tasks. At the table, Alcina sat elegantly, she held a cup of hot coffee in one hand and a book in the other. Alex once again noted how much she had become addicted to reading. Now, it was almost always possible to find her with a book in hand. He sat Anya on a chair and walked over to each of the girls present to kiss them. Sitting down at a free spot, he was immediately handed a mug of hot coffee by Namio. "Thank you, Namio," Alex said with a grateful smile. "You're always welcome, darling," she replied, kissing him on the cheek. "So, where are the other girls?" Alex lazily asked as he sipped his coffee. "They've already gone. We let you sleep for an extra hour, but you know, work doesn't wait," Kiriko said, drying her hands after washing the dishes. Alex nodded and began to think about what else needed to be done today, aside from scouting the nearby towns. He slowly sipped his coffee, casting a glance at Nobuona, who, with a sleepy face, was lying with her forehead on the table, unsuccessfully trying to wake up. Eventually, Nagahide and Katsui, unable to stand it any longer, simply picked her up under the arms and dragged her outside. Nobuona also had her responsibilities, and she couldn't avoid them, whether she wanted to or not. Over the past week, Alex had gotten to know Nagahide and Katsui better. He had long understood that Katsui was a typical muscle brain, but now he also realized she was incredibly clumsy with domestic tasks. On the other hand, Nagahide was starting to remind him of Brunhilde, with the same stern and unyielding look that made it impossible to argue. Alex watched the trio of girls leave and took the last sip of his coffee. Finishing, he carried the mug to the sink and headed out to check the animal traps he had set. Throwing on his blue coat, Alex walked lazily toward the forest, where the traps were laid. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled through the settlement, where work had been bustling since early morning. Some were preparing for the upcoming expedition, while others sat on the porches of their homes, holding cups of hot drinks in their hands, warming up and trying to wake up. Nodding and greeting everyone he met, Alex crossed the stone wall and ventured deeper into the forest. He tried to remember where the traps had been set, and after scanning his surroundings, headed to the nearest one. Reaching the first, he crouched down to inspect it, but, unfortunately, it was empty. Alex shook his head, adjusted the mechanism, and moved on to the next. However, once again, disappointment awaited him, the trap was also empty. After checking a few more traps, he continued on his path until he noticed bloodstains on the ground. Crouching down, he examined them, then moved on to the next trap, and froze. There, on the ground, lay the mangled carcass of a deer, or rather, what was left of it. Alex crouched to inspect the remains more closely, but then he heard rustling leaves behind him. In an instant, he drew his black pistol and aimed it toward the sound. "It's me," a calm voice came from behind the bushes. Ghost emerged from the undergrowth. He approached leisurely, and Alex breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his weapon. "Simon, for God's sake. I get why they call you Ghost, but that doesn't mean you should act like a real ghost and sneak up on me," Alex muttered irritably. "Habit," Ghost replied calmly. "I see you've also come across the torn-up carcass. Since you're saying that, I take it you've seen something similar?" Alex asked, glancing at him. "Exactly. I checked a couple of traps, either they're empty, or there's a torn-up animal in them," Ghost said, sitting down next to him. "And where's Johnny?" Alex asked, noticing that Ghost had come alone. "Went to check the others. If it's the same situation there, we need to figure out who or what is tearing animals apart," Ghost replied. Alex nodded and shifted his gaze back to the deer's remains. With Ghost's help, they began analyzing who could have left such marks. At first glance, it looked like the deer had been the victim of a bear, a very large and very angry one. But the longer they looked, the clearer it became, it wasn't something like that. It was something stronger and wilder. Given the current state of the world, hoping this was just a regular beast would be naive. "Damn it, Ghost, I've been looking for you everywhere." A familiar voice called out. "Oh, Alex, you're here too. Looks like things are bad here as well." "Someone decided to feast on Mama Bambi," Soap said, approaching them. "Something like that. What about you?" "Same story. Traps empty or with meat?" Alex asked, getting up from the ground. "Everything's empty. But I found a torn-up bear, or what's left of it. I don't know who did it, but it definitely wasn't another bear, and it certainly wasn't a regular animal from this forest," Soap replied with a grim expression. "Did you notice anything else, Johnny?" Ghost asked, glancing at his comrade. "Not really. Honestly, I left there pretty quickly. I have no desire to run into whatever did this to a full-grown bear," Soap said, shaking his head. "Still, it's worth taking a look. Maybe we can find some tracks or clues," Alex said, lighting up again. "I really don't want to wake up one day and find out that one of ours became the next victim, just after leaving the settlement." Ghost and Soap nodded, agreeing with Alex's words. It was better to deal with the problem before it escalated into something bigger. They were all in unanimous agreement on that. Alex glanced at Soap and asked him to lead the way to the place where he found the torn-up bear. The journey took no more than 5 minutes. And soon they arrived at the site. Or rather, the site of the slaughter. The bear carcass, or what was left of it, lay in the middle of the torn, blood-soaked ground. The innards were scattered around, as though someone had deliberately tried to create a scene of horror. The smell was repulsive, and the air seemed to freeze from the recent violence. Alex and Ghost immediately began to inspect the area. Oddly enough, there were almost no signs of a struggle. It seemed the bear had been caught off guard. It hadn't even had time to realize what it was facing before being torn to pieces. Splitting up, they began searching the area. Alex took out his phone and dialed Brunhild. Her voice came through almost immediately. "We've got something strange here," he said briefly, wasting no time. "Tell the others to stay alert. And make sure no one leaves the settlement, no matter the reason." Ending the call, Alex resumed his search and soon noticed something unsettling. One of the bear's paws was impaled on a branch, like a gruesome warning. He frowned involuntarily. "Simon, Johnny, find anything," he called, turning toward them. "Nothing here. Just the paw, probably the one you're looking at," Soap replied. "I found tracks." "If you can even call them tracks," came Ghost's calm but tense voice. Alex immediately headed toward him, gesturing for Soap to follow. They approached and stopped, staring at the ground. Huge tracks were imprinted on the soft forest floor, much larger than human ones. Alex crouched down, studying them carefully. His face grew more serious. "And whose damn foot could belong to this?" Soap said, resting his foot next to one of the tracks. "Don't tell me we've got a giant living near our settlement." "Unfortunately, no. And judging by what it did to the bear, we've got a very unfriendly neighbor." "I'm almost sure it's the same one that killed all the animals that got caught in the traps," Ghost said, frowning. "Alex, any ideas? Who could this be?" Soap asked, looking at his friend. "I've got 2 theories," Alex replied, not taking his eyes off the tracks. "Either a tyrant-type creature somehow wandered here, or we missed a demon nest, and one of them is currently roaming the area. Though the latter is unlikely. Either way, we need to deal with this creature before it gets to the settlement," Soap said, nodding toward the tracks. "And then? Do you hear that?" Ghost suddenly asked, stopping. Alex frowned, listening intently. After a few seconds, both he and Soap caught what Simon was talking about, faint sounds coming from somewhere deep in the forest. They were distant, distorted by the distance in the trees, but still distinguishable. "Shots," Alex said, glancing at the others. They exchanged looks and nodded at each other. Without words, it was clear, they needed to check the source. Alex drew his pistol, while Soap and Ghost checked their rifles. They moved forward at a quick pace, almost running. The sound grew clearer, and soon there was no doubt, it was indeed gunfire. And not single shots, 2 people were shooting. 2 shooters, Ghost confirmed while running. "Can you hear the difference in rhythm?" "Are you sure?" Soap asked, not slowing down. "Absolutely. Listen, 2 rhythms, 2 weapons." They picked up the pace. Whoever it was, they were clearly not from their settlement. And that meant only one thing, either someone from the survivors was in trouble, or a new threat had appeared in the forest. Alex listened and noticed the shots sounded like 2 pistols firing. Deciding to speed up, he continued running with Ghost and Soap. The shots were becoming clearer and closer. Exiting the forest, the trio saw a small settlement ahead, where sounds of gunfire, struggle, and destruction were coming from. Alex threw a quick glance at the guys, nodded, and surged ahead to figure out what was going on. He crossed the street and, following the sounds, quickly reached the scene. At that moment, a man and a woman jumped out of one of the house's windows. Alex recognized them immediately: Jake Muller, the illegitimate son of Albert Weskier, and Sherry Birkin, daughter of William Birkin. The most unpleasant thing was that Alex had recently killed both of their fathers with his own hands. "Run!" Sherry shouted when she saw Alex. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked behind her, just in time. The wall of the wooden house crashed down as a huge arm tore through it. Sherry and Jake darted past him, but Alex stayed in place. He wanted to see the face of the creature whose arm it was. Though he already had a pretty good idea of who it was. From the shadows emerged Ustenak, another bioweapon, a product of the C-Virus project. Sherry ran up to Alex, grabbed his arm, and started pulling him away. "What are you standing there for? Run!" she screamed, trying to drag him. "Hey, man," Jake added. "This thing's been chasing us the whole way. Don't just stand there, move your legs." "Thanks, but I'll pass," Alex replied calmly, gently freeing his hand from Sherry's grip. "Now, kindly remove your hands. I'll have a chat with your stalker." Sherry and Jake exchanged confused looks. They didn't understand what Alex was talking about. Meanwhile, he curiously observed Ustenak. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pair of brass knuckles and cracked his knuckles. Looking up at the hulking mutant, Alex admitted to himself, in person, it looked much uglier than in the game. Before him stood a huge creature, muscular and unnaturally pale. Its body was covered in scars, cuts, and signs of rough surgical interventions. Its hair was sparse and gray. The face was grotesque, with some parts stitched together with metal staples, a twisted mouth, and a single eye deeply set into the skull. The most horrifying detail was its right arm, a metal prosthetic roughly attached to its body, with massive stitches that looked hastily sewn. Sherry and Jake watched as Alex calmly stopped in front of the monster. They exchanged glances. Sherry nervously clenched her fists. "We have to help him," she said quietly, not taking her eyes off Alex. "Sherry, let's go. Leave this idiot. If he wants to measure strength with this thing, let him." "I'm not getting paid to save suicides," Jake muttered, trying to pull Sherry away. Sherry didn't want to leave. Abandoning the stranger and dragging him into their problems seemed wrong. However, their argument was interrupted by fast steps approaching from behind. Turning around, Sherry and Jake saw two men in soldier uniforms. One wore a skull mask, and the other, with a mohawk, was holding futuristic weaponry. "Looks like we're just in time. And it seems like we found the one who destroyed our traps and tore apart that poor bear. But damn, he's really ugly," Soap said with a smirk, looking at Ustenak. "You with this idiot? Maybe you'll help him." Jake snapped, pointing at Alex. "He doesn't need help," Ghost replied calmly, giving Jake a glance. "What do you mean?" Sherry asked, bewildered, shifting her gaze between them. "You'll see for yourself. I promise, it'll be fun," Soap grinned. Sherry and Jake exchanged glances, becoming more and more convinced they had stumbled into a group of madmen. Meanwhile, Alex calmly watched as Ustenak began moving toward him with heavy strides. The mutant raised its massive metal arm to crush Alex's skull, but at the last moment, Alex intercepted the strike. In the next second, Alex punched Ustenak hard in the chest, lifting him off the ground, and then kicked the monster with such force it sent him flying, crashing through several houses in a row. Alex smirked and sprinted after him. Sherry and Jake froze, standing next to Ghost and Soap. Their eyes were wide with shock. This was definitely not what they had expected. Alex quickly caught up with Ustenak, whose body, leaving a deep trench in the ground, finally stopped. He approached, giving the mutant a chance to rise. The creature slowly got up, its metal prosthetic clanging as it moved, the iron claw squeezing and releasing, preparing for another attack. Alex, lazily waving his hand, goaded it on. Ustenak charged again. Reaching out, he tried to grab Alex, but at the last moment, Alex jumped, landing on its prosthetic, then skillfully jumped onto its shoulders and struck it with a powerful punch to the top of its head. Ustenak collapsed face first into the ground. Alex didn't stop, he began stomping on the back of the mutant's head, pressing it deeper into the ground. Then, lifting his foot, he brought it down with such force that Ustenak's head burst under his sole. The mutant's body twitched one last time, then went still. Alex wiped his boot on the creature's clothing and jumped down to the ground. Glancing over the remains, he thought to himself, might be worth dragging the body back to the settlement. Rebecca Chambers and her team of scientists could find this specimen useful. Grabbing Ustenak by the leg, Alex began dragging him along. Upon returning, he was relieved to see that Sherry and Jake hadn't run away, though they easily could have. Soap gave Alex a thumbs up, and Ghost nodded briefly. Sherry and Jake, on the other hand, were completely stunned, especially at the sight of Alex dragging the headless Ustinak like a sack of potatoes. Well then, now we can finally introduce ourselves, Alex said, letting go of the mutant's leg. Who are you guys? And why was that thing after you? Of course, Alex knew exactly who Jake and Sherry were, but he couldn't just come out and say it. There had to be at least some semblance of subtlety. You couldn't exactly start a conversation with something like, Sherry and Jake, what the hell are you doing in Alaska, and why did you drag Ustinak with you? Sherry kept her eyes on Alex for a moment, then looked at the mutant's headless corpse. Jake was watching closely, a faint smirk on his lips. You're no slouch. We couldn't handle him, and you crushed him pretty quick. I'm Jake, he said, offering a hand. Alex, he replied with a smirk, shaking it firmly. And you're no weakling either, if you manage to stay standing that long. Still, who are you guys? My name is Sherry Birkin. I'm a special agent with the Security Operations Division. And this is Jake Muller, a mercenary. We were on a mission. Classified. I need to get back to HQ immediately, the girl said seriously, locking eyes with Alex. Aren't you a bit young to be a special agent? Soap noted, raising an eyebrow. Got a problem with that, old man? Jake asked darkly, stepping forward. You want to find out, kid? I've been itching for a warm-up, Soap grinned, not breaking eye contact. All right, ladies, knock it off, Alex said calmly but firmly. Now's not the time for a dick-measuring contest. Let's head back. The settlement's a couple kilometers away. We can talk properly there, and get help if either of you's injured. Jake scoffed, then looked at Sherry as if waiting for her decision. She nodded, they could definitely use the help right now. Alex, noticing that, nodded back and, without wasting time, grabbed Ustinak by the leg again and continued dragging him. Why the hell are you hauling that carcass? Jake asked as he walked alongside him. There's a team of scientists in the settlement. They've recently developed an antivirus. I figured your girlfriend here might be a useful specimen for research, Alex replied with a smirk. Oh, I'm not complaining. Clingy girlfriends like that. I could do without. Took me long enough to get rid of her, Jake laughed. What? How did you even manage to create an antivirus? Sherry's voice was filled with genuine shock, her eyes wide as she stared at Alex. It's not that hard when you've got the right resources and a bit of brainpower. But let's talk more once we're back at the settlement, he said with a nod. Sherry just nodded in response, accepting that for now. The rest of the journey continued in silence. When they reached the settlement, Sherry and Jake were clearly stunned by what they saw. Not bad. You guys really made yourselves comfortable here, Jake whistled, glancing around at the fortifications and buildings. Something like that. We've done quite a bit of work, all in just a week, Alex replied calmly. Wait. Are you saying you built all this in a week? Sherry's eyes widened in disbelief. Alex nodded, confirming his words. He said goodbye to Ghost and Soap, asking them to inform the others about everything they'd seen today. Then he headed with Jake and Sherry toward a building that served both as a hospital and a research lab. The sight of Alex dragging the massive corpse of a mutant behind him didn't cause much of a commotion. People simply examined the creature's body with open curiosity, no fear, no panic. Just interest. Jake watched the scene unfold and, though he didn't show it, he was slightly surprised. The locals' reaction clearly didn't follow the usual pattern. These people are reacting weirdly. He muttered, leaning toward Sherry's ear. They're not surprised at all. I noticed. They seem more curious about what the mutant looks like. Even the kids are watching it without fear, Sherry replied in the same whisper, nodding slightly. That's because these people have seen worse, Alex said, having overheard their murmurs. One mutant doesn't impress them. What do you mean? Jake raised an eyebrow. We've traveled halfway across the world before ending up here. Hordes of zombies. Masses of undead that looked more like demons. Creatures that seemed like inside-out humans. A whole swarm on the South Korean border. A secret island with mutated wildlife. We've been through a lot, and picked up these people along the way. They come from different countries. Some lost their homes, others lost families. Trust me, they've seen things far more terrifying. Damn. You've been through hell, Jake shook his head. That's putting it mildly, Alex smirked. If you're interested, I'll tell you the whole story another time. But for now, I think you two should be looked over. You both look like a couple of battered mutts. And that's putting it mildly, Sherry added with a crooked smile. Alex chuckled briefly and led them toward the clinic so the medics could provide aid and assess their condition. He remembered, albeit vaguely, that Sherry was a carrier of the G virus, but her body had adapted, granting her accelerated regeneration. Jake, as far as Alex knew, had antibodies for a different virus. That's why Sherry had to escort him to headquarters to try synthesizing a vaccine from his blood. But Alex knew one important detail: Jake's blood likely wouldn't help against the crap spreading among the local zombies. Even setting aside demons and necromorphs, the virus itself was essentially a hellish blend of several strains, causing a wide range of mutations. Trying to create a universal serum from that mix was, at best, extremely doubtful. They reached the clinic's door. Alex stopped, turned to them, and motioned for them to enter. Jake and Sherry exchanged a silent glance, and stepped forward. To be continued. Chapter 330, bringing home 2 more freeloader guests. Reaching the building used as both a clinic and a research lab, Alex finally let go of Ustinak's leg, which he had been dragging behind him. Before going inside, he paused for a second, casting a glance at the fallen mutant. Alex narrowed his eyes suspiciously. In this world, even a headless corpse could suddenly get back up. Not wanting to take any chances, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on Ustinak's chest. A dull crunch echoed out, as if every bone in the creature's body snapped at once. Jake and Sherry flinched at the sharp sound and turned around immediately. Was that really necessary? I thought he was dead. Or do you, by any chance, have some strange fetishes? Jake asked, raising an eyebrow. Fetishes? Calm down. Just a precaution in case your girlfriend decides to go for round 2, Alex smirked, glancing at him. Whatever you say, boss, Jake shrugged. Alex gave Ustinak's body one last look. Satisfied that not a single muscle twitched, he headed for the clinic door and gestured for Sherry and Jake to follow him. Stepping inside, Alex was pleasantly surprised. Although the building had originally been an old, half-collapsed clinic, it now looked almost like a modern medical facility. The full renovation had clearly paid off. There was even a reception desk, albeit more symbolic than functional. Alex chuckled. Who was he to judge someone's design choices? Sherry and Jake couldn't hide their amazement. Looking at the clean walls, bright hallways, and even artificial plants in the corner, they once again felt like the apocalypse had somehow skipped this place entirely. Alex walked up to the reception and pressed a small bell. Its chime rang through the room. A moment later, approaching footsteps could be heard. Who got hurt again? I told you all to stop knocking each other's brains out during sparring, came an irritated female voice from deeper inside the clinic. Alex raised an eyebrow and saw Marie emerging from the hallway. One look at her face was enough to know her day wasn't going well. He barely suppressed a laugh. He knew her irritation wasn't just from being tired. It was always the same few idiots, especially the martial artists, who pushed themselves to the brink during training. And Ken say, eternal patient number 1. Alex pictured him peeking at the girls again, only to get a well-deserved punch to the jaw from Mistress Ma. The scene alone was enough to bring a grin to his face. Alex. What is it this time? Marie asked, calmer now, though irritation still lingered in her voice. Found this pair in the forest. Brought them here for you to check out. They look, well, like beaten-up strays. See for yourself, he said, nodding toward Sherry and Jake standing behind him. Marie turned her gaze to the newcomers and gave them a professional once-over, head to toe. Her expression was cold, evaluating. What Alex said turned out to be spot on. Both of them looked like they'd been through a meat grinder. And who knows what condition they were in on the inside. All right. You two, follow me, she said, turning and gesturing for Sherry and Jake to come with her. Marie headed down the corridor, disappearing from sight again. Alex glanced back at Sherry and Jake, nodded, and followed. Sherry and Jake exchanged a look, shrugged, and went after him. Alex quickly caught up to Marie and walked beside her. The irritation on her face hadn't gone anywhere. So, who are your frequent flyers around here? Alex asked with amused curiosity, raising an eyebrow. You know damn well who. Those 3 idiots, Ken, Ryu, and Jean, Marie muttered, rolling her eyes and shooting Alex a dry glance. This happened a lot. Sherry asked as she caught up to them. We've only been here a week, but even when we just arrived, Ken and Ryu were already in the medbay nearly every day, Marie sighed, opening the door to the examination room. Alex, Sherry, and Jake stepped in after her. Marie put on a medical coat and pointed to the chairs for Sherry and Jake. Have a seat, I'll get everything ready. Alex sat down on an empty chair, turning it around to rest his arms on the backrest while he waited for Sherry and Jake to be examined. Mari started with Sherry, taking her behind a privacy screen so the men couldn't peek. Alex rolled his eyes. He understood, it made sense, it was proper. After all, he and Jake were men, and asking Sherry to undress in front of them would have been plain inappropriate. You said you traveled half the world before ending up here. How did you even manage that? Jake asked, glancing at Alex. Well, to start from the beginning, when all this started, the dead rising, the panic and everything, my family and I had just arrived in Japan for vacation. And then the apocalypse hit. Long story short, we took a ferry to Okinawa, then hijacked a US military carrier through a base, and traveled the world on it until we got to Alaska, Alex replied, pulling a cigarette from his pack. Damn. You really got out in one piece. Just don't tell me you were a regular college student. I'm not buying that crap. Save it for bedtime stories, Jake scoffed. Don't smoke in here, Mari's voice snapped from behind the screen, sharp as a whip crack. Sorry, Alex replied and slipped the cigarette back into the pack. To make it short, I was a mercenary. Not like you, with ranks and discipline, more like a private contractor. The jobs varied, but they paid well. Probably better than what you got. Jake nodded, as if to say he believed it. Yeah, Alex didn't seem like the soldier type. Everything about him spoke of someone freer, more flexible. Alex decided to chat a bit with Jake. He was curious how much the guy knew about his origins, if he had any idea who his father was. As they talked, Alex realized Jake's story didn't differ much from the original. He didn't know who his father was and sincerely hated him. His mother had been seriously ill, and Jake had to work from a young age to afford her medication. That's how he ended up as a mercenary. But the events in Edonia had played out differently in this world. Here, it had been a normal civil war, without any C-virus. No bioterrorism or mutants, just a zombie apocalypse slowly swallowing the entire planet. Jake, would you want to know who your father is? Alex asked suddenly, his gaze sharp and focused on the young man. Not really, Jake replied, lying back on the medical couch and folding his hands behind his head. If he ran off, what good would it do? Even if I find him, he might already be some monster's dinner. Alex smirked slightly, his eyes gleaming. And what if I told you I know who your father is? He didn't look away, and his voice carried a strange mix of seriousness and challenge. Jake, lazily sprawled out on the examination couch, immediately sat up when he heard Alex's words. His eyes narrowed as he stared at him intently. There wasn't a trace of humor in his gaze, only focus and tension. Alex didn't look like he was joking. Jake would have been lying if he said he wasn't at least a little curious. Inside, two feelings clashed, bitterness over his mother's death and being abandoned by his father, and a burning curiosity, the need to know the truth. Alex waited patiently in silence, watching Jake from the corner of his eye. Behind the privacy screen, he noticed Sherry flinch. He understood immediately, Sherry still hadn't told Jake the truth. And that could become a crack in their friendship, she knew, and she kept it from him. Alex sighed quietly. He didn't blame Sherry, but he knew how hard it would be to explain it to Jake. All right, spill it, Jake muttered with a grim expression. I want to know who the bastard is, the one who left me and my mom. Alex looked at him calmly. Before I tell you, remember, it doesn't matter who he was. It doesn't matter what he did. Those were his choices, not yours. You are who you are. And he made his choice long ago. Yeah, I get it. Stop speaking in riddles and just say it already, Jake grumbled, clicking his tongue in irritation. His name was Albert Weskier, Alex said in an even tone. And, you could say, part of what's happened to this world is his fault. These demonic undead, all this horror, he was there at the very beginning. He wasn't just throwing shit at the fan, he brought a shovel. You're kidding. Jake muttered, but when he saw Alex's face, he fell silent. Shit. One of the bastards who destroyed the world didn't see that coming. So that's why all this. He covered his face with his hands and let out a heavy sigh. I told you, don't blame yourself, Alex reminded him, raising a finger. The sins of the father aren't the fault of the child. You've been working your ass off since you were a kid to get your mom the medicine she needed. You took a path Weskier wouldn't even dream of walking. You're his complete opposite. And that's your strength. If you say so. Jake muttered, then looked up. Where is he now? I killed him, Alex replied calmly. Remember that secret island I mentioned? He was in charge there. Tried to carve out a piece of this broken world for himself. Jake frowned and stared at Alex, who sighed deeply and continued, this time in detail. He told him everything he knew, about the Weskier project, about how they searched the world for children with exceptional traits, and how, after brutal experimentation, only 3 survived, Albert himself, his sister Alex, and 1 more participant. The rest, over 100 children, died. He explained Weskier's connection to Spencer, how Albert inherited the old man's worst traits, his megalomania, his obsession with immortality, and his willingness to betray anyone for his goals. Jake listened in silence, his face dark. Behind the screen, both Marie and Sherry had gone quiet. Humph. Jake finally exhaled, resting his elbows on his knees. As a kid, I wanted to know who my father was and why he left us. Now I'm actually glad he never came back. A guy like that. I don't need him. At least you don't want to shoot me for killing him, Alex said with a faint smile. Trust me, if you just told me you shot him without explaining everything. I probably would have tried, Jake replied with a smirk. But after hearing all that, I'd have put a bullet in that bastard myself. Even if you tried, Marie's voice came from behind the screen, it wouldn't have worked. You'd just end up knocked out and lying on one of our cots in minutes. Now enough chit-chat. Get behind the screen, you need to be checked. You look worse than Sherry. Not sure which of us would actually end up in the hospital bed, Jake scoffed, getting up from the cot. Trust me, it wouldn't be you, Marie said with a grin, pushing Jake behind the screen. Ask anyone in the settlement, they'd just beat you down. Sherry sat down on the hospital cot where Jake had just been sitting and looked at Alex. He returned her gaze with a warm smile. However, behind that smile lay a truth he still wasn't ready to voice: he had killed William, her father. Alex didn't know whether Sherry was aware of his death, as it had happened in the original timeline, or if she still believed her father was alive. According to the archived records, William and Annette Birkin were listed as deceased. At that moment, Rebecca Chambers entered the room, breaking the silence with her voice. Alex, what's that thing lying by the entrance? Where did you drag it from? Hey, Rebecca, he replied with a smile. Ghost, Johnny, and I were checking the traps we set and came across torn-up animal carcasses. We decided to find out who was behind it. In the end, I ran into these 2-inch, he nodded toward Sherry and Jake, and that thing was chasing them. Judging by its appearance, it's a carrier of a different virus. I thought you and the scientists might find the sample useful, so I brought it. If you're right, this could indeed be helpful, Rebecca said thoughtfully, nodding. How's the progress on the anti-demon serum project? Or is it still as dead as a crypt? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. We're at a dead end for now. We lack new data, or a couple of specimens for testing, she said, giving him a meaningful look. Alex smirked. Judging by your eyes, you want me to catch a couple of demons for you. Am I right? You got it. Will you bring them? Rebecca asked hopefully, looking at him with puppy eyes. Ah, it's hard to say no when you look at me like that. But which one of the girls spilled that it works on me? Let me guess. Shizuka. Yeah. Thanks, Alex. And yes, you guessed right, Shizuka blabbed. But not just her. The others kept fueling the fire too, Rebecca said, hugging him. Alex shook his head, accepting the hug, then let go and asked where Shizuka and Claire had gone. Rebecca explained that there had been an accident during the construction of the new house, and she went there with Claire and Shizuka. She had only come back to grab some medical supplies. After a quick goodbye to Alex and Marie, Rebecca grabbed her bag and hurried back. Meanwhile, Marie finished examining Jake. He was fine, except for a few scrapes and bruises. Well, since you're both intact, you need to eat and change. Marie, thanks as always for the help. I owe you one, Alex said, looking at Sherry and Jake, then smiling at Marie. No problem. Just buy me coffee next time, she replied with a smile. Will do. Now, let's get you cleaned up, Alex said, leaving the office. He led Sherry and Jake to his home, where he kept spare clothes and food. As they left the clinic, they saw a group of scientists examining Ustinak's body, taking samples, and taking photos. Alex realized that before leaving, Rebecca had likely gone upstairs and informed the team about their guest. Without disturbing the scientists at work, Alex lit a cigarette and, after taking a puff, offered one to Jake. He didn't refuse. When they reached the house, the first thing that caught Jake's eye was the motorcycle parked by the entrance. Damn, where did you get this beauty? He exclaimed admiringly, inspecting the bike. I built it myself. Like I said, they paid me more than they paid you, Alex laughed. Judging by the bike, they paid you way more. If I'd known you could make that kind of cash, I'd have gone private myself, Jake grumbled, looking at the machine with envy. Boys, all you ever think about are motorcycles and guns, Sherry sighed. You're right there, Sherry. Can't deny it, Alex smirked. Now, come inside. You need to eat. I can tell by your face you're hungry. And Jake looks like he is too. Alex gestured for Sherry and Jake to follow him into the house. As he opened the door, he immediately took off his blue coat and hung it on the rack. Jake and Sherry stepped inside and again couldn't hide their surprise at what they saw. The same thought flashed through both their minds: looks like the apocalypse really did skip this place. Before they could take it all in, Namio came out of the dining room wearing a kitchen apron. You're early today, and you brought guests. Who are they? She asked, looking at Jake and Sherry. These are Jake and Sherry. I met them in the forest, they were running from a mutant. So, I brought them here, Alex answered, approaching Namio. They must be hungry. I'll make something quick, she said with a warm smile. Thank you for your hospitality. And for the food, too, Sherry said, nodding lightly with a gentle smile. Don't worry, dear. Make yourselves comfortable, I'll prepare something hot, Nemeo replied, waving her hand and returning to the kitchen. Alex escorted the guests to the dining room and then headed to the kitchen while they settled in. Once inside, he wrapped his arms around Nemeo's waist and kissed her softly on the cheek. But she gently pushed his face away with a light laugh, not wanting him to get in the way of cooking. Seeing Alex pout, she smiled, leaned in, and kissed him on the lips before returning to her cooking. Alex chuckled, grabbed several drinks from the fridge, and headed back to the dining room. Placing the bottles in front of Sherry and Jake, he then went upstairs to get fresh clothes for the guests. On the way, he thought, better create new clothes with magic so I don't get complaints later about giving them someone else's stuff. Although, I'm sure no one would mind. After making suitable outfits, he came back downstairs. On the way, he stopped in the bathroom and quickly changed its appearance, replacing the luxurious bathtub with a regular shower cabin. It was important not to raise any unnecessary questions from guests about the odd amenities in this apocalyptic house. Returning to Jake and Sherry, he placed 2 neatly folded sets of clothes on the table. Here's some clothes for you. After dinner, you can take a shower and change out of those rags. Honestly, it's painful to look at you like 2 beggars, Alex said with a smirk. Wow, you've got the full service here, food, clothes, and even a shower. A real resort, not some apocalypse shelter, Jake chuckled as he took his set. Thanks for the clothes. I hope the girl you took them from won't mind. Sherry asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Of course not. Even in the middle of an apocalypse, girls have more than enough clothes to spare, Alex replied with a smile. Sherry just nodded, and to pass the time, Alex started a conversation. He was genuinely interested in who Sherry's handler was, there was a chance they might be playing for the other side. While they talked, Nemeo returned with a tray of food and carefully set the plates in front of Jake and Sherry. She handed Alex a mug of freshly brewed coffee, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and slipped back into the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Alex didn't interfere with the guests' eating, he simply leaned back in his chair, sipping his coffee slowly while studying Sherry's dossier on his phone. He already knew her mission but still wanted to uncover the identity of her handler, it was better to see for himself than to try to extract the information. At that moment, Alcina entered the dining room, drawing attention with her imposing height and posture. Damn, she's huge, Jake muttered, stunned by her appearance. Watch your tongue, man thing. Or I'll rip it out, Alcina snapped sharply, her voice cold and icy. Well, Alcina, calm down. He didn't mean it. I was just as shocked the first time I saw how tall you are, Alex intervened with a conciliatory smile. Humph. And I see you've already taken up charity work. Feeding everyone you meet, she sneered, looking at Alex. Maybe so. Allow me to introduce these two. Jake Mueller and Sherry Birkin. And this is. I know. Lady Alcina Dimitrescu, Sherry cut in. There was a dossier on her at headquarters, and the Mother Miranda cult. Didn't know she was here. Birkin. You're the daughter of that bastard William Birkin, Alcina said, narrowing her eyes. You knew my father? Sherry asked, surprised, looking at her. You better ask Alex. He's the one who killed your father, Alcina said coldly, waving her hand toward Alex. That's impossible. I was only 12 when my parents died, so many years have passed since then. Sherry tried to object, but her voice trembled. That's not my concern anymore. All questions go to the one who knows, Alcina said and left for the kitchen, leaving a heavy silence behind her. Alex looked at Alcina with an empty, disappointed gaze, all because she had shattered his carefully laid plans. He had wanted to approach the conversation about William Birkin's death gently, cautiously, but now that was out of the question. Alcina ignored his look and silently headed to the kitchen. Alex shifted his gaze to Sherry, she didn't look away, drilling into him with an almost scorching stare, as if trying to burn a hole through him. Jake smirked, watching the scene unfold, waiting to see how Alex would handle the fallout. But even he was somewhat surprised to learn that Alex had killed not only Albert Weskier but also Sherry's father, William Birkin. Alex sighed heavily and nodded, indicating he was ready to answer any questions. How could you kill my father if he's been dead for a long time? Sherry asked in a blunt, cold tone. To be honest, I thought he was dead too. After all, he was the one responsible for developing the G-virus. But it turned out the Live Corporation had lured him over and faked his death. Although, to be precise, it wasn't the corporation, but Weskier. He and your father were something like half-friends. William staged his death and followed Weskier, working for him. Eventually, my team and I found him on one of the evil corporation's secret islands. Alex paused for a second, recalling what he had seen, then continued. And I'll be straightforward, he did a lot of terrible things. If Weskier was the one who threw him under the bus, your father was the one who set the bus in motion. You can't explain it in just a few words. He conducted experiments on children. I think it's better if you don't know all the details. It was truly horrific. Alex sighed again, the distorted bodies of children in glass jars flashing before his eyes once more. Was it really that bad in that lab? Sherry asked, never taking her eyes off him. Alex pulled his phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. After a few taps on the screen, he activated a holographic video recording. GIR and Mimi recorded everything they saw and stored the data on Alex's personal server, so it was always at hand. Images appeared in the hologram. Sherry and Jake peered at the footage. When the video reached the laboratory, Sherry paled, her eyes widening in horror. Jake grimaced, shaking his head in disgust. No words were needed, the bodies in the jars were children's. Sherry understood immediately. Alex saw the horror and disbelief on her face. He turned off the recording and pocketed the phone. Even if I hadn't done it, someone else would have, those we saved. Like I told Jake, don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could have changed, neither you nor your mother, Annette. Your father made his choice. Now he's roasting in hell, and you, on the other hand, are trying to cleanse this world of its filth. And that's your choice, Alex said in a calm, confident voice, looking Sherry in the eyes. Sherry simply nodded silently, lowered her head, and continued eating. Alex sighed. Conversations like this were inevitable when your parents were involved in the world's destruction. Sherry needed time to digest it all. Not every day do you learn that your father not only faked his death but also continued to conduct monstrous experiments. After Sherry and Jake finished eating, Alex cleared their plates and took them to the kitchen. Casting an indifferent glance at Elchina, he saw her roll her eyes and continue chatting with Nemio. Alex placed the plates in the sink and returned to the dining room. He beckoned Sherry and Jake, then led Sherry to the shower. A hot shower would help her clear her mind a bit. Pointing out where everything was, Alex stepped out and closed the door behind him. Let's go have a smoke while she's in there, he suggested to Jake. They went outside and sat down on the porch steps. I didn't expect things to take this turn, honestly, Jake said, twisting a cigarette between his fingers. Life is full of surprises in general. Like a wise turtle once said, coincidences aren't coincidences. Funny how the children of those who destroyed the world are now trying to save it. Irony of fate, Alex said, exhaling smoke. Hey, I'm no hero. They pay me for this, Jake scoffed, glancing at Alex. How much do they pay you? Don't tell me it's money. Those paper things haven't been worth anything for ages, Alex smirked. Hey, true. Looks like my advance has already evaporated. Jake groaned in frustration. Yeah, you're a mercenary through and through. How much did you ask for? 1.5 million for 200 milliliters of blood. Seems you have special blood. But I don't want to burst your bubble, with that viral cocktail inside the zombies' bodies, your blood probably won't help. It's not just one virus, but a mix of dozens. What difference does it make now? You said yourself that a group of scientists from the settlement already developed an antivirus. So my millions are gone, Jake muttered, clicking his tongue. Alex grinned and patted Jake on the shoulder, whether as support or mockery was unclear. Jake gave him an empty look, and Alex just replied with the same smug grin. You said you killed my father but didn't say how exactly. Care to share? Jake asked, swatting his hand away. No problem, just watch your jaw so it doesn't drop, Alex answered cheerfully, as if telling a joke. Jake raised an eyebrow, not understanding what Alex was getting at. Alex took out his phone, connected to his server, and opened one of the folders created by GIR and Mimi. It contained all the recordings of his fights. He found the right video, the final battle with Weskier, who by that time had already turned into a true demon. Alex handed the phone to Jake. Watch, you'll see it for yourself. Jake took the device and started the playback. The video began with Weskier flying out of the destroyed complex and crashing onto the beach. Jake looked at Alex in surprise, but Alex just nodded toward the screen, like, keep watching. The fight grew more intense, Weskier mutated, sprouting wings and unnatural strength. Then Alex, using the night moth technique, transformed into a crimson dragon and destroyed the entire island, Weskier included. Jake swallowed hard, watching the enormous fiery figure slam into the island, triggering a massive explosion. He was stunned, not so much by his father becoming a monster, but by the scale of the destruction. You've got to be kidding me. You destroyed a whole island. That's not just breaking a stool, that's a damn huge island. Who the hell are you? Jake breathed out, never taking his eyes off Alex. I'm a ninja, Alex replied calmly. I did warn you about your jaw. Talk to the locals, you'll learn more about me. Go to hell. What could be crazier than destroying a damn island? Jake smirked. Who knows? Maybe I'll tell you later, Alex answered, taking back the phone. What are you two talking about? Came Sherry's voice as she stepped out of the house, wrapped loosely in a towel. About destroying islands. You better get back inside, or you'll catch a cold, Alex said, looking at her with the same expressionless face. Sherry silently nodded and disappeared inside. Go take a shower, Alex told Jake. You stink. Jake rolled his eyes, sniffed himself, and indeed grimaced. All right, you talked me into it. They went back inside. Sherry sat in a chair, drying her hair with a towel. Alex decided to wait for the other girls, they needed to head out soon to scout nearby towns. He also thought it was about time to get Sherry and Jake involved in work, let them earn their food, clothes, and hot water. To be continued. Chapter 331, the Zombieland organization is back in business. While Jake was taking a shower, Alex sat across from Sherry in silence. The girl was still processing what she had learned. Her father, whom she had believed dead for many years, had turned out to be alive. Alive, and now dead again, this time by the hand of the man sitting across from her. Sherry had loved her parents. But accepting the truth that William Birkin had conducted horrific experiments on children, and in some ways had helped push the world toward collapse, that was hard. How do you come to terms with the fact that someone you loved had become part of a tragedy that claimed billions of lives? At that moment, Alcina stepped out of the kitchen and crossed the living room. Seeing the silent scene, she slowed her pace. Alex met her gaze with a look full of reproach. He knew she was also involved in all this, even if indirectly. Alcina said nothing and, ignoring his stare, carried the tray upstairs. Alex sighed as he watched her go. Deep down, he understood, there was no one left to blame. Even if he had gently led the conversation to the truth about Birkin, Sherry would have still felt betrayed. Finally, Jake emerged from the shower, now in clean clothes with no trace of sweat or grime. Why the long faces, he asked, throwing himself onto the couch. What do you think? Sherry snapped, lifting her gaze. Oh, come on. Your dad's dead. Again. He wouldn't have survived anyway, Jake shrugged nonchalantly. Like Alex said, if he didn't finish him off, the ones he experimented on would have. Alex shot a quick glance at Sherry and saw how her face tensed, her eyes filled with rage. He knew Jake was about to get what he deserved. Jake had accepted Weskier's death without much emotion. He hadn't exactly liked the men, but that attitude wouldn't work with everyone. All right, enough sob stories, Alex said, changing the subject. Let's talk about your mission. Sherry, your handler, that's Derek C. Simmons, right? Yeah, you're right. He's the one who assigned me to escort Jake to headquarters, she nodded, sensing Alex knew something. And why the sudden interest? Jake asked, puzzled. Just a hunch, Alex replied calmly. But I've got a feeling Simmons is playing for the other side. Can't prove it, but his face, it just screams snake. You're not wrong, Jake smirked. His face looks exactly like this one client who tried to screw me over. But what makes you think that? Sherry frowned. Simmons is one of the most influential people in the DSO. He's the one who gave me the mission to get Jake there. Alex looked at her with an empty expression that clearly said, are you serious? Sherry felt that look. It was as if he were accusing her of being naive. Her cheeks turned red, from embarrassment, irritation, or something else. Even Jake shook his head. He knew Sherry well enough by now to realize she didn't usually suspect her allies. But in today's world, anyone could stab you in the back. Sherry, darling, Alex began with a mocking tone, how did you even get into the DSO? Didn't this world's history teach you anything? Or did you skip all your lessons? What does history have to do with it? How does that prove Simmons could be a traitor, she snapped, blushing even more, now also because of the way Alex had called her. It's very simple, Yuriko interjected as she stepped into the house. People with power are rarely satisfied with how much they have. It's never enough. Men like Simmons always want more control, more influence. Just like kings in the old days, conquering land after land so they could rule over everything they possibly could. Alex smiled when he noticed Yuriko, who had apparently been eavesdropping on their conversation. The girl caught his gaze, winked, and walked over. Leaning in, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Jake let out a low whistle when he saw this and, trying not to draw attention, gave Alex a thumbs up. At that moment, Sherry looked at Yuriko, and immediately picked up on the subtext behind her words and actions. Yuriko sat on the armrest of the chair next to Alex and gave the newcomers a once-over. Rumors were already spreading around the settlement. Alex had dragged in a new mutant and brought 2 people with him. Yuriko had been with Brunhild at the time of their arrival, and Brunhild had shared everything she learned about Jake and Sherry. After all, she had read their personal histories directly from Alex's mind. Like the other girls, Yuriko felt a faint twinge of envy toward that unique spiritual bond Brunhild had with Alex. Her abilities allowed her to instantly understand who he had met, what he was planning, and what he felt in the moment of encounter. Yuriko's right, Sherry, Alex said, taking Yuriko's hand. Simmons had massive ambitions. But you need to understand that things have gotten a lot more serious. The undead aren't just mutating, they're starting to think. They've developed a hive mind. The world has changed more than it seems. Then maybe you'd like to share this useful information, since you seem to know so much. Jake said with a smirk, folding his arms and crossing one leg over the other. No problem. I've been collecting data since the first day of the zombie apocalypse and carefully watching the undead's behavior. In fact, all of this information is available to any resident of the settlement, Alex replied with a faint smile. He began explaining. Jake and Sherry listened intently, trying not to miss a single detail. Alex explained how it all started. At first, there were normal zombies, but over time they mutated. Each new mutation became more horrific, and the undead grew stronger and more organized. Initially, they were controlled by the so-called evil corporation through its technology, but eventually even it began to lose control. The reason was the emergence of the Marker Cult, an organization that worshipped the mysterious Black Marker. Jake and Sherry exchanged confused looks, and Alex clarified, the Black Marker was an alien artifact that had fallen from the sky long ago and left a mark on human history. It drove people insane, turning them into necromorphs, a new kind of undead capable of thinking and acting with terrifying coordination. Those with strong enough minds became fanatics and started building red markers, replicas of the original. These artifacts spread across the globe, and under their influence, the necromorphs formed a shared collective consciousness. Alex continued, touching on another type of undead, demonic creatures. He briefly explained where they came from and what their goals were. In conclusion, Alex revealed that humanity was now merely the third party in the conflict. A full-scale war for territory had erupted between the demons and necromorphs. While Alex was talking, the girls began returning home for lunch. Seeing that he was busy with the newcomers, they each came up, kissed him, and headed toward the dining area. Jake and Sherry were so absorbed in the story that they barely noticed what was happening around them. And as absurd as everything sounded, the facts Alex presented, satellite images, camera footage, documents, left no room for doubt. It was the truth. When Alex finished, Sherry and Jake leaned back in silence, stunned. They needed time to process all the information they had just received. Alex left them alone with their thoughts and headed to the dining hall. Sitting at the table, he smiled and started chatting with the girls, asking what they had been up to. When are we going on a raid already? Rebecca groaned, resting her head on the table. I'm sick of sitting in one place. I need to blow something up, or at least shoot a couple of zombies. It's boring here. Agreed, Siko nodded. Building the settlement is important, but this long break is wearing me out. I wouldn't mind stretching a bit either, added Renka. Training alone is getting dull. After lunch, we'll head to the nearest city, said Alex, glancing at the girls. We'll scout the area, and it'll be a good warm-up. Besides, we need to start moving toward Anchorage anyway. Finally. I get to blow someone up. Rebecca exclaimed, beaming with joy. Alex simply shook his head at her enthusiasm, though he understood the others felt the same. Everyone was tired of the routine and had built up irritation over the past week in the settlement. He helped Nemio and Kariko clear the table and gave the girls some time to rest after the heavy meal. Everyone knew it was better to relax a bit and let the food settle. Some poured tea, others coffee, and the conversation shifted into a calmer tone. Alex picked Anya up and carried her into the living room. Settling into an armchair, he sat his daughter on his lap and gently began to squish her chubby cheeks. Didn't expect to see you surrounded by so many girls. You really are something, Jake remarked with a smirk. My daddy's awesome and handsome. Anya said seriously, crossing her arms. You're just jealous. Jake choked on his own spit, staring at Anya in disbelief. Sherry couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing at the girl's words. Alex just chuckled and stroked his daughter's head. Anya beamed with pride, clearly pleased with her remark. Alex struggled to keep a straight face. So, what are your plans now that you've learned the truth about the world? He asked, continuing to gently stroke Anya's hair. Sherry, are you still planning to return to HQ? Yes, Sherry nodded. I have to complete my mission. Even if Director Simmons is involved in all this. I need to find out the truth. Well, that won't be as easy as you think, Alex frowned, scratching his chin thoughtfully. What do you mean, not easy? Jake leaned back on the couch, folding his arms. It's pretty obvious. Right now, the two of you will have a hard time getting to the US, let alone reaching the DSO headquarters. You'd have to cross all of Alaska, then Canada, and then you'll be in the States. That's if you're lucky. The US is a total hellhole right now, and I'm putting it mildly. If you weren't paying attention earlier, let me remind you, there's an ongoing war between two types of undead over territorial control. Surviving that slaughter is next to impossible. And what do you suggest? Are you saying we should stay here? Sherry narrowed her eyes. Not exactly. We're heading toward the US ourselves, just with different objectives. You see, in Anchorage, Price from Task Force 141 has an old friend, a commander of a local military base. There should be a plane there capable of flying us into the States without all the extra trouble. So our paths align, the only difference is our goals. After finishing, Alex called over GIR, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf. He gave a brief order: gather everyone in the building for a briefing in 20 minutes. GIR, Mimi, and Stitch saluted and, hopping onto Wolf, sped off to carry out the command. Sherry and Jake stared after them in shock. Who were those? Sherry breathed, finally coming to her senses. My assistants, Alex replied calmly and headed toward the storage room. Holding Anya in his arms, he opened a cabinet and pulled out the necessary gear for Jake and Sherry, along with a couple of energy shields. He packed everything into a bag and brought it to the living room, placing it on the table. Here. Take it. Time to get ready. Get ready for what? Whoa. Jake peeked into the bag and gave a low whistle. You didn't say you had toys like this. I built these toys myself, Alex smirked. And now, you're getting ready, for work. You thought food, showers, and fresh clothes came for free. Everyone contributes here. So move it, we've got a scouting mission to nearby cities this afternoon. Sherry and Jake understood that they'd have to earn the help they received. And to be fair, they didn't really mind, the conditions in the settlement were more than comfortable. The girls, having finished lunch, headed upstairs to get their gear. Alex, still carrying Anya, went up as well. He suited up in his usual loadout: 2 pistols, 1 black, 1 white, the Blue Rose revolver, and the Muramasa katana. Meanwhile, GIR, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf returned after carrying out their orders. The trio went to their stations to grab their weapons and prepare for the upcoming mission. After getting changed, Alex came back downstairs with the girls, where Jake and Sherry were already fully geared and ready to go. He handed Anya over to the ever-reliable Brunhild, who stayed behind to keep an eye on the house and maintain order. Accompanying Alex on the mission were Chun-Li, Cammy, Valmet, Chiquita, Siko, Beatrix, Ray, Rebecca, Rory, Rika, Revei, Mio, Renka, 02, and Lucy. The rest of the girls chose to stay behind at the settlement, just in case anything unexpected happened. Alex motioned for Jake and Sherry to follow him toward the briefing room. Upon reaching the building where pre-departure meetings were usually held, Alex noticed that everyone was already gathered. He couldn't help but note how deeply the members of Cosa Nostra had embraced the faith of the Imperium. Their armor was now adorned with the insignias of the Black Templar Order. Nodding to those present, he approached the table and activated a holographic map to mark the priority zones. Judging by your faces, I can see many of you are eager to get back out into the field, and I completely understand. Now I can officially say this: our organization, Zombieland, is moving into Phase 2. As you already know, the Corporation Live is the force behind all this hell on Earth. Their main headquarters is located in Raccoon City. As long as it exists, this nightmare won't end. But that's a mission for later. Right now, our goal is to reach Anchorage. That's where an old friend of Price commands the local military base, Alex said, glancing around at everyone. Of course I'm itching to move. I'm already going soft here, R muttered with a smirk. So now we're looking for allies to plan an invasion of Evil Corp's HQ. Hayato clarified, glancing at Alex. Exactly. But first, the safety of our settlement. Over the next few days, we'll be scouting these cities, Alex said, pointing at the map. If you find nests, you know what to do. We're splitting up, 2 teams per city. The resource requirements are already uploaded to your HUDs, so no confusion there. If you encounter survivors, follow standard procedure. Hostiles, eliminate. Civilians, escort them back here. Shared comms channel. Report anything suspicious immediately. If the situation gets out of hand, retreat. If you can't retreat, call for backup and hold out until it arrives. And how do you plan to split us into groups? Or is there still room in yours, handsome? Yuri asked with a teasing grin, casting a playful look at Alex. Whatever works best for you, Yuri. The main thing is that each city gets 2 teams, he replied with a smile. Perfect. I'm with you, Yuri said, nodding with her arms crossed. Alex shrugged and began assigning the teams. Lekma and Price's teams were headed to 1 city, Itami and Kota to a 2nd, Melnik and Boris to a 3rd. The Dojo Ma group and Mr. Chang's team were going to a 4th. The rest of the participants also formed squads. There were enough cities in the area that needed clearing. But the main priority wasn't supplies, it was the destruction of demon nests. Once the briefing was over, the large group moved toward the parked vehicles. Everyone double-checked their gear before departure. Yuri, as promised, joined Alex's team, which also included Jake and Sherry, still unfamiliar with anyone but Alex himself. Alex watched as the convoy began to leave the settlement, waving after them. His girls were already seated inside the Humvees, waiting for the go-ahead. The only ones outside were Alex, Seiko, and Beatrix, who were doing some light stretches. "You two planning to run as well?" he asked, looking at them. "Why not? Makes it more fun," Beatrix answered with a bright smile. "I think so too. It'll be interesting to test myself, to see if I can run all the way to the city," Seiko added, giving Alex a seductive smile. Alex smirked. The girls' eagerness quickly caught on with the others. Chunli, Cammy, Mio, and Renka climbed out of the Humvee and lined up beside them, getting ready for the run. The rest preferred to travel in comfort. "Alex, we're heading out. Catch up if you can." Chiquita shouted with a grin as she started the engine. "We're moving too. Try to keep up," Valmet added, driving past. Alex waved to the girls leaving in the two Humvees, then turned to those who had chosen to run to the city. The girls only smirked in return, taking their stances and preparing for the start. All of them had already mastered breathing techniques, which significantly boosted their physical capabilities. Alex was confident they would have no trouble reaching the city. Entering a state of total concentration, the girls exhaled simultaneously, releasing a cloud of steam as if unleashing the power stored within. A mist began to form around Seiko, the effect of her mist-breathing technique. Even her father, Michikatsu, was impressed by how quickly she had mastered not just one, but several styles. Beatrix ignited with a soft flame, the result of her flame breathing. The rest used the standard technique that enhanced muscle strength and endurance. Alex watched their preparation with approval. "All right, ready. Then let's begin." "Thunder breathing, Godspeed," he said, and his body crackled with lightning arcs. Like a bolt of lightning, Alex shot forward, leaving behind a trail of electricity. The girls, unwilling to be left behind, followed right after. Seiko glided forward like she had become one with the mist, her movements fluid and ghost-like. Beatrix ran with a wide grin, flames trailing behind her and her cheerful laughter echoing. The others also surged ahead, leaving deep imprints in the earth from their powerful strides. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, realizing they had been left behind, started smacking Wolf's back, urging him to catch up. The mask on Wolf's face locked into place, his claws dug into the ground, and with a roar, he launched forward. In seconds, he had caught up with the sprinting girls. Meanwhile, the Humvees carrying the other girls had already driven quite a distance. Rebecca lounged lazily in the front seat, occasionally checking the rearview mirror, waiting for the inevitable chase. Jake and Sherry still didn't fully understand what was happening. "Are they even going to catch up to us?" Sherry asked doubtfully, glancing at Rebecca. "You'll see soon enough," Rebecca replied with a sly smile. "Hate to break it to you, but we're going almost 80 kilometers an hour." "That's not easy to match," Jake commented, giving Rebecca a skeptical look. "They're catching up already," Valmet said calmly as she drove. Sherry and Jake exchanged confused glances, just as Alex zoomed past them, trailing a streak of electricity. Behind him came Seiko, barely visible in a veil of mist. Then came Beatrix, laughing as her body blazed like a dancer in flames. A few seconds later, the rest of the girls rushed by, their speed no less impressive. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch passed next, riding on Wolf's back and loudly urging the Robo-Wolf onward. "Is it always like this with you guys?" Jake asked, pointing ahead to where Alex and the girls had disappeared. "Something like that. Most of our group are well-trained fighters. Everyone finds their own way to have fun," Valmet replied nonchalantly. Alex reached the outskirts of the city and stopped to wait for the others. Seiko was the second to arrive, slowing down gracefully and offering him a warm smile. Beatrix didn't bother braking, she crashed into Alex at full speed, laughing joyfully, and clung to him like a koala. Alex chuckled and wrapped an arm around her. Soon, the others began to catch up. Mio and Renka were especially competitive, each trying to arrive first. As soon as they reached the destination, both collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. "Phew. I'm beat." "Sure, we got here fast, but that was a bit much," Cammy muttered, sitting down right on the ground. "Humph. I was still faster than you, Mio," Renka panted, wiping her forehead. "No way. I was first, and you know it," Mio replied, squinting at her. "Girls, don't argue. You arrived at the same time," Chunli said calmly, smiling at both of them. Mio and Renka gave Chunli a blank stare full of stubbornness and the desire to argue, but she only answered with a predatory grin. Her eyes clearly said, they were welcome to try and challenge her, if they weren't afraid of getting their asses kicked. Alex stood a little apart, smoking silently as he stared at the silhouette of the city, barely visible through the haze. He didn't have high hopes, he doubted there'd be anything valuable here. Maybe just hordes of the undead, which they hadn't run into for a while. A memory surfaced, Rebecca Chambers had asked him to collect a few demon samples for her experiments. She just hadn't specified, dead or alive. The roar of engines drew the group's attention. Alex and the girls simultaneously turned their heads toward the sound. 2 Humvees pulled up to the side of the road. The engines cut off, and Chiquita and Valmet stepped out, followed by the rest. "So, did your all-seeing eye spot anything interesting?" Rika asked with a smirk, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. "Very funny. Just your typical zombie apocalypse-era town." "Nothing special," Alex replied with a lazy glance. "You could have just said yes or no without making it complicated," Reveille grumbled and lightly kicked his leg. "All right, ladies, don't waste time." Valmet clapped her hands to get their attention. "We scout until sundown. Then we head back. So move it." Alex and the girls nodded in agreement. Splitting into 3 groups, they headed off in different directions. Jake and Sherry joined the group of girls. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf followed along, in the role of manual labor. Alex turned into a narrow alleyway, but when he heard footsteps behind him, he glanced back. Yuri was walking behind him, a crooked smirk on her face, hands behind her back, her gait light and teasing. "You coming with me?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Bingo. Everyone ditched you, big boy, and I've got a big heart, figured I'd keep you company." "Aren't you happy?" she cooed, stepping in close until their noses were almost touching. Alex met her mismatched eyes, one green, one pink. Yuri didn't look away, her smile only grew wider, full of playful audacity. "Thrilled. Now let's go already." "I'm starting to feel like you're about to jump me," he said with a strained smile. "Jump you?" Yuri echoed, climbing onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "Afraid I'll eat you up?" "Don't worry, unless you're into that. Or, maybe you want it to happen right now." "So impatient." Alex winced. No matter how long he'd known her, he could never get used to her aggressive flirting. His face instinctively stretched into a long-suffering grimace, black irritation lines appearing across his features. Seeing them, Yuri burst out laughing. Choosing to ignore her provocations, Alex kept walking, doing his best to tune out the way Yuri kept rubbing against him and breathing into his ear. Inner peace wasn't easy, but he tried to maintain it. To get a better view of the surroundings, Alex suddenly kicked off the wall and, with a powerful leap, landed on the roof of the nearest building. Without thinking, he grabbed Yuri's butt to keep her from falling. She let out a surprised squeak. "You're so rough. If you wanted a feel, you could have just asked." "I wouldn't have minded," she purred into his ear, pressing tightly against his back. "But no, you act like some shy little boy. Wanted a squeeze but were too embarrassed to say so. Well. Did you like it? Soft. Firm. Very soft. And firm," Alex replied with a stone-cold expression, staring into the distance. Yuri rested her cheek against his shoulder and grinned smugly, making no move to climb down. She only smirked wider, watching as Alex casually admitted to grabbing her ass without flinching. He walked over to the edge of the roof and began scanning the area. In the distance, a building caught his eye, surprisingly intact. Deciding to start there, Alex reached down and secured Yuri's legs. "Hang on," he said briefly before launching into a series of roof-to-roof jumps toward the target. As he moved, he occasionally glanced down. The streets below crawled with typical undead and mutants. Strangely, the sight stirred a wave of nostalgia in him. After all the bizarre and grotesque zombie variants they'd encountered, seeing the familiar, slow-moving, groaning corpses was almost comforting. Stopping atop a convenience store roof, Alex looked around, then stepped toward the edge. "Are you seriously planning to stay on my back the whole time?" he asked, glancing over his shoulder. Their faces ended up so close that their lips nearly touched. With a playful smile, Yuri bumped her nose against his. "Yup. Since you're so strong and durable, why should I bother walking? Just making the most of the situation." Alex let out a heavy sigh and said nothing. Drawing a white pistol from his holster, he pushed the door open and stepped inside the convenience store. As expected, the building was nearly empty. The longer the apocalypse dragged on, the fewer resources remained, no surprise there. They were mostly interested in basic supplies, batteries, food, tools. Behind the first shelf, 2 zombies were staggering around. Catching the scent of the living, they groaned and started shuffling toward them. The first one got too close, Alex effortlessly grabbed it by the collar and tossed it back outside. He threw the rest out the same way. "Why didn't you just kill them?" Yuri asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. "What for? They're just regular zombies. Let them wander and moan all they want." "Kinda feel bad for them, so familiar," Alex said with a smirk. His words made Yuri laugh loudly. She kept laughing while Alex searched the shelves for anything useful. He didn't even hope for her help, he knew perfectly well that the only thing she was interested in was him. Suddenly, Yuri tapped his shoulder and pointed upward. Alex nodded and headed for the stairs. The second floor looked residential, probably the shop owner had lived right above his store. Opening the first door, they found a zombie hanging by a rope. It swayed meaninglessly back and forth, helplessly flailing its arms. Seemed like the guy had hanged himself while still alive, and still turned. Looks like he's been hanging out here a while, Yuri chuckled. Judging by his face, he's enjoying it. Let's not bother him, might be shy hanging out in front of others, Alex replied in the same tone. They both chuckled. Closing the door, Alex continued searching. Luckily, looters hadn't gotten here yet, and he managed to find a backpack filled with useful items. Everything that might come in handy, medkits, tools, wires, he carefully packed inside. He didn't even bother with weapons or ammo, the settlement had more than enough, and if needed, he could always conjure more with magic. Once he finished searching, Alex realized there was nothing more for him here. Time to move on. To be continued. Chapter 332, Chapter 332, The New Enemy Who Couldn't Survive Longer. After finishing his inspection of the second floor of the mini-market, which was apparently used as the owner's living space, Alex finally found a backpack filled with useful supplies. Most of its contents were everyday essentials, batteries, light bulbs, and other small items that could come in handy back at the settlement. Alex held the backpack in his hands, while Yuri still clung to his back, her lazy expression making it clear she had no intention of getting off. A quick sweep of the remaining rooms turned up nothing of interest, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust. From the condition of the place, it was obvious no one had been there for a long time, not even looters. Realizing there was nothing more to find, Alex headed back to the first floor. Descending the stairs, he spotted a few regular zombies clawing mindlessly at the front glass doors. There was no point in engaging them, so Alex opted to use the emergency exit. He wasn't worried about setting off an alarm, electricity hadn't worked in this world for a long time. It might still function in large cities behind fortified walls, if any such places still existed. Stepping outside, Alex and Yuri found themselves in the alley behind the store. Wanting to make sure the others were safe, Alex closed one eye and activated a tracking spell. From a bird's-eye view, he observed the area. The girls had split into two groups, and he first checked on one of them to confirm everything was fine. As he suspected, most of the zombies in the city were the slow, mindless type, with only a few mutants like hunters, smokers, and boomers wandering aimlessly. The other group was doing fine as well, aside from Rebecca, who had apparently decided to entertain herself by enthusiastically mowing down zombies like she was in some sort of competition. Once he finished checking in, Alex sent out a mana pulse to scan for any demonic nests. While he focused on analyzing the city's magical layout, a few zombies happened to wander into the alley. Hearing the familiar groaning sound behind them, Yuri turned her head and spotted two zombies shambling toward them. Glancing at Alex's face, she saw that he was still lost in thought, one eye shut. Smiling mischievously, Yuri silently slid off his back. With a playful grin, she leapt toward the zombies and spun around, kicking one of them hard enough to send it flying. Without missing a beat, she slammed into the second one, launching it down the alley just as forcefully. Alex had just finished scanning the city when two zombies whistled past him, their faces scraping across the asphalt until they slid to a stop at the end of the alley. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing the familiar weight on his back was gone. Turning his head, he spotted Yuri grinning cheekily. Catching his look, she winked playfully and, like a cat, bounced back onto his back with a cheerful hop. "And why'd you go and kick those two poor zombies?" "They didn't do anything to you," Alex asked with a smirk. "You were standing there like a statue with one eye closed, so I figured I'd help out." "Where's my thanks, huh? Or did you forget I don't help for free?" Yuri replied, her grin widening. Alex's eye twitched, but he said nothing. He knew all too well how these conversations usually ended, and he already had enough gremlins in his life who could charm just about anything out of him. The best option was to pretend he hadn't heard her at all. Though that didn't always work either. Choosing to ignore her subtle hint, he lit a cigarette and continued on his way. After the scan, he was genuinely surprised. There wasn't a single demonic nest in the city, only regular zombies and a couple of harmless mutants. Yuri, realizing she was being ignored, began poking Alex in the cheek and using every trick in her arsenal to get his attention. What she didn't know was that Alex already had plenty of experience dealing with people like her. Stepping out of the alley, Alex looked around. The streets were filled with zombies, slowly wandering in all directions. He paused for a second. If he had to sweep through every corner, it would take a lot of time. One of the zombies sensed them and let out a long moan, stumbling in their direction. When it got close enough, Alex simply grabbed it by the head and held it at arm's length, preventing it from getting any closer. The zombie reached its arms forward, unsuccessfully trying to grab them. "Where to next, handsome?" Yuri asked with a playful grin, watching Alex hold the zombie by the skull. "Or do you just want to wander aimlessly around this zombie town? Who knows? Maybe we'll check out a few places and then head back to the others," Alex replied calmly, pushing the zombie away. Alex didn't have a clear search plan. If he had been alone, he would have just created everything he needed with magic or pulled it from his inventory. Taking Murasama off his belt, he started using the katana not as a weapon but as a tool to push zombies aside. When the undead got too close to him or Yuri, Alex calmly and methodically parted them like a crowd. The regular zombies were slow and clumsy. Their only skills were groaning and trying to grab anything alive. It bored Alex. He even started yawning from how dull it was, all while leading a whole horde of rotting corpses trailing behind him and Yuri like devoted fans. "This is kinda weird," Yuri commented, glancing back at the horde following them. "What is?" Alex asked calmly, not turning his head and continuing to swing his katana to push the zombies aside. "Well, doesn't it bother you at all that we've got a whole crowd of zombies tagging along? Or do you just like the feeling of having a horde behind you?" She smirked, and Alex paused for a moment in thought. In a way, you're right. It's been a while since a crowd of dead fans followed me around. Kinda nostalgic, honestly. But if they're bugging you, I can wipe them out." He batted away a hunter that leapt at him, like swatting it with a baseball bat. "Then do it, show me what you've got," Yuri said excitedly, hopping onto his back and tugging at his shoulders playfully. Alex felt her rocking him from side to side. For a moment, he was caught off guard. It had been a long time since a girl had done that. It had started with Hestia, the first one who ever jostled him like that. Since then, it had become a sort of cute habit for some of them, even if a lot of time had passed since the last time. With a slight smirk, he turned to face the horde still shambling after them. Raising his hand, he shaped his fingers like a gun, pointing the barrel at the undead. "Reverse technique rotation, red," he said, looking straight at the center of the crowd. A crimson-red sphere began forming at his fingertips, spinning wildly and growing rapidly. A moment later, Alex launched it straight into the heart of the zombie group. The sphere slammed into the crowd, and in the next second, bodies started flying apart, torn to pieces. The wave of destruction tore through the entire horde and vanished, leaving behind only a bloody trail and scattered body parts. A scar-like groove marked the concrete where the blast had hit. Alex lowered his hand and walked forward without looking back, as if what had just happened didn't concern him in the slightest. Yuri was stunned. She had seen him in action plenty of times, but this was something else entirely. "What was that technique?" she asked, settling on his shoulders and leaning forward to look him in the eye. "That was red," Alex replied. "In short, it creates a phenomenon that repels everything around it. Imagine a point in space that suddenly expands and stretches outward, pushing everything away with such force it rips things apart. It's like a black hole, but in reverse. If a black hole pulls everything in, red pushes everything out." Confusing, but I think I get it," Yuri said, narrowing her eyes. "So if you've got a repulsion technique, does that mean you also have an attraction one?" "Bingo," Alex said with a faint smirk as a blue sphere formed at the tip of his finger. "Then why isn't it pulling anything?" she asked, staring at the sphere. "Because I'm controlling it," he replied. "There's also a technique that combines red and blue. It creates a phenomenon of opposites, space warps, and everything within its zone of effect gets destroyed." He snapped his fingers, and between them appeared a small, ominously pulsating purple sphere. Alex had no trouble explaining or demonstrating his techniques. There was nothing particularly secret about them. Most of them he had already shown during their travels. Dispelling the sphere, he calmly continued walking. However, Yuri's persistent curiosity about seeing the purple technique in action made him let out a tired sigh. He could feel it. If he didn't show her what it could do, she wouldn't stop. But to demonstrate the full power of that technique, he needed a target. He wasn't going to just launch it into nothing. Only after promising to show her the purple in action later did he earn a brief moment of peace. Though Yuri settled down, the questions didn't stop, especially about how Chun-Li and Cammy had become so strong. Alex frowned, clearly not wanting to get into the details of how he had helped the girls gain such power. He decided to keep it simple and mention chakra and breathing techniques that they practiced. But soon, he had to explain to Yuri what chakra was, and then the basics of breathing techniques. As soon as she heard the core principles, she immediately grasped the concept and started trying it herself. Alex wasn't even that surprised. He knew Yuri was a true combat genius. By 15, she was already a taekwondo master, and she only kept getting stronger with time. While Alex was still explaining things, an explosion echoed in the distance. A black cloud of smoke rose above a part of the city where the girls were supposed to be. He was about to leap onto a building to assess the situation when red portals opened right on the street. Marauders and demons began emerging from them. "Looks like they're here for you," Yuri said with a grin, pointing at the marauders, who activated their axes with a harsh grinding sound. "Thanks for the insight, I noticed," Alex muttered, narrowing his eyes. Demons poured from the portals like a swarm of locusts. Their numbers kept growing, joined by marauders. Even the dumbest person would realize that this whole crowd was here specifically for him. Alex scowled and glanced toward the black smoke, where the girls were. A picture started forming in his mind. These demons hadn't come to kill him, they came to delay him. To distract him. Understanding the situation, Alex chuckled. Whoever they sent after the girls, they'd handle it. Especially with Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf with them, those four alone were more than enough to turn the demons into a massacre. He wasn't worried about their safety. The girls were well protected, their energy shields could withstand a lot. Besides, they knew how to defend themselves, turning their enemies into a bloody mess. Your journey ends here, false savior, rasped one of the marauders. His armor and sword clearly set him apart from the others. You rejected his offer. We will take everything you hold dear. You will watch as everything you love is trampled under our feet. Alex raised an eyebrow, staring at the speaker. This marauder was different from the rest, probably a former commander of the Night Sentinels. But Alex couldn't hide a smirk. He found the enemy's confidence amusing, believing the girls couldn't defend themselves. Hold on tight. It's about to get rough, he warned, patting Yuri on the leg. Come on, show these bastards how wrong they are, Yuri said with a grin, tightening her legs around his waist. The marauder didn't wait for Alex to finish talking to Yuri. He pointed his sword at Alex and gave the order to attack. Demons poured from the portals like locusts. Without hesitation, Alex placed his hand on the sheath of Muramasa and grabbed the trigger mechanism. He waited until the demons got close enough. As soon as they were within reach, the mechanism fired, and the blade shot out of the sheath straight into Alex's hand. Grasping the sword, Alex swung it, sharp cuts tore through the air, and the demons didn't even have time to realize before they were sliced to pieces. Sparks of electricity flickered from Alex's body. Before the rest of the creatures could react, he vanished, leaving a trail of lightning behind him. Using the thunder-breathing technique, Alex rushed through the ranks of enemies, turning their bodies into mangled chunks of flesh. It all happened in a second, the demons were wiped out completely. Only the marauders remained. Alex stopped, exhaling a cloud of steam. Only a bunch of traitors left. Or did you really think bringing cannon fodder here would buy you any time, he smirked. Talk all you want, false savior. Those you care about are already dead. Their souls are imprisoned and subjected to endless torture, the marauder commander said coldly, filled with malice. Alex shook his head mockingly. You're as stupid as those who command you. I knew you'd try a trick like this, but, unfortunately for you, I was ready. Those sent after the girls are already dead. And now you'll join them, traitor. The commander narrowed his eyes. Yuri also looked at Alex intently. But Alex didn't continue the conversation, he simply drew Muramasa, stepped forward, and in that instant was behind the marauders' backs. They didn't even realize what happened before their bodies shattered to pieces. Left alone, the commander roared and lunged at Alex with his sword. Alex felt a rush of air behind him and stepped aside, dodging the strike. With a slight swing of his hand, he severed the enemy's sword-wielding arm. A second swing, and the marauder's legs dropped to the ground along with his body. Alex slowly approached and placed his foot on the former commander's throat. You're pathetic. Maybe you were once a respected warrior, but now you're just a dog who's lost all honor, Alex said, pressing down harder. The marauder, clutching Alex's leg with his remaining hand, looked at him with burning hatred. He tried to say something, but his rasping voice was cut off when Alex pressed sharply, followed by the crunch of breaking vertebrae. Removing his foot, Alex stepped back. It was clear he didn't like how demons were appearing more and more suddenly. Looks like some of his plans would have to be accelerated. The last thing he wanted was for portals to start opening right inside the settlement. Seems like you're not telling me something, Yuri said, leaning closer to look into Alex's eyes. You're right, he replied calmly. I just don't say out loud that these are real demons. But what difference does it make? They can be killed, and that's enough. Wait, you mean these creatures are actually demons? But, can they be killed with normal bullets? Yuri's eyes widened in surprise. Long story. Better check on the girls. Judging by what that corpse said, another group of demons was sent after them, Alex said, shaking his head and turning his gaze toward the column of black smoke. Yuri didn't ask any more questions, noticing Alex wasn't going to explain. He dashed toward the place where he had seen the black smoke rising into the sky. Looking up, Alex jumped onto the roof of the nearest building and, leaping from one to another, quickly headed in the direction of the smoke. From a distance, he could already hear sounds of gunfire and fighting. Speeding up, he jumped onto another roof and saw the bodies of fallen demons on the road. Following the trail of corpses, he finally reached the battle site and saw the girls finishing off the last marauder. More precisely, it was Rebecca finishing him off. With a wide grin, she pressed the barrel of her shotgun to the marauder's mouth and pulled the trigger. His head exploded in a spray of blood. Rebecca, satisfied, threw the shotgun over her shoulder, turned around, and with the same grin, gave Alex a thumbs up. The other girls noticed her gesture, turned around, and saw Alex. He spotted Sherry and Jake, both looking exhausted, which was no surprise considering the number of demons killed around them. "So, what did I miss?" Alex asked as he approached. "Some idiot showed up, started spouting nonsense about us being to blame for getting involved with you," Rebecca said with a smirk. "I got tired of listening, so I shot him, and Seiko and Beatrix finished him off." "They attacked you too? Or did you come to help?" Alex asked, addressing Chiquita. "We were nearby when the portal opened," Reveille answered for her. "The demons attacked, we fought them off, and met up with the others just as Rebecca took down the talkative bastard." "Got it. Are you all okay?" Alex shifted his gaze to Sherry and Jake. "One of those things almost broke my jaw." "Damn, he hit hard," Jake grumbled, rubbing his sore jaw. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked at the girls questioningly. Cammy smiled slightly and explained that Jake, in a burst of heroism, had decided to charge head-on but took a couple of heavy hits. Alex shook his head. Meanwhile, Chunli was watching Yuri closely, who was sitting on Alex's back. Their eyes met, Chunli squinted, and Yuri responded with a smug grin. Alex sighed heavily, placed his palm on Yuri's face, and simply dropped her off his back, clearly not wanting to be the cause of a fight between the two girls. "And where's that loudmouth who started all this?" he asked, looking around. "I told you, we took him down." "And GIR burned his body," Rebecca snorted, rolling her eyes and pointing at the burning corpse. Alex stared with interest at the burning body that, for some reason, hadn't turned to ash yet. Intrigued, he stepped closer and, blowing lightly, extinguished the flames. Squatting nearby, he lit a cigarette and began examining the corpse. There was a hole in the chest from Rebecca's shot, the head was severed, and the torso was sliced open. He couldn't help but note how coordinated and efficient the girls had been. This wasn't just a demon, it was a prince of hell. Alex was slightly surprised. He had believed all the princes of hell were wiped out by Slayer. Apparently, he had been wrong. Squinting, he pondered. If such demons were starting to appear again, some plans would have to be sped up. First and foremost, reach Anchorage, and from there, the military base in the U.S. "Did you find out who it was?" Rory asked, approaching him. "I did," Alex nodded. "A prince of hell. Strong. Very strong." "How strong?" she asked, intrigued. "Can't say for sure, but I thought Slayer had taken them all out. Either this is a new prince, or someone survived. Unfortunately, there's no point in interrogating him, you all did too thorough a job." "Well, sorry," Rory said with a smirk, shrugging. "Rebecca shoots first, asks questions later." Alex smirked. He knew better than anyone what it meant to threaten Rebecca. It was like shooting yourself in the foot with a grenade launcher and hoping for a miracle. He stood up and leaned toward Rory. Without wasting a second, she grabbed him by the collar and kissed him, pulling him into a passionate kiss with tongue. When she pulled away, licking her lips contentedly, Alex shook his head and smiled. He had been expecting a quick kiss, not a full-on tongue in mouth. Laughing, they returned to the others. Alex glanced at his watch. "I think it's time to head back. There's nothing more to do here. Except maybe collect a few demon samples for the scientists," he said, addressing the girls. "I'm not against that," Rika replied, lazily leaning on the Humvee. "There really isn't much to catch here anymore. If it weren't for the demons, this would have been the most boring mission of my life." The other girls nodded in agreement. They hadn't found anything valuable in this town, and none of them intended to search every house and apartment hoping to stumble upon something useful by chance. Climbing into the Humvee, Alex and the girls decided to return to the settlement. Alex settled into the back seat and inserted a communicator into his ear to check on how the other groups were doing. Connecting to the common channel, he immediately asked the main question, whether the other teams had suffered any sudden demon attacks. Fortunately, everything was calm. The other squads hadn't encountered anything except for a few rare zombies, which, like Alex, hadn't been seen for a long time. "Looks like the demons only attacked us. What bad luck." "It's your fault," Reveille said, playfully kicking Alex's leg. "Hey, it's not my fault I'm a thorn in the demon's side. They clearly want me gone and even decided to send some prince of hell after me," Alex replied, wrapping his arm around Reveille's waist and pulling her close. "That doesn't change the fact that we've been unlucky because of you. Better tell me, who is this prince of hell? Is he the smartass Rebecca took down?" she asked, settling comfortably in his embrace. "Yeah, that was him. But I don't really know much about these princes. I thought they'd all been wiped out long ago. But apparently, I was wrong. Either it's a new contender who rose up the demon hierarchy," Alex said, thoughtfully scratching his chin. "If you don't even know, then there's nothing to worry about. They can be killed, right? That's all there is to it." Sure, he threw around some big words, but in the end, bullet to the chest, head off, and say hello to the afterlife, Rika commented casually. Alex shook his head at her words, but she was right about one thing: even princes of hell could be killed. Just deal enough damage, and anyone will fall. On the way back, Alex shared his thoughts with the girls. He planned to speed up the implementation of his plans to hold back the demon invasion. He also needed to deal with other problems in this world. He wanted to hear the girls' opinions because depending on how quickly he acted, the situation could either improve, giving people a breather, or worsen. In the worst case, Davitha's army might finally turn its attention to humanity, seeing them as nothing more than pesky cockroaches to be exterminated at the mere thought of resistance. The girls listened and made it clear they fully trusted his judgment. The decision, whether to accelerate events or not, was his alone. When they arrived at the settlement, Alex and the girls took the items found during the raid to the warehouse. After that, the girls headed home, to rest and relax in a hot bath. Alex, meanwhile, led Sherry and Jake to their new temporary residence. Here, you can stay here for now. Rest up. There will be a lot happening in the next few days, he said, addressing them. It's scary to even imagine. Today's demon encounter was more than enough for me. You didn't say these were real demons, did you? Jake asked, giving Alex a sharp look. And if they were, does that change anything? They can be killed, and that's enough, Alex shrugged. Can't argue with that logic, Sherry smirked, shaking her head. All right, rest well, Alex nodded and headed toward the exit. Leaving Jake and Sherry behind, Alex headed to the clinic to deliver the demon samples to the laboratory. Upstairs on the second floor, designated for scientific research, he quickly found Rebecca Chambers, deeply absorbed in her work, wearing a white lab coat. She was rapidly jotting something down in a notebook, completely ignoring everything around her. Alex stood by the door and knocked softly. Oh, Alex. Rebecca exclaimed, looking up in surprise. I didn't even notice you. Have you been here long? Just got here. Brought you the samples, like you asked. Unless they were supposed to be alive, Alex said with a slight smile, stepping into the room. Dead ones work just as well, Rebecca smirked. Now tell me, are these different samples? Or did you drag in pieces of the same demon? Wrong guess. And by the way, I have another surprise for you. Today we ran into a new demon. So here you go, Alex said, pulling the Prince of Hell's hand out of his backpack. He placed the Prince of Hell's hand on Rebecca's desk. She was, to put it mildly, stunned. She stared at the severed limb lying before her, then slowly shifted her gaze to Alex, clearly asking with her eyes, are you seriously bringing me an entire hand? Alex nodded silently, confirming that yes, it was for real. Rebecca looked back at the hand, then at Alex again. Once she was sure he wasn't joking, she dropped her hand on her forehead and sighed heavily. So what do you expect me to do with this, she grumbled. This morning you brought me a headless mutant, now a hand. What's next? Are you going to bring me a monster the size of a building? If you need it, I can handle that too, Alex replied with a smile, leaning closer. As I like to say, I'll grant any wish you have. Just ask. Oh, whatever, idiot, Rebecca muttered, lightly pushing his face away. Alex chuckled quietly and sat down on the chair nearby, deciding to watch her work for a bit. Meanwhile, Rebecca carefully placed the Prince of Hell's hand into a sealed container, continuing to work diligently. While she was busy, Alex decided to chat a little, and find out where Claire had disappeared to. The conversation was easygoing, he tossed remarks back and forth with Rebecca, keeping her entertained and helping her pass the time. He knew the other girls were relaxing in a hot bath, so he had a bit of free time. He watched as Rebecca took samples from other demons, transferred them into containers, and sorted them according to the names she herself had come up with. Finishing the first stage, she moved on to analyzing blood samples. Comparing compositions, she tried to find common traits or weaknesses. Alex sat quietly nearby, helping when needed, handing tools, making notes when she asked. He enjoyed spending time with her, especially when everything was calm, without gunfire or bloodshed. At that moment, they were simply doing their jobs. No rush. No panic. As if the world had stopped collapsing, if only for a little while. To be continued. Chapter 333, New Encounters in Zombieland. Alex continued helping Rebecca Chambers in the lab. He was genuinely curious, could scientists really create a virus capable of killing demons? He never doubted that among humans, there were always those born with the potential to change the world, for better or worse. Even without his direct involvement, the team led by Rebecca had managed to develop an antivirus against the zombie virus, despite it being a chaotic mess of mutated structures. Not without problems, not without losses, but they had done it. The first versions of the serum were unstable, and while Alex had helped partially, the bulk of the work rested on the team's shoulders. They had accomplished the impossible, and in record time. If they succeeded in creating a virus that could kill demons, it might become the key to winning the final act of this entire story. Alex felt it, things weren't just happening randomly. Deep down, he sensed he was missing something important, something crucial. The world seemed to be falling into place like a puzzle, but a few key fragments were absent. He just couldn't figure out what exactly was slipping past his attention. He was pulled from his thoughts by Rebecca's voice. She called for his help. He snapped out of it, pushed the thoughts aside, and fully focused on the work. Immersed in the experiments, he didn't even notice how quickly time flew by. When the first stage of analysis was completed, there came a period of waiting. While the data processed, Alex could have used Mimi's computational module or asked Red to handle it in seconds. But he chose not to rush. Lately, he had noticed himself hurrying in situations where patience was needed. Especially when it came to executing his plans, others simply couldn't keep up with his pace. If he moved now to confront the second priest of the underworld, it would only provoke even greater wrath from the demons, and then the remaining humans might not have a single chance of survival. Rebecca decided to take a break. She brewed coffee, placed a cup beside Alex, and sat in a chair, rubbing her tired eyes. "Alex, you're hiding something," she said quietly, looking at him. "And what exactly do you think I'm hiding?" he asked, taking a sip of coffee. "Those demon samples you brought, there's nothing in them that suggests these creatures were ever human. No blood, no organs, not even DNA. There's nothing human in them at all," she said, not breaking eye contact. "Well, there you go, you uncovered a scary secret," Alex replied calmly. "Besides the zombie apocalypse triggered by the evil corporation and the marker cult, demons have invaded this world. Weskier opened the gate for them." "You're serious? Real demons? Straight from hell? And Weskier opened the gate?" Rebecca nearly dropped her cup. "Exactly. Or did you think things were always that simple? I'm sure you're not the only one who suspects something. A lot of people in the settlement have probably already figured out that we're not just fighting mutants. These are demons. But no one says it aloud. If they can be killed, then there's no reason to be afraid of them." He took another sip of coffee and thoughtfully tapped his finger against the cup. "What worries me more is the black marker," he continued. "That thing brainwashes people, turning them either into fanatics or necromorphs. And demons, well, they're just demons. Nothing surprising." "You're comparing that?" Rebecca scoffed. "You're seriously putting an ancient space monolith and demons from another dimension on the same level?" "Why not?" Alex shrugged. "Think about it, the black marker is the product of a very distant civilization. And what if this hell you're talking about is also the legacy of some ancient race? What if demons were something else before they came under the influence of some force? Everything has a beginning. We're just seeing the consequences. Maybe demons aren't just monsters, but the result of someone else's will. Someone made them that way. Someone, or something." He deliberately wrapped the truth in mystery, revealing only a sliver of it. "I'm getting the feeling again that you know more than you're letting on," Rebecca said, narrowing her eyes. Alex simply shrugged with a light, almost sly smile and finished his coffee. He wasn't hiding anything, at least not by his standards. Sometimes, telling the truth only made things worse. This was one of those times. He had long understood that some people had already begun to suspect the demons were real, literal demons. But so what? They could be killed, and that should be enough. If the whole truth came out, people might lose their last shred of hope. Especially if they found out that behind all of this were two ancient, powerful beings who had existed longer than anyone could possibly imagine. Rebecca fell into thought. She was trying to process what she'd just heard and, clinging to some rational explanation, decided to accept Alex's version, that demons were merely a race that had taken a wrong turn somewhere in their history. That was much easier to digest than the idea of pure evil arriving from beyond. Alex didn't clarify that these demons truly were demons, and that they had a creator. That was something better left unsaid, for now. He watched her face shift through a range of expressions: confusion, tension, fear, and finally a weary acceptance. In the end, she simply sighed and nodded, as if resigning herself to the truth. Alex smiled quietly. Acceptance meant no longer fighting the inevitable. "You guys still here?" came Claire's voice as she entered the lab. Alex and Rebecca Chambers both turned their heads as Claire Redfield walked in. Alex slowly lifted his coffee mug and nodded in greeting, while Rebecca gave a tired smile, trying to hide the internal stress. She had learned too much today, things that could change how she saw the world. Claire noticed the fatigue on her friend's face but didn't think too much of it, probably just exhaustion from a full day in the clinic followed by even more work in the lab. "So, what are you two up to?" Claire asked with a grin as she took the nearest available chair. "Or is this a little coffee date right here at your workplace?" "You could say that," Alex chuckled. "I brought Rebecca a bunch of gifts today, and she just couldn't say no. So, she had to thank me with a cup of coffee." "Wow. I never thought Rebecca had it in her." "Nice one." Claire gave a thumbs up in her friend's direction. Rebecca flushed red, embarrassed by both Claire's teasing and Alex's confirmation. She was about to respond with a playful jab of her own, but a sharp beep from one of the instruments cut her off. Grabbing her mug and setting it on the table, she hurried over to the equipment, not just to check the incoming data, but also to escape further teasing. Alex watched her go, then turned slightly to Claire. "So, where'd you disappear to? After I brought the samples, you vanished like the wind." "I was with Barry, Jill, and Moira. Jill and Barry used to work with my brother, so we caught up a bit." "Any luck contacting Chris? Or still nothing?" "Still nothing. But he's not the kind of man to just vanish. Chris is strong-willed, tough. I'm sure he's okay." Claire nodded with confidence, a calm smile settling on her face. "He'll be fine." "You're right. Like you said, he's probably busy organizing a resistance. We know where the main culprit behind all of this is hiding." "I think Chris is trying to gather forces for a final strike," Alex said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Claire nodded silently in agreement. She knew her brother better than anyone and understood, he wouldn't go down without a fight. Even Rebecca later confirmed that Chris was most likely doing exactly that. Meanwhile, Alex was thinking, if Chris took on the task of organizing the resistance, then he wouldn't have to waste energy convincing others of the need to unite. He was even willing to provide resources, as long as someone else handled the persuasion. To his own surprise, he'd once again shifted an important part of the job onto someone else, classic him. While he and Claire continued talking, Rebecca completed the second stage of the analysis. It was already late, and she decided that was enough for today. The new data could prove useful, but rest was necessary. Turning off the equipment and taking off her lab coat, she stretched tiredly. "That's it for today. Time to go," she said, stifling a yawn. Alex and Claire nodded in agreement, and the three of them left the lab together. Like a true gentleman, Alex walked the girls home, and was surprised to see they didn't live in a regular house, but in something that looked like a hobbit dwelling. Choosing not to question it, he said goodbye to Claire and Rebecca and headed home. The moment he stepped inside, Anya literally flew into his arms, jumping on him. The rest of the girls immediately surrounded him with a barrage of questions. "Where have you been all this time?" they all demanded in unison. Holding Anya in his arms, Alex sat down on the couch. "I was at the lab, helping Rebecca with some experiments," he answered calmly. If the scientists manage to create a virus that can kill demons, it could be a game-changer in the upcoming war. The girls took his explanation with a healthy dose of skepticism. Most of them assumed he had simply been flirting with Rebecca. Even Anya, though she was a total daddy's girl, didn't fully believe in his innocence. Having picked up on her mother's thoughts, she came to the conclusion that Daddy was trying to bring home a new mom again. Realizing no one truly believed him, Alex decided not to argue. Not that he didn't like Rebecca or Claire, but everything had its time. Feeling hungry, he handed Anya over to Shizuka and headed to the kitchen for a snack. But the moment he stepped in, he realized he wasn't alone. Right behind him were 02 and Lucy, clearly hoping to score something tasty from his private stash. Seeing the two curious tails following him, Alex simply smirked. Guess he'd be cooking not just for himself, but for the two gluttons as well. Even if Lucy preferred salads to meat, that didn't mean she wouldn't steal food. After quickly whipping up 3 portions, Alex sat down in the kitchen with Lucy and 02 to enjoy a quiet dinner. He was glad the two of them were beginning to adjust well among the others. Still, he noticed that both Lucy and 02 preferred to keep to themselves, mostly interacting only with the girls or staying home. Regardless, Alex wanted to give them a chance at a normal life, one where they didn't have to constantly look over their shoulder or be haunted by their past. 02 caught Alex's gaze and winked, causing him to smile slightly. But the moment he looked at his plate, he realized something was missing. "Lucy, how many times have I asked, stop using your vectors to steal food? If you want more, just say so, don't steal," he said dryly, noticing that his cherry tomatoes had vanished. "It wasn't me. They flew to me on their own," Lucy replied calmly, spearing a tomato with her fork and slowly putting it in her mouth. "Why eat that grass anyway? Meat's way better," 02 muttered, giving Lucy a bored look. "And if you had to choose between sweets and meat?" Alex asked, raising a brow. "I'd choose you." "With you, I get both sweets and meat," she answered with a smirk. "Can't argue with that logic," Alex chuckled. "Hey, look, your tomato ran away again," 02 said, pointing with her fork at a floating cherry tomato. Alex shifted his gaze and noticed yet another cherry tomato slowly leaving his plate, heading straight for Lucy. He watched with a blank expression, while Lucy wasted no time. She deftly speared the runaway tomato and popped it into her mouth as if nothing had happened. He kept staring at her, but she skillfully pretended his gaze didn't exist at all. Shaking his head, Alex got up, walked to the fridge, and pulled out a whole bowl of cherry tomatoes. After quickly rinsing them, he set the bowl in front of Lucy, let her eat as much as she wanted, just so she'd stop stealing from his plate. But while he was doing that, all the vegetables disappeared from his plate. Then the meat vanished. And even the potatoes. Slowly, Alex raised his eyes to the two culprits. His eye twitched. Hard. He was used to his food being stolen, his mug being sipped from, and all the girls preferring to eat what was on his plate or drink from his mug, as if his food tasted better than theirs. Realizing that his entire dinner had been relocated to the stomachs of the two predators, he resignedly pulled out a pack of instant noodles from the cupboard. When 02 and Lucy finished eating, they each kissed him on the cheek in turn, satisfied, and left. Lucy didn't forget to take the bowl of tomatoes with her. Alex was left alone in the kitchen, hungry and somewhat morally drained. His only dinner was the noodles. To top it all off, the mocking laughter of the Valkyries echoed in his mind, clearly enjoying how his food had been snatched away. Suppressing his irritation, Alex decided to return to basics. While the noodles were cooking, he opened a can of beer, set his phone on a stand, and turned on a random comedy. He intended to create at least the illusion of inner peace for himself. But just as he settled in, Rebecca, Revei, and Rika appeared in the kitchen. As if on cue, the girls also wanted noodles, beer, and to watch something funny. Soon the four of them were sitting with bowls of noodles in hand, sipping beer, and watching some random comedy film, enjoying the quiet of the evening. 4 days passed since that evening. During that time, nearby towns and settlements had been thoroughly explored. From morning till late at night, squads went on sorties to find anything that could help develop the settlement. Rebecca also found a friend who shared her interests, Moira Burton. Both girls turned out to be weapon enthusiasts and quickly took control of the armory. Soon Rika and Revei joined them, and now the four girls completely controlled the arsenal, having driven everyone else out. Alex and the others were slightly shocked by how fast the girls took over the entire armory. But no one was in a hurry to intervene. Even the other residents didn't dare to start conflicts with Rebecca and Revei. The former could insult you for hours, then chase you with a shotgun. The latter showed no mercy, she could silently shoot something important without a second thought. And if the girls summoned the Troublemakers trio for backup, your morning might start not with coffee, but waking up tied upside down to a tree in a sleeping bag. Barry, Jill, and Claire also joined the raid groups. Barry easily integrated into Price's squad, quickly finding common ground and working well with them. Jill and Claire, on the other hand, befriended Alex's girls and most often went on sorties together with them. Alex himself didn't participate in the raids, he was afraid that the demons might try to ambush him and his companions again. In the mornings, he helped Yuriko, Coco, and Brunhild with chores around the settlement. During the day, he worked in his workshop on new projects, and closer to evening, he headed to the lab to assist Rebecca Chambers and her scientific team in developing a virus capable of killing demons. However, one day, during a raid, Lem's group stumbled upon the Marker cult, an unexpected and troubling discovery. Even worse, the cultists were building a new red marker. Fortunately, it was destroyed before completion. When Alex learned of this, he immediately set off for the site of the clash. What interested him wasn't the cult itself, but how it had all started, the shard of the black marker. Without it, the cultists wouldn't have been able to organize. Searching the area, he found what he was looking for in a pile of burned cultists' bodies, a small but still dangerous fragment of the black marker, about the size of a finger. That was more than enough trouble. Alex sealed the shard and put it in his inventory, then returned to the settlement and personally checked all members of Lem's group, just to be safe. Fortunately, none of them were affected by the marker. Alex didn't want any of his close ones suddenly turning fanatic. With each passing day, Alex hoped that some survivors would arrive. But all this time, no new groups had appeared in Alaska. Alex only sighed heavily, wondering if it was because their settlement was too far away and hard to reach. Still, there was no point in despair, the raid groups found survivors in other towns. These people readily joined, and luckily, there were no problems with them. Thanks to the new hands, the settlement gradually grew and developed. The raid groups were pushing further toward Anchorage. Alex even considered that if things continued at this pace, the journey could take a long time. So far, they had only reached Port Hayden. On the way, they destroyed many demonic nests, which seriously slowed their progress. Some suggested using an aircraft carrier to reach Anchorage faster. Alex didn't rule out that possibility. Others thought it would be better to go straight through, ignoring the towns along the way. Opinions were divided. After discussion, a temporary decision was made, to reach Anchorage by regular transport and find out what was going on there, and whether Price's friend was okay. Alex agreed with this decision. Alex woke up in the morning from another strange sensation on his face. He was already used to the girls waking him up in rather unusual ways, from frankly intimate moments to just plain weird ones. Today was one of those cases. He didn't open his eyes but clearly felt someone methodically poking him in the cheek with a finger, again and again, in the same spot. Alex instantly identified the culprit. He opened his eyes and met Shigur's cat-like gaze. She kept poking his cheek with an expressionless face, even after he woke up. Their eyes locked, but Shigeru seemed to find it amusing. I see you're in a good mood this morning, Shigeru, Alex said, catching her hand. It's fun, Shigeru nodded in the same monotone voice. Alex sighed, pulled her close, and wrapped her in his arms. She hugged him back and gently rubbed her cheek against his, breathing warm air into his neck. Alex didn't want to get up. Today was the day the group was supposed to depart for Anchorage. But there was still time before leaving, and he wanted to lie there a little longer with Shigeru, who behaved just like a real cat, coming when she wanted and disappearing when she didn't. Yet, like a cat, she grew very attached to those she cared about. Shigeru lifted her gaze, leaned forward, and kissed Alex on the lips. He smiled and held her tighter. But, unfortunately, time waits for no one. Enough lying around. We need to get ready, Revei said, entering the room. All right, I'm getting up. Why are you all so impatient? Alex grumbled, sitting up and placing Shigeru on his lap. Because the trip to Anchorage isn't short. Better to leave in the morning to get there by evening, Valmont replied, coming in behind her. Can't argue with that, a solid point, Alex muttered, mimicking a robot voice. Valmont rolled her eyes and, with an irritated sigh, tossed a t-shirt at Alex, hinting that he should finally get dressed and come downstairs. Lifting Shigeru off his lap, Alex snapped his fingers, and his clothes instantly changed thanks to magic. When he came down to the living room, all eyes immediately turned to him. The girls, already ready to leave, were clearly just waiting for him. The good thing was not everyone had decided to go, there was still work to do in the settlement. However, even so, Saya, Siko, Valmont, Chiquita, Rebecca, Revei, Rika, Kami, and Chunli were planning to go with him. Nobunaga also wanted to go, but fortunately, Katsui and Nagahide managed to persuade the hyperactive princess to stay. Although, judging by the sly squint in her eyes, she was clearly up to something. Alex glanced at her suspiciously, and in response, Nobunaga playfully blew him a kiss. Convinced of his suspicions, he decided not to interfere and sat down next to Brunhild on the couch, taking a mug of coffee. Anyone else want to come along? He asked, taking a sip. I can, Shizuka responded, thoughtfully tapping her finger to her chin. What if someone at the military base needs medical help? No objections here, Alex nodded. If anything, I can open a portal right at the base. Are you sure? Ada raised an eyebrow. Aren't you hiding your abilities? Opening a portal is, to say the least, not the most inconspicuous thing to do. What's the point anymore? Coco interrupted, sipping coffee from his mug, which she had somehow stolen. Everyone in the settlement already knows about the demons. Finding out about a portal isn't the most shocking thing happening. Do whatever you think is best, Saya said with a slight smirk. You've shown enough already. I doubt anyone will be surprised by another one of your tricks. Or are you going to try to fool everyone again, like usual? Thanks, Saya. I really feel your care and love, Alex replied, making a heart shape with his fingers. Saya's cheeks flushed slightly, but hearing the familiar sarcasm in his voice, she immediately threw a pillow at him. Alex caught it skillfully, smirking as he reached for his mug, which was nowhere to be found. He turned and saw Coco, looking pleased, taking another sip from his mug. One of his eyes twitched nervously, but he didn't argue, he just conjured a new one and, looking at Coco, took a sip with a grin. When the discussion ended, everyone began preparing to leave. Before heading out, Alex didn't forget to kiss the girls and remind Anya, Lucy, 02, Alice, and Nobukatsu to behave themselves. He trusted Anya and Alice's responsibility, but had doubts about the other three. Especially Nobukatsu, who, as Alex had started to notice, was increasingly influenced by Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. There was no proof yet, but his suspicions were growing. Leaving the house, they headed to the vehicles. The others were already waiting by the cars. Last as usual, Alex, Ryu smirked. I bet on coffee. It wouldn't let me go until I finished it. Not everyone can be as energetic in the morning as you guys, Alex replied, tossing his bag into the Humvee. Surveying everyone present, he reminded them to check their gear. While the others were busy, Alex's gaze fell on Rebecca Chambers. She was talking to Shizuka. Apparently, she would go with them as the medical specialist. It made sense, especially since Rebecca, Shizuka, and Mari spent a lot of time together at the clinic. Alex still remembered how Rebecca had almost suffocated in Shizuka's embrace, more precisely, under her bust. Jill, Barry, Moira, and a little further off, Claire and Sherry, were also spotted. Jake, it seemed, had already settled well into Lem's group. After all, mercenaries quickly find common ground with other mercenaries. Once everyone was ready, they started boarding the vehicles. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch mounted the wolf. Alex climbed onto the roof of the Humvee and tapped it, signaling that he was ready. The convoy started moving. Alex lazily stretched out on the roof, gazing up at the sky. Nearby, riding the wolf, were Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. After a while, Reveille climbed up to him, settled beside him, and lay down, resting her head on her hand. She simply kept him company in silence. Time passed quietly. Reveille, sitting on Alex's lap, was swinging her leg while he hugged her waist and stared thoughtfully ahead. Suddenly, his expression grew tense. In the distance on the highway, he noticed a group of vehicles being chased by strange creatures, a mix between demons and dogs. "Tell the others there are people ahead. They're being chased." "I'm going to help," Alex said, keeping his eyes on the target. "No problem," Reveille replied shortly, nodding. Alex jumped down from the Humvee, nodded to his helpers, and dashed forward. The wolf accelerated and, keeping pace, ran after him. Reveille climbed back into the vehicle and informed the others that Alex had spotted the convoy being chased. Valmont immediately switched to the general communication channel and warned the other vehicles that there were survivors ahead. Meanwhile, Alex, racing forward, easily overtook the convoy under pursuit and crashed into the pack of demonic hounds. He kicked the first beast forcefully right in the snout, sending it flying. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch deftly jumped off the wolf's back and landed precisely on the remaining hounds. The wolf wasted no time, sinking its teeth into the leader's throat and effortlessly ripping its head off. Within seconds, Alex and his team had dealt with the rest of the creatures. Inside the survivors' vehicle, where 2 girls and 2 guys were sitting, there was mild confusion. Their faces showed disbelief, they couldn't believe their eyes, thinking the exhaustion of the past days was playing tricks on them. "Hey, Tallahassee, did I really just see some guy sprint past us and kick one of those things?" Wichita asked, looking back. "Listen, I didn't see a damn thing. I was busy getting us far away from that pack of nasty skin-stretched dogs. If you want proof, jump out of the car, I won't stop you," Tallahassee replied irritably without taking his eyes off the road. "Enough arguing. Look ahead." Little Rock interrupted, pointing forward. They all turned their heads simultaneously and saw a column of army Humvees approaching. Their faces grew even more suspicious. "Are you sure those are military? I'm getting a totally different vibe." Columbus muttered anxiously. "Oh, don't start, Columbus. You were the one whining about that radio message about the shelter in Alaska. If it weren't for your hysterics, we wouldn't be dragging ourselves God knows where. If they finish us off here, I'll personally strangle you before they shoot me." Tallahassee snapped back. "That's enough. Just shut up and watch, they're slowing down," Wichita cut them off, eyes fixed on the convoy. The demonic hounds were no longer chasing them, so Tallahassee began to slow down. Alex's convoy came to a stop, and the fighters started getting out of the vehicles, scanning the area for possible ambushes or traps. The 4 survivors, Tallahassee, Columbus, Wichita, and Little Rock, also climbed out of their vehicle. Everyone was on high alert, eyeing the armed men in futuristic armored suits. "Who's in charge here?" Tallahassee was the first to break the silence, addressing the group. "That would be me," a voice came from behind them. They spun around sharply and saw Alex approaching. He had already noticed on the way that this group of 4 looked familiar. Getting closer, he confirmed his suspicion, standing before him were none other than the heroes from Zombieland. Surprise flickered across his face, especially considering they were still alive. Though, to be fair, this foursome really had some serious luck. Alex slowly sized them up, walked past, and smirked. "You're pretty young to be a leader," Tallahassee said with a half-smile. "And you're pretty old to still be surviving in Zombieland," Alex retorted with a grin. Wichita barely held back a laugh at Alex's words. Not paying it any mind, Alex gave his team instructions to check the surroundings, just in case any more demonic hounds were hiding nearby. "So how did you even get here?" Alex asked after issuing the orders. Columbus started whining about some shelter in Alaska, Wichita sighed, nodding toward the skinny guy. "We had to drag ourselves all the way from New York. On the way, those creatures attacked us, and we just couldn't shake them off." "Columbus. That's your real name. Did your parents not love you?" Rebecca snorted, looking at the thin guy. "Puffed. Ha ha ha. She just roasted you, Columbus." Tallahassee laughed. "I'm Tallahassee. This is Wichita, baby, Little Rock, and you already know this wimp, Columbus. You're lucky you ran into us," Alex said, scanning them. "We're actually from that settlement mentioned in the message. And yes, I was the one who sent it. It's about a 2-hour trip from here, that way," he pointed in the direction. "Where are you from?" Little Rock asked with interest, eyeing Alex and his team in futuristic armor. "First Japan, then China, then Thailand, South Korea, the Slavic Empire, and finally Alaska," Alex replied with a slight smile. "You could say we're a mixed bag from all over the world." "Damn, you've been through a lot," Tallahassee shook his head. "Something like that. I'll let the settlement know you're on your way." You can move on, they'll meet you there, Alex said with a faint smile. Before letting them go, Alex insisted on a medical checkup for the whole group, to make sure none of them were infected through contact with the black marker or bitten by zombies. Tallahassee grumbled and resisted at first but gave in when he was the last one left unchecked. When everything was clear, Alex explained their route to the settlement and wished them luck. After the Humvee with the survivors disappeared over the horizon, Alex immediately contacted Brunhilde, informing her of the meeting and that he had sent the group toward the settlement. Then the whole group took their places back in the vehicles and continued their journey to Anchorage. The road ahead was long, and it was best not to linger without a good reason. To be continued. Chapter 334, finally Anchorage. Alex watched the departing vehicle carrying the familiar group from Zombieland. He hadn't expected to run into those characters in this world, let alone find them still alive, considering the chaos that surrounded them. He shook his head with a faint smirk, marveling at their luck. Making it all the way from New York and surviving took more than just good fortune, it took stubbornness, and by the looks of it, they had plenty. Even in the original timeline, that group managed to survive in a zombie-infested world and somehow stayed relatively comfortable doing it. Turning his gaze away, Alex gave a sharp whistle and waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to the vehicles. Approaching the Humvee he rode in with the girls, he peeked inside and noticed an extra passenger. Squinting, he stared at Nobuena, who sat calmly among the others as if her presence there was completely normal. Alex distinctly remembered leaving her behind with Katsui and Nagahide before departure, and now he was curious how she'd managed to slip past Nagahide's watchful eye. Feeling his gaze on her, Nobuena pretended not to notice and continued acting as if nothing was wrong. Sighing, Alex decided to let it slide. He knew full well that if he sent her back to the settlement, she'd sulk for weeks. Looking away, he climbed onto the roof of the Humvee and knocked on the armor. Once he settled in, Nobuena let out a quiet breath of relief. She'd begun to worry they might actually send her back for going AWOL. You're lucky. He didn't make you go back, Seiko noted, glancing at Nobuena. He wouldn't have sent me back anyway. He loves me, Nobuena said proudly, lifting her chin. There she goes again, turning into a spoiled princess, Saya added with a faint smile, her voice laced with sarcasm. You're just jealous, Nobuena snorted. You know perfectly well, Alex is the Demon King, and Demon Kings like princesses. Girls, I can hear everything perfectly well, came Alex's voice from above as he peeked into the cabin through the hatch. And just for the record, I love all of you equally. Also, I don't kidnap princesses. That was one time, and it was an accident. The girls shot him teasing looks. Of course, they didn't believe him, especially after all the stories about his past adventures, in which kidnapping some girl seemed to happen at least once. Alex caught on without needing an explanation, but said nothing. Any attempts to defend himself would only make things worse. Sighing, he lay back down on the Humvee's roof and stared at the sky. The clouds drifted slowly overhead, and the road to Anchorage was still long. Even though they had set out early that morning, they'd only reach their destination by evening, assuming nothing went wrong along the way. After a while, Nobuena climbed up onto the roof as well. She carefully emerged from the hatch, nearly stepping on Saya's head, and settled in beside Alex. She looked at him, her long blonde hair flowing in the wind. Their eyes met, and Nobuena smiled, gazing straight into his. Alex found himself once again thinking how adorable she was. One moment, she acted like a carefree girl who didn't give a damn about anything. The next, she was jealous and sensitive, especially when he didn't give her enough attention. And sometimes, she'd throw herself into battle without a second thought. Why are you looking at me like that? Falling in love all over again? Nobuena asked with a playful smirk. Yeah, you said it yourself, demon kings like princesses, Alex replied with a grin. So I was thinking, if you didn't want to be with me, I'd have to kidnap you. Would you kidnap me, lock me in your castle, and force me to marry you? She giggled, making a theatrical gesture with her hand. Alex laughed, sat up, and pulled Nobuena toward him. He placed her on his lap, wrapping an arm around her waist so she wouldn't fall off the roof if they hit a bump. The girl smiled, blushing slightly, and leaned against his chest. They simply sat there, enjoying the wind and the quiet. Bored, Nobuena began playing with his fingers, bending them back and forth or brushing his palm with her hair. Alex watched her antics with a faint smile. Alex, do you have a castle? She suddenly asked, turning her head toward him. You know, like a demon king's castle in manga. With dungeons, torture chambers, and all that dark gothic stuff. I do, Alex nodded. Really? Nobuena perked up. Will you show me? Is it dark, with towers, like in fairy tales? Or is there something even scarier in there? Yep, with secret dungeons, a giant throne, and a harem, Shizuka chimed in, suddenly sticking her head up through the hatch. Alex was momentarily speechless, staring at Shizuka as she excitedly tried to guess what his castle looked like. He didn't bother correcting her. After all, Delzagate Castle really was dark and intimidating, especially considering the power sealed in its depths. That fortress held a portion of Alex's destructive might, the other part fueled his sword, Venus de Noah. The rest of the girls showed interest in the castle too. But unlike them, the Valkyries residing in Alex's spiritual domain didn't share their enthusiasm. Some of them had even fainted the first time they laid eyes on Delzagate. Eventually, though, they got used to it and stopped reacting to the darkness that lingered around the castle's core. So, what's your castle like? Siko asked with interest, poking her head through the rooftop hatch. A huge, terrifying dark castle, like any respectable demon king would have, Alex replied in a monotone voice. Then show us. What are you so shy about? It's not like we're going to strip you naked again, Rika giggled, also peeking through the hatch. No. I'm not showing anything. First of all, it's dangerous. And second, it's still dangerous, Alex said wearily, casting the girls a meaningful look. What's so dangerous? It's just a castle, Revei said in confusion, listening to the conversation from inside the Humvee. If I summon it, this world will burn. Delzagate isn't just a castle, it amplifies and concentrates my power. So the best I can do is show a projection. The girls exchanged looks and began silently communicating through glances. Alex watched with disbelief as they all somehow came to the same conclusion without saying a word and nodded in unison. His eye twitched, he seriously started to suspect they shared some kind of telepathic bond that let them read each other's minds. Having received their silent approval, he raised his hand and summoned a projection of Delzagate. Just as he'd said, the castle appeared dark, ominous, and awe-inspiring. The girls studied the projection with fascination, and once their curiosity was satisfied, Alex dismissed it and wrapped his arm around Nobuna's waist again. He could hear them chatting about how none of them would ever want to actually live in such a place. Alex didn't want to imagine what would happen if the girls ended up inside his castle. He didn't even have to guess, they'd immediately start a full renovation, transforming Delzagate from a terrifying symbol of destruction into something alive. He even pictured himself summoning the castle, the girls staring in horror at the Gothic spires, and by the next day, they'd be running around with paint buckets and wallpaper. To top it all off, some green-haired gremlin like Rebecca would probably try to install turrets on the walls or a giant cannon on the tower. Alex shuddered at the thought and swore that even if the girls did make it into Delzagate, he would never, under any circumstances, let them change a single thing. A demon king's castle should be dark and fearsome. Period. Several more hours passed on the way to the military base in Anchorage. Everything went smoothly, except for a sudden attack by another pack of demonic hounds, which they quickly dealt with. Alex began to suspect that there was a demon's nest nearby from which these creatures were emerging. However, to avoid wasting time, it was decided to ignore the possible lair. The convoy had already passed Port Hayden and was moving forward. Nobuna was getting bored sitting on the Humvee's roof, and her body was starting to tire, so she decided to go back down into the cabin. Shizuka, noticing the seat next to Alex had become free, immediately decided to act, not wanting to miss her chance, just in case someone else climbed up to him on the roof. She climbed out through the hatch but, as usual, almost tumbled down. Alex nearly had a heart attack when he saw Shizuka slip while walking. He reacted just in time, grabbed her, and pulled her close so she wouldn't fall. Sitting her down in front of him, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Are you okay?" he asked, breathing heavily. Shizuka, as if nothing had happened, just giggled sweetly, nestled in his arms. Once again, Alex wondered how this sweet but catastrophically clumsy girl managed to survive in this crazy world. "Alex, you there?" came Lem's voice over the communicator. "Here." "What's up?" he replied. "Some people are whining that they need to stretch their legs. In 20 minutes, we'll reach Lime Village. We can stop if your impatient ones won't hold out." "Great, we'll survive." "Although, damn it, I'm already at my limit," R said. Nobody cares you need to pee. Don't talk about it on the public channel. Or put on a diaper," Chiquita commented. Laughter exploded in the public channel. R's face immediately fell, especially after his comrades in the transport started openly mocking him. Alex switched off the public channel, shook his head, and looked back at the map. The remaining distance was longer than he'd hoped. Half the route was already behind them, so a short break would be just right, to stretch their legs, breathe fresh air, and regain strength. After 20 minutes, the convoy entered Lime Village, a small, abandoned settlement right along the way. The vehicles stopped deeper inside the village. Valmet turned off the engine, and the girls began to get out of the Humvees to stretch and breathe fresh air. Alex carefully helped Shizuka down from the roof, then jumped down himself. The others started leaving the transport too. The most impatient immediately rushed toward the dense trees and bushes. Watching this, Alex shook his head, better that than trying to relieve themselves into a bottle on the move. "All right, we're taking a 20-minute break. Whoever wants can look around or maybe find something useful, though I doubt anything's left here, Alex said, addressing the group. No, I'm not really in the mood to go anywhere. My old bones might not survive that kind of strain. I'll just stay here, Lem replied, lighting a cigarette. I wasn't talking about you. Just don't get lost. This village is small, but knowing you all. He glanced at the girls, lingering especially on Shizuka, Nobuona, and Rebecca. He knew that this trio could get themselves into trouble even in the most ordinary situations. We're not kids, they declared in unison, responding to his suspicious look. That's exactly why I'm asking, don't wander off without a good reason, Alex sighed and asked Valma to keep an eye on the problematic trio. Then he called over Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf and headed off to explore the village. Almost immediately, his eyes fell on a small church. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a look inside. Inside, it was dusty and gloomy, not surprising, given that at this time hardly anyone sought comfort from higher powers. Alex found a bench and sat down, closing his eyes to allow himself a brief rest. Old man, you're going to have to pay extra for saving this world, he muttered with a smirk. No one said I'd have to deal not only with the avatars of Nyan Nyan but also with Davit. He opened his eyes, still sitting in the silence of the empty church, giving himself a moment of peace before diving back into chaos. Alex's phone vibrated, notifying him of a new message. He pulled it out of his pocket, and seeing the sender's name, he sighed heavily. The message was from his father. No extra payment. 2 villains for the price of 1, read the text from the OAA. Not funny. Alex muttered, holding the phone in front of his face. I really need that extra payment. My head's already about to explode dealing with those 2 bastards, and on top of that, carefully interfering with their plans so they don't suspect anything. His eye twitched nervously as he read the next message. Sorry, son, but the price stays the same. You took the job yourself, so see it through to the end. Then after this world, I'm officially taking a vacation. A whole week. With the family. And no one's stopping me. I saved 2 worlds in a row. I damn well deserve a break, Alex said, gripping the phone tightly. Of course, son. Vacation is good. Believe me, you're going to need it, came another message. Those words made Alex more uneasy than anything else, especially the certainty that he definitely would need that vacation. He felt it wasn't just about the Minister of Monoliths and Davit. Something was wrong. He tried to imagine why his father would write that, but nothing came to mind. With a heavy sigh, Alex put the phone back in his pocket and decided not to overthink it for now. He was going to take a break anyway, so what did it matter whether he had a reason or not? I never would have thought you were so religious. The first thing you do is come to a church, a familiar voice said behind him. Alex turned and saw Rebecca Chambers, who entered the small church with a slight smile, looking around. He raised his hand in greeting. Rebecca came over and sat down beside him on the wooden bench. Alex shifted his gaze forward. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had already changed into robes and were performing some kind of parody of a service. Alex habitually ignored the spectacle, but for Rebecca, it was something new. She was especially struck by the sight of Wolf, who held a censer in his teeth and swung it around while Gir recited an improvised sermon, urging a non-existent congregation to believe in some emperor. Do they always do this? Rebecca asked, pointing at the trio. You'll get used to it. Sometimes they're just bored. We haven't paid attention to it for a long time, Alex said, shaking his head. And who is this emperor they're preaching about? Better not ask. It's already a good thing that no members of Cosa Nostra showed up here. That would have been a real circus. So, why did you come? Miss me? Alex turned to her with a slight smirk. Maybe I did miss you. But still, are you really that religious? She asked, giving him a soft smile. Faith is a complicated thing. It all depends on why a person believes. For centuries, it was used as a tool of control. People were ignorant and easily manipulated by fear of a higher power. Countless gods have come and gone throughout history. Every faith promised the same thing: do good and you'll go to heaven, do evil and you'll burn in hell. Just different names, but the same essence. Fear of death and misunderstanding the world, that's what drove people to believe. Believers are promised eternal bliss. Non-believers, oblivion. But no one can give a definite answer. Because the dead don't speak. Alex looked up at the darkened vault of the church. I asked just one question, and you gave me a lecture, Rebecca laughed, gently nudging him in the side with her elbow. You asked, I answered. Although some questions are better left unanswered. Especially about life after death. It's not always as bright as people think. One man once said, once you know the truth, you can never forget it. You won't willingly return to darkness and you won't go blind if you've once seen. Truth is irreversible. Like some knowledge. Alex stood up from the bench. And still, How do you imagine life after death? Rebecca asked, standing up with him. Life and death, beginning and end, creation and destruction, it's just a cycle. Everything that exists goes through it. Including people. When you die, you start again. As long as your core, your essence, exists. This cycle is infinite. It has always existed, from the beginning of time to the end of all existence. You have quite a specific view on life. Even for a girl like me, she said thoughtfully. Everyone has their own perspective. But the truth is always one. So don't overthink it. Soon it'll all be over anyway, Alex added quietly and walked out of the church. Rebecca Chambers never really understood what Alex meant when he said it would all be over soon. Those words stuck in her mind, refusing to let go. She tried to make sense of them, but seeing Alex already leaving the church, she hurried after him. Leaving the building, she quickly caught up with him and the group, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf, who, as usual, were walking nearby. Rebecca no longer tried to ask Alex endless questions about the afterlife. But she still couldn't get that phrase about the end of everything out of her mind. Over and over, she asked him about it, but Alex only smiled silently, not because he didn't want to answer, but because he thought it wasn't necessary. What interested him far more was whether Rebecca could figure out what he meant without any hints from him. When they returned to the others, everyone was already ready to leave. Reluctantly, Rebecca climbed into the Humvee with her group. No sooner had she settled into her seat than Claire, wearing a suspicious smile, immediately began interrogating her. Well, spill it, Rebecca. What were you and Alex talking about when you were alone? She asked, nudging her in the side with her elbow. Rebecca was slightly flustered by the pressure but still recounted their conversation. Jill, Claire, and Moira clearly expected something else. They all knew very well that Rebecca showed interest in Alex, especially considering how often she stayed late with him in the lab under the pretext of experiments that had long turned into quiet evening dates. But when they heard that the entire conversation had been about life after death, the three girls' faces showed disappointed confusion. They expected juicy details but got a philosophical lecture. Even Barry, who was sitting behind the wheel, couldn't hold back his reaction. He just shook his head and sighed heavily. Are you serious? Moira couldn't hold back. You discussed faith in the afterlife. Didn't you have any other topics? For example, you could have just shut him up by kissing him, and then things would have gone somewhere. But no, you just sat and listened to a lecture. You disappoint me, girl. You see how hot Alex is. Just take the step, and that's it. If he didn't like you, he wouldn't hang out with you in the lab every evening. There's a line of people wanting him, and you're holding him back. Moira, enough. Barry said sharply, shooting his daughter a stern look. Alex is, of course, a good guy and a worthy leader, but I'm categorically against you dating him. He already has too many girls. Leave me alone, old man. I'm an adult now and can figure out what to do myself, Moira snapped, rolling her eyes. As much as I hate to admit it, Moira's right, Jill added, turning to Rebecca. If you hesitate, you'll regret it later. Alex is like a walking piece of delicious meat, highly sought after. Yeah, strong, handsome, and caring too, Claire chimed in with a smile. Maybe you girls should show how it's done then. Rebecca smirked, casting a sidelong glance at them. Oh, no, girl. You're first in line. I have to get through green-haired Rebecca, Riku, and Revi to get to him. My plan is a multi-step operation, Moira replied with a grin. Barry's face grew even darker. He gripped the steering wheel so tightly it creaked. He bitterly regretted riding in this particular vehicle. Had he been in another car, he might have kept his composure and remained blissfully unaware. But the worst part was that he could no longer use the old fatherly intimidation tactics to scare off his daughter's suitors. And those had worked before. Sighing inwardly, Barry could only hope his youngest daughter wasn't thinking about boys just yet. If Alex had heard Barry's thoughts, he would have fully agreed, with one difference: Alex would be far more radical when it came to protecting his future daughters. The convoy left Lime Village and continued on its way. Because of the mountains stretching along the route to Anchorage, they had to take quite a detour to reach their destination. Still, despite the winding road, the scenery was breathtaking. Majestic landscapes followed one another, giving a sense of peace and freedom. Well, except for the undead that appeared from time to time and spoiled the idyll. The trip was long and exhausting. To save some time, Alex's group passed directly through small towns along the way. When the convoy finally reached a proper paved highway, they were able to pick up speed. As evening approached, the air grew noticeably colder. Not wanting to freeze, the girls dragged Alex inside the Humvee cabin to use him as a living heater. Nestled in the cozy, if cramped, embrace of the girls, Alex didn't even think about resisting, though he could literally feel himself being squeezed from all sides. When the sun nearly dipped below the horizon, the outlines of Anchorage appeared in the distance, the city they were almost at. Almost there. My butt's gone numb from sitting so long, Rika groaned, trying to stretch her sore backside. You're not alone. I already feel like my butt's turning into stone, Cammy complained, shifting around in her seat searching for a more comfortable position. Want a massage? Alex offered with a raised eyebrow. Later, Tiger. When we're alone, I'll definitely take you up on that, Rika winked playfully. Massage me then, too. Shizuka exclaimed, looking at Alex with the eyes of a devoted puppy. My butt's completely hardened, and I want it to stay firm. Shizuka, we're friends and family, sharing the same husband, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go first again. Get in line. Alex is massaging my butt first, Rika said indignantly, pushing her away. Alex was momentarily speechless listening to the banter. He was even more surprised that the girls were seriously negotiating a queue for butt massages. He decided not to intervene, after all, he had started the conversation himself. Meanwhile, the convoy entered Anchorage. Alex switched to the group radio channel and instructed Price to lead the way to the military base where his old friend awaited them. Price, who was driving, flashed his headlights, signaling to be led ahead. Chiquita, maneuvering the Humvee carrying Alex and the girls, shifted slightly to the left, giving way to Price. His vehicle overtook them and pulled ahead. The rest of the convoy, not falling behind, followed him. After all, Price knew best where they needed to go. Meanwhile, at the military base in Anchorage, a group of officers had gathered in the main hall of the headquarters, discussing pressing matters, the foremost being food supplies. There were many people on the base, and the stocks of old army rations, leftovers from World War II, were running dangerously low. 3 men debated possible solutions when a panting man in uniform burst into the room. Colonel. We have visitors, he blurted out, breathing heavily. Our men on the wall spotted a convoy of military Humvees approaching the base. The colonel frowned and looked at the newcomer. Lieutenant Templeton, what's the rush? What Humvees? God knows, sir. I was on duty on the wall when one of our men noticed the convoy. They look like military vehicles, and they're heading straight for us. I came to report immediately. The colonel stood up, removing his cigar from his mouth. Well then, let's go see who's coming. Maybe it's our guys. Sergeant Bosco suggested doubtfully, glancing at the colonel. Not sure, he shook his head. Could be old friends. Or new enemies. The 4 men headed toward the wall, where a patrol was already stationed. The colonel climbed the stairs first, took binoculars from a soldier, and looked into the distance. Squinting a little, he suddenly smiled, recognizing a familiar face behind the wheel of one of the Humvees. Smirking, he lowered the binoculars. Judging by your grin, is that someone you know? Templeton asked, watching the colonel's expression. Absolutely, he chuckled. Didn't expect that old stubborn man to still be alive. Though it's no surprise, hardly any undead can handle him. Who is he? Bosco asked, raising an eyebrow in interest. Captain Price, the colonel replied with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. We served together in OTG 141. Judging by the convoy, it's him and his men. So you could say they're one of us. Damn, Price is still alive. Templeton murmured in surprise. More than that. Unless the dead have learned to drive Humvees, the colonel smiled. Let's go meet our friends properly. The 4 men headed down, preparing to greet Alex's convoy. To be continued. Chapter 335, Tima. When the convoy of Humvees reached Anchorage, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the streets were engulfed in darkness. Price's vehicle led the way, carving a path for the others. He deliberately avoided the city center to avoid drawing attention from the undead that had settled in the ruins. Instead, the convoy moved along the outskirts, where the chances of encountering a horde were lower. The journey had taken nearly 12 hours. Despite their early departure, they had made only a couple of short stops to stretch their legs and switch drivers. Alex understood that not only his companions were tired, but the entire group was exhausted, not to mention whatever surprises might be waiting for them at the base. Leaning forward slightly, he peered into the darkness and spotted the outline of the military base wall ahead. Squinting, he made out the shapes of soldiers. Looks like we've been spotted, Alex said, pointing ahead. I'm still amazed at how you can see so far, even in the dark, Cammy muttered, straining her eyes but seeing nothing. Just tell us, are they enemies or allies? Saya grunted, nudging Alex in the ribs. Judging by the look on the guy's face with the binoculars, he recognized Price. I think these are the allies he mentioned, Alex replied calmly, still watching. And what if they're enemies? What if they're cannibals? I don't want to be eaten. I taste awful. Shizuka exclaimed with a frightened look. If they're cannibals, we'll just kill them. Do you really think Alex would let anyone eat you? Revei snorted, rolling her eyes. Alex gave Shizuka a blank, thoughtful look. He still couldn't understand how someone could fear cannibals in a world crawling with zombies, demons, and necromorphs. Compared to those creatures, a regular human who ate their own kind was almost harmless. Rika, on the other hand, laughed when she heard Shizuka's fears, clearly not taking them seriously. The convoy began to slow down. The lead Humvee rolled up to the military base, and at that moment, spotlights flared on along the walls, illuminating the area in front of the massive iron gates. The gates slowly began to open. Price, behind the wheel, immediately spotted his old friend standing there with a wide grin. He smirked in return and gave the signal over the shared channel for the others to proceed. Price's vehicle went in first, followed by the rest. Inside the base, the convoy moved toward the designated parking area. Alex and the girls leaned out the windows, glancing around in surprise. The military base was surprisingly well organized. Not bad. Everything seems to be running smoothly. Though it looks like they're having issues with supplies, Chiquita noted, looking around. They didn't have Alex, who was thinking one step ahead from the start and gathering resources along the way, Chumley added with a wink. Oh, it's nice to hear that, Alex laughed. But to be honest, most of the credit goes to Brunhild, Yuriko, Saya, and Coco. I was just making the plans. Alex's words made Saya blush. Though she usually liked to boast, of course, I'm a genius, praise from Alex stirred different emotions in her, nervousness, joy, and a quiet sense of pride. She had long realized she couldn't compare to him, and even competing with Brunhild wasn't always possible. The Valkyrie carried a vast amount of experience, and it was no coincidence she was considered the leader, the one who guided heroes in battle. Saya dreamed of surpassing her, but after learning about Brunhild's multi-layered plan to protect humanity and avenge her adopted son, she understood she still had a long way to go. Alex, looking at the flustered Saya, couldn't resist and pulled his pink-haired know-it-all into a hug. He liked how she was slowly letting go of her habit of constantly showing off her intellect, though from time to time he still heard her say the familiar, obviously, I'm a genius. He remembered how Saya once dreamed of going to Hogwarts, and the thought of her meeting Hermione made him shudder. A combination of two know-it-alls like that could drive anyone insane. As Saya found herself in his embrace, she narrowed her eyes. She could tell from the look on his face that Alex was clearly thinking something about her. Without a word, she tugged on his cheek. Alex felt his face being stretched but pretended nothing was happening. The convoy slowly rolled up to an open area suitable for parking their vehicles. The arrival of Alex's group in military-grade transport immediately drew the attention of those at the base. Many began whispering, wondering who had arrived, and whether it was finally the long-awaited backup sent to evacuate them to safety. Alex glanced over the soldiers and civilians. His mind focused on a single thought, how to get these people out without putting them in danger. The usual way was too risky. The road to the nearest shelter could end in tragedy. As he had told the girls earlier, in the worst-case scenario, he would just open a portal. If the people truly wanted to leave this place, he would help them. Price was the first to climb out of the Humvee. His eyes immediately fell on a familiar figure in military uniform, a man standing with a broad smile on his face. John, long time no see, he said as he stepped forward. You're right, Hannibal, Price replied with a grin. I was starting to think you'd kick the bucket. With everything going on in the world, I couldn't get in touch with you. Lucky for me, I knew where to look, turns out I was right. Next, Alex stepped out of the vehicle. His gaze fell on another group of familiar faces, far too familiar. He was once again surprised, even though he was sure nothing could truly shock him anymore. Standing before him were characters from another time layer, the legendary A-Team. Price's old friend turned out to be Colonel John Hannibal Smith. Standing beside him was the charming Lieutenant Templeton Faceman Peck, and not far off, the man with a crazy gleam in his eye and a permanently odd expression, Captain H.M. Murdoch, known to all as Howling Mad. And finally, the most intimidating of them all, Sergeant Bosco Baracus, known to friends as B.A. Fierce, muscular, and always ready to throw fists. He was, as always, in top form. So how'd you end up here, John? Hannibal asked, clapping Price on the shoulder. Weren't you supposed to be dealing with things back home? Long story, Price replied, lighting a cigar. Short version, we were sent to extract a group of scientists from Hong Kong but lost contact with command. Luckily, another team picked us up. Better tell us where you got that armor, Peck interjected, eyeing the gear worn by Price, Ghost, and Soap. That's definitely not standard issue. Looks way too futuristic. Our leader made it. After we were picked up, we became part of a very unusual group. Led by a young guy, a very interesting one, Price said with a smirk, blowing out a puff of smoke. And who is this leader of yours? Hannibal asked with a squint. Price nodded toward Alex, who at that moment was coordinating his team, preparing them for some well-earned rest. Tomorrow would bring new objectives. The team was carefully unloading gear and supplies from the vehicles. Hannibal looked at Alex with interest, though a hint of skepticism flashed in his eyes. The rest of the A-team exchanged glances as well, their expression said it all, too young. However, Price's brief account of how Alex had managed to get his group halfway across the world made them reconsider. What impressed them most was that all their gear had been created by this guy. Hannibal recognized two more familiar faces in the crowd, Chiquita and Lem. A smile flickered across his face, but it was quickly interrupted by Murdoch, who excitedly pointed toward the mech wolf. Holy crap, they've got a robot wolf. That's awesome. Don't touch it. Don't even try, Ghost said calmly without even turning around. Unless you want to end up tied up, beaten, and hanging from a tree. And why's that? Baracus asked, surprised. Because the ones riding that wolf don't like being touched, Soap chuckled. They might look cute, but they're deadly as hell. Those four have slaughtered more than a few hundred undead and demons. Better keep your ass away if you want to keep it. Soap and Ghost's words raised more questions than they answered. After wrapping up the organization of his team, Alex decided to go and meet those in charge of the military base. He chose Saya to accompany him. The other girls clearly weren't too thrilled about listening to dull logistics and supply discussions. First, Alex planned to set up a proper resting area, and only then deal with the current situation on base. He and Saya made their way toward Price, Soap, Ghost, and the A-team. Glad to see Price's old friend is alive and well, Alex said as he approached. But judging by your faces, things aren't exactly smooth around here. So you're the Alex John was just talking about, Hannibal replied with a slight smirk and a nod. For a young guy, you seem pretty capable. And yeah, you're right. We've got more than our fair share of problems. If you don't mind, we'll need a place to rest first. Then we can talk about your troubles. We came all the way from Unimac. It wasn't an easy trip, Alex replied, gesturing toward his team. Of course, Hannibal nodded. Peck, take our new friends to the empty barracks, let them get some rest after the road. As Peck walked off with Alex's group, Hannibal gestured for Alex, Saya, Price, Ghost, and Soap to follow him. Alex gently touched Saya's hand to catch her attention. She looked up, and he silently gestured around them, as if asking her opinion. He had already noticed that the base was clearly struggling, most likely with supplies. Saya got the message. Adjusting her glasses, she began surveying the surroundings, pulling a notebook from her pocket. As she analyzed what she saw, she began jotting down notes to determine what kind of help the locals might need. Alex gave a satisfied nod as he saw how focused Saya was. Soon they reached the command building, and Hannibal invited them all inside. Alex sat down next to Saya, waiting for the others to take their seats. Before we get to specifics, I'd like to understand the current situation, on the base and in the city, Alex began, starting the conversation. What's there to say? Baracus cut in with a heavy sigh. The city's completely overrun by the undead. Step outside the perimeter, and they come swarming from all directions. Because of that, we've got supply shortages. We're almost done eating those damned World War II rations. Taste like crap, but better than an empty stomach. Alex nodded, exactly what he had expected. Yet what surprised him most was that on the way to the base, their group hadn't encountered a single enemy. It looked suspicious. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, considering possible solutions. The simplest option would be to unload some supplies from his inventory to replenish the base's stores and avoid starvation. After that, clearing out the city and gathering anything useful. Saya gently tapped him with her pen to get his attention. Alex looked at her, and she showed him her notebook. She had neatly written, "We need more information first. There may be demon nests in the city. Acting blindly is dangerous." Alex nodded again, wise, as always. "Well, Alex, do you already have a plan?" Ghost asked, drawing his attention. "Sort of," he answered. "But first, I need to ask our new friends a few questions before we start taking action." "Then ask away," Hannibal said, folding his arms across his chest. "If John trusts you and calls you the leader, I'm ready to trust you too. For now." Alex nodded and pulled out his phone from his pocket, then activated a projection. Images appeared in the air before them, demon nests, the demons themselves, members of the marker cult, the red marker itself, inscriptions in its language, and other alarming scenes. Alex wanted to check if any of the base's residents were followers of the marker cult. If there were, they would need to be eliminated quietly to avoid extra trouble, especially considering the demon nests that had to be dealt with first. Hannibal, Bosco, and Murdoch stared at the images with obvious interest. Those, demon-like things. We've seen a couple in the city already. But what about the rest? What's that obelisk? And who are these people? Hannibal asked, pointing to some of the photos. They're cultists, Soap interrupted. They worship this marker. A nasty and damn dangerous group. We've wiped out a few of their squads, but unfortunately, there are too many of them all over the world. A cult. John, don't tell me cults have popped up now too. And who or what is this marker? Hannibal frowned, looking at Price. I thought you already knew, Price sighed. Apparently not. It's a long story, but briefly, it's another reason why our world is going to hell. The marker turns people into necromorphs, creatures that look like they've been turned inside out. Disgusting and extremely resilient. Luckily, they only live near markers. But there are over 100 such obelisks worldwide. And even so, we've only managed to destroy a few. Is it really that serious? Bosco muttered, raising an eyebrow. Let me explain briefly, Alex interrupted, preparing to start his story. At that moment, Peck entered the headquarters. Hope I didn't miss anything, he asked, looking around. Just in time. Sit down, Peck. They're about to tell you a bedtime story, Murdoch smirked, patting the chair next to him. Get lost, Murdoch. Your jokes suck as always, Peck grumbled, sitting down. Alex waited until everyone settled down and looked at Hannibal, asking with his eyes if they were ready to listen. Receiving a nod, he began. The story was brief, without unnecessary details, but comprehensive enough. He told how long ago a meteorite carrying the black marker fell to Earth, and that was when the real nightmare began. Team A listened attentively. Even in the shortened version, the story sounded dark and troubling. Hannibal shifted his gaze to Price, as if seeking confirmation. Price nodded, everything Alex said was true. That's the situation, Alex finished. Now, to the point. Have you noticed anything among your people or the civilians that resembles these symbols? Maybe in the city. Fortunately, no, Peck replied, leaning back in his chair. If things are really as you describe, then these cultists are a living nightmare. One less problem, Alex nodded. Now, about the demons. Guys, have you seen any nests in the city? Any traces? Nothing like that so far, Hannibal answered, smirking slightly. But if such nests really exist, judging by what we know, they're not something pleasant. Not seeing doesn't mean they're not there, Ghost intervened. Alex, I think it's worth checking the city tomorrow. I agree, but first, the supply issue. People at the base shouldn't go hungry, Alex confirmed. And how do you plan to solve our food problem? Pull it out of thin air. Murdoch grinned, rocking in his chair. Bingo, Alex said without blinking and pulled a crate of supplies right out of thin air, placing it on the table. The crate dropped with a muffled thud in front of everyone. Silence fell in the room, Team A members stared at it, shock on their faces. Alex, you and your tricks again. Now you're pulling food out of thin air. What's next? Soap chuckled. Hey. Where's the admiration? This is, damn it, a spatial inventory. Compared to this, all the world's scientists are cavemen with sticks, Alex said with mock offense, raising an eyebrow. After everything you've already shown, it's not that surprising, Ghost calmly replied. We've long realized your tech is beyond our time. You could at least react like these four. Look at their faces, it's like their brains short-circuited, Alex snorted, nodding toward the stunned Team A. Don't worry, Price chuckled. They'll get used to it soon enough. Alex just shook his head and looked back at Team A. He was already used to people not being surprised by his abilities. Those who had traveled with him for a long time stopped paying attention to such tricks, usually just saying, well, that's normal. He sighed, and at that moment, a portal opened beneath the crate of supplies, which smoothly vanished inside it. Only then did Team A finally come to their senses. Well, you really pulled that off, Magic Boy. I haven't seen tricks like that before, Hannibal was the first to speak, quickly recovering from his surprise. That's just a small thing, Alex waved it off. Alright, where's your warehouse? I'll top it up a bit so nobody starves. Tomorrow, we'll deal with the city. No problem. Eating only army rations, even for us, is too much. Bosco, show the guy to the warehouse, Hannibal addressed his comrade. Bosco nodded and motioned for Alex to follow him. Alex took Saya's hand, and the three of them headed toward the warehouse. As the trio left the room, Hannibal glanced at Price, who was sitting with a faint smirk on his face. Funny. John, you never said this guy was that capable, he said, curiosity evident in his voice. You don't even know half of it, Price replied calmly, lighting a cigar. For example? Peck asked, raising an eyebrow. Have you ever seen an entire island get blasted to hell? Or one man turn an entire city to ruins? Well, Alex did that. Our group has plenty of strong fighters, but Alex is, damn it, a living anomaly, Soap answered, crossing his arms. Hannibal raised his eyebrows skeptically, trying to process what he had just heard. Price noticed his friend's confusion and, deciding to clarify, began to recount Alex's story from the very beginning. They had enough time, and the conversation also brought back memories of the old days. Meanwhile, Alex, Saya, and Bosco walked down the corridor toward the warehouse. Bosco occasionally glanced at Alex, clearly intending to ask a question, but Alex was busy talking with Saya. He was interested in her ideas and plans regarding the base. Saya handed Alex her notebook so he could review her notes himself. It contained 2 proposed courses of action. The first, to evacuate people from the base to their settlement if they wanted to leave. The second, to use the military base as a foothold for advancing toward the USA, since the main goal was to reach Raccoon City, where the evil corporation's main headquarters was located. Alex took a pen and made a few edits, more tweaks than changes. When finished, he showed the result to Saya, who nodded in agreement. There's the warehouse. I guess you'll show your crate tricks again, Bosco said, opening the doors. Alex nodded and glanced around the warehouse. The next moment, he began unloading crates of supplies and useful provisions, filling the warehouse to the brim. Bosco, how are you on ammo? Same problem. Alex asked without looking away from his work. It's pretty grim, Bosco sighed, shaking his head. Alex silently nodded and, along with the food, started pulling crates of ammunition out of thin air. While unloading, one question piqued his interest. How did you guys end up so far from home? From Bosco's words, he learned that Team A had arrived here on a mission. But just as they were preparing for the operation, the zombie apocalypse began. Hannibal took command of the base. At first, we managed to hold on, but every day it got worse. Foraging missions became more dangerous. Some groups never came back, and as soon as we stepped outside the base perimeter, we were immediately attacked. After that, Hannibal ordered us not to leave the perimeter anymore, Bosco said with a heavy sigh. He did what was wise. But at the same time, naive. Not knowing who you're dealing with, the end will be the same, Saya said quietly, adjusting her glasses. What do you know, girl? Bosco shot her a look. More than you think, thug, Saya retorted. Haven't you heard the saying, he who controls information controls the war? From day one, Alex has been gathering data from all over the world. He monitored the situation, ensured our safety, and trained people in defense. That's a lot more than just sitting at the base waiting for help. He gave people a chance. She gave Bosco a cold look. He said nothing, only twisted his lips. Alex sighed and gently stroked Saya's hair to calm her and prevent the argument from escalating. However, Bosco just waved his hand, not trying to argue. He understood there was truth in the girl's words. After saying goodbye to him, Alex and Saya headed to the barracks where the rest of their group was already staying. When they arrived, Alex noticed a few guys smoking by the wall near the entrance. He nodded at them in greeting and entered inside with Saya. In the barracks, they started looking for the girls and soon found them in a separate room, away from the others. No sooner had Alex stepped over the threshold than they bombarded him with questions about the situation at the military base. He had to briefly explain that Anchorage was holding on for now. The situation was relatively stable here, but they still needed to conduct reconnaissance to ensure safety. However, that could wait until tomorrow. For now, it was better to rest. The girls agreed and started getting ready for bed. Before lying down, Alex contacted home to update the other girls on the current situation in Anchorage. He shared the details, wished them a good night, and then disconnected. But no sooner had he put down the phone than he was immediately caught and pulled into bed. It was cuddle time, and there was no escaping it. The next morning, Alex woke up first. The girls were still asleep, buried in their pillows. Carefully slipping out of the warm embrace, he took out his phone and saw it was only 5 in the morning. After the long journey yesterday, everyone was exhausted, so no one but him was planning to get up yet. Stretching, Alex quietly stepped outside, breathed in the cool morning air, and with a wave of his hand, conjured a mug of hot coffee. Slowly walking along the base's wall, he picked a suitable spot, climbed up, and settled there, watching the city that was just beginning to wake. The morning sun was only just starting to paint the sky gold, and there was something peaceful about it. "I see I'm not the only one who's been up since early morning," came a familiar voice from behind. Alex turned around and saw Hannibal approaching him. "Looks like it. I do like to sleep in, but it's hard to do that in an unfamiliar place." "Want some coffee?" he asked, nodding toward the second mug that appeared beside him. "Gladly," Hannibal replied, climbing up onto the wall to join him and taking the mug from Alex's hands. Alex snapped his fingers as if pulling the coffee mug from his inventory and handed it to Hannibal. The latter accepted the drink silently, and both settled on the edge of the wall, watching Anchorage awaken. Alex glanced at his companion and once again noted how much he resembled Liam Neeson. There was something calm, confident, almost cinematic about him. For a while, they sipped their coffee in silence, observing the city. Hannibal was apparently processing the information he'd received the day before. He had learned much more about Alex than he had expected, and now understood why his actions had made such an impression. Suddenly, Alex caught a movement near the wall. Without hesitation, he threw a stone. It struck Imp squarely on the head with a dull thud. Imp had been trying to be stealthy, sneaking around the base's perimeter. What was that? Hannibal squinted in that direction. A parasite. One of those small creatures. Didn't Price tell you about the demons yesterday? Alex leaned back and took a sip of coffee. Briefly. He only mentioned they call you the false savior and clearly hate you. But knowing John for so many years, I immediately figured he was holding something back. These things aren't just mutants. They're real demons, not zombies with mutations. Bingo. The details don't matter much. The important thing is they can be killed, Alex said calmly, spinning the mug on his finger. Can't argue with that. What's your group's plan for today? Hannibal lit a cigar, and smoke slowly drifted into the morning sky. Nothing supernatural. First, we scout the city. We need to find out if there are demon nests. If there are, we'll destroy them. Then we'll act based on the situation. If there are survivors, we'll rescue them. If not, we'll clear the area of all the undead. The main goal is to turn this base into a staging point for further advance toward the USA. And then, an assault on the evil corporation. You think once the evil corporation falls, this will all be over? Hannibal exhaled smoke without looking away from the horizon. For the most part, yes. Although there are still a couple of important steps to take. Alex pulled out a cigarette and lit it. And what steps might those be, if it's not a secret? Hannibal asked with interest, turning his head. That's my concern now. The main thing is to unite as many people as possible before the assault on Raccoon City. Everything else is on me. As usual, Alex said with a slight smirk. I wouldn't say it sounds like a perfect plan, but I think my guys won't mind, Hannibal said with a faint smile. By the way, I wanted to ask yesterday, how's your communication with other bases? Or is it completely dead? Alex set the empty mug aside. We managed to get some connection going using old methods. Got information about the situation in other regions. In some places, it's really bad. And it seems someone named Chris Redfield has started organizing resistance. Oh, so Claire was right about her brother. Well, less work for me if someone else has taken up the cause, Alex nodded, smiling to himself. You know Chris Redfield? Hannibal raised an eyebrow with interest. Not personally, but I know his sister very well. She came with us yesterday, along with 3 of Chris's former colleagues, Alex replied, flicking ash off his cigarette. The conversation smoothly shifted to more peaceful topics. Hannibal didn't mind. A normal talk, without discussing the horrors unfolding around them, was almost a luxury for him. Meanwhile, Alex was already planning the next steps in his mind. If Chris really had taken on coordinating the resistance, it was worth passing that information to Claire and the others. And at the same time, finding a way to contact him and offer help with the assault on Raccoon City. But all that was for later. Right now, Anchorage was the priority. And first, order had to be restored here. To be continued. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, A Trip with the Boys. Alex was still sitting on the wall with Hannibal, slowly sipping his coffee. They were talking about various topics. Alex was curious to know how Hannibal had served with Price. During the story about serving in Task Force 141, Alex was surprised to learn that Hannibal also knew Chiquita, Lem, as well as fighters like Wiley and Echo. Moreover, they even had joint operations together. Alex wasn't too surprised. Lem really did have an impressive track record, so it wasn't shocking that he had crossed paths with both Team A and Price himself. Joint missions made perfect sense. How did you even meet Lem and the others? Hannibal asked, taking a sip of coffee. You know that Lem and the others used to work for Coco, right? Alex clarified, glancing at his companion. Yeah, I've heard about that. Not surprised. Former military turning to mercenary work isn't uncommon, Hannibal nodded. Well, then it's simple. When the first wave of the zombie apocalypse began, Coco and her team were at the airport. It just so happened that Shizuka's friend was there too. None of them knew at the time that they were transporting a fragment of the black marker. And the evil corporation was desperate to get their hands on that shard. They sent a horde to the airport. We had to save them. That's how we met. We've been traveling together through this ruined world ever since, Alex explained briefly. Hannibal nodded, listening carefully. They chatted a little longer before Alex decided to head back. They had already spent more than an hour on the wall discussing various things. Pouring the coffee remnants over the wall, he said goodbye and made his way back to the barracks. He needed to make breakfast for the girls before they woke up. For him, the road to Anchorage had been boring, but for the girls, it was exhausting. Alex understood they definitely want a good meal in the morning. As he approached the barracks assigned to their group, he noticed a few guys had stepped outside for some fresh air. It was Ryu, Ken, Jean, Zangief, and Sean. Up early again, guys? Alex asked with a smirk, watching them begin to stretch. Yeah, something like that, Jean replied, rubbing his lower back. These cots are hell. Even my back hurts. and the one Zangief was on completely collapsed. It's not my fault the beds are so flimsy and old, Zangief shrugged, starting to do push-ups. I just sat down, and one broke. That's because you eat like a damn rhino, Sean muttered, stretching his legs. That's not fat, that's muscle. Zangief snorted and proudly flexed his biceps. Look how solid they are. And you, kid, should really train a bit. No girl's gonna go for a twig like you. I don't want to look like a muscular gorilla, Sean grumbled and turned away. What did you say? Get over here, punk. I'll show you what these muscles can do. Zangief roared and charged forward. Sean didn't wait, he bolted instantly, and Zangief, like an enraged bear, chased after him. Alex, Jean, Ryu, and Ken watched the scene with interest. Sean's got one advantage, agility, they all thought in unison. They even placed a few bets on how long he could avoid Zangief's grasp. The answer came quickly. Despite his size, Zangief wasn't just strong, he was fast too. When Sean got caught in the hold, his face broke out in sweat. He realized, this was bad. Without wasting a second, Zangief jumped up and started spinning in the air. Sean's head nearly touched the ground, but at the last moment, Zangief stopped the fall, just a centimeter from the concrete. Still, Sean was now sweating even more. Well, that was fast, Ken said, crossing his arms. I thought with all that training, Sean would last longer. Looks like I'll have to increase his load. You actually took him in as a student. You usually avoid that, Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. What can I do? The kid's persistent. Decided to give it a shot, Ken shrugged. I wonder if he'll ever surpass Kenichi from Ryo Zanpaku, Jean said with a smirk. Not likely, Alex replied. Not because of Ken, but because of talent. Kenichi may be a hopeless idiot, but he's got one thing, determination. You've seen how Sasaki, Akasame, Kensei, and Apachai push him. He spends more time in the clinic than the two of you combined. He's covered in bruises every day, yet they still drag him to train in the morning. Alex paused, then added with a sly grin. Unlike you two, Ken and Ryu, Kenichi at least has people who care about him. You're just a pair of stray dogs. Hey, don't remind me. Ken grimaced. I still dream of kicking Kenichi's ass just for being surrounded by girls who baby him. It's disgusting. That's jealousy, Ken, Jean laughed. You're just jealous someone has a girlfriend. Or maybe even a few. And you're still alone. Jean and Alex continued teasing Ken about being single and how he still couldn't get himself a girlfriend. They especially poked fun at how his brain was just one big muscle. The jokes gradually reached a boiling point. Ken started getting genuinely pissed. He was about to punch them both when Alex lazily raised his fist and warned with a grin. Go ahead. I've got a fist of love ready just for you. Ken flinched instinctively, decided to let it go, and turned his irritation toward Jean instead. But Jean wasn't about to be a punching bag, he immediately fought back, fully engaged in the brawl. Watching the scuffle, Alex chuckled with satisfaction. He didn't even try to hide that he was pleased his teasing had triggered a fight. Waving goodbye to Ryu and throwing his hands behind his head, he headed toward the barracks, quietly laughing to himself. A more peaceful mission awaited him, breakfast for the girls. First, he checked the room where he'd spent the night with them. Seeing that they were still asleep, he nodded, gently closed the door, and headed to the kitchen. In one of the empty rooms, he began unpacking everything he needed from his inventory and got to cooking. But as soon as he started, the hungry trio came rushing in, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. They instantly sat down at the table, eyes wide and eager, clearly starving. Alex glanced at them with the expression of someone who had seen too much. These three only behaved themselves when they were being fed. He prepared 3 servings and placed bowls of cereal with milk and milkshakes in front of them. Eat. And don't make noise, he muttered. Fine, they chorused and started devouring the food enthusiastically. Alex watched as Stitch literally poured cereal and milk straight into his mouth. One of Alex's eyes twitched at the sight. Without the girls around, these 3 completely forgot all manners. But as soon as even one of the girls showed up, they'd turn into perfect little angels. They were just too afraid of embarrassing themselves in front of their mommies. Deciding to ignore the barbarity, Alex returned to preparing breakfast for the girls. He turned on the coffee machine, and soon the room was filled with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Once he finished, he asked the trio to wake the girls. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately dashed off to carry out the task. Alex was just setting the table when he heard sleepy groans, a sure sign the girls had woken up and were now zombie walking toward the smell of food and coffee. He wasn't wrong, soon the girls began to shuffle into the kitchen, swaying slightly and with half-closed eyes. Only Valmet and Chiquita looked somewhat alert, though faint traces of sleep still lingered on their faces. You could have let us sleep a bit longer. Shizuka groaned, resting her head on the table. I'm never going that far again. It's boring and exhausting. I'll open a portal next time, Alex promised with a smile. Would have been better if you did that from the start, Reve grunted, sipping her coffee. My ass can't handle another trip like that. Seriously, Nobiuna pouted. We could have arrived here yesterday morning if you just opened the portal right away. But didn't we enjoy the scenery? Alex remarked philosophically, raising a finger. As Buddha once said, we must cherish each moment of life, admire the landscapes and small things. Who knows if we'll ever have that chance again? You really shouldn't have hung out with that candy thief, Rebecca chuckled. You're starting to spout the same nonsense he does. Alex just laughed without saying a word. He sat nearby, watching the girls eat breakfast. Everyone already knew Buddha was his friend, so his lofty speeches didn't surprise anyone. The aroma of coffee and food was now spreading throughout the barracks, stirring hunger in other residents. You're having breakfast without us? How shameless, came Yuri's voice from the doorway. You just came for a free meal. Chun-Li lazily remarked. Maybe, Yuri smiled playfully. Depends on whether your husband is willing to share. Take a seat, Alex said with a slight smile. There's enough for everyone. Then we'll join too, Shino replied, dragging Mari behind her. Is there more coffee? I wouldn't mind a cup, Claire asked as she entered with a smile. Me too, Moira added. How many of you are there? Nobiuna exclaimed, lifting her head. Just 3. Me, Sherry, and Rebecca, Jill replied, pulling Sherry and Rebecca Chambers into the room. Alex sighed lightly as he looked at all the girls drawn in by the smell of food and coffee. He had invited them himself, and now he had to cook breakfast for 8 mouths. Deciding not to hide his inventory anymore, he began pulling out ingredients right in front of the newcomers. At first, no one paid it any attention, the girls were chatting among themselves, discussing how the night went. But soon someone noticed Alex's hand occasionally disappearing and reappearing with food in his palm. What the hell kind of food magic is that? Moira exclaimed, pointing at Alex in shock. Spatial inventory, he replied calmly, not even turning around as he continued chopping vegetables. Spatial, what? Shino echoed, staring at his back. Spatial inventory, Saya chimed in, explaining, simply put, it's a separate dimension connected to a person, like in games. You can store tons of stuff and pull it out at will, like from a backpack. Alex silently gave a thumbs up, approving her explanation. Rebecca, not missing the chance to show off, began pulling weapons from her own inventory, theatrically twirling a pistol in her hand. So that's where you hide all this, Moira smirked, glancing at her. She's not the only one, Siko added, nodding toward Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. You didn't really think they managed to change into different costumes every time without anyone noticing, did you? I see. Mari murmured, as if finally getting the answer to a question that had been bothering her. All right, ladies, enough questions. Breakfast first, then talk. We've got plenty to do in this city today, Alex said, setting plates down in front of the girls who had come for a free meal. So, what are your plans? Claire asked, taking a sip of her hot coffee. We need to scout the city, Alex replied. Yesterday Saya and I spoke with Hannibal and his people. They claim to have seen demons in the city. And today, by the walls, I spotted an imp. I think there might be nests around, and it's better to destroy them in advance. He sat down next to Rebecca, his favorite gremlin with green hair, who was already comfortably settled beside him. The girls nodded and started eating breakfast, sipping coffee and lazily chatting as they slowly woke up. Alex pulled out his phone and decided to check the latest reports collected by Gir and Mimi, connected to hacked satellites around the world. Seeing what he was doing, Rebecca immediately climbed onto his lap, wanting to look at it together. Alex scrolled through the data but didn't find anything particularly new, except for one interesting radio broadcast calling for resistance and unity against the corporation. He smirked, he already knew whose handiwork it was. Chris Redfield seemed to have started acting seriously. I think I heard Chris's voice, Claire remarked, turning her head. You're right, Alex nodded. It's him. Like we thought, he's gathering people and organizing resistance. A true leader in these apocalyptic times. That's Chris for you. He's always been like that, Claire said with a light smile. Good thing he got smarter after our last meeting. Before, he was just muscle and no brains. Don't say that, Jill chuckled. Back then, Chris was. Well, just ugh. Alex glanced at the two girls with a smirk, unable to stop himself from thinking, good thing Chris wasn't here right now, he'd probably take a serious morale hit after their words. Especially since one of them was his own sister. Soon, Moira joined their little anti-Chris club, happily confirming Jill and Claire's opinion, knowing Chris only from their father's stories. Alex just sighed. He was already glad Rebecca Chambers had decided not to join the conversation, otherwise, the other girls would have learned even more compromising details. But his joy was premature. Rebecca Chambers couldn't resist either and, smiling modestly, decided to add a couple of stories about her less-than-perfect brother, Claire. Alex stopped listening to the conversation and turned his attention back to the data collected by GIR and Mimi. He hoped to find out how far Chris had advanced in his campaign to build resistance against the evil corporation. Unfortunately, there was little new information. However, even from these data, it was clear, Chris was managing. He truly knew how to inspire people, like a hero from old legends leading an army against a common enemy. Alex, unable to hide his ironic smile, shared this with the others. The girls listened attentively and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Chris, despite all his past sins, was indeed doing a good job. After breakfast, Alex cleared all the dishes and kitchenware back into the inventory, not wanting to leave a mess. The girls were once again amazed by his spatial storage. They couldn't understand how so much stuff fit inside it. Alex briefly explained the size and principles of the inventory, but that only fueled their curiosity further. As they headed outside, chatting and bombarding Alex with questions about the contents of the inventory, he suddenly noticed one person was missing. Shino, where's Itami? Wasn't he coming with us? Alex raised an eyebrow. How do you know? That idiot suddenly started talking nonsense, saying he needed to stay, the settlement would fall without him, he's needed by the people, and all that crap. In short, he refused to come, Shino replied irritably. Mari silently nodded, confirming her words. Alex ran his hand over his face, barely restraining his irritation. It was hard to believe how quickly Itami had slid into complete irresponsibility. But deciding not to waste his nerves, he took a deep breath and focused on the briefing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like you've all had a good rest. But we've got work today. Yesterday, I hope you talked with Soap, Ghost, and Price, so you know the general situation. Briefly, from my observations, there may be demon nests in the city. This morning I saw an imp by the wall. That means one thing, there could be a source of infection inside the city. Our task is to find the nests and destroy them. Same as usual, Alex said, scanning the gathered group. He paused, then, as if remembering something, added. Oh, right. I have something for you so you don't have to wander around basements blindly. Gifts? Or costume modules? Toji asked, looking at Alex with interest. You guessed it. These are new modules. I quickly put together devices that react to demonic energy. Now you'll be able to detect nests from a distance, Alex said, pulling a heavy box from the inventory and carefully setting it on the ground. New tricks with boxes appearing out of thin air? Stylish, R commented, giving a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm all special and cool, I know. Okay, grab the modules, upload the update, and work as usual. If there are no nests, at least we'll clean the city of zombies. If you find survivors, bring them here. And don't forget to mark useful locations with supplies. I restocked the warehouse yesterday, but as you know, food doesn't grow on trees. I suggest taking someone local as a guide. While everyone unpacked the modules and connected them to their battle suits, Alex approached Rebecca Chambers, Mari, and Shizuka. Ladies, head to the medbay. Check the wounded, get the infirmary in order. While we're here, you can help those who aren't doing well. Shizuka nodded happily, took Mari and Rebecca Chambers by the hands, and led them in the right direction. Meanwhile, Alex was dividing the team into groups but didn't notice how the girls had ditched him. They had already formed their own girls' squad and were chatting cheerfully. Hey, did you just ditch me? Alex asked, stunned as he looked at them. Sorry, darling, today we're going out just as a girls' company. We need to catch up among ourselves too. Don't worry, I'll comfort you later, Chiquita replied with a smile, giving him a quick kiss on the lips. Sorry, Cupcake, you just took way too long to get ready, Rebecca winked at him with a mischievous grin. Alex looked at the girls with a blank expression. They just kissed him briefly on the lips and left, leaving him standing alone. He silently watched as they got into the transport and drove off with the others. It was irritating. But what annoyed him even more was how the Valkyries burst out laughing inside his spiritual space, endlessly repeating. They ditched you. Alex sighed irritably but said nothing. Suddenly, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder, as if trying to comfort him. Turning his head, he saw Kota, Takashi, and Jonah. They had stayed behind too. None of them had left. Don't worry, you're not alone. You still have us, Kota said with a wide grin. And what are you guys doing here? Alex muttered, brushing off Kota's hand. Yuki didn't want to go. I didn't insist, Takashi shrugged. Myrna and the others decided to stay too, Kota added, crossing his arms. Your girls just didn't want to be shaken around in the transport for so long, Jonah added monotonously. That's just details, don't dwell on it. So, Alex, come with us. Take a ride with your son like a real dad, Kota smirked, chuckling. Alex gave him a blank look and barely held back from punching him. But Takashi did it for him. He was already fed up with the endless father and son jokes. Takashi was struggling to accept that Alex had become his stepfather twice over, and now Kota was just pouring fuel on the fire. Kota, after receiving a kick in the butt, just laughed loudly and, it seemed, laughed even harder. Alex and Jonah exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Then both silently headed to the Humvee and climbed inside. "Hey, you two. Stop running around. Get in, or we'll leave without you," Alex shouted, turning to the others who were left behind. Takashi shot an irritated glance at Kota, stopped the bickering, and quickly climbed into the Humvee. Kota, still giggling, followed him. Once everyone was in their seats, Alex started the engine. The vehicle moved off, and they headed toward the city, on a reconnaissance mission. On the way, Alex pulled out his phone, attached it to the dashboard, and started looking at the map, searching for possible places where a demon nest might be hiding. Finding the most promising spot, he stepped on the gas and turned the wheel, following the route. "So, Takashi. How are things with Yuki? Planning kids already?" Alex asked with a sly grin. Takashi choked on his breath and stared at him like he was crazy. Jonah and Kota burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. Alex, on the other hand, was enjoying the situation. Takashi's expression was priceless. Moments like this probably made the whole effort of finding him, the former David, worth it. And ahead of them was still the meeting with Gloria, where Takashi would get a fresh dose of awkward questions, from his second mom. "Are you serious?" Takashi grumbled, turning away. "You yourself said it's too dangerous right now. We haven't even thought about it. And besides, there are certain stages you have to go through first before, well, having kids." "All right. Have you told her yet?" "You know what I mean," Alex asked lazily, glancing at him. "No, not yet. I couldn't find the right moment," Takashi admitted with a slight sigh. "Better not delay. Yuki needs to know beforehand. Otherwise, if the truth comes out later, she'll think you didn't trust her. And that could ruin your relationship," Alex said seriously. Takashi nodded. But despite the advice, he still didn't know how exactly to tell Yuki the truth, about himself, about his past life. Unlike Alex, he couldn't just blurt it out or drop a hint. He was afraid of her reaction. Afraid she'd think he was crazy. Kota and Jonah exchanged looks, their eyes full of confusion. They were clearly trying to catch the gist of the conversation but didn't see the meaning yet. "What are you even talking about? What is he supposed to tell Yuki?" Kota asked, shifting his gaze between Alex and Takashi. "Well, you can practice on these two. You're friends anyway," Alex smirked, pointing to the back seat where Kota and Jonah were sitting. "Listen, it's not that simple. I don't want to be considered a psycho," Takashi mumbled, rolling his eyes. Wait. Kota waved his hands. "What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing. And why should we think Takashi's a psycho? He's just a depressed idiot. But definitely not crazy." Alex chuckled softly. "Kota, use your brain, please. Just once, think a little deeper. Why does Takashi always wear the same jacket? Why did I give that jacket only to him and not to someone else?" Kota stared intently at Martinez's jacket that Takashi hadn't taken off since the day he got it from Alex. Noticing that Kota still hadn't caught on, Alex gave him one more hint. He played the song "I Really Want to Stay at Your House" on his phone. As the music started, a wave of sadness overwhelmed Alex. Even though he had saved Gloria, Rebecca, Lucy, and Kiwi from their terrible fate, he still couldn't calmly watch the original story. He wanted to erase the timeline from the face of the world, to destroy it so their fates would never repeat, not in any branch, not in any universe. Takashi closed his eyes, resting his head against the glass, sinking into the melody. He knew how it was all supposed to end. He had watched that anime, seen what awaited him if he had survived instead of his mother, Gloria. And he knew where it would all lead. Alex glanced at Kota. He was no longer trying to hold back tears as he listened to the words of the song. At that moment, Alex realized he was not alone. Someone else felt the same pain, the same nostalgia, and the same loss. "That can't be," Kota muttered, wiping his eyes. "Don't tell me you're..." "Yes. I'm David," Takashi quietly replied, opening his eyes. "You've got to be kidding." Kota sighed and ran his hand over his face. "So you got ice-guyed and ended up here. Damn, man, your luck really sucks. First Night City, now a world full of zombies and demons. You can only feel sorry for your luck. Get lost. As if I don't know." "One crap replaced by another, not funny at all," Takashi grumbled, rolling his eyes. "All right, whatever. Better tell me, do you have any cheats? A system? Bonuses from gods?" Kota asked excitedly, noticeably brightening up. He's my cheat, Takashi said calmly, nodding toward Alex. Kota and Jonah simultaneously looked at Alex, who was lazily smoking a cigarette with his hand out the window. Kota thought for a moment, started connecting the dots, and suddenly realized what Takashi meant. His eyes lit up. I knew it. Damn, I knew from the start you were the Demon King. Kota said excitedly. So Rebecca is the real Rebecca, and Brunhilde is the actual Brunhilde. No way. I'm riding in the same Humvee as the Demon King himself and, damn it, David Martinez, my friend. Anime characters have become reality and ended up in our world. That's insane. Alex glanced at Kota, who began muttering incoherent phrases about Isekai, parallel worlds, and other fantasy under his breath. He silently looked back at Takashi, who gave a mute message. I told you so. Takashi just rolled his eyes, not needing any comments. Only Jonah still seemed not to fully understand what was going on or who here was still sane. Wait. Kota suddenly frowned, then where did you get that jacket? Something doesn't add up. Gloria gave it to me, Alex answered with a slight smirk. You could say I'm Takashi's father. Twice over. But, well, you know. Kota stammered awkwardly, unwilling to say aloud what had happened to Gloria. Different timelines, different events. In one, David died, and Gloria survived, Alex said calmly. I get it. It's just. Kota lowered his eyes. It feels awkward to talk about someone's death in the family with Takashi around. Or should I call you David? Right now, I'm Takashi, he replied with a light sigh, as if regretting revealing the truth at all. So you can call me what you used to. Alright, let's leave all this Isekai stuff for later. Kota suddenly raised his hands theatrically. Oh, great Demon King, Alexander Voldegod, tell us what such a powerful man is doing in our shabby world. That's just my job, Alex yawned, as if the question was about the weather. If you're really as strong as this fat guy keeps bragging about, Jonah said coldly, then why haven't you wiped out all these demons and creatures yet? Alex turned to him, irritation flashing in his eyes, along with a hidden rage. Because behind all this filth, there are two. He said in a restrained voice. Two very powerful beings. And if they realize I'm interfering directly, there won't be anyone left to save. Or do you really think I don't want to smash those bastards into the ground right now? Jonah fell silent. He noticed the anger burning in Alex's eyes, real, not fake. Behind that lazy mask was a man who knew too much, and felt even more. He alone understood what was happening to the souls of the dead. He felt their pain, their suffering, their eternal agony. Some of them wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Alex sighed deeply, suppressing that furious, almost animalistic feeling of guilt inside him. He convinced himself that when the time came, when the Minister of Monoliths and Davith were dead, the souls would find peace. They would move on to a brighter, more peaceful world, where suffering had no place. Noticing the change in Alex's mood, Kota quickly changed the subject. So what was it like? Night City. In reality. I mean, I played the game and watched the anime, but what did it really look like? A total shit city, Takashi grimaced. And that's putting it mildly, Alex added with a tired chuckle. I worked with the Edge Runners, and I'll tell you straight, reality is way darker than what the game or anime shows. You worked with Maine and the others. Kota leaned forward like a true fan. Yeah, Alex smirked. It was fun with them. Lucy suspected me from the start, but we quickly found common ground. Kiwi, she even pointed a gun at me after our first mission together. Heh. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. What else did you do there? Kota pressed on, swallowing his emotions and switching into fan mode. Well, for starters, I busted into Arasaka Tower 3 times. The first time, to hack their servers and paint an entire floor acid pink. The second, to have a polite chat with Hanako Arasaka. And the third? Alex chuckled, I kidnapped her. He leaned back, grinning as he recalled the details. Basically, nothing special. To be continued. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, The Appearance of the Dog That Quickly Lost Its Teeth. After Kota and Jonah learned the truth, that Takashi was David Martinez in his past life, and that Alex was the actual Demon King, things became a little easier between them. But unfortunately, Kota, being a hardcore anime and video game fan, began bombarding Alex with an endless stream of questions. Alex's head was already starting to buzz from this verbal storm. Even Jonah and Takashi were seriously considering throwing Kota out of the Humvee, leaving him on the roadside, or feeding him to the zombies. Of course, Alex understood Kota's enthusiasm. After all, in one car were Takashi, a man who had lived through an Isekai, and himself, the Demon King. Any fan in Kota's position would behave exactly the same way. For a moment, Alex even recalled himself at the beginning of his journey, and involuntarily cringed at how ridiculous he had been back then. It all started out fun, until he accidentally got involved with a group of evil gods. That one moment of interference changed everything. From that point on, his life stopped being peaceful. He sighed heavily, feeling a pang of frustration. But deep down he understood, sooner or later, he would have had to face Evelyn and the mysterious avatar of Nyan Nyan anyway. No matter how much he clung to the hope of a peaceful life, it would have ended either way. While Kota continued his relentless interrogation, Alex tried to answer, though it was clearly forced. The questions came in waves: where he was from, what he did, where he had been. Even Jonah grew curious, wanting to hear about Alex's travels. When Kota found out that Alex had come from Arario, he immediately began throwing questions about the dungeon and what it really looked like. Alex could feel a headache creeping in. For every answer he gave, 10 more questions followed. Not surprising, though, a fan who just found out all anime worlds are real simply couldn't stop. Even the Valkyries inside Alex's spiritual domain were beginning to lose their patience. Hlock was the first to snap. "Could you shut up for at least a couple minutes?" she snapped, appearing right in front of everyone, visibly irritated. There was a flash of light, and Hlock materialized, right on Alex's lap. Takashi, Jonah, and especially Kota froze, staring at the girl who had appeared out of nowhere. Her angry tone, directed at Kota, stunned them. Alex, slightly surprised, met her gaze. From the look on her face, he could tell, they shared the same headache when it came to Kota. He sighed and gently ran his hand through her hair, trying to calm her down a little. "I know you." Kota suddenly blurted out, finally snapping out of it. "You're Hlock. The 11th of the 13 Valkyrie sisters. But why are you with Alex? Isn't your battle partner supposed to be Jack the Ripper? Why would I, the great Hlock, ever team up with that pathetic murderer?" "Humph," she scoffed and turned away arrogantly. "She fought by my side against Hercules," Alex explained calmly, still stroking her hair. "In the world of Brunhild, events unfolded a bit differently, so she ended up on my side." "And how was it there?" Takashi asked, turning to Alex. "If I remember right, according to that fat guy, it was a war between gods and humans. He lied to everyone." "Throughout the entire Ragnarok," Hlock replied, folding her arms across her chest. "He deceived both the gods and the humans." Alex nodded, but seeing the expressions on the three guys' faces, decided to explain how he managed to fool everyone. He calmly told them how he had replaced all the fighters with himself, changing his appearance and sending his clones into the arena. Meanwhile, he remained near Brunhild so no one would question where he disappeared to during the fights. Alex described each persona he took on during the battles in detail. And when it came to the fight against Beelzebub, Kota nearly jumped on him. He was desperate to see the Grey Knight's duel with the demon. Alex had no choice but to show him the recording. Thankfully, that finally got Kota to shut up. Meanwhile, as Alex drove the Humvee and Hlock comfortably settled on his lap, the three guys were eagerly rewatching the battles against the gods. Alex glanced at Hlock and once again wondered when the spoiled Valkyrie would finally return to his spiritual space. And, as always, he forgot that Valkyries could hear his thoughts. Hearing yet another unflattering thought, Hlock suddenly bit into his cheek without warning. Feeling the Valkyrie's teeth on his face, Alex once again questioned why every girl seemed to have the urge to pinch or bite his face. Gently pushing Hlock aside, though not stopping her from chewing on his cheek, he refocused on the road while the guys enjoyed the spectacle. The biggest shock came when they learned that Adam himself turned out to be Alex's brother. That had been unexpected. So what happened next? Jonah broke the silence. "I mean, yeah, you won the war and protected humanity, but it feels like something's missing. Didn't you want revenge for your brother?" "I resurrected everyone and made peace between humans and gods," Alex replied with a slight smile. "It took a lot of work to change the Valhalla system itself, but I did it. By the time we left, everyone was busy with test duels." "Wait a minute," Kota muttered. "So you just lured out the main villain, who turned out to be Odin, and then changed the entire ancient Valhalla system that had existed for thousands of years? That's badass." "I told you, my job is to save worlds, not destroy them," Alex replied calmly. "And what'll happen to this world?" Jonah asked the important question. "After you save it, it'll be left in the hands of the people," Alex answered, easing off the gas a little. "My interference here is no longer needed. There are already people working to unite others against the common enemy. All I have to do now is beat the crap out of 2 villains, and my mission will be over." "And then what? Another world, another job?" Takashi asked. "Almost," Alex chuckled. "First, we'll go back to Arario. I'm taking a week off with the family. But you, my dear son, will have your own adventure." He glanced at Takashi playfully. "And what kind of adventure awaits Takashi, if it's not a secret?" Kota asked with curiosity, practically crawling forward between the seats. "Hero Siegfried, he's basically Takashi's adopted brother. So he'll need to make a name for himself too." He's getting his own journey, whether he wants it or not, Alex said with a smirk, looking at his son's face. Takashi's face fell. The prospect of an adventure was absolutely not to his liking. He wasn't like Alex, who easily saves worlds while bringing order with him. He had no intention whatsoever of repeating Siegfried's feats. Even though he didn't know much about mythology, he clearly understood that killing a dragon, bathing in its blood, and becoming a legend was definitely not for him. Takashi hoped he could talk to his two moms and convince Alex to drop the idea. Can we come with him? Kota asked enthusiastically. You know, go on an adventure, defeat the demon king of some world, that sounds awesome. Why not? Alex shrugged. I was actually going to suggest some people move to Orario to start a new life. Takashi is coming with us anyway. I'm not leaving that brat in this world. Jonah, if you want to leave and live peacefully too, take Malka and your family, I don't mind. My world is way safer. In Orario, no one would dare harm the kids. And where am I supposed to get money to live in your world? Jonah asked calmly, casting an empty look at Alex. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. You'll have two options, become an adventurer or work for me. I'll send you to different worlds, and all you have to do is take out some small-time villain who's causing trouble. It's simple, Alex explained. Can I come too? Kota jumped in. I wouldn't mind living in a fantasy world, especially if there are catgirls and elves. Hehehe. Shut your mouth, pervert, Takashi grimaced. Just try saying that around Myrn or the other girls, at best, they'll lock you up at home. Alex and Jonah exchanged a look of disgust at Kota simultaneously. Even Hawk snorted and called him disgusting. Under the weight of their disapproval, Kota cleared his throat and started mumbling excuses, like, every guy's dream is to find a cat wife or meet an elf girl. But no one responded, the disgust in the three guys' eyes didn't fade. Deciding to change the subject, Jonah asked. So what's actually the difference between being an adventurer and what you want me to do? This is all new to me. Before all this, I lived in a country torn by civil war. I was a soldier, trying to feed my younger brothers and sisters. Then volunteers saved us, took us to Japan, where an elderly couple took us in. While the little ones went to school, I worked at a family restaurant, helping our new parents. Alex decided to explain the difference between an adventurer and the role he had in mind for Takashi. He started with the basics. An adventurer is someone who descends into dungeons, fights monsters, collects crystals, and sells them, Alex said calmly. Kota couldn't help but add. But first, you have to join the family of a god, receive a blessing, and only then do you become a proper adventurer. After that explanation, Jonah and Takashi roughly understood who these adventurers were. Alex glanced ahead and realized they had already arrived, a shopping mall. He turned off the engine and, along with the other three, climbed out of the Humvee. They moved toward the building, clearing a path from zombies wandering around. Once inside, Alex continued. I want you to understand, Takashi, your path will be different. There are worlds where villains win, where the course of history is broken, and everything is heading toward destruction. That's exactly where you'll be sent. So, you want me to kill villains? Like a hero or something? Takashi asked, walking beside Alex. Almost, Alex nodded. But you don't need to act like a hero who inspires others. Your task is simpler, become stronger and kill the villain. That's it. How exactly you do it is your choice. Want to blow them up? Go ahead. Want to snipe them in the head? I won't stop you. But don't worry, I'm not going to throw you straight into dangerous worlds right away. Yeah, sure, and you'd send him to Dark Souls. That would be fun. Kota joked with a laugh. If you keep being smart, I'll throw you into Yharnam. You'll have lots of fun. Really, Alex replied, giving Kota a calm but heavy look. At the mention of Yharnam, sweat instantly appeared on Kota's forehead. He began shaking his head furiously, clearly unwilling to have anything to do with that nightmare place, where the line between knowledge and madness is thinner than a hair, and every step could be your last. Meanwhile, they continued to sweep through the mall, marking supply spots on the walls with markers. While doing this, the conversation went on. Noticing how Kota's face changed after Alex's words, Takashi and Jonah couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Why is he so scared? Alex smirked slightly. Because Yharnam isn't just a city. One wrong step, and you lose your mind. The whole city is crawling with creatures that used to be people but have now turned into monsters. And that's not even counting the gods who dwell there and keep the world trapped in an eternal nightmare. Jonah and Takashi exchanged glances, then looked at Kota. He just nodded frantically, confirming every word Alex said, sweating more and more from fear. Alex laughed. I'm just joking. I'm not sending anyone there. Even if I had to, I'd go myself. Alone. Kota breathed out in relief. As they continued their search, the guys confirmed there were no demonic nests nearby, already good news. However, Alex reminded them that he had seen an imp earlier that morning. Such demons rarely appear alone. Nevertheless, the new modules hadn't detected any signs of a nest, and the mall itself looked empty, as expected after so many days since the apocalypse began. Fortunately, they managed to find some usable canned food, supplies that could be delivered to the military base. Alex marked the spot where they could scavenge and they continued to check every corner of the building. After an hour of searching, they hadn't found anything critically important, only edible supplies and useful items that could come in handy in Anchorage. When they finished, Alex contacted the other groups. Judging by the reports, things were quiet everywhere, just zombies and mutants, which they quickly dealt with. On the way back to the Humvee, Alex got in touch with the girls to check on how they were doing. Judging by Rebecca and Stitch's loud laughter in the background, their day was going much more fun than his with the three guys. After saying goodbye to the girls and asking them to keep an eye on Rebecca so she didn't get too carried away, Alex went outside with Takashi, Kota, and Jonah and headed toward the Humvee. But as soon as they stepped out the door, they were stopped by an unexpected sight. The zombies that had been wandering the street were now frozen, as if encased in icy sarcophagi. Alex squinted, assessing the situation. Kota, Takashi, and Jonah frowned, tensed up, and instinctively grabbed their weapons. At that moment, clear, measured footsteps echoed nearby. Turning around, they saw a man approaching, a monk with short white hair reaching his chin, dyed bright red in the center forming something like a halo. His eyes were dark pink with long lashes, and he wore traditional Zen Buddhist monk robes, a black Uttara with white accents and a purple Antarvasaka. Alex and Kota immediately recognized him. Urom. Kota said grimly, aiming his rifle at the monk. What is he doing in this world? I guess I forgot to mention, Alex replied calmly, not taking his eyes off the uninvited guest. One of the main villains in this world, before we showed up, gathered an army of the chosen from conquered worlds. But Urom doesn't quite fit their ranks. Hearing the conversation, Takashi and Jonah exchanged confused looks. Kota briefly explained who Urom was and what dangerous abilities he possessed. After hearing this, the guys quickly understood where the frozen zombie sculptures came from. Alex raised an eyebrow, continuing to study the monk. In his mind, guesses were already spinning. Could it be that Urom decided to attack, planning to kill him and then feed the body to Sukuna to make him stronger? The thought didn't seem far-fetched to Alex. Sukuna fit perfectly into the category of the chosen that Davith, the new Dark Lord, capable of convincing even someone like Sukuna, was gathering. No matter how powerful Sukuna was, he still wouldn't stand against Davith. And what is Sukuna's little dog doing here? Did the master tell him to come and die? Alex asked mockingly, lighting a cigarette. He knew perfectly well that Urom would not tolerate any mockery directed at Sukuna and would react immediately. And so it happened, the monk's face twisted with rage, and at that very moment sharp icy spikes began to shoot up from the ground, aiming straight at Alex and his group. But Alex didn't even flinch, he simply kicked the ground hard. A crack spread from the impact, and all the icy spikes instantly shattered into dust. What about the classics? He continued with a smirk. Talking about your evil plans, posing, explaining your world domination scheme. Or are you just a dog that snarls when its master is insulted? Although, your master isn't that great. Sukuna, a thief. Always stealing power from his brother. Your king of curses is a pathetic, jealous thief. And you, a mutt on a leash. Shut up. Urom shouted, trembling with fury. My master is great. He is the undisputed king of curses. Great. Alex sneered. He's now a lapdog running errands for the Dark Lord. And you're the dog kissing another dog's ass. You guys really are like some demonic centipede. Enough. Maximum output, Frosty Gale. Urom roared, launching his attack. A thick icy mist burst from his mouth, instantly transforming into huge pillars of frost and ice that rapidly spread across the entire parking lot, freezing everything in their path. Alex immediately stepped in front of the guys, shielding them with his body. Reverse rotation technique, red, he whispered, and a bright crimson sphere began to form on his finger, slowly glowing brighter and brighter. Kota stared in amazement at the red sphere igniting on Alex's finger. His eyes lit up, he recognized the technique immediately. It had been used against Urom in the manga, but now he was seeing it live. In this world. Against a real enemy. The sphere shot off Alex's finger and sped forward, cracking the icy pillars along its path. Urom sensed the threat and sharply jumped aside, but the sphere still grazed his arm, tearing it apart like paper. His eyes narrowed. He recognized the technique. And it threw him into confusion. There should be no cursed energy in this world, let alone anyone from the Gojo clan. But he had just witnessed the opposite. This gave Urom a moment to recover. He grabbed the stump of his arm and, activating reverse curse technique, restored the limb. Alex calmly watched, not interfering. At the same time, he raised a barrier around Takashi, Jonah, and Kota, so they wouldn't get hurt while he beat the crap out of Uram. Approaching, Alex stopped a few steps from the monk. The monk didn't take his eyes off him, intently watching every move. Alex just smiled, playfully and mockingly, as if he was amused by what was happening. "Well, Uram. Didn't expect to see the red, huh? Looks like you're pretty shocked," Alex said, slowly taking a drag from his cigarette. "Who are you? How do you wield techniques of the Gojo clan? There isn't even a trace of cursed energy in this world." Uram narrowed his eyes. "$1 million mystery, don't you think? Maybe you can guess. But for now, I'm thinking, should I beat the crap out of you or give you a chance to struggle?" Alex said with a smirk, flicking his cigarette aside. Uram's eyes narrowed into thin slits. He didn't take his eyes off a single movement of his opponent. A slight flick, and a sharp icy spike suddenly shot out of the ground, piercing Alex's body through and through. But there was no blood. Alex's body remained motionless, impaled on the ice. "Well, you're bold, Uram. Didn't even give a warning," a voice sounded nearby. The monk spun around sharply. Alex was crouched beside him, smirking as he looked at him from the side. Uram darted backward, trying to break away, but Alex reached out his hand. A blue sphere began to whirl in his palm, the blue technique of attraction. Uram almost got caught in its range but managed to create an ice wall and leap away. He realized the opponent had already used the second technique of the Gojo clan. Assessing the situation, Uram felt the danger emanating from Alex. Alex stood up and easily waved his hand. "Dismantle," he said calmly. Uram reacted instantly, jumping back. But he still didn't fully evade. One motion took off his arm and leg. Blood flowed onto the ground. Uram's eyes widened with horror. He recognized the technique. It was Sukuna's own technique. Only he could use it. Activating reverse curse technique, Uram began restoring his limbs. But Alex had vanished. The monk started frantically searching for his presence. "How do you like that, Uram? That's your master's technique." Surprised, came the voice behind him. Wasting no time, Uram fully activated reverse technique to restore his body. He abruptly activated his innate technique, Icefall, sending a deadly avalanche of ice toward Alex, trying to overwhelm him for sure. "Show yourself," Alex's calm, confident voice rang out. All the ice created by Uram began melting rapidly, and thick steam rose into the air, then vanished instantly without leaving a drop of moisture. Even the humidity in the air evaporated immediately, and the concrete and nearby vehicles began melting as if in hell. Uram saw flames dancing in Alex's hands, making the very space tremble. It was divine fire, hot enough to melt reality itself. But Alex didn't intend to burn his opponent, he only wanted to melt all the ice. Meanwhile, Kota, Takashi, and Jonah watched the scene from inside the protective barrier Alex had created. Kota was the most excited. He literally trembled with delight, as Alex was using techniques straight out of the manga, fighting one of its antagonists. He kept babbling the names of the moves and explaining how they worked, helping even Jonah and Takashi understand the ongoing battle. Alex, however, wasn't in a hurry to finish it quickly. He long preferred a ruthless reckoning, especially for those who truly deserved it. He glanced at the sky and addressed Gairalul, asking her to activate Volander, and transform into a special weapon. In his hand appeared the flail, a massive metal spiked ball attached to a heavy chain. When Alex dropped it onto the ground, it slammed against the concrete with a dull crash, sending sparks flying. At that moment, Uram truly felt fear for the first time. His body was frozen by chilling terror. Even the feeling he had when Sukuna confronted the Dark Lord was insignificant compared to the horror Alex inspired. He lifted his eyes, and met a cold, murderous gaze full of hatred and emptiness. Alex slowly approached, dragging the flail behind him. The spiked ball scraped against the asphalt, leaving a furrow and scattering sparks. Each of Alex's steps seemed to press down on Uram's chest. Overcoming the paralyzing fear, Uram decided to retreat. He had to survive, he had to tell Sukuna who he was really dealing with. Until now, he thought Sukuna shouldn't bother with the false savior, but now, everything had changed. Uram turned around and tried to run. Without wasting a second, Alex swung the flail. The metal chain rapidly lengthened, and the spiked ball crashed into the ground in front of Uram with a roar, while the chain wrapped tightly around his neck. "Where do you think you're going?" Alex said coldly, continuing forward. "Did you really think you could just come and leave whenever you want?" "No. No one leaves, unless I say so." The chain began to squeeze Uram's throat, cutting off his air. Alex stepped closer and kicked Uram hard in the back. A crack sounded, his spine snapped. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Alex loosened the chain and flipped him onto his back. Uram's eyes, filled with fear, met Alex's cold, empty gaze. There was not a trace of compassion, only darkness and cruelty. Even those watching from inside the barrier, Kota, Takashi, and Jonah, shuddered. They had never seen Alex like this. Everything comes with a price, Yuram, Alex said in an icy voice. You fed people to Sukuna. Now reap the fruits of your deeds. And know this, death is not a release. What I will do to you will make you beg for mercy. He raised the flail and slammed the spiked ball onto Yuram's chest. A dull crack sounded, his ribcage shattered. Another swing, and the ball struck his face, breaking bones and tearing skin. The spikes dug into his flesh, disfiguring his entire face. But Alex was in no hurry to finish. He knew how to make someone suffer. After several blows, Yuram's body began to glow faintly green, healing magic activated. The pain started to recede, wounds closing. Alex looked down at him and smirked. I told you, he whispered. As long as I'm here, forget about death. I won't let you die until I decide you deserve it. And if you do die, I'll bring you back. Consider it karma catching up with you, but karma's got the day off today. So I'll play that role. He spread a wide, terrifying smile, revealing sharp teeth. Yuram was plunged into an endless cycle of pain, suffering, and healing. Even when Alex accidentally went too far and killed him, he effortlessly brought him back to life, only to repeat it all over again. Yuram's body was torn apart, shattered, and twisted inside out again and again. All of this was done with just one weapon, the chain with the massive spiked ball at its end, which, like a possessed force, came down on Yuram's body with dull thuds, breaking bones and ripping flesh. Kota, Takashi, and Jonah watched this nightmare, struggling with all their might to hold back their nausea or at least not look at what was happening. Yuram's screams echoed across the entire parking lot, resonating even in the surrounding neighborhoods. Alex healed him once more but suddenly noticed, the light of life in Yuram's eyes was fading. That meant only one thing, he was completely broken. Yeah, you didn't last long, Alex muttered, looking at the limp body. Seeing that he no longer responded, Alex thought for a moment with a slight grimace. But soon the decision came by itself. In his shadow lived an unusual girl, a ghost capable of absorbing souls and taking the power of those she consumed. Alex became curious, could Zhangya absorb the power of ice if she devoured Yuram's soul? Zhangya, want to help? Who knows, maybe you'll master the powers of ice. Alex asked, glancing at his shadow. His shadow trembled slightly, and from the darkness rose the figure of a girl with flowing black hair. Zhangya emerged from the shadow and immediately gently wrapped her arms around Alex's neck. Her empty, cold gaze fell on the motionless Yuram. Without a word, she merged with the shadow, which instantly slid forward and ended up beneath Yuram's body. Bloody hands burst out from it, grabbed him, and dragged him down, into the bottomless abyss. Kota, Jonah, and Takashi instinctively felt a soul-chilling fear. But Kota, being a fan, immediately recognized the ghostly girl. She's here too. Damn. He muttered, turning pale. Do you know who that is? Takashi asked, struggling to control his inner trembling. Yeah. It's Zhangya. One of the most dangerous ghosts. And on top of that, a Yandere. It's terrifying, Kota replied, his teeth chattering. Kota, you better keep your mouth shut, Alex intervened. Zhangya is a very sweet and kind girl. She hasn't harmed anyone yet. But that doesn't mean she'll tolerate any words said about her. The guys looked at Alex and noticed Zhangya's gaze shift directly onto them. A chill ran down Kota's spine. He awkwardly tried to smile, but it looked more like a desperate attempt not to soil himself with fear. Alex, noticing this, gently stroked the ghost girl's hand. Zhangya immediately averted her eyes and silently returned to the shadow. Nevertheless, Kota still felt her gaze, even though she had disappeared. Yeah, Kota. I'm still amazed you managed to get a girlfriend. And not just one, by the way, Alex joked, approaching the trio and lowering the barrier. I'm not you. I'm not cool enough to let a Yandere ghost live in my shadow, Kota grumbled, still glancing suspiciously at the shadow. Don't worry. She's busy digesting Yuram right now. So you're safe for the time being. But still, watch your words, Alex said with a smirk. What do you mean, digesting? What happened to him after those hands dragged him into the shadow? Takashi asked cautiously, looking toward the shadow. Zhangya has the ability to absorb the powers of those whose souls she devours, Kota explained with a deep sigh. Now Yuram will be absorbed, and she'll most likely gain his ice control abilities. She's going to become even more dangerous. Sounds like an incredibly unfair power, Jonah said, looking at Alex. Life's unfair in general, Alex shrugged with a smile. Alright, kids, let's move on. The villain's defeated, we saw the ghost, the show's over. Kota, Takashi, and Jonah nodded in response to Alex's words and headed toward Hamvi. To their misfortune, the car had slightly melted, a side effect of Alex using divine flame. All three cast him a tired, meaningful look that clearly said, "Couldn't you have finished off the enemy more carefully so Hamvee wouldn't get damaged?" Alex just rolled his eyes and snapped his fingers. Hamvee immediately restored itself as if it had never been damaged. He was the first to take the wheel. "It's convenient when you have powers like that," Jonah remarked, settling into the back seat. Alex waited until everyone was seated, started the engine, turned the wheel, and pressed the gas pedal, driving out of the shopping center parking lot. "Listen, Alex. If Uram was here, does that mean Sukuna can also be in this world?" Kota said thoughtfully. "Not can be, he definitely is," Alex answered calmly, slightly opening the window to light a cigarette. "But that's my problem. So relax, evil Sukuna won't come to eat you in your sleep. Heh, I'd love to watch you guys fight. Damn, that would be the battle of the century." Kota exclaimed enthusiastically. Alex rolled his eyes again. He wouldn't exactly call meeting Sukuna the battle of the century. More like another beating of some mutant. Only this mutant has a couple tricks up his sleeve. Marking the new destination on the map, Alex continued on. But the calm in the car didn't last long. Soon it was time for another round of questions from the ever-curious otaku Kota. He bombarded Alex with inquiries about his techniques, the chain attack, the ghost girl, and much more. Alex nearly hit his head on the steering wheel, wishing he could activate some soundproof magic or just knock Kota out for a couple of minutes. Even Jonah and Takashi sighed in unison, clearly a bit tired of their friend's chatter. In Alex's spiritual space, the Valkyries held an emergency vote. Drop Kota by the roadside or feed him to the nearest zombies. The second option won by a slim margin. Alex could only sigh resignedly and continue patiently answering the endless questions. To be continued. Chapter 338, wrapping things up and heading home. Alex, Jonah, and Takashi continued listening to Kota's never-ending chatter. Even the Valkyries in Alex's spiritual space couldn't take it anymore. The constant stream of questions from Kota, who never seemed to stop talking for even a second, was driving everyone insane. Alex turned to Kota in frustration. His eyes lit up with a soft glow, and within a moment, Kota's eyes rolled back, his head dropped backward, and he began snoring loudly. Alex, Takashi, and Jonah all let out a sigh of relief. Finally, Kota had shut up. All three of them thought the same thing at once: let him snore, just don't let him start ranting again. Alex was seriously considering either dropping him off on the roadside or feeding him to the first zombie horde if he didn't shut up. "You couldn't have done that earlier?" Takashi snapped, shooting Alex an irritated look. "If you can shut him up, why torture us?" How was I supposed to know he'd ask that many questions? Usually, when someone finds out who I am, there's maybe a couple of curious comments. Not a full-blown interrogation, Alex muttered, lightly smacking Takashi on the back of the head. "He talks about nothing but weapons and anime even on normal days," Jonah added, glancing at Kota snoring in his seat. "But the moment he heard you were the Demon King, he completely lost it. I mean, I get it, sort of. But he could have spaced it out. 1 or 2 questions per hour would have been fine." "I was this close to tossing him into a black hole," Alex said, holding back his irritation. The car fell silent, the only sound being Kota's loud snoring. Then, all three, Alex, Takashi, and Jonah, burst into laughter. When the laughter faded, Alex focused again on driving the Humvee. They still had a few stops to make to ensure there were no demonic nests left in the city. Other teams were also sweeping through the city, making sure the civilians sheltering at the Anchorage military base were safe. Now that Alex was no longer hiding his powers from Jonah, he was calmly taking out large clusters of zombies, sticking his hand out the window, snapping his fingers, and everything nearby exploded into a bloody mist. Takashi and Jonah were stunned. One snap, and an entire horde turned into a pile of gore. Alex actually found a kind of satisfaction in it. Snap, done. Eventually, he started experimenting, trying to make the zombies crumble down to bare skeletons, their flesh and skin flying in all directions. Takashi and Jonah got used to the sight pretty quickly. Jonah became curious about Orario and how life there worked. Alex began explaining calmly. He had only mentioned before that adventurers lived there and how to become one, but now he dove into details. Jonah listened intently, quickly realizing that Orario had become much safer since Alex arrived. He asked only important and relevant questions, unlike Kota, and it was clear he was seriously considering moving his family there someday. Alex was starting to suspect that Jonah would likely accept his offer to help destroy villains across different worlds. After all, he had worked as a mercenary in his own country before ending up in Japan. Even Takashi got interested in the conversation. His questions were mostly about his mother, Gloria. He knew she was now living in Orario, in a house with goddesses, and was friends with them. He just wanted to know more about what she did. But more than anything, he dreamed of seeing her again. It had been a long time since their last meeting. Alex explained to Takashi that, for Gloria, only a couple of days had passed since their last conversation. This was due to the time difference between worlds. Yona was immediately intrigued by that point. Alex explained that time flowed differently in each world. In this one, for example, a little over a month had passed since the start of the zombie apocalypse, whereas in Orario, only a couple of days had gone by. He had several theories about it. He believed that in worlds teetering on the brink of collapse, time moved slower than in thriving ones. He had begun to suspect this back in Night City, when he noticed how distorted time felt compared to the Danmachi world. For Alex, though, it was a plus, he could go on missions without disappearing from home for years. While Kota continued to snore, Alex, Takashi, and Yona managed to clear 2 more suspicious locations. The new scanning modules hadn't picked up anything, so Alex simply vaporized all nearby zombies and mutants, while Takashi marked the area as safe and potentially useful for gathering supplies. As they were leaving the 3rd location, the atmosphere in the Humvee was calm. Kota was silent, meaning no one was suffering from a headache. Alex drove peacefully, chatting with his friends. But then something broke the silence. In the distance, a loud, sharp crash echoed, like someone smashing through walls and tearing everything in their path. Alex immediately killed the engine and listened closely. As if on cue, a massive demon, a baron of hell, burst through the nearest building. Sitting on its head like a rider was Stitch, waving a cowboy hat. Yeehaw! Stitch screamed at the top of his lungs, swinging his hat like he was in a rodeo. Alex was speechless at the sight. It was absurd. Stitch held a cowboy hat in one hand, reins in the other, and a bridle was stuck in the baron's mouth, keeping it open and stretching its face like Stitch was steering it like a horse. Stitch, riding the baron, crashed into a building on the other side of the street. From the hole in the wall, with a thunderous rumble, Gir and Mimi burst out, riding the wolf. They swung lassos, trying to rope the demon, while Stitch clung to it like a seasoned rider. The Baron of Hell rampaged down the street, smashing into buildings and trying to shake off his rider. Behind him, still on the wolf, Gir and Mimi expertly handled their ropes. Seeing the right moment, Gir threw his lasso, it wrapped around the demon's leg. Pulling the rope, he slowed the Baron just enough for Mimi to toss her lasso onto the other leg. When they both pulled, the demon crashed face first into the concrete with a thunderous thud. Alex watched with growing curiosity. He wondered what that crazy quartet would do next. He climbed out of the Humvee with Takashi and Yona, leaving Kota still snoring inside. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch quickly tied up the immobilized Baron. Then Stitch pulled a small metal brand from his pouch, and Gir produced a flamethrower to heat it up. Once the metal was glowing red, Stitch burst out laughing and pressed the brand to the demon's body, marking it as his property. Alex, Takashi, and Yona were speechless again. Alex knew that Trio could be playful, but this was something else. Where did those 3 run off to? We need to catch up with them, came Saya's voice from inside the building the demon had destroyed. No kidding, we need to catch them, Revei grumbled, running after her. Soon, the other girls followed close behind. Alex, Takashi, and Yona watched as an entire group of girls came running out of the ruined building. At first, their attention was drawn to the wolf with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch riding it, and only then did they notice Alex and his companions. Alex smiled, raised his hand, and waved at them. Rebecca immediately rushed toward him and clung to him like a koala. Alex laughed and hugged her in return. They were soon joined by Chiquita, Valmet, Saya, Revei, Siko, Chunli, Cami, Rika, Nobuna, Sherry, Jill, Moira, Claire, and Yuri. What are you 3 doing here, Alex? Cami asked as she came closer. There's actually 4 of us. Kota's snoring in the Humvee right now. As for the rest, pretty much the same as you, except we didn't run into any demons. What about you? Alex replied with a smile. We found a couple of nests. Rebecca blew them up along with the buildings. Then those 3, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, went chasing after a Baron of Hell, and we had to race after them through the entire district, Valmet said with a tired voice. Did you find anything interesting? Saya asked, adjusting her glasses and eyeing Alex intently. Yeah. Some idiot jumped out at us, he could control ice. Didn't last long though, Alex said as he gently stroked Rebecca's hair while she clung to him. What do you mean, could? Why can't he use his powers anymore? Sherry asked, surprised. Because Alex turned him into ground beef. With a mace, Takashi replied flatly, shuddering at the memory of Yuram's body being smashed into a pulp again and again, until Zhangya devoured it. The girls all turned to look at Alex. He just shrugged. It wasn't his fault that cruelty woke up inside him when dealing with scum. He'd always believed that villains who committed horrible deeds didn't deserve mercy. They all just sighed, watching the carefree grin on Alex's face. It was obvious that Ice Guy wasn't from this world. And later, when there were no extra ears around, they were definitely going to question Alex more thoroughly. While everyone chatted, a dull thud suddenly caught their attention, as if something heavy had once again slammed into flesh. They all turned, and saw Mimi, and Stitch enthusiastically beating the tied-up Baron of Hell with sticks. Blood was splattering in every direction. Are they always this brutal? They seemed pretty normal before, Claire asked, pointing at the trio. They usually just mess around. But sometimes, well. Alex spread his arms as if to say, it is what it is. I actually feel kind of sorry for that demon, Sherry muttered, turning away from the gruesome scene. Don't. It's his own fault. He should have run the moment he saw Mimi, and Stitch, Chiquita said, shaking her head. Alex and the girls nodded silently, confirming her words. If Mimi, and Stitch set their sights on you, you'd better start running. Fast. Because that trio doesn't stop until they've hunted you down like a wild animal. And by then, you'll regret not running faster. Judging by the desperate howls of the Baron of Hell, he was already regretting not only his speed, but even coming to this world in the first place. If he had a choice, he'd probably prefer death at the hands of the Doomslayer over this trio. Alex let out a tired sigh. He was done watching the spectacle and gave a loud whistle to grab the trio's attention. Mimi, and Stitch turned their heads in perfect sync and saw Alex and the girls standing nearby. Alex gave a brief nod, the signal to wrap it up. In response, the trio gave a thumbs up, and with renewed enthusiasm, continued beating the Baron of Hell with their sticks, as if trying to end his suffering as quickly as possible. This is definitely the end, muttered Alex, wearily running a hand down his face. A minute later, it was all over. The Baron of Hell lay lifeless, and Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf returned to the others. Are you planning to go anywhere else, or are we heading back to base? Alex asked the girls. We've already scouted enough areas. Let the others deal with the rest. I think it's time to head back, Saya replied, adjusting her glasses and checking information displayed on her lenses. Alex nodded. He decided to wait until the girls reached their Humvee and pulled up to his position. Takashi and Yona stayed with him. Alex leaned against the car hood and lit a cigarette. Inserting a communicator into his ear, he contacted the other teams to get an update on the city's situation. Some, like the girls' squad, had stumbled upon demon nests, though only a few. Others encountered only zombies. Alex reported over the shared channel that he was returning to base and asked the other groups to start wrapping up reconnaissance and move in the same direction. As he listened to the reports, the Humvee with the girls drove through a breach in the wall. Alex saw they were ready and gave Takashi and Yona a nod to get in. Starting the engine, he waved to Chiquita, who was behind the wheel of the other Humvee, a signal to follow. Alex pressed down on the gas and headed toward the base. He hoped they could wrap up all business in Anchorage by evening and return to the settlement. He even briefly wondered how everyone would react when he opened a portal straight home. Most likely, the response would be the usual, of course he can do that too. Or someone would inevitably ask why he hadn't done it earlier. He already had a prepared answer for that, so there was no need to worry. At the base gates, Alex honked the horn. The soldiers on the wall noticed the approaching Humvees and recognized him behind the wheel. He waved, and the heavy iron gates slowly began to open. Both Humvees drove in, and Alex parked in the same spot as the day before. Before heading to headquarters, he decided to check in on Hannibal and share the current situation in the city. Hey, don't you want to wake up the fat guy? Takashi called out. He's been snoring ever since you put him to sleep. Oh, right. I completely forgot about him, Alex chuckled. The last hour was so quiet, I didn't even remember Kota was still under a sleep spell. He dispelled the magic, and Kota immediately woke up, glancing around in confusion. Where am I? What's going on? He mumbled. His reaction made Takashi and Yona laugh. They explained what had happened. Upon learning he had been put to sleep by magic, Kota began grumbling curses under his breath as he climbed out of the Humvee. Meanwhile, Alex was already heading toward headquarters, still chuckling as he imagined Kota's grumbling when he realized he had slept through a couple of hours of his life. He reached the designated building, pushed the door open, and walked in. Inside were Hannibal, Murdoch, Peck, and Bosco. Well, if it isn't our wizard. Here to show us more magic tricks. Murdoch joked with a smile. What brings you here, kid? Weren't you supposed to be clearing the city to make our lives easier? Hannibal asked. We just got back, Alex replied, settling into a chair. Figured I'd drop by and share some intel. So, what did you find out? Hannibal asked with interest. We found a few demon nests, burned them down. Cleared out some zombies. Marked spots where you can gather supplies, might come in handy for survival. I recommend starting greenhouse construction to grow food. Or, if possible, relocate people to a safer place. That's not easy, so many people. Hannibal sighed. But thank you. You've really helped us out. He nodded with sincere gratitude. Alex waved his hand dismissively and pulled out his phone, asking Bosco for a city map to mark the locations where supplies could be gathered. Bosco immediately unfolded the map and laid it on the table. Alex activated a holographic projection from his phone and began marking the points on the map, both his own and those reported by the other groups. Hannibal, Bosco, Peck, and Murdoch once again watched in amazement at the technology Alex possessed. But what impressed them most was how quickly his group had cleared the city, especially since the operation was still ongoing. After a brief conversation with Hannibal's team, Alex decided to check on Mari, Rebecca Chambers, and Shizuku, who were in the infirmary. Leaving headquarters, he headed there to see how the girls were doing and what they had been occupied with all this time. Entering the building, he heard the voices of Shizuku, Rebecca, and Mari. It was clear from their conversation that they were honestly bored. Alex quietly approached the room from which the sounds came and carefully peeked inside. The three girls were sitting at a table. On it stood a teapot with brewed tea and a plate of snacks. Alex smiled as he watched the scene and couldn't suppress a light chuckle. They looked so carefree. The girls turned around and saw him standing in the doorway. "Alex, you're back already. Come here, Mari just brewed some tea," Shizuku said with a smile, patting the chair next to her. Alex came over and sat down beside her. Shizuku, still smiling, leaned her shoulder against his and poured fragrant tea into an empty cup, placing it in front of him. "I thought I'd treat you," Alex said, pulling pastries out of his inventory and laying them on a plate. Shizuku immediately grabbed one, her eyes literally shining with joy. She bit into it at once, and her face showed that she was savoring the taste. Mari and Rebecca Chambers glanced skeptically at the suddenly appeared food, but seeing Shizuku already finishing her third pastry, they hurriedly took one each before only crumbs remained. Mari and Rebecca Chambers even joked that all the sweets Shizuku ate must be going straight to her chest. "I see you're bored here. No work at all?" Alex asked with interest, watching the girls devour the pastries. "Thanks to Shizuku and her portable medical capsule, we finished treating the wounded much faster. Now we're just waiting for everyone to come back," Mari explained, carefully breaking off a piece of pastry with her fork. That capsule is really useful. I'm still amazed you even made it," Rebecca added, putting another bite in her mouth. "If you want, I can make capsules for you too. It's not difficult, I have the blueprints and materials, so assembling a couple is no trouble," Alex replied, holding his cup. "That would be great. Can I add something to mine?" Rebecca Chambers asked with a smile. "What exactly?" Alex raised an eyebrow, curious. "I want to embed a module for analyzing tissues, blood, and other samples," Rebecca said thoughtfully, pressing her finger to her chin. Alex nodded, remembering that Rebecca Chambers was a professional virologist and biochemist. Such a capsule would be simply indispensable for her. He almost slapped his forehead, just how much the device's functionality could be expanded, turning it into a full-fledged mobile laboratory capable of synthesizing medicines or serums right on the spot. "Write everything down in detail." "I don't want to miss anything," he asked, pulling out a notebook. Rebecca Chambers began listing exactly what she needed, and Alex carefully wrote everything down. After a couple of minutes, Mari interrupted. "Alex, are you sure all of that will fit into one capsule? Judging by the list, it's going to be less of a medical capsule and more like a full lab on wheels." "That's not a problem. It'll take some work, but I'll manage. After all, I'm not called a tech genius for nothing," he replied with a smirk, giving a thumbs up. "And what about you, Mari? Need anything? Any additions?" "No, the basic version is enough for me. I'm not planning to carry an entire lab around," she said with a smile, shaking her head. Alex shrugged and didn't insist further but didn't forget to remind the two girls that Shizuku had almost single-handedly eaten all the pastries. Mari and Rebecca simultaneously glanced at the plate and were surprised to see only one piece left. What had been a full plate earlier was now almost empty thanks to Shizuku, who was happily devouring another pastry with a satisfied smile. Finishing it, she immediately grabbed the last piece and happily popped it into her mouth, ignoring the astonished looks. Alex hadn't expected Shizuku to love sweets so much. He was almost certain she could rival 02 and even Buddha in how many sweets she could eat. Putting his notebook back into his pocket, Alex turned to the girls. "We're heading back to the settlement soon," he said. "So finish up, pack your things, and let's go to the barracks to meet the others. We need to prepare for departure." Mari and Rebecca Chambers sighed heavily, another half-day stuck in transport. But Alex hadn't told anyone yet that this time the trip home would be much faster. He wanted to keep it a surprise. After gathering their things in the infirmary, the girls followed Alex. Back at the barracks, Alex and his companions immediately joined the others, waiting for all the groups to return before starting the journey back. One by one, the teams began arriving, reporting on what they had faced in the city. Wanting to make sure everything was truly clear, Alex sent a mana pulse toward the city. After a quick scan, he confirmed there were no more demonic nests left. That meant only one thing: it was time to return. He informed the others and began packing up with the girls. I think that's it. We're heading home. No trips to the US yet, we're not ready for that. We need better preparation before moving forward, he said, addressing everyone. Just don't make us shake around in the Humvee for half a day again, R grumbled in annoyance. No need to, Alex replied with a smirk. Today, no shaking. Gonna start doing tricks again. Lem smirked, narrowing her eyes. Exactly, Alex nodded. Now everyone into the Humvee, I want to get back to my daughter as soon as possible. She's probably missing me. What a caring daddy, Soap laughed, shaking his head. Alex rolled his eyes but still urged everyone to hurry so they could hit the road faster. He didn't want to waste any more time at the military base, there was a lot to prepare before the mission in the US. He still needed to contact Chris Redfield and offer help with the assault on Raccoon City. Before leaving, Alex handed his phone to Hannibal so he could stay in touch and quickly report if any problems arose at the base. Hannibal smirked, shook Alex's hand, and promised not only to keep the contact but also to reach out to his friends in the US to pass information to Chris. After saying goodbye, Alex drew Yamato and with 2 swift swings opened a portal. Waving his hand, he easily jumped onto the Humvee's roof. Everyone was surprised again, but even more pleased, they wouldn't have to endure half a day of shaking on the road. Alex jumped down from the roof and sat next to the girls inside the Humvee while Valmet, behind the wheel, hit the gas and drove into the portal. On the other side, they appeared just minutes away from the settlement. The other vehicles followed, and realizing how close they were to home, were pleasantly surprised. The convoy quickly reached the parking lot where the rest of the transport was stationed. Everyone was thrilled that the trip home turned out to be so fast. People climbed out of the vehicles, stretched, and sighed with relief as they unloaded their gear. If you could do this from the start, why did we have to shake around in a Humvee for half a day getting to Anchorage? R asked indignantly, looking at Alex. Because to open the portal, I need to be at the place in person, Alex lied calmly, shrugging. Taking Alex's words at face value, the others just sighed, deciding to consider the whole trip a little adventure. After saying goodbye to everyone, Alex and the girls headed back to their home. This trip brought Alex important news. Part of the work to unite the survivors was being taken over by Chris Redfield. That meant he wouldn't have to rack his brain about how to convince people to act together against a common enemy. Better to leave that task to Claire's brother. Whistling a cheerful tune and lightly dancing along, Alex walked beside the girls. They shot him suspicious looks, not understanding why he was so happy and upbeat. They immediately ruled out joy from returning home, they could come back anytime. So the reason for Alex's good mood had to be something else. What's got you so cheerful? Nobuena asked, narrowing her eyes. Just glad I don't have to think any more about how to get people to work together. Now Claire's brother handles that, Alex replied with a broad smile. So you're happy that someone else is doing your job? And you don't care what might come of it? Chun-Li smirked. Hey, I believe in Chris. Besides, my job's something totally different, Alex shrugged, rolling his eyes. Your job is beating villains and playing the fake savior, Revei sneered. Exactly, my love. My job is to kick bad guys' asses, not give inspiring speeches and unite the world, Alex said, pulling Revei toward him. Revei blushed slightly but made no move to escape his embrace. The girls laughed at the scene. They'd often heard Alex refuse leadership responsibilities, and every time he said one thing but did another. He claimed he wouldn't unite people, but still tried, until Chris showed up and took over. Reaching home, Alex and the girls stepped inside. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a small pink-haired rocket flew at him and hung onto his neck. Daddy, you're back. Anya exclaimed, pressing her cheek against his chest. Hey, little traitor. We came back too, you know. Or do only you and your daddy exist? Chiquita pouted, tugging Anya's cheek. I have only one daddy, but many mommies. First daddy, then mommies, Anya said seriously, pouting. That's kid love for you. You raise her, nurture her, and she trades you for her dad, Kiriko snorted, watching the scene with amusement. Alex laughed and lifted Anya onto his shoulders. She happily hugged his neck. But as he took another step, 2 more pink-haired rockets, Lucy and 02, came running and crashed into him. They also clung to him, clearly missing him, even though only 1 day had passed. Now Alex was literally swarmed. Anya sat on his shoulders, while Lucy and 02 hung on either side like 2 affectionate koalas. Seeing this, the other girls laughed and went off to change clothes and unpack their gear. Unlike Alex, they had to change the usual way. Alex, however, without letting go of any of the girls clinging to him, changed his clothes and asked Kiriko where the others were. When he found out where everyone else was, he decided to wait for them all to arrive so he could explain in detail what he had managed to learn in Anchorage. After all, the night before he had only briefly outlined the general situation. Sitting down on the couch, Alex smiled as he noticed that Lucy and 02 clearly had no intention of letting him go. To top it off, Red and White joined them, deciding they wanted their share of hugs as well. Now he was being embraced by 4 girls and his beloved daughter at once. A satisfied, almost peaceful smile spread across Alex's face. He definitely wasn't planning to move anytime soon. Right now, he was exactly where he belonged. To be continued. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, the work that was postponed thanks to collective efforts. Trapped between 4 girls eager for their share of hugs, Alex decided to simply wait for the others to return so he could tell them in detail what they had discovered in Anchorage. Those who had gone with him had already scattered to their rooms, some to change, others to unpack their gear. What they were happiest about wasn't that the mission was over, but that they didn't have to spend another half-day rattling around in transport. As Alex waited for the whole family to gather, the front door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Alex turned his head and saw Nagahide. Her face bore a kind, almost serene smile, like a gentle spring breeze. But her eyes betrayed the irritation she couldn't hide. Alex immediately understood the reason, or rather, who it was about. Nagahide's irritation was aimed at a certain princess who had run away from her duties and taken it upon herself to go to Anchorage. Nagahide threw a single glance at Alex, and that was all it took. He understood everything without a word. As much as he loved Nobuna, she wouldn't be escaping a disciplinary conversation this time. Alex silently nodded toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Nagahide, still wearing that soft but troubled smile, nodded back, her eyes growing cold. Slowly, like a predator, she began climbing the stairs. Alex, 02, Lucy, Red, White, and Anya watched her go in silence. Alex mentally sympathized with Nobuna. He knew what awaited her, a long lecture about responsibility, discipline, and proper princess behavior. His premonition came true instantly. No sooner had Nagahide disappeared upstairs than Nobuna flew down with a panicked expression, as if fleeing from a monster. But she didn't make it far. Katsui appeared at the bottom of the stairs, blocking her path. Nobuna tried to push past her, but Katsui didn't even budge. She was immovable. "Princess, did you truly think you could escape your responsibilities?" came Nagahide's calm voice as she began descending step by step. "Nagahide, listen, I had my reasons," Nobuna exclaimed, casting a nervous glance over her shoulder. "Oh, really? And what might those be, if I may ask?" Nagahide's voice was soft, but her gaze was cold as ice. "You said yourself yesterday that you wanted to say goodbye to your husband, and then you simply disappeared. Or have you forgotten that you have duties only you can fulfill?" Nobuna's eyes darted around desperately until they landed on Alex, who was comfortably lounging on the sofa, surrounded by girls, with a beaming Anya sitting on his shoulders. Nobuna's eyes lit up. There it was, her chance. If she could just hide behind Alex, no lecture. She only needed a second to make a run for it. Alex, for his part, was thoroughly enjoying the little performance. He already understood her intention and didn't mind. It was entertaining. The only catch. She still had to reach him. And she went for it. Suddenly she dashed forward like a superhero, in pure Alex style. But alas, Nagahide didn't fall for it. She quickly grabbed Nobuna by the shoulder and dragged her back upstairs. The princess struggled desperately, but in vain. She was hauled back up to the second floor. At that moment, the other girls began descending the stairs, now dressed in comfortable home clothes, clearly amused by the scene. Alex shook his head, seeing how openly they enjoyed the fact that Nobuna had been caught and was now about to get another stern talking to for her mischief. Now that the day had finally calmed down, the girls decided to relax. There was nothing to do around the settlement today, and that meant only one thing: it was time to be lazy. Fortunately, Alex had planned ahead. The house was set up for maximum comfort. Gradually, the rest of the girls started returning home. They already knew that Alex and his companions had come back, but each of them still had things to finish before they could settle in. Well, or rather, some were just being lazy and pretending to be busy. That special category included Rory, Ada, and Beatrix. They wandered around aimlessly or simply slept upstairs. Alex figured it out the moment he saw the sleepy trio descending the stairs, trying not to tumble down. He glanced at Rory's drowsy face and smirked to himself. The apostle of death was slowly turning into the apostle of laziness. Rory lazily walked over to Alex, sat on his lap, and rested her head against his chest, instantly closing her eyes again. Meanwhile, Namio and Kariko were setting the table, a light snack to accompany a discussion about their next steps. "So, what did you find out in Anchorage?" Coco asked lazily, sprawled in an armchair. "Not as much as I'd hoped," Alex admitted, though a satisfied smile played on his lips. "But there's one upside. Chris Redfield is busy forming a militia against the evil corporation. Which means I'll probably only have to deal with the main players." "That's great news," Brunhilde said with a nod. "Because you're not the only one who doesn't want to run around the world convincing people to unite." If someone else is taking that on, you can focus on what actually matters. That's all well and good, but since Chris is handling the uniting part, what are you planning to do in the meantime, Alex? Renka asked, watching him closely. For now, nothing. I want to wait until Chris contacts me. Then I'll get the situation from his side and decide how to act, Alex said, running his fingers through Rory's hair. Don't forget you still need to catch the second mummy, or whatever that thing is, Neo reminded him, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I'll deal with the priest later. I have other plans for the second one, Alex said, giving Neo a faint smile. And what plans would those be? Yuriko asked, raising a brow and giving him a scrutinizing look, trying to guess his intentions. That's a secret for now, Alex replied, flashing a wide, slightly predatory grin. But trust me, his fate won't be a pleasant one. The girls exchanged wary glances. They had one tried-and-true method to uncover secrets, Brunhilde. All eyes turned to her. Even Brunhilde looked intrigued. She re-established her spiritual link with Alex, trying to catch any hint of his plan. But, nothing. He had deliberately hidden his thoughts. Brunhilde narrowed her eyes, eyeing him suspiciously. Noticing her stare, Alex made a heart shape with his fingers and winked. He already knew that if he didn't say anything, the girls would try to get Brunhilde to spill the truth. She just rolled her eyes and said dryly. He even hid it from me. Since they couldn't get a straight answer, the girls opted for Plan B, interrogate him directly. Realizing he was about to face a friendly inquisition, Alex did what any wise man would, he made a tactical retreat. Before the girls could get close, he vanished from his spot and was already standing by the door with Anya in his arms. Throwing them a playful look, he said. See you soon, ladies. Same spot tonight. Love you all. He blew them a kiss. Alex, get back here and tell us what you're planning. Ray protested. Nope. That would ruin the fun. Secrets are exciting, he winked. Laughing, Alex slipped out the door, carrying Anya in his arms. The girls watched him leave, shaking their heads. Still, they all shared one thought, they were dying to know what he was up to. But, alas, Alex wasn't planning to reveal his hand just yet. All they could do was guess and wait. Alex, still laughing, stepped outside. He noticed Anya was wearing her home clothes, and with a snap of his fingers, he conjured up a warm outfit for her so the little one wouldn't catch a cold. Holding his daughter close, he decided to take a walk around the settlement with her. To be fair, there wasn't much of interest here. First, Alex headed toward the greenhouses, which were being looked after by a group of kids. The girls had even designated a separate section just for them, so they could prove they were contributing to the community too. Holding Anya in his arms, Alex reached the greenhouses and immediately spotted Alice, Anoka, Malka, and Chikij. The girls were carefully tending to the young plants. When they saw Alex, they immediately lit up. Big brother. Did you come to see how hard we're working? Alice asked with a beaming smile. Something like that, he replied with a smile, stepping inside. I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit, pass the time. So I figured I'd drop by. We worked really hard. Our harvest is totally going to be better than the boys. Anoka declared proudly, puffing out her chest. We're better than them, Chikij added with a serious nod. Alex chuckled softly, watching how the girls were competing with the boys. It didn't surprise him at all. The four girls, Alice, Anoka, Malka, and Chikij, immediately started talking over each other, eager to show him how well they'd done in their greenhouse. They enthusiastically shared their progress and experiences, proudly demonstrating their results. Alex listened with a smile, watching them boast with such pride. He especially noticed how much Chikij had changed. The girl was much more open in expressing her feelings now, and Alex immediately understood why. Mikumo Kushinada had finally stopped trying to turn Chikij into an emotionless machine and had started treating her with genuine warmth. After spending a little more time with the girls in the greenhouse and offering a few tips on plant care, Alex took his leave, not wanting to interrupt their work. Carrying Anya, he stepped outside, wondering what else they could do. So, where would you like to go, Anya? He asked gently, smiling down at the girl in his arms. Where can we go? Anya asked curiously, looking up at him. Anywhere. Even to the moon, Alex replied with a smile, softly stroking her head. The moon? We can go there too. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Alex nodded. Anya's eyes lit up even more as she gazed at the distant silver disk in the sky. She quickly nodded, clearly thrilled by the idea of such an adventure. Alex couldn't help but laugh at her reaction and, with a smile, headed toward the edge of the settlement to avoid attracting too much attention. I'm coming too, a familiar female voice called out behind them. I was wondering when you'd show up, Shigyur. Still sticking to your habit of sneaking around, I see, Alex said, turning around and watching Shigyur step out from behind a tree. I still can't hide my presence from you. I need to work harder, she replied, a spark of determination in her eyes. I doubt you'll ever succeed, Alex smirked. But I appreciate the effort. Shigeru gave a serious nod and stepped closer, taking Alex's hand. And so, with Anya in his arms and Shigeru holding his hand, Alex left the settlement. Once they were far enough from prying eyes, he opened a portal, straight to the moon. The trio stepped through and arrived on the moon's surface. Anya stood in awe, her eyes glowing with wonder at the sight. In the distance, the earth floated in the void, and her gaze instantly locked onto it. Shigeru, on the other hand, was immediately curious about the moon's gravity and started bouncing around, delighted by how effortlessly she could lift off the ground. Seeing this, Anya wanted to try it too. She tugged on Alex's sleeve, pointing at Shigeru. He smiled and gently set her down on the ground. Just jump carefully, Anya. Don't want you flying off into space, he joked with a grin. Okay, she nodded obediently. Alex gave her an approving nod, allowing the girl to have her fun. At first, Anya pushed off the surface hesitantly and rose slowly into the air before gently floating back down. Gradually, her jumps grew higher, and soon she was laughing joyfully. Alex pulled out his phone and started recording as Anya tried to catch up to Shigeru, who had already adapted and was performing various tricks. The girl tried to imitate her, but lost her balance and soon began spinning in the air, unable to stop herself. Daddy, help! I'm gonna throw up, she shouted in a panic. Alex burst out laughing, quickly jumped to her, and gently stopped her spinning. Anya, breathing heavily, realized that copying Mom wasn't the best idea. Shigeru immediately bounced over, her eyes filled with concern, and started rubbing Anya's back, trying to help her feel better. Noticing Shigeru's worried look, Alex couldn't help but smile. Anya felt the warmth and care, and gratitude filled her. She hugged Shigeru around the neck and kissed her on the cheek. Thanks, Mom. You're awesome, just like a real ninja, she said excitedly. I'm better than those ninjas, Shigeru said proudly, lifting her chin. Alex couldn't hold back his laughter, it amused him how Shigeru boasted in front of Anya. He even thought that if Shigeru were dropped into the Naruto world, she'd definitely become one of the strongest kunoichi. And if she learned various jutsu, then she'd be unstoppable. Alex knew Shigeru wasn't just a master of stealth techniques, she was an incredibly skilled swordswoman. One could say she was a virtuoso with any weapon. He wouldn't be surprised if, after shaking her by the shoulders, dozens of hidden blades, shurikens, and other surprises rained out from under her clothes. After a bit more fun on the moon, Alex suggested it was time to head back. He caught Anya, who was floating in zero gravity, trying to balance by following Shigeru's instructions. Hugging his daughter close and taking Shigeru by the hand, he teleported them back, to where they had come from. So, how was your moonwalk? He asked with a smile, looking at Anya. It was so cool. Anya exclaimed with excitement, throwing her hands in the air. Alex kissed the top of her head with a tender smile. Together with Shigeru and Anya, he headed home. As they approached the house, Alex suddenly remembered that Anya probably wouldn't be able to resist bragging about their trip to the moon. And he was right. Anya barely waited for him to set her down before dashing into the house. I went to the moon, she shouted joyfully, running into the living room. Anya, sweetie, what do you mean, to the moon? Namio asked with a kind smile. Papa took me there. And I was like, whoosh, flying. Then I jumped really high, and then I started spinning 'cause I wanted to be like Mama Shigeru, the girl exclaimed excitedly. The women exchanged glances, then all stared at Anya attentively, listening to her incredible story in vivid detail. Just then, Alex walked into the room, still holding Shigeru's hand. Alex, care to explain how exactly you and Anya ended up on the moon? Yuriko asked sternly, staring at him intently. Well, I wanted to go on a walk with her, and I figured the moon would be a nice spot, Alex said with the most carefree tone, shrugging. There's no oxygen on the moon. How were you even breathing? And that's not even the worst part, the vacuum temperatures, solar radiation. Saya added indignantly, squinting at him. All thanks to magic, Alex replied calmly, spreading his hands and conjuring a rainbow arc between his palms. The girls' gazes were so piercing it felt like they could burn him to ashes on the spot. They were angry not only because he had put Anya in danger but also because he had taken only Shigeru with him. The others felt left out. Alex, sensing those looks burning into him, did his best to pretend he didn't notice. But before disappearing, he promised that he would definitely take everyone to equally beautiful places so no one would feel neglected. Having received that promise from him, the girls reluctantly let the matter drop, for the time being. However, Lucy and 02 were especially upset. Jealousy gnawed at them, why had he taken Anya and not them? So they decided it was time to act. Revenge was the only way out. Alex didn't know about this yet. He headed to his workshop to get down to business. He needed to assemble 2 medical capsules, one for Mari and another for Rebecca Chambers, who had asked for a portable laboratory. It was no easy task. Fitting everything Rebecca Chambers wanted into a compact capsule required serious concentration and skill. Reaching his workbench, Alex pulled out all the necessary materials and started with Mari's capsule. The work went quickly, and soon he switched to creating the laboratory for Rebecca. He was completely absorbed in his work and didn't notice the shadow creeping up behind him. 02 and Lucy suddenly pounced on him. Before Alex realized what was happening, he was already tied up with ropes and being dragged somewhere. Alex stared blankly at the workshop ceiling, realizing he had walked right into a trap. They dragged him out of the workshop and into the living room, where all the girls had gathered. Alex looked around and felt like he was being interrogated. "So, you were on the moon, huh?" Seiko said with a sweet but clearly unfriendly smile. "Girls. What are you planning?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow, still tied up. "Planning? Retribution, of course. For forgetting about us," Coco said indignantly, crossing her arms over her chest. Alex wanted to explain that he would still take the girls wherever they wished, after all, that was already agreed upon. But meeting their looks, he realized that retribution was just an excuse. And he was right when the girls all together dragged him upstairs to their room. He was completely shocked by their initiative. Once again, he was grateful for his exceptional stamina because the girls didn't let him go until very late at night, until they fell asleep exhausted but satisfied. When they finally had their fill and sank into a deep sleep, Alex carefully slipped out of their embrace, quietly dressed, and left the room. Deciding to have a little nighttime snack, he cautiously went down to the first floor. Halfway down, he noticed Alcina sitting in an armchair with a book in her hands. On the nearby table stood a bottle of wine and a filled glass. Hearing his footsteps, Alcina looked up. Seeing Alex descending the stairs, she smiled slightly. "So you survived," she said with a smirk, looking at him. "Quite resilient, it seems. Not every man could satisfy so many women. Do you want some hugs and kisses too?" Alex asked, sitting down on the couch with a lazy smile. "If you want, I can give you the full treatment." "You're too young for me," Alcina replied calmly, raising her glass of wine. "Alcina, my dear, don't forget that I'm married to 4 goddesses, each significantly older than you. Even Brunhilde and Rory are older than you. And my situation is even stranger, I don't have a fixed age. I can be any age I want." With these words, right before her eyes, he transformed into a 10-year-old boy. Alcina almost dropped her glass. She had forgotten that in front of her was not just a man but the Demon King. Forgotten who his father was. All that faded behind his quirks, habits, and light humor. Quickly regaining her composure, she put the glass back on the table. Meanwhile, Alex returned to his usual form. After a moment of silence, Alcina set the book aside, gracefully stood up, and slowly approached him, swaying her hips. She leaned in and, bringing her face close, kissed him on the lips. It wasn't an impulsive act, she had thought it through a long time ago. She wanted someone by her side who would care for her, not fear her. From their very first meeting, Alex had looked at her not as a monster, but as a woman. Even knowing all about her past, he treated her with respect and considered her wishes. His last words only pushed her to express her feelings. "Unexpected," Alex said with a slight smile when their lips parted. "Who would have thought Lady Dimitrescu herself would take matters into her own hands? I'm a grown woman, and I decide who stays by my side. You and the other girls have become a family to me, a family I had stopped dreaming about. You gave me a home and don't look at me like a monster. You could have just said you fell in love with me. I would have melted," Alex joked, pressing his hands to his cheeks as if pretending to be shy. "Maybe," Alcina whispered, her eyes sparkling. "But now let me feel for myself just how great your stamina is." Before Alex could respond, she grabbed his hand and dragged him back upstairs, to her room. Opening the door, she decisively pulled him inside and closed it behind them. Alex realized another battle awaited him, and there was no way he'd reach the fridge tonight. From Alcina's look, he already knew she wasn't going to let him go so easily. He shed all distractions and focused solely on her, a woman whose eyes burned with passionate, unrestrained desire. Moving closer, Alcina pushed him onto the couch and, sitting on top, kissed him again. This kiss was different, bolder, more aggressive, full of emotion. And Alex accepted the challenge. The next morning, Alex woke up to bright sunlight streaming through the window, blinding his eyes. He squinted weakly, stretched, and only then realized they had gotten a little carried away with Alcina last night. Turning his head, he saw Alcina comfortably nestled in his arms. She was holding him tightly, her head resting on his shoulder, quietly breathing in her sleep. Alex was still a little surprised by her unexpected passion but didn't think much of it. He decided to wait until she woke up so they could go down for breakfast together. At that moment, he remembered that he still hadn't finished the portable mini-lab for Rebecca Chambers. All because the girls had taken up all his time. And when he finally got free, he'd landed right in Alcina's arms and spent the whole night with her. Strangely enough, he never got around to his work. As Alcina began to wake, she pressed closer to Alex, inhaling his scent. Alex felt her strength and was sure that any other man in his place wouldn't have survived such a night. Moreover, her embrace could quite possibly have been deadly. She gave him a tender morning kiss, and things nearly escalated to a second round, but they stopped in time and decided to head downstairs. Alcina, if you want, I can make you shorter. Only if you don't mind, of course, Alex said, helping her fasten her bra. You can, but not now. Sudden changes in height would raise too many questions. Better to save it for later, when you decide to leave this world, she replied calmly, turning toward him. As she turned, Alex's head ended up right at the level of her chest. He didn't mind, the black lace lingerie gave her a special allure. However, he also knew how often she complained about neck pain. She always had to look down to meet someone's eyes. Alcina noticed his thoughtful stare at her bra and, with a slight smile, took his head in her hands, pressing his face to her chest. Well, since you're staring so much, why not help you a little, she smirked. Alex felt his face sinking into soft, warm hills, but after savoring the moment for a bit, he decided not to linger. Otherwise, their morning could easily turn back into night. He helped Alcina put on her dress, and together they went down to the dining room. I was wondering where you disappeared to last night. Turns out you were plowing the whole field, Rebecca smirked, giving him a knowing look. You're as vulgar as ever, a tiny gremlin trapped in a girl's body, Alcina said indifferently, glancing at her. But your old field was plowed splendidly, Reve chimed in with a smirk, joining the joke. Too rude, vulgar women. Not a trace of sophistication, Alcina said coldly. So what? That doesn't stop Alex from loving me, Rebecca shot back defiantly, smiling widely. Alex sat down at the table, genuinely glad the kids were absent today. Rebecca and Reve's conversations were definitely not meant for young ears. In fact, even some of the adult girls clearly felt uncomfortable listening to the candid descriptions of the night's events and the guesses about how everything had actually happened. The corner of Alex's eye started to twitch from the tension, and he very much wanted to just stand up and leave. He knew perfectly well that Rebecca was a gremlin and Reve had no filter at all, making it impossible to listen to them without inner peace. Fortunately, one look from Brunhilde was enough to silence both girls. Although that didn't stop them from quietly whispering among themselves, discussing with Rory, Rika, and Chiquita exactly how Alex's night with Alcina had gone. Alcina herself was furious, but Yuriko, Namio, and Kariko quickly distracted her with an honest girl's talk. They genuinely tried to learn every detail and, at the same time, find out when Alcina would move into the common room to sleep with everyone else. Alcina realized she couldn't avoid the questions any longer and decided to have a frank chat with the friends she truly had warm, friendly relationships with. To be continued. Chapter 340, Gift-Giving with Pleasant Consequences. Alex had no desire to participate in the morning women's conversations over breakfast, so he decided to slip back into the workshop and finish the work he hadn't gotten around to yesterday. After kissing the girls goodbye, he reminded them he'd be in the workshop if anyone needed him. They merely waved him off cheerfully, as if shooing him out of the dining room so he wouldn't get in the way of discussing the details of his night with Alcina. As he walked away, Alex paused for a moment. How would Alcina handle such a barrage of questions? In his opinion, her character was refined, maybe even a bit conservative. A woman with her manners was unlikely to want to share intimate details. However, Alex knew the girls and their family. For many of them, shame was just a word, not an emotion. And if Alcina could hold her ground with the first few, Yuriko, Kariko, and Namio, her closer friends, would certainly manage to get her talking. Back in the workshop, Alex headed to his workbench, where he had left the partially assembled portable mini-lab for Rebecca Chambers the day before. Sitting down, he tried to recall where he had left off, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. After massaging his face and gathering his thoughts, he got to work. Thankfully, the medical assistance capsule for Mari had already been assembled the day before, so there weren't many tasks left for today. After spending a couple of hours assembling the mini-lab, Alex loaded the finished device into his inventory, not forgetting the capsule as well. Once finished, he stretched and cracked his back, a habit he'd picked up, even though he didn't feel pain thanks to his body. Still, stretching after long sitting sessions felt natural. Wondering what else he could do, Alex remembered his 3 little students, whom he intended to raise into future kunoichi. He decided it was finally time to give Anoka, Malka, and Alice their own sets of shuriken and kunai, so they'd stop sneaking weapons from Shigeru, thinking he didn't notice. He pulled everything he needed from his inventory and quickly crafted 3 sets. The job only took a few minutes. Now all that remained was to hand the kits over. Alex knew that under Shigeru's guidance, the girls were progressing rapidly, and he was genuinely glad that she was doing so well as their mentor. Remaining seated at the table, Alex paused, wondering if he had forgotten anything. Running through his thoughts, he realized all tasks in the workshop were complete. He packed up the excess and returned everything to his inventory, then stood and headed for the exit. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Shigeru fussing with a dollhouse. She was carefully arranging its interior, and Alex immediately realized it was for Tachimaru, her little mouse. Lately, he'd been spending a lot of time with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch whenever that trio was loafing around looking for their next adventure. Walking up behind her, Alex leaned over her shoulder to watch her work. He was genuinely surprised. Shigeru was hand-carving each detail, whittling tiny furniture from wood. "Need some help?" he asked, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and smiling. "Yes." "Too much work," Shigeru nodded, turning slightly toward him. Alex smiled, hopped over the back of the couch, and sat beside her. From his inventory, he pulled out a fine carving knife. Shigeru, without saying a word, leaned against his shoulder and continued carving furniture. They worked in silence, each focused on their task. For Alex, this was a first. He had never done anything like this before, and for a moment, he even considered installing turrets on the house, but quickly dismissed the idea as overkill. Instead, he remembered he had some things in his inventory prepared especially for Tachimaru. After all, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch each had their own cosplay outfit collections, and he figured the mouse deserved a wardrobe too. Carving a small wardrobe out of wood, Alex used magic to create tiny hangers and hung up a few new outfits. Shigeru, momentarily distracted from carving another miniature chair, turned her head to see what he was doing. "What's that for?" she asked flatly. "Gir, Mimi, and Stitch have tons of cosplay outfits," Alex said with a smile. "So I figured, since Tachimaru hangs out with them now, he could use a wardrobe too." Shigeru looked Alex in the eyes and slowly nodded, as if grasping some unspoken truth floating in the air. Alex gave a faint smile and returned to his work. He could have crafted all the furniture for Takimaru's house with magic. It would have taken just a few minutes. But watching how carefully and intently Shigeru was carving everything by hand, he decided to match her pace. Just to spend time with her. Thankfully, there was no rush. Things were relatively calm right now. He knew he couldn't move forward with his plans until Chris Redfield contacted him directly to offer help and check in on how the unification of the remaining survivors for the Raccoon City assault was progressing. Alex wasn't fully informed about the situation in the U.S. All he knew was that one part of the country was overrun by demons, another by necromorphs fiercely guarding the red markers. And people. Caught in the middle, just trying to survive the chaos. While Alex and Shigeru quietly worked on their slow, meticulous tasks, two lazy onlookers peeked around the corner with curiosity. 02 and Lucy squinted, trying to figure out what the two were doing in complete silence. Unable to resist, they began to sneak closer. Alex had sensed them approaching long ago but made no move to stop them, allowing them to do as they pleased. "What are you doing here?" 02 asked with curiosity, climbing over the back of the couch and hanging off Alex's shoulders. "A house for Tachimaru," Shigeru answered flatly, not looking up from the wood. "Tachimaru? That mouse who's always on your head?" Lucy clarified, sitting down beside Alex and lazily leaning on his shoulder. "Yeah," Shigeru nodded in confirmation. "Need a hand?" Lucy asked, glancing at Alex. "If you want, you can help. But fair warning, the work is boring and takes patience. Especially you, 02. I get the feeling you struggle with that," he said with a smirk. 02 scoffed but didn't argue. She knew he was right. Lucy, on the other hand, seemed interested. Alex watched with mild surprise as she used her vectors to gently lift a block of wood and tried to carve a miniature armchair. He was curious about how precise her control over the vectors was. After all, she used them mainly for killing back in the lab where she was experimented on. Now, they were mostly for not having to get up or for stealing food off his plate. But in practice, it was harder than it looked. Her first motion caused the block to crack. "Hey, guess that didn't work. Not as talented as you claimed, huh?" 02 smirked, resting her chin on Alex's shoulder. Lucy didn't reply or even look her way. Instead, she silently picked up another piece of wood and started working more slowly, more carefully. Watching her efforts, Alex decided to offer a few tips. Gently patting Lucy on the shoulder to get her attention, he began mimicking the motions of her vectors, showing her the better way to approach such delicate work. Shigeru even set her tools down, curious to see how Alex would do it. He calmly and clearly explained what to focus on, how to distribute force so the material wouldn't break, and which motions were most effective. Lucy watched him with such intense focus that she didn't even blink, trying to catch every detail. However, 02, as always, decided to play. With a mischievous grin, she bit Alex on the earlobe and did everything she could to distract him, trying to make him mess up his work. But Alex merely shook his head, refusing to give in to her provocations. He calmly finished the demonstration and set the completed miniature furniture aside. Now it was time to give some attention to the pink-haired gremlin. "Alright, come here, you pink-haired gremlin. Had fun, didn't you?" Alex said as he pulled 02 off his back and sat her down on his lap. "Oh, I had lots of fun, darling." "It's your fault, you're ignoring me," she whispered playfully, snuggling into his lap. Alex only laughed in response and began tickling 02, deciding it was time for her to receive her share of payback. After all, just yesterday she and Lucy had tied him up and delivered him to the other girls to be teased mercilessly. He'd had to postpone all his plans until today because of that. 02 laughed loudly and squirmed, trying to escape Alex's grasp, but it was useless. After a few minutes of relentless tickling, she lay sprawled on the couch, gasping for breath between fits of laughter. "You deserve that," Lucy noted, squinting at her friend. "And now it's your turn, my dear Lucy," Alex said, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he turned his gaze to her. Lucy immediately realized what was coming and bolted for the door, hoping to escape. But no one escaped the grasp of the Demon King. Within seconds, she was in his hands, receiving her share of tickling. A minute later, she was in the same state as 02, breathless, laughing through tears, unable to resist Alex's nimble hands. Meanwhile, Shigeru watched the entire scene with a stone-cold expression. But the moment her gaze met Alex's, she realized she might be next. Unlike the others, Shigeru was more agile and resourceful. With the grace of a ninja, she leapt over the back of the couch in an attempt to escape, but Alex was faster. He caught her and pulled her into a tight embrace, immediately starting to tickle her. However, unlike the others, Shigeru didn't laugh. She only breathed heavily, staring at him with a strange expression. Alex was taken aback by her reaction and wasn't sure what to do with his hands. Shigeru hung limply in his arms, still breathing heavily. "I may have overdone it," he muttered, clearing his throat awkwardly, thinking he probably looked like a total pervert. Gently laying Shigeru down on the couch, Alex did what any sensible man would do in his situation. He retreated from the scene. Leaving the three exhausted girls to recover from their fun little ordeal, he quickly left the room. At the exit, he ran into Alcina, who was coming down from the second floor. Their eyes met. The woman stared at him with a stone-cold, utterly blank expression, prompting Alex to quicken his pace and bolt out of the house as fast as he could. Alcina watched him go and, unable to contain herself, let out a quiet laugh. His panicked escape had clearly amused her. Once outside, Alex leaned against his motorcycle and took a moment to think about where to go first. He needed to deliver the finished medical capsules to Mari and Rebecca Chambers, and then hand out ninja kits to his 3 young students. Lighting a cigarette, he thought it over and decided to start with the clinic. He'd visit Shizuka and spend a bit of time with her too. Having settled on the first destination, Alex got on his motorcycle and soon arrived at the right place. After putting out his cigarette, he stepped inside. As before, the registration desk by the entrance surprised him, a completely unnecessary thing, yet installed by someone's whim. Ignoring it, Alex went deeper into the building, searching for Shizuka and Mari. Rebecca Chambers, as he knew, was most likely on the second floor in the lab with the other scientists. He decided to look for Mari and Shizuka first. Hearing their voices mixed with 2 male ones, Alex followed the sound and entered the ward. What he saw made him burst out laughing. On one of the beds lay Jake with a black eye and bruises all over his face. Nearby stood Kenichi, who was clearly beaten up as well. Mari was lecturing them sternly, wagging her finger threateningly. "You two need to stop getting yourselves into trouble. Especially you, Kenichi. You're practically a regular here," Mari said indignantly. Shizuka sat in a chair nearby, trying to suppress a smile. Kenichi stood with his head down, saying nothing. And even if he tried to speak, he probably couldn't justify himself. After all, it was his teacher's fault, as always, for overloading him with training. Jake, lying on the neighboring bed, watched all this with a mischievous grin. But then laughter near the door drew everyone's attention. It was Alex, unable to hold back when he saw the scene. "Alex, you're here!" Shizuka exclaimed happily and immediately threw her arms around his neck. "Yo. You got pretty messed up there, Jake. Who did you decide to pick a fight with?" Alex asked, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes as he looked at Jake's face. "That was Reina." "Who would have thought this girl has such a steel fist?" Jake grumbled, rubbing his face with annoyance. "Your brain's not the brightest, that's for sure. And you, Kenichi, what happened this time? Fell down the stairs? Rock slide? Forced to carry a boulder to the mountain peak? Or wild beasts again?" "No. It was Ken. He challenged me to spar, and the teacher said I need more experience fighting professionals," Kenichi replied dryly, trying to hide his disappointment. "Believe your teachers less, maybe then you'll stop being a punching bag," Alex sighed, shaking his head sympathetically. Kenichi just gave a dry laugh, fully aware that he would still have to suffer while his teachers kept training him. Or, less likely, that he would beat them anytime soon. Once again, he sank into despair, realizing he couldn't run away, and even less likely could defeat his mentors. Looking at Kenichi's gloomy face, Alex could only feel sorry for the guy in his mind. After all, Kenichi had jumped into the pit called the Ryo Zanpaku Dojo himself and was now paying for his desire to become stronger. Even Jake felt a little sorry for Kenichi, although just a little. Mostly, like the others, he simply enjoyed his suffering. "What did you come here for, Alex?" Mari asked, looking at him. Shizuka was still clinging to his neck. "I've got gifts." And, at the same time, for a cup of coffee, Alex replied with a slight smile, stroking Shizuka's hair while she hugged him. "Then wait a minute. I'll finish with these two quickly and catch up." "You can wait in the break room," Mari said with a smile. Alex nodded and, taking Shizuka by the hand, headed to the break room where the clinic staff usually grabbed snacks or coffee during breaks. Entering together with Shizuka, Alex immediately took out a portable medical capsule he had prepared in advance especially for Mari. Shizuka, meanwhile, turned on the coffee machine to brew some coffee. Mari quickly finished with Kenichi and Jake, kicked them out of the ward so they wouldn't occupy the beds, and also headed to the break room. Seeing the familiar capsule on the table, she immediately understood that Alex had assembled a personal portable version for her too. "So, what do you want in return for such a wonderful gift?" Mari asked, taking the device in her hands. "Hugs will do." "It wasn't hard for me to put it together," Alex replied calmly, waving it off. Mari smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing her face as close as possible. Shizuka, hearing the coffee was ready, turned around and immediately saw Mari clutching Alex. She coughed loudly. Mari, startled, quickly released her embrace, stepped back, embarrassed and blushing. Alex glanced at Shizuka, who was pouting with jealousy, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Mari also quickly recovered, coughed for real this time, and awkwardly averted her gaze. To lighten the mood, Alex took some pastries out of his inventory, a treat for the coffee. After a short coffee break with Shizuka and Mari, he said goodbye to the girls and headed to the second floor of the clinic to find Rebecca Chambers and give her the portable mini-lab he'd prepared for her. Reaching the right office, Alex opened the door with a wide smile. "Yo, Rebecca. I'm here visiting you, with gifts." But as he entered, he immediately froze. His smile faltered when he saw Rebecca changing clothes. She was standing in just pants and a green bra. Their eyes met, and Rebecca's cheeks instantly flushed. "How much longer are you going to stare?" she muttered, covering herself with a blouse. "Nice green bra," Alex remarked without missing a beat. "Thanks. Now get out and let me change," she said sharply, still blushing. Alex, smiling slightly, watched as she hid her chest under the clothes. Her angry look seemed more cute than threatening. He smirked and, without arguing, carefully closed the door behind him. He hadn't expected to end up in such a situation again. Standing in the hallway, he mentally both thanked and cursed the goddess of luck. She was clearly still playing her tricks on him. As if on cue, Locke and Alvitra immediately dubbed him a pervert for barging in again without knocking. Alex ignored them, habitually blaming it all on the capricious goddess of luck. "Come in," Rebecca Chambers' voice finally called from inside. Alex opened the door and stepped back into the office. His gaze immediately fell on Rebecca Chambers, whose face was still flushed, not surprising, considering he had caught her in just a bra. Alex lowered himself onto the chair opposite her, and she deliberately looked away, trying to focus on some paperwork. But even without looking at him, she could feel his intense gaze burning right through her, only deepening her embarrassment. "So, what exactly did you come for?" Rebecca asked, coughing slightly to try and mask her nervousness. "I finished your portable mini-lab and came to deliver it." "Who knew you'd be changing right now?" "By the way, the green bra suits you," Alex said with a slight smile. "I spilled reagent on myself," she muttered, turning away. "And enough about the bra already." "Haha, sorry, couldn't resist. Here, take it. You can check everything yourself later. I ran some tests through my system, but it's better if you make sure everything works as it should. If you need anything changed or added, just tell me beforehand so we don't drag it out," Alex said, pulling the mini-lab out of his inventory and carefully placing it on the table in front of her. "You made it that fast. I thought it would take you a couple of days," Rebecca said in surprise, staring at the device in amazement. "I could have finished it yesterday, but plans suddenly changed, and I got tied up all evening and night," Alex explained with a shrug. Rebecca threw him a suspicious look. Her imagination immediately ran wild, and spicy scenes from adult films flashed through her mind. Her cheeks blazed again. Trying to shake off the thoughts, she picked up the mini-lab and began examining it closely. Meanwhile, Alex moved closer and started a brief tutorial on how to operate it. He patiently explained what did what, answering her questions and illustrating everything with demonstrations. Rebecca listened attentively, occasionally asking for clarifications. After about half an hour, Alex finally finished. Maybe I should start making written instructions, he smirked, leaning back in his chair. Explaining everything every time takes too long. Maybe, she agreed with a slight smile. Although I doubt anyone would figure out a device like this just from a manual. Well, now that that's done, I'll go visit my little students. I've got something for them too, Alex said kindly, standing up. You forgot something, Rebecca suddenly said, rising to follow him. What's that? He asked with a raised eyebrow, turning around. This, she said softly, wrapping her arms around Alex's neck and standing on her tiptoes to kiss him. Alex was a little surprised by such a bold move but certainly wasn't about to refuse. He hugged her waist and returned the kiss. Their lips met in a soft, warm kiss that lasted until Rebecca had to pull away. She simply ran out of air. She blushed even harder and looked away, trying to hide her embarrassment. And why are you embarrassed? You were the one who just kissed me. If anyone should be blushing, it's me, Alex said, cupping her cheeks and smiling. Rebecca Chambers' cheeks flamed even brighter as Alex gently held her face, softly massaging it with his fingers. Her embarrassment had reached its peak, and to suppress it somehow, she started pushing Alex out of the office. Still not quite believing she had kissed him herself, she tried not to look him in the eyes. Yet somewhere deep inside, joy was overflowing. After all, he had returned her kiss. But now she needed to be alone to collect herself. Go already to your students, you fool, she muttered, continuing to push him toward the door. And what about the blazing love that erupted between us like a fierce fire? Are you really going to chase me away at such a touching moment? Alex said dramatically, retreating in an exaggerated theatrical manner. Yes, I am. Or did you not know that girls need their personal space too? Besides, I still have a ton of work. The anti-demon virus won't make itself, Rebecca Chambers declared, finally pushing him out the door. Then give me one last kiss, and I'll leave on my own, Alex said with a slight smile, turning to her and wrapping his arms around her waist. All right. Just one, and then go right away, Rebecca muttered, pressing her face against his chest. Looking up, she quickly stood on tiptoes and kissed him briefly on the lips. Then, without giving him a chance to say a word, she shoved him out the door and quickly closed it. One more second, and he probably would have thought of something else. Alex smirked, looked at the closed door, threw his hands behind his head, and whistling a light melody, headed toward the clinic's exit. It was time to find his young students. The first place they could be was the greenhouses, where they often tended the plants. On the way, Alex thought that sooner or later he would have to tell Rebecca everything, who he really was, what he did, and why he had come to this world. After all, their relationship was beginning to take a more serious turn. On the way to the greenhouses, he decided to visit Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya, the girls who essentially held the whole settlement on their shoulders. Entering their room, he briefly distracted them, causing light smiles and some disgruntled grumbles. After a couple of minutes and a reprimand for interrupting their work, Alex gave up and was solemnly expelled. Leaving the girls to their tasks, he headed straight to the greenhouses. But, to his surprise, they were empty. That could only mean one thing: Alice, Anoka, and Malka were most likely on the training field. There was always something going on there, and the students never missed an opportunity to practice. Wasting no time, Alex turned toward the training field but first stopped by the armory to visit Revi and Rebecca, who, along with Moira, managed all the weapons in the settlement. Seeing the girls busy, he didn't want to disturb them, only nodded briefly and quietly slipped away. As he approached the field, he could already hear the sounds of fighting. No questions, someone was sparring again. Since the field had become a training zone, there was always someone practicing or just figuring out who was stronger. Getting closer, Alex saw Anya sitting on Chun-Li's shoulders, watching with interest another match between Ryu and Ken. He was about to sneak up, but it seemed like Anya had a built-in radar for her father. She immediately turned her head. "Daddy," she called out happily as she spotted Alex. Chun-Li heard Anya's voice and turned around as well, noticing Alex. Realizing his attempt to sneak up had failed, Alex just smiled and headed over to Chun-Li and Cammy. Before he could get closer, Anya jumped off Chun-Li's shoulders with a joyful smile and leapt straight into his arms. Alex laughed and caught her confidently, holding her close. "These two, as usual, are trying to figure out who's stronger," Alex said, gently stroking Anya's hair. "Something like that." Ryu said he learned a new move, so he challenged Ken to a fight. Again, Chun-Li replied with a tired smile, shaking her head. "Don't tell me it was something like, 'Wait, don't hit me, I want to try something first,'" Alex added, suppressing a laugh. "This isn't a video game." They just locked onto each other again, Cammy smirked, appreciating his joke. "That behavior is definitely from Rebecca. She's always cheating in games," Chun-Li noted, lazily leaning on Alex's shoulder. "Arguing here is pointless." "Rebecca really does like to cheat," Alex confirmed with a grin. "So, why did you come here anyway?" Cammy asked, leaning against him from the other side and taking his hand. I was looking for Alice, Anoka, and Malka. I made special ninja kits for them, I want to give them personally, Alex answered, glancing around for his young students. They're over there, among that group of girls, Chun-Li said, pointing. Alex followed her gesture and spotted a group of teenage girls. In the crowd, he recognized Mio, Renka, Kazara, Jaini, Seol, Kanami, and others. Among them stood his students, Alice, Anoka, and Malka. Alex raised an eyebrow with interest as he watched them training together with the rest, fitting into the group like they belonged. It was not surprising since the girls quickly found common ground with those a bit older. He also noticed that Mio was trying to coach the trio, but judging by her expression, she wasn't very convincing. Apparently, explaining things wasn't her strong suit, especially since she was used to acting more than talking. Deciding not to interfere for now, Alex stayed close to Chun-Li and Cammy, holding Anya in his arms and serving as a kind of support for the two women. His gaze drifted back to Ryu and Ken, once again engrossed in a fierce battle. Alex even wondered with curiosity what new move Ryu wanted to test that made him immediately challenge his longtime friend to a fight. To be continued. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, a quiet day that suddenly stopped being quiet. Alex decided to stay close to Chun-Li and Cammy to watch another fight between Ryu and Ken. As usual, the two were trying to figure out who was stronger. What interested Alex the most was what kind of new move Ryu had learned, considering he'd once again challenged Ken to a fight just to show it off. With genuine curiosity, Alex watched as Ryu and Ken exchanged blows. He even started guessing what kind of technique it could be. The settlement had no shortage of truly strong fighters who often trained together, sharing experience, techniques, and combat tricks. Not to mention the presence of masters like Hayato and the elder of the Sunwoo clan, Quan Jaegyo. Both were incredibly strong and possessed vast combat experience. Alex respected the two of them and considered them incredibly powerful, at least by mortal standards. He had even discussed their strength with Brunhild, and they ultimately agreed that if the two participated in Ragnarok, they could easily be worthy candidates to fight against the gods. Alex had even admitted to himself that he would love to see that. Lost in thought, Alex stared blankly at the arena. Meanwhile, Ryu and Ken, grabbing each other by the collars, began punching each other in the face, completely forgetting about techniques or tactics. The fight had basically devolved into a brawl. Anya, sitting in his arms, quickly noticed that her father had once again drifted off and, to bring him back to reality, pulled on his cheeks. Alex felt the tug and looked down, meeting the gaze of his daughter, who was beaming with a mischievous smile and pointing toward the arena, where the two warriors were still knocking the life out of each other. Alex blinked, looked up, and involuntarily twitched his cheek. He saw Ryu and Ken, having forgotten the whole world, just trading punches to the face. He even started to suspect that the new move Ryu had talked about was this idiotic slugfest in the style of, who can take more hits. Alex turned to Chun-Li. Is this his new move? He asked suspiciously. Chun-Li tried to hold back her laughter, but her lips betrayed her, twitching slightly, and her face showed clear effort not to burst out laughing. Alex, looking at her, simply sighed. Once again, he was convinced, Ryu and Ken were absolute idiots who just loved to fight. Still, for everyone else watching, it was great entertainment. Everyone on the training field was cheering for their favorite fighter, enjoying the show. Alex looked at the arena and, with tired certainty, thought that after this beatdown, Ryu and Ken would definitely end up in the infirmary, and fall under the heavy hand of Mari, who would give them a long, boring lecture. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Another blow, and both fighters' heads snapped back simultaneously. Their grips loosened, and Ryu and Ken jumped back at the same time. Slightly bloodied noses, drops of blood on their lips, yet both were grinning, eyes burning, ready to continue the fight. Ryu wiped his nose, smirked, and rushed forward again. Ken, not wanting to fall behind, followed him. Another exchange of blows began, but now their fists started clashing mid-air, like two opposing streams. Soon, they pushed off each other again. Alex was starting to lose his patience. Ryu's new move still hadn't shown up, and he was increasingly tempted to step into the arena and make them both feel the fist of love his way. But he held back, because he finally saw Ryu take the stance for a Hadouken. Alex squinted, trying to figure out what Ryu was planning. Ken, noticing this, shifted into a stance as well. Now you'll see my new move, Ken. This is Mega Hadouken. Ryu declared with a triumphant grin. Go on then, show me your Mega Hadouken, Ken replied, charging a regular one. Alex's eye twitched. He simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. A new move. Seriously. Mega Hadouken. Disappointment washed over him like a wave. And he wasn't the only one. The entire audience, holding their breath in anticipation of something impressive, suddenly fell into dead silence. The looks on their faces shifted, from eager excitement to sheer disappointment. Alex sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and began massaging his forehead with his free hand, trying to contain his irritation. Still, he decided to see this performance through. Ryu and Ken launched their Hadoukens simultaneously. Ryu's Mega Hadouken was indeed bigger and denser than a regular one. The energy blasts collided in the center of the arena. Unsurprisingly, Ryu's projectile overpowered Ken's and continued flying toward him. Ken quickly fired off a few more Hadoukens until the Mega one dissipated. Alex stared blankly at the arena. He couldn't take it anymore. One more minute and he was going to lose it. Apparently, he wasn't alone. The crowd began to whistle and boo the fight. Everyone had expected something new, something unusual, but instead, they got a slightly stronger, slightly larger, ordinary Hadouken. And Ryu had even proudly called it a Mega Hadouken. Alex just shook his head. These two idiots will never change. Shaking his head at the ridiculous display and ignoring the outraged shouts from the crowd booing Ryu and Ken, Alex decided it was time to focus on the real reason he had come to the training field. He needed to deliver some special gifts, ninja kits, to his 3 young students. After saying goodbye to Cammy and Chun-Li, he, still holding Anya in his arms, headed toward a group of teenage girls. They had stayed away from the fight from the very beginning, preferring to train in private, undisturbed by the commotion. Alex skirted around the still grumbling crowd and approached the girls. "Yo. How's training going?" he said as he got closer. "Alex. When did you get here? Didn't you say you'd be stuck in the workshop all day?" Renka exclaimed in surprise as she ran up and hugged him. "You promised you'd spend the whole day working," Ray added, confirming Renka's words. "Finished earlier than expected. So I thought I'd deliver some gifts," Alex replied with a slight smile. The girls' eyes lit up. They knew that gifts from Alex weren't just random souvenirs, they were handcrafted with care and skill. But he didn't explain further, he decided to show them instead. Handing Anya over to Siko's watchful arms, Alex walked over to Alice, Anoka, and Malka. The girls immediately understood that the gifts were meant for them. They eagerly waited to see what he had brought. Not keeping them in suspense, Alex pulled out 3 neatly wrapped sets of shurikens and kunai from under his coat and handed them to the girls. They accepted the gifts carefully, as if afraid they might be dreaming. "Big brother, are you really giving these to us?" Alice asked, hugging the box to her chest. "Of course. I made them especially for you. Or did you really think I didn't notice you sneaking shurikens from Shigear to train with?" Alex raised an eyebrow as he looked at them. "And here I was wondering where you girls kept disappearing to. Turns out you were running to Shigear." Ray muttered, realizing the girls had been lying to her this whole time. Alice, Anoka, and Malka lowered their eyes in embarrassment. They realized Alex had known everything from the start, he had just chosen not to make a fuss. In response, he simply gave them a soft smile and gently patted each of them on the head. Alice let out a sigh of relief, her big brother wasn't angry. Now that they had their own sets, they wouldn't need to secretly ask Shigear for weapons anymore. Once he finished patting their heads, Alex stepped back slightly. "All right, girls. Show me how your training's coming along," he suggested. The 3 young ninjas nodded eagerly. The other girls were curious too, just how good were they at throwing weapons. Freeing up some space, Alex stepped back closer to Mio and Siko. Anya immediately climbed back into his arms, wanting to watch too. Alex gave the signal, it was time to begin. But the moment Alice, Anoka, and Malka found themselves in the spotlight, nervousness washed over them. "Don't worry," Alex said calmly. "Just relax and throw. I want to see what you're really capable of." Alex is right. Just breathe. Imagine you're alone, and let it fly, Mio added with a warm smile. Alex didn't rush them, giving the girls time to focus. He had no reason to hurry, the day was free, and he could afford to give his students his full attention. At last, the girls calmed down, pulled out their shuriken, and began throwing them at the trees. Alex watched every throw closely, silently acknowledging how effective Shigear's training had been. The 3 girls were accurate and confident, far better than before. He even started thinking about sending them to a real shinobi academy, in the world of Naruto. With his abilities, that wouldn't be a problem. But he knew that doing so would mean getting involved in that world, with all its dark sides and villains trying to impose their own ideal reality. Still, he pulled a small notebook from his inner pocket, stood in thought for a moment, then scribbled a note, "Possible trip," circling the words. The action didn't go unnoticed. Siko and Mio glanced at the notebook, immediately grasping what it meant. They already knew Alex could travel between worlds, so the idea of a ninja world didn't surprise them. But the thought of sending Alice, Anoka, and Malka there, that was intriguing. Renka and Ray, noticing their expressions, stepped closer and peeked at the notebook too. Their curiosity about the mysterious shinobi world and academy only grew. "Big brother, how did we do?" Alice asked, beaming with joy. "You did great. Now you just need to learn how to channel chakra into your weapons before throwing. And also how to control chakra like threads. That'll take better control, Alex replied, tucking the notebook back into his pocket. Maybe you should show us how it's done. Or are you all talk? Ginny teased, eyeing him with a smirk. Alex raised a brow at Ginny, then gave a playful shrug. He didn't mind giving a demonstration, especially if it would help Anuka, Alice, and Malka understand the principles better. He gently placed Anya on his shoulders so she could watch everything from the front row. Then he took a couple of shuriken from Alice, preparing to demonstrate. He tossed one up onto his fingertip and blew on it gently. The shuriken began spinning rapidly, hovering on the tip of his finger like some mesmerizing spell. What I just did was infuse the shuriken with wind chakra. That's what makes it spin like this. But that's not all, Alex said as the shuriken spun faster and faster. With a slight nudge, he sent the spinning shuriken flying forward. It shot toward a tree with a loud hum, piercing through the trunk effortlessly, then tore through several more trees without slowing down. With a small flick of his finger, Alex altered its course midair. The shuriken curved around, slicing through 2 more trees before gliding back to him. It landed softly in his palm, just as the trees it had passed through began to creak and crash to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Alice, Anuka, and Malka watched in awe. Anya, perched on her father's shoulders, clapped her hands excitedly. Papa, that was awesome. Ray, Renka, Mio, and Siko didn't look particularly surprised. They had seen more than once what Alex was capable of when he got serious. But the other girls were somewhat amazed, not so much by the power itself, but by the subtlety of his chakra control. Before, they had only seen him as a force of destruction. So, how did you like my demonstration, Ginny? Alex asked with a smirk, spinning the shuriken between his fingers. Want me to show you something else? Show off, Ginny muttered, turning away. You asked me to show you how it works, and now you're calling me a show-off. You're breaking my heart, Ginny. Alex said dramatically, clutching his chest. He put on such a tragic expression, as if he'd just received a mortal wound. His face was almost Shakespearean. Siko, Ray, Mio, and Renka couldn't hold back, they burst out laughing at the theatrical scene. Ginny's eye started twitching. Her patience snapped, she suddenly lunged at Alex. He instantly stopped acting and nimbly dodged the strike, hiding behind the laughing girls. Don't hide behind them. Ginny hissed through gritted teeth. Nope. If I stop, you'll attack me. And I'd rather not have to spank you just because you can't control your emotions, Alex replied calmly, wagging a finger with a grin. Ginny's anger only grew, especially since the girls kept laughing. Even Seal couldn't hold back a quiet giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Alex could already hear Ginny grinding her teeth and knew well that girls like her could chase down an offender for centuries. Alex definitely didn't want to become her target, so he seized the moment to ask Mio and Renka to help calm her down while he turned to explain things to the beginners. They stopped laughing and approached Ginny to cool her off a bit. They knew well, though Ginny was quick-tempered, she cooled down fast, even if she could sulk for a while. Once he saw that Mio and Renka were handling it, Alex walked over to Alice, Malka, and Anuka. Now, the lesson. He stomped his foot, and stone platforms rose from the ground. Sitting on one of them, he placed Anya on his lap and invited the other girls to sit as well. When everyone was settled, Alex began to carefully explain how to infuse a shuriken with wind chakra and throw it so that it would return. He didn't just explain but showed the process step by step, making the shuriken float around him so the students could see the end result. The attentive faces of Alice, Anuka, and Malka clearly showed they were trying to remember every detail. After repeating the explanation several times, Alex stood up and gave the girls time to digest the information. After all, even the strongest weapon is useless if you don't understand how to use it. As soon as Alex stepped away, he heard Alice, Anuka, and Malka excitedly discussing how to repeat the technique he had just shown them. He smiled warmly, watching how his 3 young students not only competed to improve but also shared their experiences, helping each other grow. It pleased him that a true spirit of camaraderie was forming among them. Because only by training together could they reach real heights. Alex decided to stay and watch the other girls. Sitting a little aside, he gently tapped his foot, and a wooden stump rose from the ground, which he settled on. He softly stroked Anya's hair as he observed the training. Anya, dear, maybe you want to become a kunoichi too? Or perhaps something else, he asked, gently caressing her cheek. I want to be like Dad, the girl answered enthusiastically, her eyes shining. Be cool, defeat bad guys, and hit them with a stick. Alex immediately choked on his surprise. Ahem. Who told you about the stick? He asked with difficulty, staring at his daughter. Mommy Rebecca. She said you like to hit bad guys with a stick. And Gir, and Mimi, and Stitch do it too when they defeat evil demons. They showed me everything. Anya replied confidently, nodding as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Alex's eye twitched. He had clearly underestimated those 3 troublemakers. They had already started reaching out their paws to his sweet, innocent daughter, trying to turn her into a little gremlin like themselves. He tried to think of a way to stop it, but somewhere deep down, he knew the outcome was already decided. Sooner or later, his sweet Anya would become a little rebel with a stick. Well then. When you grow up, I'll give you a real stick so you can hit the villains. But for now, stay my little, sweet potato, Alex said, squeezing his daughter's cheeks. I'm already grown up. Look how tall I am. Anya said, kneeling on his legs, showing off her height. Alex couldn't hold back a smile watching his little girl trying to prove how big she was. He couldn't resist, and started tickling her. Anya immediately giggled and laughed loudly, attracting the attention of the girls training nearby. They turned and saw Alex with a soft smile on his face tickling his daughter, while she squealed with laughter, trying to get away. The sight brought smiles to all the girls. In their hearts, their conviction was reinforced once again: Alex would be a wonderful father. And that only strengthened their desire to have his children, especially during their nightly efforts. Of course, they understood they had to try harder, considering who he really was and that getting pregnant by him wouldn't be easy. But they also knew it was definitely possible. Alex kept tickling Anya until she, trying to escape, started pulling his face, trying to distract him from the tickling. But could a father ignore such an attack? In response, he began squeezing her cheeks, making funny faces out of her face. Anya quickly caught on to the rules of the new game and, laughing, began making funny faces out of her father's face. So the two of them, father and daughter, sat there fooling around, forgetting everything else. Who would have thought you had such a sweet side? You're truly the most caring father, a female voice sounded behind him. Alex turned around and saw Sherry, Claire, and Jill. The girls were barely holding back their laughter as they looked at how ridiculous his face looked right now. I'm not cute at all. I'm a real villain, a villainous villain, Alex grumbled, while Anya kept squeezing his cheeks, making his face look even funnier. Puffed. Sure you're a villain, Claire laughed. A real villain who led people across half the world, saving everyone he could, and always fought on the front lines. Yeah, a classic villain's image for sure. My dad is the Demon King. He doesn't like heroes. Heroes are fools. Anya declared seriously, proudly raising her chin. Ha ha ha. Whatever you say, sweetheart. But the fact remains, your dad helped a lot of people, Jill smirked. Because my dad is cool. He can defeat any villain. Anya said, giving a thumbs up. A true daddy's girl, Sherry added, barely holding back her laughter. The three girls watched Anya with fondness as she proudly talked about how awesome her dad was. Alex couldn't help but smile again and gently stroked his daughter's hair, glad at how sweet she was. So, what are you all doing, just hanging around? Or just out for a walk? He asked with a good-natured smile. Rebecca is busy in her lab right now, Claire answered. So we decided to take a walk. And we just happened to see you playing with Anya. Alex nodded, smirking slightly. He knew very well what Rixa was up to in her lab, and he was pretty sure she hadn't told her friends yet about the kiss they shared. He lightly tapped his foot on the ground, and 3 neat stumps immediately rose up, one each for Sherry, Jill, and Claire. The girls exchanged surprised glances, they clearly liked such a convenient ability. Well, spill it, Claire said, sitting down next to him. Is that why Rebecca locked herself away? Who knows, Alex shrugged with an innocent smile. Better ask Rixa herself. You're her friends, after all. Maybe she'll tell you, or maybe not. Oh, you call her Rixa? Then there was definitely something between you. Come on, don't hide it. Jill smirked, not looking away. Alex sighed deeply, once again reminded that no matter what world he ended up in, girls always loved gossip. Even the goddesses in Orario were no exception. All it took was one time inviting Hestia out on a date, and then they both had to run from a whole crowd of goddesses who just wanted to watch. But even now, Alex wasn't going to give in to the trio's curiosity. Let Rixa deal with it herself, after all, she was friends with them. Fortunately, his rescue didn't keep him waiting. Alex. We've got a problem, came Itami's shout as he ran from the direction of the settlement, his face panicked. Everyone, the girls and those training nearby, turned toward the voice. Alex stood up, frowning, and faced the approaching Itami. What happened? He asked, watching as Itami tried to catch his breath. You'd better see it for yourself. Itami exhaled heavily. Apparently, he had run all through the settlement to find Alex. Alex frowned even deeper and stood up from the stump. He lifted Anya onto his shoulders and briskly followed Itami. The others, drawn by the unfolding events, trailed behind, forgetting about their training. When they reached the defensive post at the settlement's exit, Alex saw familiar faces: Melnick's group, Lem's squad, Price, Ghost, and Soap. They all silently stared in the same direction. Alex jumped onto the wall, growing increasingly uneasy. The others began climbing up as well, eager to find out what had happened. "What's going on?" he asked. "See for yourself," Ghost replied shortly, handing him binoculars. Alex shook his head, indicating he didn't need binoculars. Ghost understood without words, nodded, and pointed toward where Alex should look. Following his gesture, Alex spotted a line of helicopters on the horizon, flying toward the settlement. Squinting to catch details, he soon noticed an emblem on one of them, the Shadowless symbol. Alex's face instantly darkened. "Shit," he muttered under his breath. Shadowlow. He couldn't understand how those bastards had found them, especially in such a remote place. But what worried him most was that Shadowlow still existed. After the bloody massacre between demons and necromorphs, he was sure nothing was left of them. "Alex, what did you see?" Chun-Li asked, patting him on the shoulder. "That's Shadowlow," he answered, frowning. "How did they find us? And why are they still alive?" Cammy clenched her fists, her face expressing not just concern, but rage. "I don't know. But I suspect someone sent them here on purpose. They have no reason to come here. Bison should be busy trying to carve out a piece of the world in the chaos. So someone is playing against us." Alex fell into thought, his frown deepening. Hearing the familiar name, the others started whispering among themselves. Those who didn't know who Shadowlow was moved closer. Alex's squad girls also gathered, hearing that something serious was happening. Brunhilde began explaining to the newcomers who Shadowlow were, while Chun-Li, Cammy, and other veterans shared information with those standing on the wall. Alex kept thinking, staring toward the approaching helicopters. Everything happening seemed too convenient. Too precise. "Sherry, when we were in Anchorage, did you contact Simmons?" Alex asked, turning to the girl. "Yes. I wanted to report on the mission's progress," she nodded, her face paling. "Why do you ask?" Jill inquired, glancing at Alex. "Because Sherry just confirmed that Simmons is a rat. I sent a message saying our settlement was safe, far from demons and the undead, but that shouldn't have made us a target for Shadowlow," Alex replied grimly. Sherry lowered her eyes, feeling guilty. But Alex placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. He didn't blame her. This was their common enemy, not her mistake. Simmons simply turned out to be someone who decided to play on the side of those dreaming of carving up a dying world. "So what now? What's the plan?" Soap asked, turning to Alex. As always, Alex smirked, the corners of his lips curling to reveal sharp teeth. "How's that?" Barry chuckled, crossing his arms. "We kill every bastard who dares come at us," Rebecca said with a predatory grin. "Exactly," Alex confirmed. "They're just a bunch of mercenaries with guns. And our guns are way stronger. The most dangerous of them is Bison. The rest are just meat. So grab your gear and get ready. We have a couple of minutes until they arrive. Let's greet our guests with a smile, and give them an explosive welcome." "Haha, that's more like it." Soap laughed. "You heard it, guys. Grab your guns, tonight we put on a little concert." Privates and fighters laughed, realizing the fight was near. But it looked more like a slaughter than a battle. Their technology and weapons far outmatched anything Shadowlow could offer. Alex jumped down from the wall and handed Anya into Yuriko's arms, quickly moving to organize the defense. Everyone not fighting was to shelter inside houses. Yuriko and Saya handled evacuation, while Brunhilde and Coco took on coordinating the fighters. Alex watched as everyone hurried, preparing their gear. He knew the victory would be theirs. All he had to do was deal with Bison. The rest he would leave to his people. As the message about the approaching enemy spread through the settlement, everyone rushed to their weapons. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch heard it too. They burst into the house, grabbed their gear, and already with wild grins rushed toward the wall, anticipating the fight, a fight where heretics would be drowned in blood. To be continued.